Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, here we are again visiting the genial Dr. Watson in his cheerful study. We sit back in our comfortable chair and wait to hear another exciting story. What could be pleasanter?
There you go again, Mr. Bell. Flattering me again.
If only Sherlock Holmes were here to make the picture complete.
No, Mr. Bell, you know that's impossible. He retired to Sussex years ago and took up bee farming.
I suppose you visited him there.
Naturally. As a matter of fact, I remember one Saturday towards the end of July in 1907 that
Is this the beginning of a story, Dr. Watson?
I shouldn't be surprised. But hadn't you better have your word with our listeners first?
Yes, Dr. Watson, I had. Men, I'm sure you'll be interested to learn that a recent survey showed that Kreml Hair Tonic is preferred among America's top-flight executives and most successful men. But after all, why shouldn't it be? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look, such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. Kreml always keeps the hair neatly in place longer with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet it never leaves your hair looking or feeling greasy, sticky, or dirty. After you apply Kreml, you can rub your hand over your hair, and your hair always feels so delightfully clean. Notice, too, how no greasy film comes off on your hand or hatband. Just use a little Kreml on your hair in the morning, and at night your hair looks as neatly groomed as when you first combed it in the morning. Remember, no other hair tonic keeps your hair more handsomely groomed. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, I'm all ears.
Well, I was paying Holmes one of my frequent visits. His cottage is situated on the southern slope of the Sussex Downs, commanding an excellent view of the English Channel. At this point, the coast is made up of chalk cliffs, which can only be descended by a single tortuous path, which is steep and slippery. At the bottom of the path, there are curves and hollows, which make splendid swimming pools and are filled afresh with each flow of the tide and warmed by the sun.
What town is Mr. Holmes' place near?
A village called Falworth. But even that is at a distance, and the house is quite lonely. Half a mile away is Holmes's only neighbor.
And who is that?
Harold Stackhurst, who's a headmaster of the well-known preparatory school, the Gables. A private school, I suppose you would call it. It was summer, and most of the boys were away on holiday, except a few who were catching up. The teaching staff was reduced to 3. First of all, there was Harold Stackhurst himself, who was an old pal of mine. We went to school together. He was a splendid fellow and a well-known blue for rowing in his day. Assisting him were 2 younger men, Fitzroy Macpherson, red-headed and cheerful. In summer and winter, he went for his morning swim.
Winter swimming, quite a Spartan.
Yes, indeed. The other schoolmaster was Ian Murdoch, a tall, dark man, taciturn and aloof, with occasional outbursts of temper.
The villain of the piece,
There you go, anticipating again.
Oh, sorry.
Stop this. Well, it was early one morning, just after sunrise. There'd been a severe gale the day before, but the wind and the waves had finally abated and everything looked newly washed and fresh. The air had a decided nip to it, and Holmes and I were on our way down to the beach for our morning plunge. I say, Holmes, that water's blue this morning, isn't it? Rather cold-looking, if you ask me.
Do you good, Watson. Your circulation needs toning up. You can run all the way home.
Run up the cliff path? Oh, it's bad for the heart.
Rubbish. The boys do it.
Well, I'm not under the delusion that I'm still in my first youth.
Hello. Isn't that Stackhurst coming along the cliff? He's got a towel over his arm, obviously going down to the beach. He's not afraid of a little cold water. And he's almost as old as you are.
He's older.
Oh?
Oh, a great deal older. He was 2 forms above me at school.
Dear, dear. Quite an old man. I had no idea that...
Stop ragging me, Holmes.
Hello there, Stackhurst. Hello.
Hello. Going swimming?
Yes, wait for us. Come on, Watson.
Oh, bless my soul if it isn't Watson. Delighted to see you, old chap. I thought you weren't coming down for another month.
Well, I just couldn't stay away any longer. I'm so fond of the swimming.
Yes, Watson has just been saying that there's nothing like a good dip before breakfast to tone up the system. What did you say, Watson?
Oh, I think so.
Stackhurst, where are your 2 young assistants, Macpherson and Murdoch, the gloomy Scot? I've never known them to miss their matutinal plunge.
Oh, well, Murdoch has had to keep some of the boys at their algebra. He'll be along later. McPherson has gone on ahead. I expect he's in the water now.
Any more outbursts of temper on Murdoch's part lately?
No, not since last week, when he found a boy putting toads in his bed. His temper is ferocious, Holmes. I suppose I should give him dismissal, but he's such a confoundedly good teacher.
A little bit of temper won't harm the boys now and then. Help to keep them in line.
Yes, I'll wager the next fellow who wants to put extraneous objects in Murdoch's bed will think twice about it.
Look, there's someone staggering up the edge of the cliffs.
Yes, he's in bathing trunks and an overcoat flapping in the wind.
What's the matter with him?
Drunk, probably. Look at him reel. A fine example for my boys. And who the devil can it be?
Yes, it's McPherson. I could tell that red hair anywhere. He's trying to wave to us.
I've never known him to behave like this.
He's not drunk. He is in agony. He needs help. Hurry, Watson, run.
I say, he's fainted. No, he's trying to get up again.
Well, he's writhing on the ground. Courage, old boy. We're coming.
Pain. I can't breathe. It's killing me.
What is it? What's happened to you?
The mane. The lion's mane.
But, good heavens, he's having convulsions. His face is turning purple. Yeah, now he's stopped. Thank heaven.
How is he, Watson? I can't see him breathe.
Wait a minute. Yes, he's dead. Some terrific shock. His heart gave out. Look, he's bitten through his lower lip. The paroxysm of his agony.
What could it have been? He's not wounded. No signs of a struggle.
Take that coat off. Let's take a look at him. Easy now, easy.
Good heavens, Holmes, his back. Just look at his back. Great red welts round his shoulders and round his ribs.
Oh, this is terrible. What was it he tried to tell us?
He said something about a lion.
A lion's mane, to be exact.
Well, you don't think he's being clawed by a lion or some wild beast in this part of England? It's unthinkable.
Quite. Besides, the claws of an animal would have dug deeper. These welts are inflamed, and there are little red spots at certain intervals. It looks as if someone has used a lash on him. A thin iron scourge with knots, poisoned knots.
Who could it have been? There's been no one along the edge of the cliff, and we can see for miles.
No, on the beach.
And there are some fishing boats, but they're too far out. I wonder...
Did anyone bear him a grudge? Had he quarreled with anyone?
Why, no. That is, not recently.
Hello. What's up? Why do you all look so serious?
Well, hello, Murdoch. Where did you come from?
The classroom. I just left the boys. What's the matter with McPherson? What's he lying like that for?
He's dead. Murdered. He's been flogged to death.
Dead? That's horrible. Who could have...
We don't know.
Is there anything I can do?
Yes. Go back to the house, send for the police, and keep the boys indoors. I don't want them mixed up in this.
Certainly, of course. Dead, I can't believe it.
Stackhurst, you stay here with the body. Watson and I will go down to the beach to see what we can find.
Good. But don't be any longer than you can help.
Come along, Watson. Here's the path leading down the face of the cliff. The only path for miles. If he was attacked down on the beach, the murderer is still there.
I say, he may be armed. I'd better go back for my revolver. Suppose the murderer goes for us.
Oh, rubbish. Come along. We've no time to waste. They escape. Careful. There's clay here. Slippery.
Look, Holmes. Footprints.
Yes, the same one's descending and then returning again. McPherson, undoubtedly. That means no one else has been to the beach by this path since the storm. And here's the mark of his hand where he fell. And the print of both knees. That's all that the path holds for us. Now for the beach itself.
Look, there's quite a lagoon left by the tide. His towel is lying beside it.
Folded and dry, so he didn't enter the water. There's his sweater beside the pool. Look here, on the sand, footprints. Naked and with a canvas shoe. Presence again, that proves he made ready to bathe, but the towel shows he returned without bathing, or at any rate without drying himself.
Look, Holmes, there are some distant figures up there on the beach.
Too far away. Besides, this lagoon lay between them and the person.
Perhaps the fishing boat.
Perhaps, but I can see no sign of a boat having been beached along the shore.
Yes, but then how...
Quite.
Couldn't it be Stackhurst? We saw him coming from the direction of the Gables. How about Murdoch? He has a glowering look. I don't trust him. you think that he really was up at the school with the boys?
That is an alibi we shall have to look into. Hello, Stackhurst. Why did you leave the body?
Murdoch sent down one of the gardeners to stand watch over it, so I came along. Besides, I've just thought of something.
Yes?
You asked if anyone had a grudge against McPherson, and I thought I ought to tell you.
Go on.
Well, about a year ago, this chap Murdoch was rather fond of a girl down in the village. But McPherson cut him out. Murdoch didn't seem to mind at the time, but about 2 months later, McPherson and Murdoch had a pretty bad row. Murdoch was always a bit fiery, you know. Well, when McPherson's dog got excited, he went for Murdoch, and Murdoch went into one of his rages and threw the animal out of the window. Well, the dog wasn't hurt, and the quarrel was patched up. At least so we all thought. But you never know. Resentment sometimes smolders for a long time.
Yeah, particularly if there's a woman in the case.
Quite. Well, let's have a look at the towel and sweater. We've seen everything else there's to see down here. Hello. There's something in the pocket of the sweater. It's a note. Dear me. A note of assignation.
Huh? What's it say?
We'll be there in the same place, darling. Until
There you are,
then,
woman.
All my love, Maudie.
Why, that's the girl. The one I told you about, Maud Bellamy. McPherson was in love with her.
Obviously.
This whole affair has upset me so it may give the school a bad reputation. It was only by chance that several of the boys weren't with McPherson when it happened.
I say, was it chance? After all, it was Murdoch who held him back. He was the one who insisted on algebra before breakfast.
At present, I'm more interested in this girl than in Murdoch. Suppose we take a walk to Falworth and call on her.
I do. I'm with you. Come along.
Oh, not so fast, Watson, not so fast. We'd better dress first. We might cause quite a stir parading down the village streets in these costumes. Remember, you've still got your bathing suit on.
I do, yes, sir, I have. And I'd forgotten all about how chilly it was.
In just a moment, we'll find out what Sherlock Holmes discovers in his visit to Maud Bellamy. Men, I'm sure you'll agree that well-groomed hair adds a great deal to a man's appearance. And one of the first requisites of handsome, healthy-looking hair is a hygienic scalp. So start at once and take better care of the hair you've got. If you're smart, you'll use Kreml hair tonic. No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly in place without looking or feeling greasy. But Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml's light oils have a grand lubricating effect on a dry scalp. At the same time, Kreml removes itchy, loose dandruff. Notice how alive, how tingling your scalp feels. And men, you like to massage Kreml on your scalp because it's such a clean product. It never feels greasy or sticky. And if your hair, like so many men's, is so dry that it breaks off and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable, and look as if it had some body to it. So for handsome, groomed hair and a more hygienic scalp, use Kreml daily. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drugstore. Ask for an application at your barber's. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. That famous modern hair tonic which has become such a nationwide favorite. Now, Dr. Watson, you dressed and went over to Falworth to call on McPherson's girl. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Bell. Stackhurst pointed the house out to us.
That's the Bellamy house over there, Mr. Holmes. The one with the corner tower and the slate roof. Maud is the daughter of old Tom Bellamy, who owns all the boats and bathing huts at Falworth. He was a fisherman to start with, but now a man of some substance, I believe.
Yes, judging from the house, he must have come up in the world.
And Maud is the prettiest girl for miles around. Quite a beauty, in fact. She must have had scores of admirers. By Jove, look who's coming out of the front gate.
I say, it's Murdoch.
And what in thunder is he doing here? Hey there, Murdoch. What do you mean by coming over here? I thought
I am your subordinate, sir, under your own roof. I am not aware that I owe you any account of my private actions.
Your answer is pure impertinence.
So was your question.
This is not the first time that I've had to overlook your insubordinate ways, but it will certainly be the last. You will make arrangements to leave my school as soon as possible.
I intended to go in any case. Lost the only person who made the Gables habitable.
Insolence. How dare he? Young whippersnapper.
Mr. Stackhurst, he seemed very eager to clear out of here. Perhaps you were a trifle hasty in giving him an excuse to go.
I never thought of that. Shall I tell the police to place him under arrest?
No. We can prove nothing against him as yet. Better persuade him to stay until we are sure he didn't do it.
Very well. It's against my principles, but I'll go after him and see what I can do.
Splendid. Now, Watson, suppose we call on Miss Bellamy and present our condolences. I take it that Mr. Murdoch has already broken the news of the tragedy. Ring the bell, that's a good fellow.
Well, don't you think it's a bit heartless, Holmes, calling at this time?
If the girl has any character at all, she will want to help us discover the murder of her sweetheart. Any woman with any...
What do you want?
We would like to speak to Miss Bellamy.
Well, you can't.
You are her father, I take it.
Yes, I'm her father, and I know you be Mr. Sherlock Holmes. And I'm not having you mixing my daughter up in any of your dirty business.
I thought you might want to help us solve the murder.
Ah, you did you? Well, I'll have you know I consider Mr. Macpherson's attentions to my Maud was insulting. And my son, William, is of the same mind. Letters and meetings, but never a word of marriage. I'll not have you breaking her out. I'll not have her name dragged through them.
That's all right, Father. I know that Fitzroy is dead. I want to help find his murderer.
I'll not have you mixing
This
up
is
with-
my business, Father. Let me manage it in my own way. I'll do anything you say, Mr. Holmes, to help bring them to justice.
Why do you say them?
Mr. Macpherson was not a weakling. He was brave and strong. No single person could have inflicted such an outrage on him.
One thing more. We found this note in the dead man's pocket. Can you throw any light on it? Did he go down to the beach expecting to meet you?
No. I sent it, it's true. But we were to meet tonight. I see no reason for mystery. We were engaged to be married. We only kept it secret because Fitz didn't want to be ragged by the boys at the school. Here is my engagement ring.
Well, you might have told me.
I would, if you had shown a little more sympathy, Father.
But the note, it didn't come by post. Who was your go-between?
I'd rather not answer that question. It really has nothing to do with the matter.
Do you realize that this go-between was the only person who knew of your meetings with young Macpherson? Had he any reason to resent him?
That's no business of yours.
You had many suitors, I believe.
Yeah, that she did.
Was Ian Murdoch one of them?
There was a time when I thought he was. But all that was changed when he found that Fitzroy and I cared for each other.
Miss Bellamy, do you think it natural that a hot-tempered young fellow like Murdoch would get over his feeling as easily as that?
What are you trying to make me say? If you think Ian Murdoch had anything to do with the murder, you're wrong. A finer man never drew the breath of life. He wanted us to be happy. He wasn't the kind to think of himself first. He'd gotten over his feeling for me.
Then why did he want to be the first to tell you the news of your fiancé's death?
Because he was Fitzroy's friend. He thought it was his duty. He thought he... What does it matter? Fitz is dead. Why don't you find his murderer? What's the good of all this?
Thank you for your information, Miss Bellamy.
Leave me alone, can't you? Leave me alone. Go and find the murderer if you're so clever.
Perhaps we shall. Well, good day.
Looks like another blank wall to me, Holmes.
Perhaps. But even that is enlightening. There are only so many possibilities, Watson. We may finally arrive at the correct solution by crossing off all the rest.
For a detective on a case, you seem extraordinarily lackadaisical. You spent the better part of the last 3 days up in your garret among your books.
I've been looking for the solution, something I once read. It's in the back of my mind, but I can't seem to bring it into the light of my consciousness.
Yes, and in the meantime, this Murdoch fellow may slip through our fingers. Once he leaves the school, we'll never be able to get our hands on him again.
I wonder that it hasn't left before this.
Oh, how can you sit there so calmly and say that, Holmes? You're losing your grip.
Perhaps I am. If I could only find the fact that I'm looking for. It began with a C. I'll swear it began with a C.
Well, then, how about the old encyclopedia there? Look up all the C's in the book.
But I'm not sure it is C.
Oh, Holmes, you're being exasperating and exaggerating. You know that the murderer didn't escape along the beach or even climb to the top of the cliff. But did it ever occur to you that it It might be somebody hiding in one of those caves. Some sadistic maniac.
Yes, it did occur to me. But it's not possible. I searched every one of those caves, and there's no trace of human habitation in any of them.
Oh, then my theory of the sadistic maniac's all wrong.
Yes.
Huh? Oh, huh?
And horrible as that theory sounds, I'm convinced that the truth is even more horrible. That death came from the sea, and the truth is more ghastly than anything you can imagine.
Oh, you make the chills run down my spine. I must say, I shall never have the courage to go swimming down there again.
And a wise thing, too. At least for some time.
Well, I must say, I don't see how young Murdoch has the nerve.
Murdoch? Murdoch went swimming down on that beach? When?
About a quarter of an hour ago, I saw him go by with a towel over his arm.
Why didn't you tell me? Come on, we must bring him back. Poor boy hasn't a chance.
Oh, good heavens, Holmes, I had no idea. Look, something's happened. Someone's coming up the path. Stackhurst. He's carrying someone on his back. By thunder, it's Murdoch. And he's in bathing trunks.
Help! Holmes! Watson! Something's happened to Murdoch!
What is it?
It's the same thing that killed young McPherson. I met him staggering up the face of the cliff. He was too far gone for me to get him home, so I brought him here.
Put him on the couch.
Let me have a look at him. His heart's giving out. He can hardly breathe. His face is turning quite black. Here, quick, Holmes. Pour me out a glass of that brandy over there.
Right.
Now, hold his head while I try to get it down. That's it. That's it. If he can only swallow. That's it. Now some more. That's better. Take the bottle. You can't give him too much.
His color's coming back. He's beginning to breathe again.
His heart is getting stronger.
Look, he's trying to talk.
It lashed me in the water. It lashed me.
Now I remember. In the water, of course.
The pain. It's terrible. I can't stand it. Give me something. Morphine. Anything.
I daren't give him a sedative. It might affect the heart. Holmes, here, get the cotton wool there and the olive oil.
Right.
What is it?
It's a poison of some kind. It affects the nerves, apparently. Must be terribly painful.
Here's the stuff you wanted.
Good. Now saturate the cotton wool. We'll put a dressing on his back. Now, that's right. Use plenty of oil.
There we are.
That's better. Oh, that's much better.
By Jove, he's fainted.
I don't think so. He's just fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion.
Well, Watson, how's our patient coming along?
Splendidly. The nurse says we can move him tomorrow. Splendid physique that boy must have had to stand up under the strain. I says, Stackhurst, we all owe that chap an apology for suspecting him of McPherson's death.
Yes. But who in thunder did kill him?
I'll show him to you, if you like.
You've discovered the murderer?
Yes. One of the most gruesome instruments of torture ever devised. He is waiting for us at the foot of this cliff.
Yes, but is it safe to go down? You said that murder...
Yes, if you don't go too near. Come along.
All right, if you say so.
Well, the tide's coming in.
I don't see any murderer.
No, he's not as obvious as all that. Treacherous as well as deadly.
I must say that this place gets on my nerves since the tragedy. I haven't allowed the boys to go in swimming lately. I suppose it's foolish of me.
On the contrary, you would have had a few more tragedies if you'd allowed them to swim. For this death strikes like lightning. There's no escaping it.
But great Scott, if it's as dangerous as all that, we'd better get back up the cliff before the murderer finds us.
We're quite safe unless we take a dip in the lagoon McPherson went swimming in.
What? But I thought you said that he didn't go into the water.
So I did. The towel fooled me. The truth of the matter is that he was in such agony when he came out that he failed to use the towel. That's what threw me off the track in the first place.
But the murderer?
Down here.
Where's he?
Under the cliff, where the lagoon is quite deep. Ah, there's your murderer, on that rocky shelf about 3 feet below the surface. Look down there. See it?
Why, it's a tangled mass. Great Scott, it's alive. It's vibrating and waving. A hairy creature with streaks of silver amongst its yellow stresses. Oh, what a foul and sinister thing.
Sinister enough. The death that comes from the sea. As fatal as a cobra and more far-reaching. That is Cynear, the fearful stinger, sometimes called the lion's mane.
Well, I've been born and bred in these parts, and I've never seen anything like it. Ugh, look at that foul thing. Well, it doesn't belong to Sussex, I swear.
Just as well for Sussex. The southwest gale must have brought it up. What do you say? Shall we end this murder forever?
Shall we end it by all means?
Very well. I think this boulder should do the trick. Help me move it. It's too heavy for one man.
Right. There she goes. Good. The boulder settled right on the filthy creature, pinning it to the ledge.
One edge of yellow membrane is still flapping.
Not for long. Notice the oily scum oozing out from under the stone and rising slowly to the surface. That is the end of the killer.
Lion's mane. I've never heard of that before, Dr. Watson.
Mr. Bell, neither had I. Holmes discovered the article that he'd been searching for and read it to us. The full name of the dreadful creature is Cynear capillata. It radiates almost invisible filaments to the distance of 50 feet. Within that radius, it is as deadly and far more painful than the bite of a poisonous snake.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell you about next week's story. But first, ladies, here's a sensational beauty tip direct from Hollywood. When you want your hair to look its radiant best for an important date, do this the night before. Give your hair a glamour bath with Kreml shampoo.
I certainly agree with that, Mr. Bell. And you know, Kreml shampoo is the shampoo used by those famous beauties, the Flowers models.
Kreml shampoo has been especially developed to glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair so that it fairly radiates natural, dazzling highlights. It leaves the hair simply gleaming with natural glossy luster. And what's more, your hair stays that way for days.
And please bear in mind that Kreml shampoo is not a soapless shampoo. It's not a cream shampoo. It's not a drying detergent. It's entirely different.
Yes, Kreml shampoo uncovers all the natural highlights that lie concealed in every woman's hair. Yet it never dries the hair. In fact, Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Kreml shampoo whips up a luxuriant, active foam, even in the hardest water. It rinses out so easily and never leaves any dull, soapy film.
So, ladies, why not buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter and glamour bathe your hair to tantalizing loveliness? Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, next week I think I'll tell you how Holmes and I visited a mad scientist who lived on a rocky island in one of the Scottish lochs, and of the strange things that happened there. I call it The Adventure of the Island of Death.
Tonight's adventure was adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Lion's Mane. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steiner. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, regardless of whether you change to daylight saving time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Island of Death.
This is Tom Conway. Your help is vital in the drive on cancer, the disease that must be stopped. Help save future lives. Give to the cancer drive.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Fat Novak for hire.
Novak for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. It's an easy way to put it, because if you're going to make a living down on the waterfront in San Francisco, you got to do everything but run for office. I rent boats and kick around a few scruples if the price is right. It's a living, and if anything goes wrong, you can always get your mother a visitor's pass. If you do get in trouble, you go first class all the way. I found that out when I first met Doreen Wilde. It was almost dark, and I was sitting in the office with the door open when she first showed up. Showed up's the right word. The wind was blowing outside and pushed her dress tightly against her legs as she walked in. She was young. From what I could see, she made Cleopatra look like Apple Mary. She had a voice like a bowl of warm stew.
Hello. Are you Mr. Novak?
That's my story.
I'm Doreen Wilde. Mind if I sit down? On your desk here?
You'll block the view.
You'll get used to the new one. There. Now lean back and let me look at you. I want to hire you, Mr. Novak.
After the look or before?
You've got a power complex, darling. You know a man named Joe Candono?
Oh, he's a gambler out on Geary Street. Friend of yours?
I don't dislike him that much. We have business connections. That's why I want to hire you. To give him some money tonight.
A needy case or a bad debt?
A bad debt. Candono has an IOU from my brother for $10,000. You can go from there.
Not if I'm supposed to say it was a fixed game. Candono's been around a long time.
Yes?
That's right. There are only two kinds of gamblers in this town, honest ones and dead ones. So if your brother owes $10,000, he better pay.
That's why I'm hiring you. Just pay off Candono and make sure you get the pictures.
Pictures of the Grand Canyon, huh?
We'll talk about my past some other time.
Well, for the moment, we'll just say you're photogenic.
That's right.
Your brother can't get the $10,000, so Candono's shaking you down.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll bet you make a nice rattle. How did Candono get the pictures?
My brother gave them to him.
You got a charming brother.
You see only his better side. Will you do the job for $100?
How long's it going to take?
2 hours, maybe. You'll have to meet with my brother.
To meet with your brother, $100 is coolie wages.
He'll give you the information, then you can see Candono.
Where do I meet your brother?
Room 729, the Dixie Hotel. He'll be there about 8:30.
That packing crate down on Powell Street? Your brother's a cutie. I know winos that wouldn't go in there.
We'll meet you there at 8:30.
Oh? You going to be there?
Yes. Do you mind?
I can stand it.
Good. Do you carry a spare battery for that gleam in your eye?
Your $100 covers that, too. See you at 8:30. She smiled at me, and I felt like a guy that just found an oil well in the basement. Well, there were a lot of things about the deal I didn't like, but she kind of made you forget. I kept remembering her as she walked out of there with a slow, easy gait. She had knee action that'd make a Nash jealous. Well, I hit the Dixie Hotel about 8:25. It was the kind of a hotel that has a 4 a.m. checkout rule. There were 2 or 3 guys sitting around reading tip sheets, and over in the corner, a couple of well-upholstered gals were talking about recipes, I guess. The desk clerk was the worst of the lot. He looked like a guy that might have been expelled from Alcatraz. Nobody looked up as I walked through. When I got to 729, I knocked. There was no answer, so I opened the door and walked in. There was a bed lamp on and a lot of smoke in the room. Through the smoke, I could pick out the committee. They were crazy about me.
Come on in. Looking for someone?
Yeah, but she's got a better figure than you.
Close the door.
No, she's not here. I'll just run along.
Close the door, mister.
You need the ventilation.
I said close the door. Now sit down. Sit down on the bed there.
You're a tough host.
So I'm broken-hearted. Just be a good boy now and give it to me, huh?
You got the wrong guy.
You give it to me fast, mister.
I don't know what you're talking about. I came up here to meet somebody.
Already met him.
I've run across better people in sewers. Now, look, meathead, I'm only going to say this once more, so make a copy. You got the wrong guy. You think I got something? I haven't got it.
No?
No, so you and your playmates swing out of here in your tails. I never saw you until 3 minutes ago, and I'm tired of the friendship already.
All right. Eddie.
Yeah?
Go through this guy's coat.
Yeah, sure.
Now, wash your hands, Junior, and then put them in your own pockets.
Oh. You got a favorite profile, fella? Because I'm going to put this gun on one side. Take your choice. Grab him, hold him up. All right, Eddie. Now you don't have to wash your hands.
I woke up with a head the size of Rhode Island. I rolled over and tried to get up, but I was about as strong as a moth in a wind tunnel. The room was dark, and I couldn't see very well. It was a stale, musty odor. Could have been a marathon dancer's dressing room, with a little fixing up, the sort of place you wouldn't be found dead in. There was a guy lying next to me who didn't feel that way about it. One look at the guy, and I could see he was dead from the crew cut down. Somebody wrapped a towel around his throat and forgot to say when. I should have got out of there right then, but I used my brain like a bottle of medicine, a small dose every 3 hours. I stood there, looking down at him, and felt like a guy that's just rolled a 7 the second time out. A small chunk of light squeezed through the door, and I could see particles of dust settling on his face. He was lying there, straight and white-faced, with a little bit of scowl, as if he didn't like the idea. I went through his wallet, found a few bucks and some identification. Enough to prove he was Frank Wilde, Doreen's brother. Oh, it looked nice and clear. They'd done everything but pin the IOU on his shirt. Well, I couldn't wait around, because when Homicide got there, I was going to be as popular as a can of salmon on Friday. Homicide meant Inspector Hellman, a guy that couldn't even make the Vice Squad. We were as close as a piccolo and a bass trombone. I got to thinking about him and decided to get out of there. It was a good idea 5 minutes ago.
Hello, Novak.
Oh, Hellman.
Small wake, huh?
Just a few close friends. You always drop by room 729 this time of night?
I got a bad memory for faces. Who's your friend?
His name's Frank Wilde.
That's one answer.
I was supposed to meet him here at 8:30.
That's another. You got a third? Who killed him?
I don't know, Hellman. Maybe 3 or 4 people. Maybe a pack of lugs from Joe Candono's.
Yeah? I think you're modest, Novak. I think maybe you killed him.
Oh, yeah, sure. I wrapped a towel around his neck, beat myself to death with a pistol, and jumped into the same grave.
Maybe.
Oh, stop it, Hellman. That isn't smart.
That still leaves you in the running.
I came up here to make $100. That's all I know about it. Check down at the desk. They'll tell you.
I checked on the way up. The desk clerk says room 729 is in your name.
Get your dough back, Hellman. You've been hijacked.
Yeah?
Look up a gal named Doreen Wilde.
Who's she?
The stiff sister. He got in a jam with Joe Candono and bailed himself out with some pictures.
Oh. What kind of pictures?
You just look her up and find out where she was at 9 o'clock tonight.
I got a bird in the hand.
And call on Joe Candono. His Gunsel's held a convention here tonight.
That's too much legwork. You're handy, Novak.
I can't afford a bum rap, Hellman. Get yourself another boy.
You get me one. It's your hotel room. There's a dead guy in it, and you got a bad record. I can make that add up for the DA.
You can't add a pair of zeros without crib notes, Hellman.
I can try hard, and I'll be all through in 24 hours. That's how long you got, Novak. You got 1 day, and you're not going to be lonesome. Because I'm going to put a tail on you the whole time.
Well, that'll be fun.
I'm going to know where you are every minute.
Stop posing, will you? You couldn't follow an elephant across a basketball court.
Just stay handy, Novak. I'll be ready. I'm going to fingerprint this room and run that towel through a test. And then I'll be ready.
Yeah, you better watch out for that towel.
Huh?
Remember, when it comes to towels, Hellman, you have to start from scratch. Well, when I left, Hellman was smiling like an Academy Award winner. I didn't blame him, because from my side of the road, things looked rough. From here in, he could play a pat hand and come out all right. There were only two other people, Joe Candono and that girl. I was real worried, so I looked up the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. Well, he was all right for a guy who tries to drink all the whiskey in the world every night, only some night he's going to make it. I finally found him at the Bellevue Hotel, holed up in the hunt room. He was getting the most he could out of a bottle, old whiskey and young ideas. It was 10 o'clock, and he was carrying a bigger load than the Berlin airlift.
Oh, ho! A drink for Mr. Novak, and one for me. I'll have to catch up.
Skip me. You busy, Jocko?
I'm deep in the labor of love. What happened to your face?
I got a better offer. I'm in a jam, Jocko. You gotta help me.
You're always in a jam. You're the eternal patsy. Also, you're my solitary reason for going on.
Forget it, Jocko.
Well, you're the last project Providence has allowed me. An hors d'oeuvre that fate has thrown me to nibble on. I'm your conscience, you know.
Yeah, all right, all right.
You have no conscience of your own. Oh, you have fleeting moments of fright which you confuse as moral sense, but no conscience.
All right, let's get off the platform, shall we? I need help, quick.
What kind of jam? A big one?
Yeah. I woke up about an hour ago holding hands with a dead man.
Where?
Room 729 at the Dixie Hotel.
I hope you changed rooms.
Hellman walked in and found me praying for the dead. He's got an idea I did it.
A shrewd policeman.
That was the second feature. We opened with a pistol whipping by Joe Candono's gunsels. Oh, you gotta help me.
Would a drink help?
Hellman's got a guy tailing me. I gotta go slow, Jocko. I want you to hit Candono's place and pick up every scrap of dope, will you?
Oh, I'd look out of place in a gambling joint.
There's a bar. Tour the joint and find out when the boys got back, huh?
Where do you plan to be? Hiding under a rose bush?
I'm going up to see a girl. She's the dead guy's sister.
Are you going up to extend sympathy?
She's mixed up, too. Candono's holding some blackmail pictures.
Let's reverse the assignment.
Now, look, you see Candono. I'll tag by Doreen Wilde's place.
Huh? She must be Harry Wilde's daughter.
Who's he?
The money crowd, to use a low term.
What's he like?
A retired octopus. After he got sick of chasing cigarette girls, he settled down to be a social worker.
Yeah?
Now he's like all social workers. A guy who's embarrassed because he wasn't born poor. And for years, he's been annoying the poor by trying to help them.
Hit Candono's place. Now, if you hit anything good, phone me at her apartment. And keep out of trouble.
Well, I'd say the same to you if it weren't futile. Good night, lover.
When I walked out, Geary Street was cold and deserted. The fog had moved in and staked out a claim all the way down to Market Street. There were two Marines across the street arguing, so I didn't hear it at first. When I got out of range, I began to hear the footsteps behind me. I stopped once, and the footsteps broke off. I walked on a few yards, and the footsteps were right behind me. They had a familiar ring, and I was sure it was either Hellman or a water buffalo. When I stopped and waited, Hellman walked up.
You're out late, Novak.
What happened to that tail? Did he ask for more dough?
I put our best man on it. Where you going?
Well, now, I'll bet you get some real good answers on that question.
Where you going, smart boy?
Doreen Wilde's apartment.
Yeah, why?
To find out where she was at 9 o'clock tonight?
It won't do you any good.
Why?
Coroner's report. The guy got knocked off about 7 o'clock tonight.
Well, he took a long time dying.
That towel was a joke. If he wasn't strangled, he would have been red-faced. He wasn't.
Oh, well, now, let me guess, Hellman. He died of lingering malaria.
Yeah, he was poisoned. That means he was dead when you brought him in.
Oh, that changes things, doesn't it?
A little. Don't let me keep you, Novak. I'm busy anyway.
Yeah?
Yeah. Checking your alibi for 7 o'clock.
I had no alibi for 7 o'clock. That was right after the girl left my office. Oh, I might be able to dig up a witness, but I wasn't sure. It's like asking a horse if he's going to win the Derby. Well, the questions were piling up, so I dropped by Doreen Wilde's apartment. I began to wonder. It was right next door to Candono's place. When she opened the door, I found out what the right kind of breakfast food will do. She was wearing a slack suit without much slack, and she was swaying slightly in a warm, slow way. Now, if there was any rhythm there, it's the kind you hear 1,000 miles down the Amazon. And when she said hello, you knew it was all chemistry.
Hello, Mr. Novak.
I missed you at room 729.
This'll do just as well. Come in.
Yeah.
You're wearing your face a different style.
Yeah, Candono's boys didn't like it the old way.
I like it. I like it very much.
Yeah, what happened to you tonight?
Frank was supposed to pick me up. He didn't come by.
I see. Your brother finally showed up at the hotel.
Oh, yes?
Yeah. He paid off that IOU.
Is that a quaint way of telling me he's dead?
I suppose. Oh, don't sob so loud. You'll wake the neighbors.
You know by this time that to me Frank was a poor excuse at best. Nothing more. Besides, I knew he was dead. Father's down there now identifying the body.
Just for the record, who has those pictures now?
Candono, I suppose?
His boys piled me tonight looking for something. I got the idea it wasn't my Social Security number.
Oh, you've had a busy evening.
Yeah, they're going to book me for Frank's murder. Just call me Patsy.
You need a drink then, darling.
It can wait. Now, look, you're going to save some time if you tell me right now.
No, I didn't kill Frank. Though I'd be willing to contribute to a shrine for the man who did.
How about Candono?
I don't know. In fact, I don't know Mr. Candono. Thirsty yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good. Patsy, I'll give you $5,000 to find out who killed Frank. Oh, I'll admit it was a good idea killing him, but I want to see the family name cleared up.
Why don't you change names? That's easier.
Oh, don't be crude. Will you do it?
I may hang, and you can save your $5,000.
Here's your drink. The money might help. Should we call it a bargain?
Suit yourself.
Good. You don't want to stand there balancing that drink.
No.
That's it. Sit down. You know, you're an interesting guy, Patsy. I like you.
Yeah?
Yes, don't snowball the statement.
Why'd you make it then?
It seems safe enough.
You sure?
You're a little close, Patsy.
Are you sure?
At this point, I don't care.
Come here, baby.
Patsy.
What's on your mind?
Where I can buy a desert island cheap.
Looks like you got an offer.
Father, he'd forgotten his key. Excuse me. Come on over, Father. I want you to meet Mr. Novak.
Mr. Novak?
Yeah, they think I killed your son. Hi.
He's the one I told you about.
Oh, yes. Yes, now I remember.
It's probably for me. Hello? Oh, yes. I think so. I'll be right there. I've got to run, darlings. Only be gone a while. Father, keep Mr. Novak sober, I'll pick up from there. Good night, Father. See you soon, Patsy.
A remarkable girl.
She's active, too. Does she always sail out for a night camp?
A remarkable girl.
More so than Frank?
I'm afraid so.
You seem to like him better dead.
Well, at least he's more harmless that way. But perhaps that sounds unbecoming of a father.
Well, if he looks better that way, suit yourself.
I've never made any attempt to camouflage my feelings. I'm fond of my daughter. And my son, I've loathed. In a casual way. He's a mishap of nature which for years I've been content to blame on his mother. This matter of the gambling debt, case in point.
You know about that?
Oh, yes. Plus Doreen's liberal contribution to the problem. By the way, Mr. Novak, who did kill him?
I thought maybe you did.
No. I'm not a doer. I just cheer from the grandstand. Excuse me. Hello? It's for you, Mr. Novak.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, Patsy. I'm down at Candono.
I know that. What'd you find out?
Never played 2 and 8 on a roulette wheel.
All right, drop the clowning.
Well, I found out about your friend.
Yeah?
They came in about 10 o'clock, so that puts them right in line.
No, not anymore. The guy got knocked off at 7 o'clock.
Oh, impatient, wasn't he? In that case, you better start looking for a tie-up between the girl and Candono.
Not a chance.
No?
She doesn't even know Candono.
She makes friends very quickly then because she just walked into his office.
Well, things were beginning to fall into place. If the girl and Candono were that chummy, they were using those pictures. To squeeze the old man, probably. There was only one thing about it that didn't make sense. Why did Candono's boys beat my brains out if he had the pictures all along? Well, I talked to the old man a while, and then I headed for Candono's joint. They were closed when I got there, so I went home to bed. Oh, I'd have given a good price if tomorrow never rolled around. But the sun was eating through the haze the next morning when I walked into Candono's place. A sad old biddy with a mop told me Candono was in his office, so I knocked on the door.
Yeah?
Hello, Candono. I'm the guy your boys pistol whipped.
Novak? Come on in. I wouldn't worry. Maybe you'll heal handsome.
Thanks.
I'm sorry about that, Novak.
I'll bet you are.
Well, that's the way you'll get it. It won't come engraved. If I say I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're full of tears. You going to shed one when they send me up on a bum murder rap?
No, I'll buy you a handkerchief, though.
If you got the time, you might tell me what Doreen Wilde was doing in here last night.
What do you care? Maybe we're in love.
And maybe you're putting the screws on old man Wilde.
Hello? Yeah. Did you tell anybody you were coming here?
No, just a birdie.
It's for you.
Yeah. Hello, Jocko. When? Well, from where I'm sitting, it doesn't make sense. No, of course not. Yeah, I'll let you know. Well, how you feeling, Candono?
Get to the point, Novak.
They found a dead guy out in the marina this morning. He was shot and banged up badly, but they identified him.
What's that to me?
Nothing, except they identified him as Joe Candono. Confused?
No. It was a guy named Eddie Darrow.
Friend of yours?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he was.
What does that prove?
It proves lots, Novak. It proves unless you find her in a cemetery, never trust a woman.
With a good assist, deep short, we could make it now. I knew that. Candono was mad about something, and the lid was going to blow. I called Hellman. His little lid was gone 10 minutes ago. He had the murder gun, and it belonged to old man Wilde. A messenger walked in and put it on the sergeant's desk a few hours ago with no explanation. Oh, that was the clincher. From here on in, it was cakes and ale. Told Hellman what I knew. He picked me up at Gillian and Taylor, and we headed for the Wilde apartment. The girl and the old man were in the living room when we walked in.
Everybody had breakfast?
Patsy, I didn't know you came out till after dark.
Well, we just wanted to call your old man. Wilde, this is Inspector Hellman.
Is there anything I can do?
You're ambitious, Wilde. Hellman's here to arrest you for murder.
I'm amused, but not frightened.
They might have gone easy on you for killing your son, but not Eddie Darrow.
And who is Eddie Darrow?
The guy you thought was Candono when you killed him last night. Your daughter was helping him put on that squeeze.
She even sent in your gun this morning.
Please, Doreen, tell these men.
Well, the starting backfield. Hello, Candono.
Step aside, Novak.
You don't need that gun, Joe.
Not for long. All right. Push the girl out there. Push the girl out there.
For a gambler, these are bad odds, Joe.
Just keep talking loud, and when you stop, all of a sudden, you'll know I'm through with
you. You made the first switch, Joe.
I didn't trust you, so I sent Eddie Darrow up. He was a good guy, and I liked him.
I didn't kill him, Joe.
You made it easy, though. Say 'em fast, baby. Here it comes.
Look out, Doreen!
Watch the old man. Give me that gun.
Yeah. They keep shooting the wrong people around here.
I'm sorry, Hellman. I bungled, huh?
Yeah, you bungled, Joe. How's the old guy, Novak?
You should live so long, Hellman. He's dead.
You're gonna need me soon, huh, Hellman?
Yeah, right now. Come on, Joe. Tag by headquarters, Novak.
Sure.
Well, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah.
I'm sorry he jumped in front of me. He didn't have to do it.
No, but you expected it.
I suppose. I'm made to expect things, Patsy.
Uh-huh. And you're not going to mind this.
I expected that, too. You can slap me, but don't leave me, Patsy. I don't want to be alone. You got a cigarette?
They're on the table.
I see. A match, Patsy?
You go build your own fire. I'm leaving.
Please, Patsy, I don't want to be alone.
You won't. I'll send you a whistle. Goodbye. Sweet double cross right from the start. Frank pitched the first curve. He stole the pictures from Candono's office the day of the payoff. He was going to wait for the dough from his sister and skip. In the meantime, the old man found out about it, killed the son, and left him in the hotel after Candono's boys had cleared out. Oh, it would have worked out all right, but Doreen found the pictures in the old man's room and guessed what happened. She gave them back to Candono and then made a deal with him to put a squeeze on the old man. And then she double-crossed Candono by tipping off the old man that Candono was on his way up. I guess he figured the girl for a fast play and sent a pal instead. The old man didn't know the difference. He really thought he killed Candono. And then the girl wrapped it up by sending his gun to headquarters. Well, if things had gone right, she'd have been right in the middle of that gravy boat. Her brother and Candono would be dead. Her father would be up on a murder rap. Once it started to unravel, it moved real fast. The first tip-off I got was when she offered the dough for her brother's killer. She'd have all that dough. And on the books, she looked like a field of Vermont snow. She was feeling around between somebody's shoulder blades, and from then on, all the cards fell just right. Candono was probably right. If they're not in the cemetery, watch out. Well, Hellman had only one question. Why would a guy want to kill off a dame like that? After I saw the pictures, I wondered myself.
The Armed Forces Radio Service has just brought you Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced by William P. Russo. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be with us again next week when over most of these same stations we'll bring you Pat Novak for Hire. Pat Novak for Hire was previously released by ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, for listeners in the United States. and rebroadcast for our men and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's time to join our good friend and host, Dr. Watson, as he waits for us in his familiar study. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
Well, are you all set for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, my boy, I'm all set, as you put it. I was looking over my notes on the case before you arrived, and I came across this. It played an extremely prominent part in tonight's story.
Well, what is it, Dr. Watson? It looks like a dried leaf of some kind.
In its younger days, Mr. Bell, it was a sprightly sprig of parsley.
Dr. Watson, I know you have the habit of collecting odd mementos from your cases, but a sprig of parsley.
And yet, my boy, this withered piece of greenery enabled Sherlock Holmes to solve one of the most diabolical murders that we ever encountered. The strange death of Mrs. Abernetty.
Well, this I've got to hear, but first of all...
Oh, I know, Mr. Bell, I know. You have a message for our listeners.
Every man who wants to get to the top should realize how much neatly groomed hair adds to a man's appearance. And I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing how so many of America's most prosperous and successful men keep their hair looking so attractive. They use Kreml Hair Tonic. And it's easy to see why. Because Kreml contains precious hair grooming ingredients found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look. It keeps it in place longer, too. Yet Kreml never leaves hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. Never leaves it feeling stiff as a board. Just make this test, men. After you apply Kreml, run your hand back over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. Notice how no grease comes off on your hand. Your hair always looks like a million and feels like a million when you use Kreml. Kreml. Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the mystery of the withered parsley and the strange death of Mrs. Abernetty?
Well, Mr. Bell, at the time I'm talking about, this parsley, just like myself, was a great deal younger.
Oh.
But to get on with my story, Holmes had just concluded his amazing investigation in the affair of the Reading bicycle pump murder, and we decided to stay for a few days in the nearby beautiful village of Pangbourne. The weather was surprisingly generous for an English summer, and on our second day, Holmes and I had gone for a stroll along the towpath of the River Thames. Holmes was in an extremely morose mood that day, I remember, as we walked back towards our hotel. The country's beautiful here, Holmes.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Oh, come. Look at the red and grey roofs of the cottages, and the farms peeping out through the trees over there. So peaceful and soothing.
I'm afraid it has the reverse effect on me, Watson. That's the curse of having a mind like mine.
Oh, how do you mean, Holmes?
I observe everything with reference to my own special subject. You look at those scattered houses, and I'm impressed by their peace and beauty.
I look at them and think how easily crime may be committed there.
Good Lord, who'd associate crime with a spot like that?
It's my opinion, Watson, based on experience, that the lowest and vilest alleys in London do not present a more dreadful record of sin than does the smiling countryside.
What a morbid thought.
The reason is obvious. The pressure of public opinion can do in the city what the law cannot accomplish. There's no lane so dark that the scream of a tortured child or the thud of a drunkard's blow does not obtain sympathy and help from some neighbor. But look at these lonely houses. Think of the deeds of hellish cruelty, the hidden wickedness, which may go on year in, year out in such places and no one the wiser.
Upon my soul, Holmes, you're in a particularly depressing mood. Hello. Look at this fellow running towards us. Must be crazy. Imagine galloping along a towpath on a hot day like this.
From his expression, I think we may reasonably assume that he's not doing it for the exercise.
Excuse me, but is one of you gentlemen Dr. Watson?
Yes, sir, I am. And this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, how do you do, sir? Mr. Holmes.
How do you do?
My name is Gareth Abernetty. I heard that you were staying in the village. I went to your hotel, and they told me that you'd gone for a walk in this direction.
I presume you need a doctor's help.
Yes, I do. Dr. Watson, I know you're on a holiday, but...
Oh, well, naturally, I'm at your service, sir. What is wrong?
Oh, perhaps we could start walking back to the inn. My horse and trap are there, and I'll tell you about it as we go. My mother's just had a bad heart attack. We live at Holmby Grange, a few miles out of the village. I'd like to drive you out there at once,
but
Doctor.
Surely, if you live here, you must have a family doctor.
Well, he's in London for a few days.
I see. Tell me, Mr. Abernetty, what were the symptoms of your mother's heart attack?
Well, she said she was taking her usual nap before lunch. She started to go to sleep and suddenly woke up crying that she was going to die. Said her heart seemed to stop beating entirely for a few moments.
Well, has she had these attacks before?
Well, I can't tell you much about it. The family says that for her age, she's been in very good health. I've been abroad for a few years.
In China, I observe, Mr. Abernetty.
Yes, I went out there as a war correspondent covering the Boxer Rebellion. But how did you know?
The fish that you have tattooed immediately above your right wrist could only have been done in China. That trick of staining the fish's scale a delicate pink is quite peculiar to that country.
That's amazing, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, it's not so amazing as all that. It's just a certain facility for observation, sir. For instance, from what you told me of your mother's symptoms, I should say that her lips are bluish, that she runs out of breath when walking upstairs, and the veins in her cheeks are unusually pronounced.
I begin to think I've met a pair of magicians.
Oh,
but you're right, Doctor.
I see I put you on your mettle, Watson. How did you deduce that?
Elementary, my dear Holmes. The symptoms of Mr. Abernetty described were typical of mitral constriction. I shall be delighted to examine your mother and do whatever I can for her.
I'm very grateful, Doctor.
You're in good hands, Mr. Abernetty. Well, Watson, I shall see you later, no doubt. This is one case in which I'm sure you need no help from me.
Well, Dr. Watson, I'm not much of a one for doctors. Stick out your tongue and give me a guinea. That's what most of them say. Well, what's your verdict?
That there's nothing seriously wrong, Mrs. Abernetty. Just take these drops I'm giving you before each meal and you'll be well in no time.
Lizzie. Yes, ma'am? You heard what the doctor said. Now try and stop your wool gathering long enough to see that I get those drops.
Yes, ma'am. I won't forget.
You'd forget your own name if the butcher's boy was to ring the bell, though, wouldn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, no,
You can leave the room, Lizzie.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you should rest for a while, Mrs. Abernetty.
Plenty of time for rest at my age, Doctor. Anyway, I want to talk to you privately. That's why I sent Lizzie out of the room. I want you to bring your friend Sherlock Holmes here to lunch tomorrow.
Sherlock Holmes? But how did you know that...
That he was in the village? There's nothing new in the village or anywhere else going on here that I don't know about, Doctor. Now, will you bring him? I've got something very important to discuss with him.
Really, ma'am, I don't think of the state of your heart that you...
Oh, what was that filthy medicine you gave me?
Oh.
It's made me sleepy.
Well, that was its purpose, madam.
My family think I'm going to die. They're waiting for it. Hoping for it.
Oh, rubbish. You're not going to die, madam.
We'll fool them, Doctor, won't we? We'll fool them. Oh, who is
Now, Mrs. Abernetty. I'll go to the door.
Oh, Doctor, I came to see how Granny was getting along. I'm Rose Abernetty.
I'm Dr. Watson. How do you do, my dear?
Who is it, Doctor? It's me, Granny. I came to see how you are.
Take the doctor downstairs, Rose. Give him some tea and introduce him to the rest of the family. He's got bad news for them. I'm going to live.
Uncle Gareth, will you introduce Dr. Watson, please?
Of course, my dear Rose. And I appreciate your motive in giving me the privilege. A shy, retiring girl like yourself would hardly dare make such a descriptive introduction as I will.
Uncle Gareth, you've been drinking again.
Well, since I was the only member of this heartless Abernetty clan that had the initiative to go and get a doctor, I think I was entitled to a brandy or two. Come on, Watson. Come and meet my noble brothers. They're here in the library, waiting like hopeful vultures for bad news about our dear mother's health.
Oh, well, sir, I think perhaps some other time.
No. Might as well get it over with.
I'm sorry, Dr. Watson. I didn't know Uncle had been drinking.
Oh, that's quite all right, my dear child.
Dr. Watson, let me introduce my brother, Ernest.
How do you do?
How are you, Dr. Watson? Since the success of Oscar Wilde's recent comedy of manners, Ernest has been unbearable. I think he took its title too literally.
I suppose you're referring to the importance of being earnest.
As you see, Doctor, my brother is a brilliant wit, and brandy sharpens his perceptions even more. He's been known to launch a whole string of leaden epigrams in the course of one evening.
Yes, and he's been known to do an honest day's work in his life, which is more than you can say, my dear Ernest.
Gareth, I'm sure Dr. Watson has no desire to listen to our dreary wranglings. Why not introduce him to John?
I'm going to. Watson, this is my other brother, John Abernetty.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Doctor?
John is the respectable member of the family. He manages the estates here, and at least has the unique distinction of having worked for the money he gets from Mother.
Shouldn't talk like this in front of a stranger, Gareth. Bad form, you know.
Yes, Uncle Gareth. Dr. Watson's come here to tell us about Granny.
Oh, and then let's hear the verdict. It means much more to us than you could possibly imagine, I can assure you.
Well, I examined Mrs. Abernetty very thoroughly. Considering her age, I'm glad to say that her condition is quite good. I've prescribed digitalis for her, and she should pull through very nicely. In fact, I see no reason why she shouldn't live to be 100.
Oh, Uncle Ernest, that was one of our nicest wine glasses.
Look at us, Watson. You give us the best possible news, and look at our faces. Don't you realize that this whole family is waiting for one thing? My mother's death?
I tell you, Holmes, it was perfectly nauseating.
I must say they sound like a peculiarly unattractive family.
All except the granddaughter Rose. She's a sweet little thing, but the others are a bunch of good-for-nothings.
Undoubtedly. And yet my reaction to what you've told me is one of intense curiosity. As I remarked earlier today, the quiet countryside, beneath its external beauty, cloaks some of the vilest happenings.
Well, I admit the atmosphere in that household is vile, all right.
And think of the potential tragedy smoldering there. A wealthy matriarch who controls the purse strings. 4 relations living there and praying for one thing, her death. No, Watson, with such a setting, my curiosity is overpowering.
Then you will call on her?
If you think she's in good enough condition to see me. Attempts may have already been made on her life.
Normally I'd suggest postponing it for a day or two, but if you think that she's in danger,
Quite.
I feel...
Watson, tomorrow we shall call upon the lady and see what can be done to help her.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mrs. Abernetty?
Before we go into lunch, I should like to tell you why I asked you to come here today. And I want my family to know, too. Children, I want your attention.
Oh, Mother, not another lecture, surely.
No, Ernest, not a lecture. Merely a statement of fact. I have asked Mr. Sherlock Holmes here today because he is a detective.
A detective? What's the matter, Mother? Has someone pinched the family silver?
Gareth, be quiet.
No, please don't excite yourself, madam. Remember that heart of yours.
Yes, Granny, do be careful.
Oh, stop fussing over me, Rose, and sit down. Gareth, you mentioned the family silver. How did you know that's what I was going to speak about?
Oh, Mother, I was only joking.
Were you? Strange joke. Mr. Holmes, I discovered a few days ago that the Abernetty silver has been stolen piece by piece and replaced by imitations.
How do you know, Mrs. Abernetty?
I recently had occasion to have some of our silver knives repaired. The blades were loose in the handles. The London jeweler to whom I sent them reported that they were not the family silver, but plated imitations. I had him come down here and examine the rest of the set. They're frauds. I want you to find out who's responsible. I know it's one of these 4 children.
That's ridiculous, Mother. Why suggest that one of us is responsible?
Because I know you children too well.
Personally, I think it's what you deserve, Mother.
How dare you?
I'm not dependent on you, Mother, but the others are. You've kept them dangling too long. Look at you, Rose. You're still young. Are you going to stay here another 20 years waiting for your grandmother to die?
Get it! Leave her room!
Now, please, Mrs. Abernetty.
Lunch is served, ma'am.
Oh, go away! I love you!
Quick, Watson. She's having another attack.
Out of the room, everybody, please.
Oh, Dr. Herald.
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Abernetty. You're going to be quite all right.
Are you feeling better, Mrs. Abernetty?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I am.
That digitalis soon fooled you round, didn't it? You must remember not to take another dose until this evening. In the meanwhile, I think you'd better go and lie down.
No, Doctor. I want to go into lunch. And afterwards, I have something else to tell you, Mr. Holmes. Something I don't intend the family to hear. And it's much more significant than stealing silver.
Mrs. Abernetty, I think if you were to tell me your real problem now, simply and directly, a great deal of time and patience might be saved.
After lunch, Mr. Holmes. Doctor, give me your arm.
Excellent lunch, I must say.
And the conversation has had all the sparkle and gaiety of a funeral oration.
Well, since you've entirely monopolized the conversation, Gareth, that's not very surprising.
Stop wrangling, you two. Got guests. Bad form, you know.
Mr. Holmes, did you care for some more coffee?
Thank you, Mrs. Abernetty. I'd like another cup.
Granny, what's wrong? Your hand's shaking so.
Doctor! Granny!
Quick, Dr. Watson.
Mrs. Abernetty!
Don't be with Mother.
Holmes! She's dead.
Then I must assume a different mission than the one I came here to perform. I suggest that you all leave this room, and that one of you sends a servant for the police. Murder has just been committed before our eyes.
Murder? But Holmes, she died of a heart attack.
When death is so intensely desired by 4 persons present? No, Watson, I'm afraid I can't assume a verdict of natural death. In proof, I suggest you notice the depth to which that parsley has sunk in the butter. I repeat, send for the police.
Oh, now.
Before we find out what the police discover, men, once you get bald, there's nothing you can do about it. But it's never too early to make the most of the hair you've got. That's why I urge you to try Kreml Hair Tonic. Kreml contains very special hair grooming ingredients which have never been duplicated in any other hair tonic. Kreml keeps the hair in place longer, always looking so neat and well-groomed, never greasy or sticky. But this highly specialized hair tonic does lots more than just keep the hair looking handsome. A quick massage with Kreml helps stimulate circulation right in the surface of the scalp, leaving your scalp feeling so alive, so invigorated. At the same time, Kreml removes loose dandruff and has a fine lubricating effect on a dry scalp. And if your hair is dry and breaks and falls, Kreml actually helps condition the hair in that it leaves it feeling so much softer, more pliable. Men, I'm sure you'll enjoy the way Kreml always feels so clean on your scalp, looks so clean on your hair, and has such a clean odor. How it helps give you such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. Buy a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, I begin to see what you mean about that withered sprig of parsley. But I still don't understand what it had to do with the death of the old lady.
Well, more did I, Mr. Bell, at the time, but Sherlock Holmes soon explained it to me. As soon as the family had left the dining room and the police had been sent for, Holmes and I stood together in that room of death, examining the dining room table.
Yes, Watson. I'm certain that she was poisoned before our eyes.
But how, Holmes?
You'll admit that in her condition a double dose of digitalis would have been fatal?
Possibly, yes, but she didn't have an overdose. I gave her some before we came into lunch and told her not to take her usual dose at the table. And she didn't take it.
Not consciously, Watson, but I'm convinced that she received another dose in her food.
How? She didn't eat the roast lamb the rest of us had. She simply had 2 lightly boiled eggs. She cracked them open herself. They couldn't have been poisoned.
But she put butter in her eggs, large quantities of butter.
We all ate butter from the same dish, Holmes.
True. But once again, I ask you to observe the significant fact. The depth to which the parsley has sunk in the butter.
But the parsley hasn't sunk perceptibly at all.
That, my dear Watson, is the significant fact.
Oh, beg your pardon, sir. Lizzie said as how you thought something was wrong with the lunch. I'm the cook.
Something was very wrong with the lunch, my good woman.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I hear as how Mrs. Abernetty's been took with another of her spells.
Yes, she has. Tell me, was this table laid for lunch at 1 o'clock?
Yes, sir, it was. But you didn't come in till half an hour later.
While Mrs. Abernetty's attack delayed us in the drawing room, did anyone come through the kitchen into this room?
No, sir. Lizzie and me would have seen him if they had.
And when you set the table, you placed this butter here?
Yes, sir.
As you see, it's garnished with parsley. Did you do that?
No, sir, I didn't. That's funny. Who could have put that on there?
Joe Holmes, you're right.
But the roast of lamb was garnished with parsley, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
Splendid. I'm much obliged to you.
I hope the mistress finds better soon, sir.
Watson, I'm going to take that butter to the village, chemist shop, and have it analyzed. While I'm doing that, I want you to conduct an experiment of your own.
What do you want me to do?
Obtain a fresh quantity of butter from the kitchen. Place a sprig of parsley on top of it and see how far in half an hour it sinks in.
Ridiculous way of spending my time, I must say.
Nevertheless, Watson, I think the experiment may give us the vital clue to the murder.
Well, Holmes, and what did you find out at the chemist?
It was as I suspected, Watson. The butter was thoroughly impregnated with digitalis.
And yet we all ate some of it.
True. It would not produce any effect on a normally healthy person. In the case of Mrs. Abernetty, however, 2 doses in quick succession were fatal.
Great Scott.
What was the result of your experiment, old chap?
Well, in half an hour on a blazing hot day like this, parsley sinks quite noticeably into the butter.
Therefore, it was placed there shortly before we came in late to lunch, not when the table was set.
But what was the motive?
The butter had been shaped by a mold. It was patterned on the top. The murderer used a hypodermic needle to inject the digitalis, and he had to hide the holes made by the needle. So he took the parsley from the roast and placed it on the butter.
Who had the opportunity?
That's what we have to find out. Have the police arrived?
Yes, there's a Sergeant Jenkins in charge. He's out there in the kitchen questioning the servants.
Then let's join forces. A murderer's in this house, Watson. Between us, we've got to catch him.
Mr. Holmes, I've questioned everybody. The cook, Martha, says nobody came in through the kitchen when lunch was waiting on the table.
And yet we know somebody did, Sergeant.
Well, perhaps they came through the window.
I checked that too, sir. The gardener was working in the rhododendron bed outside. He said no one went in that way.
And the only other entrance to the dining room was the door leading into the library.
Oh, I checked on that one too, Mr. Holmes. Mr. John Abernetty and his brother Ernest were playing a game of chess there. They swore that no one went through that door.
Well, it looks as if no one could have tampered with the butter.
Whereas we know they did. Sergeant Jenkins, you've been very thorough in your examinations. But one of these witnesses is lying. We must talk to them again. Martha, when you said no one came through your kitchen and went into the dining room, you meant no member of the family, didn't you?
That's right, sir.
If it had been one of the other domestics, Lizzie, for example, you wouldn't have noticed it?
No, you mention it, sir. Lizzie did go in just before they came into lunch.
Lizzie did, but...
Quite, Watson. Sergeant, please ask Mr. Ernest Abernetty to step in here for a moment.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, Lizzie did go through the library door, but I can't see that fact as of much importance.
Possibly you can't. And yet I assure you my question was not an idle one. Was Lizzie carrying anything, do you recall?
I really didn't notice. I'm afraid I find the problems of chess, even with Brother John as an opponent, more interesting than the perambulations of the worthy Lizzie.
Lizzie.
Yes, sir?
You did go into the room just before lunch?
Yes, sir. I remember that I forgot to put the claret out, so it would be room temperature. Mr. Ernest is most particular about that.
Thank you, Lizzie. You may go.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Holmes, do you think she did it?
Surely there's no doubt of it in your mind now, is there?
Well, there is in mine, Mr. Holmes, and no mistake.
And yet the case is solved, Sergeant. Let's go into the drawing room and I'll introduce you to our murderer. And so, ladies and gentlemen, you can all see now how the murder was committed.
But by Lizzie? But that doesn't seem possible, Mr. Holmes. What motive would she have?
Oh, I could understand her motive. Mother's been an absolute tyrant with her.
I find it hard to believe that with her addle-pated mentality, she'd have the imagination to think of such a plot.
Oh, no, Gareth. The man responsible for this murder is you.
Uncle Gareth!
Oh, this is ridiculous.
I did not say the murderer. I said the man responsible.
But Holmes, what on earth are you driving at?
Gareth, by his example in finding a job and going abroad, caused one of his other relatives to become disgusted with the life of a parasite. That person decided to go beyond such petty devices as stealing silver and to turn to murder.
An Abernetty? Commit murder? I say, really.
A remarkably brilliant observation.
Which one is it, Holmes?
Surely that's obvious. Two witnesses, the cook and Ernest, at first swore no one had entered the dining room. Then, when I asked a question based on one of the elementary flaws of direct evidence, each admitted that Lizzie had entered.
Lizzie herself admitted it, Mr. Holmes.
Very true. She told us in detail how she had entered the dining room once, but the witnesses had her entering twice. The cook saw her come through the kitchen door, and you, Ernest, admitted that she had passed you through the library door. Someone else had realized that same flaw of evidence, that no employer really notices the actions of a servant. Someone else had entered that room in the maid's uniform. And who is the only suspect who could have done that?
By George, Rose Abernetty.
The shy and retiring Rose?
Yes, I killed Granny. When Dr. Watson said that Grandmother might live another 20 years, I saw that I'd never get away from here.
Well, you're getting away from here now, miss. I'm taking you over to the station.
I don't care. I'd be an old maid.
And I warn you that anything you say may be used in evidence against you.
I killed...
What a shocking case. I'm glad we're headed back to our hotel and never have to see that Abernetty family again.
We'll have to make a brief appearance at the trial of the girl, I'm afraid.
I still find it hard to believe that quiet, shy little thing was capable of conceiving such a devilish murder.
Solitude, unhappiness, and the companionship of an evil, maladjusted family and a tyrannical grandmother breed dark fancies, Watson.
She dressed up in a maid's uniform, convinced that no one would give her a second glance, and then, having poisoned the butter, returned, changed her dress, and sat down at the luncheon table.
Precisely. Well, Watson, this has been an unsavory case, but it points a moral. A moral that I hope you, as my self-appointed biographer, will profit by.
And what moral is that?
The extreme importance of observing details. Miss Abernetty would not now be on her way to a prison cell if I hadn't noticed one vital clue. The depth to which the parsley had sunk in the butter.
Just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us something about next week's story. Girls, have you noticed how men can't help but admire the bright, shimmering highlights in a woman's hair? Then why not follow the advice of the famous $1 Million Powers models? Girls noted for their glossy, bright hair.
Powers models wash their hair with Kreml shampoo. This amazingly beautifying Kreml shampoo actually glamour bathes each tiny strand of hair and uncovers all its natural, radiant luster.
Yes, and Kreml shampoo never dries the hair. In fact, it has a beneficial oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Its luxurious active foam penetrates right to the scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to glamour bathe your hair to a vision of tantalizing loveliness. Kreml. Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, next week I think I'll tell you about the singular affair of the Coptic compass.
The Coptic compass? Sounds intriguing, Dr. Watson.
Sherlock Holmes found it so, Mr. Bell. The adventure started one afternoon when Holmes and I, returning to our Baker Street rooms, found, lying in the middle of our floor, an unclothed corpse.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Six Napoleons. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the singular affair of the Coptic compass. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting.
Night beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. But tonight's story began when one man tried to destroy another with the strangest weapon of all, darkness.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
When your job is to walk into the darkness and discover what makes a city tick, you pick up some mighty strange friends. The winos dreaming of a muscatel paradise in cold, dark doorways. The petty larceny boys with their fast deals. The painted little dames defying the world with their brassy laughter. The homeless, the hopeless. In the city, night is for the lost. And sometimes you feel a hunger to be with someone of the everyday world, some nice, well-adjusted soul who's got a reason for waking up tomorrow morning. I guess that's why I dropped in to see Bessie Chatfield tonight. Bessie's a little gray-haired librarian who has charge of a small storefront library on Huron Street. No one around this time of night but Bessie and a young fellow in a gray raincoat alone at a reading table.
Mr. Stone. Well, we haven't seen you, in such a long time.
Well, since Forever Amber, you haven't had the kind of high-type literature that interests me.
And when you finally do drop in, look what time you get here. 10 o'clock. Right when I have to go over and start turning out the lights.
I timed it that way so I could get you behind those bookcases, away from that fellow with the reading desk.
Well, I'm afraid your timing is about 35 years off, Mr. Stone. These light switches. Why do they always put them up so high?
Aren't you going to tell that fellow it's time to go home?
This is the way we tell them. We flick off the lights and then flick them on again. First off, like this.
No, don't do that. No!
What?
Turn the lights on quick. Let me handle him.
What's the idea of doing that, mister? That's supposed to be smart or something.
Oh, take it easy, fella. Take it easy.
Or did he pay you to do it? Is that the deal?
Huh?
You tell George Brewster that the game doesn't amuse me anymore. You tell him if he keeps that up, I'll kill him.
Oh, wait. I turned the lights out. It's closing time.
What? Closing time? Oh. Yes, of course.
What's wrong with you, buddy? You sick or something?
Sick, yes, that's me, sick. Only mine's a childhood disease. Childhood.
No, what in the world was that?
I don't know. Ever seen him before?
He's come in a couple of times this week. Spent all his time reading some reference books at the table. Seemed to be such a nice, polite young man. Considerate, kindly.
Let's take a look at those books.
Oh, my heavens, my heart is beating a mile a minute. And did you see his face? It frightened me.
He was even more scared than we were.
Of what?
These are books he was reading?
Yes.
The Mind in Limbo, Abnormal Psychology, Modern Psychiatry.
Why would he want books like this?
Maybe he was looking for somebody in these books.
Who?
Himself, Bessie? Probably himself. Bessie was pretty upset, so after she locked up for the night, I started walking her toward the elevated station over on Lake Street. We'd walked a couple of blocks through the dark, empty streets when suddenly Bessie grabbed my arm.
Mr. Stone, that man down the street, looking in that store window. That's him.
Oh, yes, same gray raincoat, same lad.
And look, Mr. Stone, what's that in his hand?
That's a piece of pipe or something.
He's breaking that store window.
Yeah, you wait right here, honey.
Be careful, Mr. Stone, be careful.
The fellow was reaching through the broken window glass for whatever it was that had struck his fancy. He heard me coming and turned toward me. The wan street light did something to his face. It seemed twisted and torn. Blood was running down his hand where the glass had cut it. Then I saw what he'd taken from the window. A gun. What's the idea, pal? He spun around and started running for the elevator station down the block. And in the best tradition of the Rover boys, I stayed right on his tail. He turned back to see how I was doing. He stumbled over a trash can near the curb. I caught up with him, grabbing his arm.
Let go of me. Leave me alone. Let go of me.
He slashed the gun across my face and began running again. I stopped long enough to take a quick inventory of my teeth. Up above, I heard the elevator train coming into the station. The young fellow had reached the station steps and was going up fast, trying to make that train. I reached for one of his legs. He turned and gave it to me right in the stomach. I folded up, and I just sat there. I listened to the train pull away with the fellow on it, and remembered what Bessie had said about him being such a nice, polite young man. After a while, I began to feel somewhat human again. I notified the police what had happened, and they sent a squad car out. After they left, I remembered something, a name this nice, polite young man had been throwing around. George Brewster. I found a phone book in a cigar store. There were 3 George Brewsters. The first number didn't answer. I tried the second.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to George Brewster.
Oh, he's not in right now. Is there any message?
Who is this?
I'm his sister. Is anything wrong?
Well, if this is the right George Brewster, something is wrong. Is there any reason why a young fellow should want to kill your brother?
Oh, that would be Morrison. Oh, I warned George.
Morrison, huh?
Tom Morrison.
Where does he live?
Our old apartment, 612 Hamlin Avenue. What makes you think he wants to kill George?
Well, this character broke into a store tonight and stole a gun. I sort of think he had your brother in mind when he did it.
Oh, no. What am I going to do?
Well, lady, I know what I'm going to do. As fast as I hang up and get another nickel into this phone, I'm going to call the police.
Oh, I feel so bad. It's not really Morrison's fault, poor man.
Oh, no. He's just a prince of a fellow. Goodbye, lady. I've got to make a call. But then it turned out that I didn't have a nickel. And on the way to the counter for change, I started wondering why the sister of the man he was going to kill felt sorry for Morrison. And why Bessie thought he was such a sweet character. And, well, the night was young, and 612 Hamlin Avenue couldn't wait, and I could call the cops later. 612 North Hamlin was a second-floor flat on the north side. I got there a few minutes after 11 that night. All the windows were lit up. I rang the bell and I waited. I felt a little bead of sweat zigzagging down my face like it didn't have any place to go. Yes? Oh, it's you. No, let's not close the door just yet. In fact, let's push it open all the way.
What do you want?
My 2 front teeth and a few ribs.
Get out of here.
Now, look, pal, don't tempt me. I came against my better judgment to listen to what you've got to say. If I leave now, the only place I'm going is the nearest police station.
Police station. I guess maybe that would be the best.
What?
Otherwise, I don't know what's going to happen. I guess you better call the police, mister.
What do you think you're doing, calling my bluff?
The phone's right behind you.
Okay, buddy, you asked for it. Sure this is the way you want it?
It's better this way. I'm at the end of my rope. I don't want to kill him.
George Brewster?
Yes, George Brewster. I know how it'll end if he doesn't stop.
Stop what?
Call the police, mister. You'd be doing me a favor.
Since when have I got to do you favors?
Well, why aren't you calling?
I'm an Eagle Scout in good standing. I haven't done my good deed for today.
You can't help me, mister.
Stone is the name. What makes you so sure I can?
Thanks for even wanting to. After that bad time I gave you.
Bad time? That's the understatement of the year.
Well, I was panic-stricken. He got me half crazy.
Well, what have you got to lose if you tell me about it?
No.
Okay.
Wait. I don't know. I'm like a drowning man grasping at straws. Look, maybe if you talk to Brewster, told him what he's doing to me, maybe he'd leave me alone.
Well, you never can tell. But I'd have to know what I'm talking about.
It's quite a story, mister. These lights. Look at them. Bright as the sun, aren't they? Lamps. Overhead chandeliers. Look at them.
I'd hate to see your light bills.
Like some men need drugs. That's how I need these lights.
Come again?
My sanity depends on it. My very sanity.
On these lights?
It's a sickness. You've even got a name for it. Noctophobia, it's called. Fear of darkness.
Fear of darkness? That's for kids. I take that back. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I quite agree. Kids. Or neurotic women. But in a man of my age, it's quite ridiculous. And when the day starts drawing to a close, when the night starts crowding in.
Have you been to a doctor?
Sure, I've been to doctors. They tell me I shouldn't feel too badly. Plenty of people with my trouble. A hangover from childhood. An illness. Like heart trouble is an illness. I'll take the heart trouble.
Maybe you haven't gone to the right kind of a doctor. Maybe psychiatry could help you.
Nothing's going to help me. George Brewster's going to see to that.
What about this, Brewster?
He's trying to destroy me. With the strangest weapon of all.
The strangest weapon of all?
Yes. His weapon is the night.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy. In a moment, we'll return to Night Beat and Randy Stone. But first, we'd like to call your attention to another great NBC mystery adventure program. Every Sunday, you'll want to hear the exciting new Christopher London series with screen actor Glenn Ford in the title role. Stories for Christopher London are furnished by Earl Stanley Gardner, one of the most famous mystery story writers in America. There is no doubt about the greatness of Gardner's stories, and with the superb acting of Glenn Ford, Christopher London should be must-listening for every mystery fan. Make a listening date now to hear the exciting adventures of Christopher London every Sunday over most of these same NBC stations. And now, back to Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone in Night Beat.
It was a weird feeling standing in Morrison's brilliantly lighted parlor listening to him tell me about his terror of darkness. A sturdy, healthy-looking man trapped by a childhood nightmare. I felt guilt listening to him like I was eavesdropping into a dark corner of his mind that was nobody's business but his own. And yet he had to tell me because he needed help. Because George Brewster was using Morrison's fear to destroy him.
I was sent to Chicago by our company to replace Brewster, Stone. Till he found out why I was here, he couldn't do enough for me. He even got me this apartment.
Greater love has no man.
Then he found out what the setup was. He changed fast enough.
How did he find out about this fear of yours?
Well, I'm telling you how. The other night, the two of us were working alone in the big vault down at the office, working on some old account or other. The overhead light. It blew out.
Uh-huh.
Well, it was so sudden, I couldn't help myself. I tried to keep calm, but... Well, it's like something tearing me to pieces inside. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't... Finally, I had to run.
So he found out...
No, he wasn't sure, but... started him thinking.
Yes, I see.
Next afternoon, he came over to my desk. He was jovial, friendly, like he'd been in the beginning. Saying we'd been at each other's throats long enough. Inviting me to have dinner with him that night. Right from work, we went to his favorite spot on the north side, a place called the Catacombs. I began feeling uneasy the moment I entered.
How do you like this place, Tom?
That's okay, it's fine.
It's been a favorite of mine for years. One spot in particular, the wine cellar. How do you feel about wine?
I like it all right.
Come along with me. I'm a wine man from way back.
Say, George, I wanted to talk to you about that little outburst last night.
They have a different wine cellar here with a different temperature for each type of wine.
I haven't been sleeping well, you see.
Me, I prefer Riesling myself. Well, here we are.
Huh?
The white wine cellar. We'll select our own brand for our supper. Here, I'll open the door. Yeah, this is a privilege only an old customer like me can get away with. Come on.
Dark down there.
That's why they've got this candle here on the ledge. Got a match?
Why,
A match, Tom.
Yeah. Here.
Okay. I'll get this candle going. Good. Now, let's go downstairs.
George, you think we should do this on our own?
Done it hundreds of times. Been coming here for the last 10 years. Well, now let's go down these stairs then. Careful.
Yeah. George, I was explaining about last night.
Candle casts funny shadows, doesn't it? You notice how cool it is? 20 feet below street level here.
Look, I want to talk about last night. I don't want any misunderstanding.
Huh?
It's just that I've been working pretty hard.
Look, Tom. Will it make you feel better if you showed me you're not afraid of the dark? Okay, you can show me. I'll blow out the candle.
What are you trying to prove, Brewster?
Nothing at all. It's your idea.
Where are those matches I gave you?
You gave me some matches? Well, I must have lost them.
It's not going to work, Brewster. I'm not insane, you know. I can stay down here until you're quite satisfied.
Funny, isn't it, about the darkness? The way it seems to close in on you. The way you start thinking you can't breathe. I know, I can see how someone could... What's the matter, Tom?
This is ridiculous.
Something so suffocating about a dark room.
Stop it. Stop it.
Only the heavy, smothering blackness.
Stop it.
Where are you going, Tom? Anything wrong? Anything wrong? Anything wrong?
Ran out of that cellar like a kid scared to death, Stone.
It was a rotten thing for him to do.
Well, he's fighting for his job, Stone. He's not too young anymore. He can't start all over again, so he'll do anything.
Oh, great.
I'm sure he's told the people down at work. I'm sure they're all laughing at me behind my back. You don't know what that does to me.
I can imagine.
Today I found a new desk lamp on my desk, courtesy of George Brewster. Every day, something like that.
Did you ask him why he's doing it?
He won't admit he's doing anything. Says it's all my imagination. Maybe I ought to see a doctor. Or better still, maybe a change of climate would help. Well, I'd leave town in a minute. I mean, my future's at stake, too. Before I let him drive me crazy, I'll kill him.
Well, I'm going now. I'm going to talk to this bird. Where does he live?
Out in the suburbs, Lake Forest. He lives with his sister.
All right, I'll give you a ring as soon as I've seen him.
Mr. Stone, I hope you can do some good.
Yeah. Oh. Say, I almost forgot something.
What?
That gun you made off with.
Well,
Maybe if we're lucky, we can talk the store owner into pressing charges. I'll try it.
That was a crazy thing to do. I was so desperate.
Wouldn't have done you much good when they put them in the window. They never loaded. I'll let you in on a secret. If I hadn't known that, I wouldn't have been such a hero coming here tonight.
I'll let you in on a secret, Mr. Stone. You can get bullets without a license. The gun's loaded now.
Oh, great. All right, go and get it for me.
All right. Yes, I want to give it to you. It's in my bedroom.
He started for the bedroom. And then it was almost like a comedy routine where after the big build-up, the punchline comes right out on cue. The moment he entered the other room, every light in the house suddenly went out.
What happened to the lights?
Take it easy. Where's the fuse box?
I don't know. Never had any occasion to use it. Besides, if it was a fuse, all the lights wouldn't go out. It wasn't you.
Use your head. How could I do it?
I'm getting out of here. All lights out, too. Stone,
well, maybe something went wrong with the central wire.
But why should it happen exactly now?
Wait, huh?
The downstairs apartment. Their lights are on. If it was the wire...
All right. Let's ask them where the fuse box is.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Morris.
My lights went out. It might be a fuse. Where are the fuse boxes for these apartments?
Out in the back. I'll get a flashlight and show you. Here we are. The fuse box is right here below our meters. Whenever the people from the light company come out, they have a dickens of a time finding it.
Will you hold the flashlight steady and let me take a look?
Wait a minute, Stone. Lower the flashlight just a little. Huh? It's not the fuse. Look at the master switch on my meter. Look at the one of Mrs. Graham's.
Why, somebody pulled your switch down to off.
Yes. Yes, someone surely did.
Well, here, let me push it up. There.
And look upstairs. All your lights are on again.
That's probably some kids playing a joke.
How do you suppose the rascals ever found it? It's so well hidden.
I've got a theory that all kids come equipped with a special radar for finding things like this.
Mrs. Graham, tell this gentleman who used to live in my apartment before I did.
Why,
Tell him.
why, you know. He even got the apartment for you. Your friend, Mr. Brewster. But what is that?
Tom, that doesn't prove he did it.
For me, it does, Stone. For me, it does.
Morrison went around to the front of his house and up the stairs to his flat. I waited in the hallway until he came down again. He looked different. His face was hard and set. His eyes were like chunks of glass punched into the flesh.
What are you waiting for, Stone?
When we were so rudely interrupted, you were going for the gun.
I've got it now.
Ah, yes. Hand it over. I'll bring it back.
No, thanks.
Now, where are you going and what are you going to do?
I'm fighting for my sanity, my life. He's never going to do this to me again. Never.
I can't let you do that.
You're not going to have to.
The minute you leave, I'm going to call every cop in the book.
Yes, that's what you do, isn't it?
Yes.
Then I'd better give you the gun.
This could become habit-forming. I dropped to my knees in the hallway, and then the hallways subdivided like something under a microscope, and there were 2 hallways, and then there were 4. And then everywhere I looked, there were hallways. Morrison tried to push me aside and get by me, only it was a whole circle of Morrisons. I grabbed at his legs to hold him back, and it was like grabbing at a centipede. Then all the Morrisons in all the hallways brought all their guns down on my one poor head. And that was it, brothers and sisters, that was it.
Feeling better, Mr. Stone?
Oh, if I felt any better, I'd call an embalmer. Oh, what a business.
I heard a commotion, and I came out, and you were lying here.
Oh, is this my head, or is it a cantaloupe?
Oh, how did it happen, and where's Mr. Morrison?
Oh, Morrison, yes. How long ago did you hear this commotion?
Oh, just a couple of minutes ago. You came out of it real fast.
Yeah, I've got an iron constitution. Have you got a phone?
Well, yes, but don't you think you
Come on, lady. Grab my head, put it back on nice and neat, and let's get to that phone. Hello, this is the fellow who called you before, Miss Brewster, about Morrison and your brother.
Oh, yes.
He's not there yet, huh?
No, my brother's...
I don't mean your brother. I mean Morrison.
What? No. Is he...
Oh, yes, he sure is. Now, give me your address, and the minute you hang up, get away from your house as fast as you can. Morrison's got a gun, and he's half crazy.
Maybe we should call the police.
Well, maybe we should, but I'm not going to. They'd throw the book at him 10 years for attempted murder. I think I can stop him before he does anything.
Oh, I can't tell you how sorry I am about this.
Lady, you and your brother should be. The cab got me out to their Lake Forest house in less than 20 minutes. The house was on a hill, and a flagstone path wound round and round for a city block until it reached the front porch. As I ran up the walk, my head started rattling like a handful of pennies in a tin cup. I felt weak and tired. All the time I tried not to think about what I'd find when I reached the house. And now I was at the end of the path, walking toward the front porch. A nerve deep in my throat started jangling like a burglar alarm. The house was in darkness, and Morrison was standing beneath a little porch light, his gun pointed right at me.
You won't quit, will you, Stone?
What have you done with him, Tom?
He hasn't done anything with him yet, Mr. Stone.
Huh? Who is...
I'm sitting over here at the end of the porch. I'm George's sister.
Oh. I didn't see you in the dark. Why didn't you get away like I told you?
I won't hurt her. It's him. He'll be coming along soon.
George would never have done that. I begged him not to. Take advantage of a man's weakness.
Well, Mr. Brewster is coming home.
What?
His car's stopping at the bottom of the hill. Now he's starting the long climb.
Morrison, listen to me.
You just sit there, the both of you. And I must insist that you be very quiet.
Please, listen to me. Please.
Please.
Keep coming up that path, Brewster. It's a long, long way.
You must listen to me.
Morrison,
You don't know what you're
waiting
doing.
near the porch light, the gun in
George
his
hurt
hand.
you. He shouldn't have done that.
Far below the small
What
figure
you're
of
doing
George
is
Brewster
so
making a long, slow
You
climb.
realize that you're going to kill George because he found out about your fear. But don't you see, George is afraid too. Of bigger things. Of being 53 and seeing his whole life going down.
Brewster
the
had
drain.
stopped at the first landing to
That's
catch
why
his
he
breath.
hurt you.
Now he was climbing up the path again.
He was fighting.
Maybe 100 steps from his death. I found myself counting the steps.
Why are you afraid of the darkness? Don't you see? If you weren't afraid, George couldn't hurt you anymore. Please, listen to me.
Keep your voice down. If you try to warn him, you both die, too. Keep coming, Brewster.
Yes, he kept coming. No more than 70 steps now.
What is there to fear about the dark?
The girl's voice going on and on.
Nothing in it.
Brewster getting closer.
All it does is hide the world.
Less than 50 steps now. 40 steps. 30 steps.
If you believe in God, if you believe in your own soul, how can you fear the night? What is there in the darkness that can hurt you? There's such peace in the darkness. After the heat of day is gone, the rush, the tumult, the struggle, you can breathe easy again. You can let the tightness inside unwind.
He's almost closer.
Listen to me. Please listen.
It's not going to work, Miss Brewster. I'm going to try and...
Wait.
Miss Brewster.
There we are, Miss Brewster.
No. You must see me in the light.
I tell you, stay with...
Tom. Look at her.
I didn't realize.
I'm not afraid. What right have you to fear?
Julie, is that you on the porch?
What right have you to fear, Mr. Morrison?
What right?
Oh, what a long climb. Must be getting old. Well, what are you doing here, Morrison? And who's this?
Oh, don't mind me. I just came along for the ride.
What's this all about?
I just came to say goodbye, Brewster.
You're leaving?
Yes. I'm going back and tell them you've done a good job here. It's not fair to replace you after so many years.
You're sure nobody scared you away, Morrison?
Look at him, Brewster. Does he look like he's afraid? I don't know if Julie cured Morrison of his fear of darkness. Cure is a pretty strong word. But maybe she helped. I kind of think so. I do know this. It's going to be mighty hard for Tom to fear the darkness, knowing Julie is not afraid. But neither Tom nor I will ever forget what we saw as the porch light lit up her face. Julie Brewster, who did not fear the darkness, was blind. And now that part of the story they always print in heavy type, the moral. And don't smile so indulgently. Morals are very nice things. Some of my best friends have morals. You know, seriously, Julie's whole life is a moral in itself. And trying to top it is like trying to follow Al Jolson with a Mammy song. The best you can do is tip your hat to the fellow who wrote, "Out of the night that covers me, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul." He must have had someone like Julie in mind. Well, 4 o'clock in the morning, a stale cup of coffee, a tired sandwich, and a story to dictate, and I worry about my unconquerable soul. Ah, me. Give me a rewrite.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is written by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music by Frank Worth. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. Stay tuned for Brian Donlevy and Dangerous Assignment on...
This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began when I bumped into a wonderful legend out of the past and watched that legend die before my eyes.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You know, I guess the one thing that makes a newspaper guy like me different from any other working stiff is that while a bookkeeper works with numbers, a carpenter deals in wood, and the miner sweats over coal, a newspaper man, well, all he works with is people. What makes them laugh and dance in the street, what makes them cry in the night. But just the same, like most kinds of work, this has its occupational hazards, too. Being a newspaper man doesn't give you painter's colic or housemaid's knee. But sometimes it can sure do some lousy things to your heart. It was my night off. I had a date with a little blonde at the information desk. You know, the girl who tells you where to go after you tell her what you're looking for. I finally talked her into going dancing. I was supposed to pick her up at 9 o'clock. Only here it was 8:30, and I was still trying to find a flower shop to buy her a corsage. I'd walked to the edge of Skid Row when I finally spotted this place, a little florist shop in the center of a shabby office building. Looking through the window, I saw a gray-haired old lady pinning a boutonniere on the lapel of a chunky fellow in a shiny blue serge. As I came through the front door, the fellow spun around like he was expecting the worst.
Will you hold still so I can get this flower in place?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Dunlap. I'm expecting somebody. I thought maybe this fellow might be the one.
All right. Now, you just stay quiet. I'll be with you in a moment, sir.
All right, there's no hurry at all.
There now. Isn't that beautiful? My husband set it aside especially for you.
Tell your husband thanks. I don't know, no matter how punk I feel, if I get a fresh flower in my lapel, it picks me up better than a shot of raw gin. How much do I owe you?
50 cents.
Here you are.
Oh, I'll pick it up. You seem upset tonight. This person you're going to meet must be quite important.
Yeah, he sure is. He's the man who's going to put me out of my misery.
What?
Sure. Tell your husband next time I need a flower, he better make it a nice white lily. Goodbye.
That fella's sure upset.
Oh, poor Tom Paxton. I've seen him like this before. He's just had a wee bit too much to drink, I'm afraid.
Tom Paxton? No.
Huh?
The rose in his lapel used to be his trademark.
Oh, do you know Tom?
Well, if he's the same one, I was never that lucky. Best I could do was worship him from a distance.
Worship Tom?
Yeah, that sounds crazy, doesn't it? 10 years ago, when I was in college, Tom Paxton was the greatest football star we'd ever had. He was one of the greatest in the country. He was a legend.
Oh, well, it can't be the same man.
I don't know. Once you get over the shock, the resemblance is there, and that rose in the lapel. I don't know, lady, but I'm going to find out. I went out the side door of the florist shop into the lobby. And there was Tom standing in the dark, pushing the button for the elevator. As I came up to him, he spun around again like it was part of an act that he always did on cue.
Are you following me?
Well, yes.
You weren't just shopping for flowers there, were you? If you're Dixie, all right. Don't play games with me. I'm tired of running away. I'm half bats. How much of it can I take?
Now, look, I'm Randy Stone. I I heard the woman call you Tom Paxton. When I went to college, there was a Tom Paxton who was just about the greatest football player who ever lived.
What are you talking about? You got me mixed up with 3 other guys.
Well, this Tom Paxton was always sporting a flower in his lapel.
There's no law against that, is there? Now, go on. Get out of here. Let me alone.
While we were talking, the light over the button of the self-operating elevator flashed on. The elevator was coming down. Well, if Tom Paxton didn't want me to bother him, I couldn't twist his arm. I turned to leave just as the elevator doors opened. Only instead of Tom stepping in, somebody else stepped out.
I was waiting for you, Paxton.
You're Dixie, aren't you?
Come again?
Aren't you?
Sure, that's what I got this southern accent.
Now, listen.
Come on. Somebody wants to see you.
Why doesn't the Syndicate give me a break? Why don't they give me a chance to pay up?
I said come on.
Now, wait a minute, Buster.
You ain't invited, sport. This is one of them small affairs. Paxton, this gun in my pocket, it ain't one of them gadgets you pull the trigger and a cigarette pops out. Come on.
Tom and the mug went out to a small black sedan parked at the curb. As the car raced down the street, I ran across the lobby into Dunlop's flower shop and called the police. When the squad car arrived, I told the boys what little I knew. We found Tom's office on the 4th floor. It told me more about his life since he left college than a 600-page biography. A battered couch, a filing cabinet with nothing filed away except a half-empty bottle of gin, and a beaten-up desk that gave up a couple of old racing forms. And then on the wall behind the desk, I saw something that really grabbed my heart. A picture of the college football team, with Tom right in front with a pigskin in his arms, smiling defiantly like nothing bad could ever happen to him. I hung around after the police left. The picture made me feel low. I wondered how many beatings you had to take to go from All-American to Skid Row to maybe the county morgue. Then the office door opened, and Tom was standing in the doorway. Only he looked different. He didn't seem to be so frightened anymore.
Well, I hear there were cops all over the place. What are you trying to do, get me some publicity?
Did Dixie give you a stay of execution?
No, that wasn't Dixie. Just one of Frank Burr's tough guys.
Burr, the big shot Politico?
Yeah, that's right. Had a little assignment for yours truly.
Oh, yeah? How many times do you have to vote for him?
No, it's nothing like that. I'm going to conduct a little investigation. So you remembered the old halfback, huh?
I thought you didn't know what I was talking about.
No, well, I had a lot on my mind downstairs. Wasn't in any mood to chew the fat. Well, what are you doing these days?
I work on a newspaper.
Oh, is that so?
Oh.
Well, me, like you see, I went into the investigating game. It's not much of an office, but if big shots like Burr come to me, I guess it's not so bad, huh?
No, I guess not.
Say, this fella Dixie I mentioned, I don't want you to get any funny ideas about him. I just gambled a little over my head, like anybody does now and then. Well, I owe the Syndicate a few $1,000, so they think they can scare me by putting their hatchet men on my trail. Only if you remember Tom Paxton, you know he don't scare so easy. Right?
That's right.
Now, that reminds me, I better call the boys right now and tell them I'll settle up at the end of the week. I don't want them losing any sleep on my account.
Well, I'll be going, Tom.
No, kid. Stick around. I'd like to talk to you, kid. About old times, eh?
All right, okay, Tom.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, kid. This is Tom Paxton. Say, look, baby, I got some good news for you. I'll be able to settle with you boys at the end of the week. Well, I know I have, but this time it's on the level. Well, now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't hang up on me. Well, now, give me a break, baby. 3 days? Oh, but I can't do the job in 3 days. No, wait, please, don't hang up. Okay. 3 days. Only tell Dixie to lay off. Yeah. Thanks, Jack. Thanks a lot. 3 days. How am I going to find him in 3 days?
Tom, if there's anything I can do...
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's something you can do. You can clear out of here. So you found me out, huh? That make you feel good or something?
Oh, now, look.
Maybe if you've taken the beatings I have, maybe if you've been crossed up, stabbed in the back, slugged, cheated as many times as I have, you... Oh, what am I telling you for? Go on, get out of here.
Sure thing. So long, Tom.
No. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Look, you being a reporter, you could get into records I couldn't even touch, couldn't you?
Well, I think so.
Look, if I had a week, I could do it on my own, but I've got to find him in 3 days.
Who do you have to find in 3 days?
Look, Stone, I'm not going to kid with you anymore. I've got to make good on this job Burr gave me. I've got to get that fee. If I don't, this guy Dixie will.
Who is this guy Dixie?
Well, that's what drives me nuts. Nobody knows, only the Syndicate.
Well, why don't you go to the police?
No. Cops are out of my line. If I could clean this job up in 3 days, Burr will pay me $5,000, and I'll be all right. It's like I've always said. All you need in life is one good break. And after that, you can roll on your own.
Well, what about Burr?
Well, for a big shot, he's sure plenty scared. Says the newspaper's trying to destroy him.
Oh, so?
So the only way they can do it is to find somebody named John Durand.
I never heard of him.
Nobody, but not to Burr.
Well, what does Durand look like?
Well, Burr wouldn't know what he looks like today. He hasn't seen him for 25 years. I've only got one thing to go on.
Now, what's that?
John Durand is a blind man.
A big shot like Burr afraid of a helpless blind man?
Afraid? Burr's as frightened of that blind man, John Durand, as I am of my unknown pal, Dixie.
And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Tom and I started work the next morning, right after he picked up a fresh, sweet-smelling rose from Mr. and Mrs. Dunlap's florist shop in the lobby. It's funny, but for Tom, a flower in his lapel was like a shot of Benzedrine. After that, we split up. I went down to the paper to have a talk with the political editor. Yes, everyone interested in clean government was trying to wash that Burr right out of their hair. But so far, nothing definite had turned up against him. Only a funny blank space in Burr's biography, a blank space that happened 25 years ago. And I got that ever-loving jackpot feeling. 25 years ago, that's when John Durand, the blind man, entered the picture. Tom and I had to find that blind man, and we had 3 days.
Randy, I'm calling from City Hall. I've checked all the city directories. No John Durand.
Oh, that's great. I visited every agency that helps the blind. Nobody's ever heard of it.
Well, what are we going to do, Randy?
What else can we do? We keep looking. He's not on any credit report. His name's never appeared on any police blotter.
Well, we're running out of time.
Well, nothing to do but keep looking.
I'm going through the records over at the county building. I can't find a trace. We've got only 1 day left, Randy. The Syndicate gave me till midnight tomorrow. What are we going to do?
What we've been doing right along. Keep looking. The third day, we started making the rounds of all the hoodlum hangouts, the bars, the pool halls, the mangy little side street flop houses. I took one section of the city, and Tom took the other. And late that night in one of those flop houses, I got the shock of my sweet life.
No, nobody named John Durand ever stopped here.
Well, I thought he might have stayed here under a phony name. He's a blind guy.
Yeah, I know all about him, mister.
You what?
What did this poor sucker do anyhow? Every hoodlum I know is looking for him.
What are you talking about?
Just what I said. Every guy in town who'll cut a throat to earn a buck is looking for John Durand.
It was after 9 p.m. when I got back to Tom's office to break the news to him. Poor guy, he thought Burr had given him an exclusive assignment. And all the time, Burr had set up a private manhunt. He'd unleashed every mad dog in town to track down John Durand. When I got to the office, the door was open, but Tom wasn't around. I sat down to wait for him, and the phone started ringing. Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Paxton.
Well, he's not around right now. Any message?
Yes, this is Frank Burr calling.
Oh, yes.
You can tell Mr. Paxton that he can stop his search for John Durand as of now.
Does that mean you found him?
Oh, you know about it, eh?
Oh, yes, I'm helping Paxton. Did you find Durand?
No. But I know where I can find him when I want to.
I see. Well, then I guess that winds things up.
Yes. Tell Mr. Paxton, will you please?
Yeah, I'll look, as long as it's all over with. Why have you been so anxious to catch Durand? After all, he's only a blind man, and I... Mm-hmm. I'll ask a silly question. You get a silly answer. I had just hung up the phone thinking, Poor Tom, now there's no way out for him. His 3 days were just about all washed up. Now there was nobody left but his friend Dixie. And then, like I'd said a magic word or something, the door to Tom's office started slowly opening. Tom came in leading a little old guy with smoked glasses and a white cane. Tom, you found him. You found Durand.
I should be so lucky. No, this is Mr. Graham, one of the directors of the Institute for the Blind.
Hello.
How do you do?
I'm going batty, banging my head against walls. I figured maybe Mr. Graham might give us a lead. Oh, Mr. Graham, this is Randy Stone.
How do you do, sir? I hope I can be of service.
Oh, thank you, but I'm afraid it's too late, Mr. Graham.
Too late? What do you mean?
Oh, Burr just called. He's found Durand. You can forget that $5,000 fee. You're, fired.
And Dixie comes into the picture again. The Syndicate gave me only until tonight.
Yeah, excuse me while I make a call.
Who are you calling?
About 2,000 cops.
Hang up the phone, Randy.
What are you talking about? You need them now.
Hang it up.
Don't be nuts.
All right, I'll hang it up for you.
Now, what's that for?
Calling the cops. Big deal. Maybe it would delay my trip to the morgue, but if that's the best I can get, it's no soap.
The cops would protect you?
Sure, for a week, 2 weeks, maybe even a month. But then what? Dixie would still be waiting. He's never missed an appointment.
They'd pick him up before he reached you. There's a couple of small laws about killing people.
How would they pick him up? They wouldn't even know who to look for.
Gentlemen, I seem to be intruding. If one of you will lead me to the elevator,
Oh. You lead him, Randy. Then you get on the elevator right with him. Thanks for the try.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Beat it, will you? I'm expecting a guest.
Mr. Graham, before we leave, for my own amazement, I want to ask you something.
Yes?
Can you think of any reason why a powerful man like Burr should be afraid of a helpless blind man?
Well, of course, that's hard to say.
Randy, will you get out of here, the both of you?
Unless, of course, the man saw something just before he went blind that would incriminate Mr. Burr.
Hmm?
Yes, you see, the blind never forget the last thing they see before they go blind. It stays alive in their mind until the moment they die.
Well, then, if Durand had been a witness to a crime Burr committed and then went blind...
That would indeed make him the greatest possible menace to Burr.
Well, then that's it.
Hooray for our side. A lot of good it does me now.
I can tell you how it was when I went blind. It happened quite suddenly, as the doctor said it would. I was out in the country with my family. Wildflowers everywhere. And now that my blindness has made me so overly sensitive to the lovely scent of flowers, the picture is even more real. You know, it's a strange thing about flowers.
The blind man kept talking softly, more to himself than to us. Tom had spun his swivel chair around so that he was looking out of the window. The back of his shirt collar was soaking wet. I knew the pressure was building up inside him like steam in a boiler. Absently, he'd been taking the ever-present flower from his lapel, and he was tearing it apart with nervous fingers. And then Tom's back stiffened. He was staring through the window down at the dark street. I looked over his shoulder. A big car had stopped a short way down the street. A heavy-set, well-dressed man had stepped out. As he passed under the street lamp in front of the flower shop, I recognized him from his pictures.
Burr. It's Frank Burr.
Tom's voice sounded cockeyed. I looked at him. His face was falling to pieces like an overripe melon. He was looking at the flower he'd taken from his lapel.
Mrs. Dunlop, she won't like what I'm doing to her flower. Always so proud because her husband could select sweet-scented flowers. Graham, what did you say before? Now that my blindness has made me sensitive to the scent of flowers.
Yes, I see.
Mr. Dunlop, the florist.
I never had a good look at him. He was always puttering around and back.
You think?
I know. John Durand was always just downstairs in the lobby. And there's still time for me, Randy. There's still time.
As Tom raced for the door of his office, he pulled a gun out of his coat. I followed him. He went to the elevator, pressed the button a couple of times, and then decided to take the stairs instead. He looked back at me, chasing after him, and waved me back. He started down the stairs 2 at a time. I caught up with him at the second landing. I grabbed his shoulders. He tried to tear himself away.
Let me go, Randy. Let me go.
What do you mean there's still time? What are you going to do down there?
Randy, I'm telling you to let me go.
Answer me. What are you going to do?
Sure, I'll answer you, overboy. What do you think Burr was going to pay me $5,000 for? Just to give him Durand's address so he could send him nasty letters? No, there was one other little item I didn't tell you about. I not only had to find Durand, I had to make sure nobody else found him. I had to kill him.
Oh, Tom, you're kidding. A helpless blind man?
Oh, Burr thinks I'm the man for the job. He told me I was the ideal choice.
Tom, you're not that kind of a man.
Who says so?
You think this is still the old football team with a lot of nice rules so nobody gets hurt too bad? This is a jungle, Rover boy. It's dog eat dog all the way down the line. Now let me go.
No.
I said let me go.
He broke away and took off the stairs again. But Tom had put on a lot of fat since college days, and walking the night beat had kept me lean. I caught up with him just as we reached the lobby.
Randy, I'm telling you to lay off of me. Now leave me alone.
You're going to listen to reason.
All you need is one good break. Well, this is mine, and I'm going to take it. Now let me go.
You're crazy. I can't let you do it.
You'll have to let me do it, Randy. You're just going to have to let me do it.
Tom brought the gun barrel down on my head. My knees turned to ginger beer. I reached for the wall to keep from falling, but the wall fell right with me. I tried to cry out, but all I could manage was a wheeze. Helplessly, I watched Tom with the gun still in his hand go through the lobby entrance into the florist shop.
Oh, Tom. What on earth are you doing with that gun?
At that moment, the front door opened, too, and Mr. Burr came into the shop also carrying a gun.
Don't do that.
What a spot for a chorus of Auld Lang Syne.
What's going on? Mr. Paxton, what is this?
Is the job still mine?
A smug little smile crossed Burr's face as he put his own gun away.
Sure, why not, Paxton? A deal's a deal. He's in back working on his flowers. But it'll have to be her, too.
Oh.
Okay.
No! Please! Tom!
Tom raised his gun as old lady Durand started running for her husband. And then Tom seemed to hesitate, like something was going through his mind.
Go on. What are you waiting for?
Maybe Tom was thinking about his last 10 years on Skid Row when he'd never done one decent thing, and maybe he thought it was time to start.
Go ahead and get it over with, Paxton.
Suddenly, Tom swung the gun away from the cowering Durands and began shooting. There wasn't even time for that smug smile to leave Burr's face as Burr slowly crumbled to the floor. After that, everything started getting foggy for me. By the time the police arrived and splashed cold water on my face, Tom had gotten away, disappeared into the night. Burr was dead, and now John Durand wasn't afraid to talk. 25 years before, Burr had been a punk in the rackets. There'd been a bombing. One man killed, John Durand blinded. And the picture Durand carried in his mind, the last thing he saw before the lights went out forever, was Burr throwing that bomb. After that, Durand was afraid Burr had tried to finish the job, so he changed his name and went into hiding. I told the cops about the gambling syndicate that had been hounding Tom, and they went after the boys. And all in all, it was quite an evening. Then around 3:30 in the morning, while I was sitting up in my office trying to bat out my night beat story, my telephone started ringing. Yeah.
Randy, this is Tom.
Tom, hey, where are you?
Never mind, I'm okay. I just wanted to let you know you were pretty good to me, kid.
Listen, every cop in the city's looking for you.
Well, they can look until Christmas. It won't do them any good. I've got a hideout that they couldn't find with radar.
How come?
It's like I've always said, all you need is one good break. I got mine right out of a clear blue sky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, real square. Met him at a bar. Didn't know where to turn. This guy buys me a drink. Says I look like I could stand a good meal and a place to sleep. He thinks I just blew into town and I'm down and out. Now he says I can stay here as long as I like. He's in the next room, so I gotta make this call short.
Tom, I tell you, you're crazy for hiding out. The police will give you a break.
Now, says who?
I'm telling you they will.
And even if they did, what about the syndicate? What about Dixie?
There isn't any more syndicate. Most of those hoodlums are already sitting in jail.
What? Dixie, too?
No, but they'll have him soon enough. Now they've got a description of him. They know who to look for.
Look, I gotta hang up. This guy's liable to pop in any second, but just for the records, what does Dixie look like?
He's an ordinary fella. He wears glasses, even. He's got gray hair. Looks more like an insurance man than a hoodlum.
Dixie looks like that.
The only two distinguishing marks, according to the police, is that thumb is missing from his left hand.
Randy, has he got a white scar under his eye?
How did you know that?
Look, Randy, the guy that took me to this hideout, the guy that gave me the break, he's Dixie.
What? Where are you? Quick, tell me.
Oh, he's coming, Randy.
Tom.
No. No. No.
Tom. Tom. Operator. 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 Yeah. Like Tom always said, all you need is one good break. Sure, a nice, pleasant morrow coming right up. Well, maybe not so pleasant. Tom had been dead a long time before Dixie caught up with him. Tom had died when he found out he wasn't always going to be a hero, the guy on top of the heap. What is there about people that they've got to be number one or they won't play? What's so bad about being number 2 or number 3? Why does life have to be one great victory after another? What's so fancy about us that we can't afford to fall on our face every so often? The fellow who said, God, give me the strength to fail, really had something. And besides, not making the top of the heap has its compensations, too. It's a lot less lonely down here among us also, Rand. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Night Beat is distributed exclusively by Nostalgia Broadcasting Corporation, Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Gallon Cabs present Pat Novak for Hire.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid. With lovely shoes a girl can't lose. In Gallon Cabs she'll race.
More miles to a Gallon Cab. Yes, Gallon Cabs, the family shoe stores with the yellow fronts. The largest shoe chain in the West with stores from Canada to Mexico to serve the West. GALLENKAMPS, Gallon Cabs present Pat Novak for Hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. Down on the waterfront in San Francisco, you always bite off more than you can chew. It's tough on your windpipe, but you don't go hungry. Down here, a lot of people figure it's better to be a fat guy in a graveyard than a thin guy in a stew. That way you can be sure of a tight fit. Oh, I rent boats and do anything else that makes a sound like money. It works out all right if your mother doesn't mind you coming home for Christmas in a box. I found that out Wednesday night about 9 o'clock. I closed the shop early and I came home to read. Well, it wasn't a bad book if you ever wanted to start a forest fire. It was one of those historical things, and the girl in it was just getting her second wind and her third man when the door to my apartment opened and the place began to get crowded. From where I sat, the crowd looked good. She sauntered in, moving slowly from side to side like 118 pounds of warm smoke. Her voice was all right, too. It reminded you of a furnace full of marshmallows.
Good evening.
Yeah, thanks for knocking.
I don't think you mind my coming in without warning.
No, I get the cabbage smell from next door the same way.
Does it pay to be that polite, Mr. Novak?
Saves you the trouble of saying please. What's on your mind?
That bottle in front of you. Will you pour me a drink?
No. You'll save dough if you look up a bartender.
All right. I came to use you instead of your whiskey anyway.
Talk.
My name is Lee Underwood. I'll give you $300 to do something for me. It'll only take an hour.
That's too much dough unless it's murder. And if it is murder, it's not enough dough.
Are you afraid?
I just don't like paid murder. I told you. When you get caught, the pain gets expensive.
If it were murder, I'd do it myself. Mr. Novak, I want you to frighten someone for me.
Why don't you hire a friend? Are they too pretty?
It's a man named Dixie Gillian. You'll find him in an office down on Folsom Street, at this address. I promise nothing will happen to you.
That's what they told Billy Kahn.
He'll be in this office until 11 tonight. I want you to go in and see him. Tell him you're from Adrian, and that he's to get out of town by tomorrow noon.
Suppose he wants to put it off.
He won't. Don't let him know who hired you. Just tell him Adrian said to leave.
Yeah. You better go home. For $300, I won't buy a tissue paper plot. Now tell me more or say goodbye.
There's not much more I can tell you, except there won't be any trouble. He's a rotten little beast, and I want him frightened badly.
Why?
He's been bothering my sister.
Why doesn't he bother you?
Because I bother back too fast. Do you want the 300, Mr. Novak?
Yeah, it's going to be a long winter. Put it on the table.
Good. And you'll need this, too.
No, you keep it. I don't want a gun.
It's empty, don't worry. See? No shells. It's perfectly safe.
Now, look, I got a nasty disposition. You can rent that for $300, but if you want more, find a gunsel or an off-duty copper, will you?
I don't want you to be a gunsel. That's why I want you to use this gun. I know it's empty. If you use it on Dixie, he'll scare fast. It's just a way to save some breath.
All right, it's your 300.
You better go now.
Yeah. Wait till I get a coat, will you? If your doorbell rings, don't play mouse.
Oh?
Because I may look you up.
Am I too young to ask why?
Because if anything goes wrong, I'll be around looking for you. From there on, it won't be nice. I'll dirty you up like a locker room towel.
Relax, Patsy. You'll never learn to fall in love that way.
She handed me the gun and walked out of my apartment. Seeing her leave made you feel like Frank Buck losing an argument. She walked with a nice, easy swing of a satisfied leopard, and for a small leopard, she had pretty good spots, too. I put the gun in my overcoat pocket, and I went down to Folsom Street. The address was down near the bridge entrance, and the street was deserted except for a couple of winos near the corner trying to buy back 1926 at $1 a jug. I stopped in front of the place. It was a machinery company. I could see a light burning in the back. I began to walk through the place. It was so quiet you could hear a worm with whooping cough, and there were enough shadows around to keep a ghost happy for years. When I got to the office back in the corner, through the glass, I could see a man sitting at the desk. When I opened the door and walked in, he didn't seem surprised.
Come on in, mister. You're bad on noise.
Yeah?
That's right. You make too much for a thief and not enough for a customer. What do you want?
About 10 words if you're Dixie Gillian.
Go ahead.
You better look up a timetable.
What makes you that tough?
This.
Oh. Why do you look tougher with the gun? Does it make you talk faster?
I'm going to say it slow, mister. Pack up your rompers and get out.
Is that you talking or somebody else?
I'm just the guy with a gun. Adrian does the talking.
And he says get out.
That's right. You got the whole message now.
All right, you told me. So wander out and spend your dough.
I will.
You'll need part of it, though, because I'm going to give you an answer for Adrian. I'm going to take that gun away from you, mister. You can pick the pieces out of your head on the way home.
You better stand back or I'll share it with you.
You got your offer, mister. Let's see you make good. Here.
Save your muscle,
Drop
fella.
that gun, will you?
Save your muscle, fella. The gun's empty.
Somebody fooled us, mister.
Sometimes you can get a home run with a half swing. That's the way it was this time. He couldn't have made it with a prayer book in both hands. He slid down to the floor and trembled for a moment and then flattened out like a leaf in a pool of water. Just before he died, he grabbed his side as if he didn't like the way it hurt. And then he didn't care. I rolled him on his back and let him look at the ceiling. His eyes were open and he looked surprised, like a guy who didn't figure on a change in the weather. There was a scar that ran across his forehead and dug deep into his hairline. And he was lying there with a bunch of pink gum showing as if he was trying to pick up a few bucks with a toothpaste ad. I didn't have time to tell him how sorry I was, because if homicide caught me here, I'd have about as much chance as a canary in a basement full of cats. I started for the door. Right then, I knew I could start ordering birdseed. It was Hellman. And he walked over to have a look at the body.
Hello, Novak. The guy looks embarrassed.
Yeah, I guess he is, Hellman.
What's he doing dead?
Putting in a beef somewhere, I guess. He rates it.
He'll like you for that, Novak. How did it happen?
A team play. We worked it out together.
But you've got the gun.
That's right. I got the gun.
You feel like a bet?
No. Just keep stealing the old way.
You know how I feel, Novak?
Yeah, you feel flabby to anybody else, but to yourself, I suppose you feel good. Now, look. I walked in here with a gun. There was some quick fight talk, and I killed him, but it's still not a good rap.
I can get a long price on it for you, Novak.
I bet you can, Hellman. You can give me a bad deal, but part of the time it'll be from the other side of the deck.
Worse than that, Novak. It'll be all the time, and I want to watch you because I think you're going to be a crybaby.
I'm going to scream, if that's what you mean, Hellman. I'm going to scream about a gal that sent me in here with an empty gun.
That's a big hole for a cap pistol, Novak.
I got a last-minute curve. It was empty once.
Yeah. That's the only way they make a gun, Novak. I don't want you for an hour ago. I want you for this dead guy on the floor.
All right. I told you I didn't come in here to kill the guy. I don't know him. He may even be a good guy. I'm sorry he's dead.
All right, Novak. Just wait a few weeks and you can tell him personally.
Hellman had me up against the rail and he knew it. When we left there, he was wearing a big, toothy smile. It was big enough to sew in his ears. He called the coroner, and he told him to pick up the stiff, and then we rode downtown. He dropped the gun into ballistics, and he hauled me into his office. The reporters were there. He gave them the whole story and told them how to spell Hellman. After that, we wound up at the desk, and he booked me on suspicion of murder. The next hour and a half was the kind of stuff they don't write about in the paper. They call it interrogation. When you're finished, you've been through a lot of tight spots, like a piece of bubble gum in a set of false teeth. About 11 o'clock, Hillman brought me into his office, and from there on, it happened kind of fast.
I just talked to the DA. He's going to streamline things for you.
Well, he's going to look funny. Going to trial on a guy you can't identify.
I won't press you. I don't have to, Novak. I've got the only parley I need. You, the dead guy, and a big, fat murder gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hellman talking. Yeah, I know it was a .38. That crazy down in ballistics, I saw him standing over the dead guy. Well, they must have made a mistake, that's all. No, I don't want him in here. I don't want him in here. Hey, Tony. Tony,
You're getting pale. You need some more rouge, Hillman.
I got some bad news, Inspector.
Well, keep it, or you'll take more home to your wife. I'll talk to you later.
No, talk to him now, Hillman. If the bullet doesn't match the gun, talk to him now.
That's right, Inspector. A .38 bullet, but it won't match the gun you brought in.
It's got a match. I came in and found him standing there. He admits it.
It's a neat trick, then. If he fired the bullet out of that gun, he retooled it in midair.
I'm not that fast, Hillman. Get out of that chair so you'll have room to squirm.
You keep still, Novak.
Oh, I won't bother you. I'm going home.
Huh?
I'm walking out of your jail, Hillman. You got a broken-down .38 that won't fit anything but your thumbs. You can't hold me on that.
I found you over the bar. I can hold you on suspicion of murder.
But it'll hurt tomorrow morning, Hillman. The papers will be down here for a follow-up. And you'll have to tell them what it looks like out in left field.
I'll handle them.
You can't afford to let them start laughing at you. People will get the idea it's your face.
You can save carfare if you stay right here. Because I'll have you back by noon tomorrow.
You're not that good, Hellman. You couldn't hold a moth with a searchlight. The town ought to thank you.
Huh?
Oh, it's a nice jail, Hellman, and with you around, it'll last for years.
We'll return to Pat Novak in a moment. You're going to put extra warmth and comfort in your Christmas wishes this year. How do I know? Well, because I've seen the Gallencamp Christmas gift slipper collection. You know, everybody's talking about it as the gayest, brightest idea on the gift shopping horizon. When you visit your neighborhood Gallencamp store, well, then you'll know why. There you'll find slippers for every member of the family. Soft and cuddly warm ski capers for Sis, handsome embroidered Chinese slippers for Mom, warm shearling-lined opera slippers for Brother, and good-looking, smooth kid opera slippers for Dad's fireside loafing. Yes, and there are appealingly soft and gorgeously colored shearling scuffs to delight the heart of any young lady from 16 to 60, and slippers for the little nippers. All are irresistibly comfortable, good-looking, and irresistibly Gallencamp priced. Go to Gallencamp's, the store with the yellow front near you, to buy Christmas gift slippers that'll say Merry Christmas in a heartwarming way. Give more smiles with a Gallencamp slipper gift. And now back to Pat Novak.
When I walked out of headquarters, I had a nice mess to juggle. It was like trying to walk the baby on a floor full of marbles. If things didn't add up for Hellman, they weren't doing any better for me. I knew the gun I had went off. If it did, what happened to the bullet? And where did the other one come from? And why weren't there two shots? Oh, I couldn't put my finger on a thing, and nothing added up. It was like trying to follow a grain of rice in a Shanghai suburb. I looked up Lee Underwood's address, and I went by her apartment. The girl downstairs told me she worked at a nightclub out on the Bayshore Highway. Well, I had a couple of places to hit, so I looked up the only honest guy I know. An ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. A good man until he began to figure the last drink in a bottle is just as easy to get as the first. Well, I found him in a little leather-trimmed sink on Powell Street with a grimy little hole where they wash the glasses once a week in stale beer, but Jocko was more at home than a vulture in Calcutta.
Patsy, you're just in time to celebrate my return to health. Something mild for Mr. Novak. A double stinger, perhaps.
No, forget it, Jocko. I got to talk to you.
Patsy, I've just passed through a crisis.
Yeah?
A few minutes ago, they set before me a glass with a woman's lipstick all around the rim.
All right, Jocko.
I took one gulp and looked at the glass, and in this dim light, I thought I was bleeding to death. It took them 10 minutes and 3 mirrors to calm me down.
Jocko, I'm in trouble. You got to help me.
No, but they washed the glass for me in ammonia. They must have left a little ammonia in the glass because the next drink had a very odd tang about it. I've had 3 more just like it. A sort of ammonia colony.
All right.
So far, they've been using domestic ammonia. When the imported stuff comes in, I may give up whiskey altogether.
Calm down, will you, Jocko? I got a bum shake tonight.
Yeah?
I either killed a guy or I thought I did.
Well, that uses up the alternatives. What are you doing now, taking a vote?
I got hired to scare a guy down on Folsom Street. 10 minutes later, the guy was dead.
Oh, Patsy, you take your work too seriously. Couldn't you have just scared him into a lingering illness instead of killing him?
One of the props was an empty gun. Only when the fight came, it grew bullets. Hellman walked in right after on a telephone tip.
What are you doing out of the electric chair?
Oh, the whole thing backfired down at headquarters. The bullet and the phony gun wouldn't match. Oh, Jocko, it doesn't add up. The call to Hellman's a tip-off. I was framed, but why wasn't I framed all the way?
Well, who is the dead man?
Just a guy with a falling blood count. His name was supposed to be Dixie Gillian, but there's no identification and no record on him.
Oh, you shouldn't have hired out as a gunsel.
I told you I didn't hire out as a gunsel. It was somebody else's idea.
Oh, you have no conscience, Patsy. Just a sort of soap opera rule of thumb you put into practice now and then, but no real conscience. You'd let a dying woman lie in the middle of the highway, unless her head was resting on a pile of war bonds.
All right, Jocko, I'll cry with you later. I need help now.
What sort of help?
I want you to break into a girl's apartment.
Yes?
Don't worry, she won't be home.
Oh, is that supposed to be an incentive?
Here, it's at this address up on O'Farrell. Her name is Lee Underwood. She's the one who hired me.
Well, if the girl's not there, what am I supposed to find?
Anything that'll connect her with the dead man. He's a big guy with a scar.
Well, that doesn't help much.
You can't miss. Go through the desk and the drawers. Pick up everything you can. Leave a message at my place, huh?
Oh, as soon as I finish this drink.
Hurry up, will you, Jocko? Leave the glass alone and get going.
Don't rush me.
Hurry up. The glass is empty anyway.
Yeah, that's what you thought about the gun, but the fellow got an awful jolt out of it. Good night, lover.
I went by a horse parlor on O'Farrell Street and borrowed a car from a guy. It was after midnight when I started down the Bayshore Highway, and about a half hour later I pulled up in front of the Cat's Paw. It was a long, rambling place on the left side of the road. No, there was no plan. It just followed the erosion line until they ran out of material. There was enough neon in front to light a main intersection in heaven. I asked a 50-year-old busboy, and he said Lee Underwood was back in her dressing room getting ready for the 1 o'clock show. When I walked in, she was sitting in front of a mirror, working on an upswept hairdo. If she swept it up any more, it was going to leave her head. I stood behind her, looking at the pink, fresh part of her neck that didn't show when her hair was down.
You seem fascinated, Patsy.
No. I just want to know where to break it.
Oh? Sit down on the footstool here next to me. That's it. I like to look down on people. Here, let me brush that strand of hair back. What do you like it in your eyes?
Brush it back so I can see your answers. Who's Dixie Gillian?
What difference does it make?
None to him and some to me. He's dead.
No, he couldn't be dead.
He'd like to believe that, too. I couldn't sell him that story about an empty gun.
He couldn't have been killed with that gun.
No?
No, I put in a blank, Patsy.
Somebody used a hard-working bullet because Dixie's dead.
There was no reason to kill him. I don't understand.
That makes you even with homicide, but they got a bigger team.
I don't understand it, Patsy.
Who's Dixie Gillian?
He was after some microfilm. I thought I could scare him away.
You better be ready to identify him because homicide stopped. Even the scar didn't help.
What scar?
Scar across his face. There's no record on him.
Oh, no, Patsy. Everything goes wrong. Everything you touch goes wrong. That's the wrong man, Patsy.
Yeah. Well, it's too late for a recount.
You've got to get to that body, Patsy. I don't know how, but some way you've got to get to him.
You look good, Lee. You'll make a nice picture.
Wait a minute, Dixie.
You don't need your coat. Come on.
I don't know how it happened, Dixie. I didn't mean it that way.
If you like it that way, all right. Bring your boyfriend, too.
No, don't let him, Patsy.
Oh, that gun's too big. I'm going with him. It was a short trip. He led us out of the dressing room and down a thin hall to the back door. On the way past the kitchen, you could smell onions and used grease, and that's all you noticed, except the sound of a jukebox somewhere out in front, and someone laughing in a loud, mirthless way. When we got to the door, it was raining outside. We walked about 40 feet, over near some trees where the dark was working overtime, and the gunsel made her stop. And that's where it happened. She's going to get wet, mister.
You'll have a little trouble yourself.
When I woke woke up, it was still raining, and I was lying on top of the mud like a stubborn seed. My wallet was gone, and the gunsel had ripped open my pockets. I stood up, and I walked over for a last look at Lee. The rain had washed the makeup off her face, and she looked small and tired as she lay there, like a broken doll that had been tossed out in the rain. I guess she was. I got to the car, and I drove back to town. I checked my place, but there was no word from Jocko, so I went up to Lee's apartment. When I opened the door, the room was dark, but I knew someone was on the floor. Either that or they'd varnished the floor with bourbon. I flipped on the light and bent over Jocko. Wake up, Jocko. Come on. All right, Jocko, wake up.
Oh, a little ammonia. I think, would bring me around.
What happened?
I was sapped, I guess.
Yeah, everybody's got the same act tonight.
Help me up.
All right, come on.
Where have you been?
I went down to meet the girl.
Huh? Where'd you meet her? In the swimming pool?
I've been in the rain all night. She's going to stay longer. What'd you find out?
The fellow with the scar is her husband.
Yeah?
There's a picture in the desk.
Are there any more pictures?
Oh, a few. Take a look.
Where, in here?
Yes.
Well.
Who is he?
Must be Dixie Gillian. He was down to pay off a debt tonight. She called him Dixie once.
There's a note with that name and address in the other drawer.
He's our boy. We better get up there.
Not if he's already killed 2 other people.
We can't wait for Hellman. If he gets away, I'm all through. I won't have a leg to stand on.
That's my point. When the other fellow gets through with us, we won't have much standing to do.
I felt better now. Gillian was the only guy left in the picture, so I dragged Jocko up to his place. It was an apartment on Post Street. The elevator operator took us to the 8th floor and said that Gillian had come in a few minutes before. There was no answer, so we tried the door and it was open. Jocko didn't like the idea.
Oh, Patsy, this is folly. Risking my life is one of the bravest things you do.
Keep still, Jocko. What are we supposed to do? The door was open, wasn't it?
So are a lot of graves, but I've never been tempted.
Hey, look at the furniture. There's been a fight here. I'll look in here. You check in the bedroom.
If I'm not right back, don't expect me at all.
Yeah.
Patsy, come here.
Yeah?
There's somebody on the fire escape.
Stand back here.
He's not moving. He was leaning that way when I first saw him.
I'll get on this side. You raise the window. Go easy, Jocko. Can you see him from there?
Raise it a little more. Yeah. He's still leaning there. I can reach out.
Now watch yourself. If he's kidding, you'll lose an arm.
I've got him. Raise the window more.
Yeah.
Oh, Patsy, he's falling. Give me a hand.
Oh, here, let me through there.
Oh, it's too late. I can't hold him. He's falling. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He was probably dead anyway.
If he wasn't, that was a step in the right direction.
Oh, it was an easy night to die. 3 of them had checked out already, and there was still time to look for more. Jocko and I went downstairs to see the guy. He was lying face down in the alley, and as you looked at him, you got the funny feeling he belonged there. He didn't disturb the scene. He just fitted in, like a dirty, wet newspaper under a grandstand. There was a gun in his pocket, probably the same one that killed the girl, but there was no way of knowing. Jocko and I watched him for a moment, but your eyes begin to hurt when you see your only warm lead in a deep freeze. Well, it was past 2 when I got down to headquarters, and I looked up Hellman. I briefed him on the girl and the guy in the alley, and then I asked him if any microfilm had turned up on the first guy in the morgue. It was a waste of time. Hellman couldn't find a brass ring in a dead man's nose, but we went over to the morgue for another look. So far, it was working out like a crossword puzzle torn in half.
It's your time, Novak. I got more after tomorrow. You haven't.
The microfilm must be on the guy. 3 people have been killed for it, and I got roughed up just for laughs.
We searched the guy once. Here it is. Help me roll it out.
Yeah. Well. He sure got thin under that sheet, didn't he?
Wait a minute.
Oh, you run a good morgue, Hellman. What'll the papers say when they hear the stiff got up and walked out?
They got him in the wrong place or something. He didn't walk out.
He's gone, Hellman. Have you got an answer?
He's been moved, I tell you. The guy was dead, and I saw him put him here. He couldn't be walking around with a hole in the middle of his back.
Oh, I don't know, Hellman. You can do it with one in your head. Don't sell the guy short.
We'll return to Pat Novak in a moment.
a shoe, and so she got a mate with lovely shoes a girl can't lose. In gallant camp she'll wait.
What girl hasn't dreamed Cinderella dreams of her own and wished for a fairy godmother to make those dreams come true? Here's what the newest Cinderella, Marilyn Buford, Miss America, says.
The modern girl doesn't waste time dreaming. She makes her dreams come true, and she needs no fairy godmother to give her lovely shoes. She doesn't, that is, if she has discovered my favorite shoe store, Gallencamp.
Yes, Marilyn, for gracefully lovely shoes, flattering and in the latest fashions, wise girls go to Gallencamps. Gallencamps are shoe style leaders.
And so amazingly priced, a girl can afford to have all the shoes she needs.
And here's extra good news of a special Thanksgiving shoe sale. Yes, prices are actually going down on many of the up-to-the-minute shoe styles tomorrow at Gallencamps. So shop this sale at the Gallencamp store near you tomorrow to step assured into the exciting holiday activities ahead. Look lovely in Gallencamps.
Cinderella lost a shoe, and so she got a mate with lovely shoes a girl can't lose. In Gallencamp she'll wait.
And now back to Pat Novak.
When Hellman found out the body was gone, he stood there and stared at the empty slab. And then he started looking around in a nervous way, like a man trying to find the sugar bowl at a restaurant counter. A few moments later, he turned and walked out of the morgue, and we were halfway downtown when it happened. It must have hit us at the same time, sharp and quick, like a piece of candy in a bad tooth. That guy back in the alley had come off that slab in the morgue. We got out to Dixie's place, and we began to check. There was a phone operator downstairs, and she said Dixie had put through a call about 2 hours ago. Hellman checked the number, and it was the ticket office of a railroad. We got downtown, and we ran through the timetable. There was a train leaving the Oakland Mole in 40 minutes. Oh, it was an outside chance, but tonight that was the only kind for sale. We got down in time to slide on the last ferry over to the Mole. It was still dark out when the ferry pulled away from the slip and started across the bay. Over toward the Berkeley Hills, it was beginning to get light. The sky was the color of a bruise spot on a man's arm.
We'll get up to the pilot house and tell him not to dock until we've gone through all the passengers.
He doesn't have to be in on this one.
He'll check the train when he gets there.
Wait a minute. You don't have to check. There's your boy.
Where?
Up there. On the rail. Well, you better go easy. He's not a scale model.
Just walk quietly until we're behind him.
Yeah.
Turn around, mister. He'll get a better view.
Oh. Well, hello, Novak. How was the wind and the rain in your hair?
Meet Inspector Hellman. You better turn in your ticket.
Well, I hope you brought your muscle.
Grab it, Hellman.
That's what I'm trying to do. All right, copper. Watch it. I'm being pushed over the rail.
Yeah, I'm worried, Hellman.
Watch it, Novak. I'm going over. Novak! That's one down, mister. Now for you.
Yeah. Well, I landed on the deck, and I watched him disappear in the dark. Halfway down, the guy turned in. I followed him down the ladder and along the main deck. He ducked into one of the engine spaces, and I started in to look for him. Oh, it didn't take long, because he turned out to be helpful.
You got the idea yet, Novak?
I'll come closer. Tell me then, huh?
Suit yourself, but I'll knock you down hard when you show.
Hey, watch that platform. You're backing into trouble.
Stay back there, Novak.
Watch out for that platform. You're backing into that engine. Look out.
I kind of wound up last, huh?
Yeah. That's the way it looks. Did you get the microfilm?
Yeah. Oh, I got a big hurt. Does it show?
A little.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long night, Novak, huh?
Yeah. But your worries are over. It's almost dawn.
I don't know. I don't know if I can use it, but I'll give it to you.
Well, they fished Hellman out of an oil slick a few minutes later. It was the first time his hair ever looked good. Dixie Gillian lasted long enough to piece the story together for homicide. Lee Underwood was on the level. She knew her husband was carrying microfilm and was worried, so she hired me to scare off Gillian. It might have worked, too, because Adrian was too big for Gillian to argue with. But the first slip came when Lee's husband went by to make a deal with Dixie without telling her. Well, when I jumped him, Dixie was outside and figured it was a double cross. He didn't have time to figure it, but he killed him with a silencer when Lee's phony gun went off. Well, he spent the rest of the time looking for the microfilm. That's why Jocko got sapped and the girl got hers. And by that time, Dixie knew the microfilm was still on the dead man. The only way he could be sure was to get the body out of the morgue. He took it up to his apartment. And when he got the film, he planted the gun and put the body on the fire escape. It was safer that way. There was a 50-50 chance the police would miss it the first time around, and he'd have a fair lead. It almost worked out for him, except for that phone call. The microfilm? Well, it was in a capsule next to the roof of the guy's mouth. Yeah, so old it was new again. Well, Hellman asked only one question. In that fight, did I have anything to do with pushing him against the rail? I told him. Sometimes those ferry boats roll as much as 45 degrees.
Be sure to join us next Sunday evening and every Sunday, same time, same station, for radio's newest show, Pat Novak for Hire. And don't forget, the store with the yellow front is the Gallon Cap Shoe Store. Gallon Cap shoes are good shoes. There's something about them you'll like. Franklin Evans speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Once more, we're about to visit Dr. Watson, the friend and chronicler of Sherlock Holmes and his amazing adventures. We find him sitting in his well-worn armchair, an eager look on his face and a humorous twinkle in his eye. Can it be that the good doctor looks forward to his weekly appearances before the microphone?
Good evening, Mr. Bell. It certainly can. Tonight I have my narrative all picked out. Have you ever noticed that red-headed people always seem to lead very eventful lives? Look at Queen Elizabeth.
Yes. And I've heard that Cleopatra was a bricktop, and she certainly had very few dull moments.
No, I'm sure she didn't. Well, tonight I've decided to tell you the story of the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League. What a curious title.
No more curious than the situation it gave rise to in Sherlock Holmes's life. And as soon as your word with our listeners is out, I'll begin.
Good. Men, if you want to be a success in life, if you want to look like a success in life, remember that well-groomed hair means a lot to a man's appearance. I've heard so many men complain lately that the hair dressings they try are too greasy, too highly perfumed. I've heard them complain about those sticky goos which plaster their hair down and leave flaky residue on the hair. That's why I urge you to try Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic has just enough light oil to keep hair handsomely groomed, every hair in place with a rich, healthy-looking luster. And Kreml gives hair such a natural, well-groomed appearance, yet it never leaves hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. This is because Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. After you apply Kreml, just run your hand over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. So tempting for the ladies to touch. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or hatband. Kreml always gives hair such a handsome, clean-cut look, as if your barber had just combed it. And it keeps it that way all day long. Be sure to try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the Red-Headed League?
Well, the adventure began one day during the autumn of the year 1890, I believe it was. It was just after my marriage, and I hadn't seen much of Sherlock Holmes lately. Anyway, I burst in upon my old friend to find him deep in conversation with a stout, florid-faced gentleman with the fiercest red hair it has ever been my privilege to observe. I was about to withdraw when Holmes pulled me abruptly into the room and closed the door behind me.
Come in, my dear Watson, come in. You couldn't possibly have come at a better time.
But, Holmes, I was afraid you might be busy.
So I am, my dear fellow. Allow me. Mr. Wilson, This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? Sit down, Watson, sit down.
Thank you.
I know that you share my love of the bizarre, although you've never agreed that for the strangest effects and most extraordinary combinations we must go to life itself.
Well, you know,
Mr. Japers Wilson here has just started a narrative which promises to be one of the most singular to which I've listened for some time.
Oh, really?
And now, my dear Mr. Wilson, perhaps you would have the great kindness to recommence your story.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Holmes. And as soon as I can find that newspaper clipping... Where did I put it? I'd have sworn it was here in my waistcoat pocket.
Watson, while we're waiting for Mr. Wilson to find his missing newspaper advertisement, suppose you tell me what you deduce from his appearance.
Oh, well, now, let's see. Well, I would say that he was middle-aged, if you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Wilcox, I'm Wilson, and he has red hair.
Obvious, Watson. Too obvious. I'll come to your assistance.
Oh, kind of?
He has at some time done manual labor. He's a Freemason, has been in China, and has done a considerable amount of writing lately.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, you fair give me the creeps. Are you one of these mind readers?
No, indeed.
Then how in the name of good fortune did you know all this about me? About the manual labor, for example. It's as true as gospel. I begin as a ship's carpenter.
Your hands, my dear sir. Your right hand is quite a size larger than your left. The muscles are more developed. As for the Freemasonry, you use an arc and compass breastpin, rather against the strict rules of your order.
I see that. But the writing, how about that?
What else can be indicated by that right cuff? So very shiny. And the left sleeve with the smooth patch near the elbow where you rest it on the desk.
Well, how about China?
The fish that you have tattooed immediately above your right wrist could only have been done in China. That trick of staining the fish's scales a delicate pink is quite peculiar to China. And when, in addition, I see a Chinese coin hanging from your watch chain, the matter becomes even more simple.
Well, I never. At first I thought you'd done something clever. But now I see it was nothing to it after all.
I begin to think, Watson, that I make a mistake in explaining. Omne ignotum pro magnifico, you know.
Yes, just what I was thinking.
Yes, I'm afraid what reputation I may have will suffer shipwreck if I'm so candid. Have you found the advertisement, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, yes, I got it now. It was in my watch pocket. This is what began it all, sir. Just read it for yourself.
Watson, suppose you do that for us.
With pleasure.
First, make a note of the paper and the date.
It's the Morning Chronicle of July the 27th, 1890, just 2 months ago.
Very well. Proceed with the advertisement.
It begins, to the Red-Headed League. Owing to the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men above the age of 21 are eligible. Sounds very odd. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope Court, Fleet Street. Dear me, Holmes, what on earth does this all mean?
I think I promised you that this case was bizarre. Now, Mr. Wilson, if you will continue with your story.
Well, it's just about as I was telling you, Mr. Holmes. I have a small pawnbroker shop in Coburg Square. Of late years, business has been bad. I used to be able to keep 2 assistants, but now I only have 1. And I don't have a job to pay him, except he's willing to come for half wages, so as to learn the business.
Obliging youth. What's his name?
Vincent Spaulding. And I couldn't want a smarter assistant, Mr. Holmes. I know he could easily earn twice what I'm able to give him. Well, as I say, if he's satisfied, who am I to be putting ideas into his head?
Your assistant seems to be as remarkable as your advertisement.
Oh, he has only one fault, Mr. Holmes. Photography.
Photography?
Yes, snapping away with his camera and then diving down into the cellar like a rabbit into its hole to develop his pictures.
An amateur photographer, huh? He is still with you, I suppose?
Oh, yes, sir. And an observant young fellow he is. He was the one who's brought this advertisement to my notice. It was just this day, 8 weeks, when he rapped on my office door with this very paper in his hand. Come in.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, sir.
Oh, it's you, Vincent. What's the matter?
Well, I wish to heaven, Mr. Wilson, that I was a red-headed man.
Why?
Well, look here, sir. what it says in this paper. There's another vacancy in the League of the Red-Headed Men. It's worth a pretty penny to him that gets it.
A red-headed league? Never heard of it.
Never heard of the League of the Red-Headed Men?
No.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, and you eligible for one of the vacancies.
Huh? What are they worth?
Oh, merely a couple of $100 a year, but the work's slight, and it needn't interfere much with one's regular occupation.
Couple of £100 a year, huh? Let me see that paper, young man.
Yes, here you are, sir. As far as I can make out, the League was started by a millionaire named Ezekiah Hopkins, a red-headed man himself. He left his fortune in hands of trustees with instructions to provide easy berths to men who had red hair. From what I hear, the work isn't difficult.
Oh, there must be millions of red-headed men.
Oh, not as many as you might think, sir. You see, it's confined to Londoners.
Oh.
And then again, it's no use if your hair is light red or dark red or anything but real blazing fire red. They've got to pick the reddest hair they can find.
Well, if there's a redder head of hair than mine in the length and breadth of London, I'd like to see it.
Well, I have seen a few that I considered redder.
Oh, nonsense. Well, where's Matt?
What are you going to do, Mr.
I'm
Wilson?
going around to apply for that vacancy. If it's raining gold, no one can say that Jabez Wilson is the man to go out with a sieve.
And did you get the job, Mr. Wilson?
I did that, Mr. Holmes. There wasn't a head of hair could touch mine for redness, if I do say so myself. And there was thousands competing.
And what was the work?
Oh, purely nominal, like the paper said. And it paid £4 a week, regular as a clock. All I had to do was sit at a desk in an office at that address there from 10 to 2 and copy out bits from the encyclopedia.
Educational as well as remunerative. And how long did this work continue?
About 8 weeks. I was pretty well through the A's. Abbots, archery, architecture, and the like. Then, suddenly, it come to an end. I went to my work 10 o'clock as usual. The door was shut and locked, and a card was nailed to the door.
What did it say?
Red-Headed League dissolved October 9, 1890.
Well, I say, Holmes, that's today.
Well, it was this very morning it was, sir. Well, I lost no time trying to find the man that hired me. £4 a week is £4.
You say you tried to find the man that rented the office?
Yes, sir. I inquired from the house agent, and he gave me the man's name and said he'd moved to a new address.
You went there, of course.
Yes, sir.
Well?
When I got to that address, it was a manufacturer of artificial kneecaps. No one had ever heard of the Red-Headed League.
So then you came straight to me?
Yes, sir. I thought it best to lose no time.
Quite right. By the by, Mr. Wilson, this assistant of yours, Mr. Vincent Spaulding, how long had he been with you when he called your attention to the Red-Headed League?
About a month.
How did he come?
In answer to an advertisement.
Was he the only applicant?
No, sir. I had a dozen.
Why did you pick him?
Because he was handy and would come cheap. At half wages, in fact.
What is he like?
Small, stout built, very quick in his ways. No hair on his face, though he's not short of 30. And he had a white splash of acid on his forehead.
I thought as much. Have you ever noticed that his ears are pierced for earrings?
Oh, yes. He says a gypsy did it for him when he was a lad.
Watson, what day of the week is it?
Saturday, of course.
Saturday, dear me, so it is. Well, Mr. Wilson, I think I may promise you some startling developments by tonight. In the meantime, Watson, I suggest we drop round sometime this afternoon to view the attractions of Saxe-Coburg Square, and Mr. Wilson's exemplary assistant in particular.
Certainly, my dear fellow.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. I'll be expecting you. Goodbye, gentlemen.
And now, Watson, if you'll hand me my violin, I have some thinking to do.
Can't you think without that? Oh, all right. There you are. Well, here we are, Holmes. This seems to be Saxe-Coburg Square.
Shabby, genteel little backwater of a place. And this, I fancy, is our friend's shop, the 4-story building with the 3 gilt balls over the door. Yes. Well, the square itself seems fairly uninteresting, huh?
Yeah, very depressing.
Let's see what street backs onto it on this side. Come along, Watson.
Well, I can't see what difference the next street can make to our problem. If it is a problem. The whole thing sounds more like a practical joke to me.
A practical joke which cost its perpetrator £4 a week? Nonsense, Watson. No man's sense of humor resides in his pocketbook.
Well, this street seems to have more life.
It's one of the chief arteries leading to the north and west. Now, let me see. What is the order of the houses here?
Order?
Yes, it's a hobby of mine to have an exact knowledge of London. First we have Mortimer's, then the tobacconist's, the little newspaper shop, the Coburg branch of the City and Suburban Bank, the vegetarian restaurant, and McFarlane's carriage building yard. Yes. Now we can go back to the shop of our friend, Mr. Wilson.
What's the hurry, Holmes? Don't walk so fast.
Well, I found out all I want to hear.
Well, Holmes, you behave as if you were taking a memory course. Why should you want to know all the shops on that street? Just a waste of time.
Nothing that exercises the brain is a waste of time, my dear Watson. The trouble with most of us is that our brains have become flabby from lack of proper use.
Rubbish. Well, here we are back again.
Quite.
Why are you thumping on the pavement with your stick? Huh? You want to enter the shop? Why not knock on the door?
Oh, quite so, Watson. I'm afraid my etiquette is a bit faulty lately. So, just to please you, I will knock on the door.
Somebody's coming. I can see him through the glass.
Looks like our bright little assistant.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Won't you step in?
Thank you, no. I only wish to ask you how to get from here to the Strand.
3rd right, 4th left.
Smart fellow, that. Eh, Watson?
I see no signs of a colossal intelligence.
Nevertheless, he is, in my judgment, the 4th smartest mind in London. And for daring, I'm not sure that he's not the 3rd.
I see nothing so startling about him.
The knees of his trousers, Watson. Didn't you notice?
The knees of his trousers? What about him?
Most enlightening, my dear Watson, most enlightening.
Oh, this is so much balderdash. I've had just about enough of it. I'm going to get myself some tea and a muffin. There's an appetizing little baker shop across the road there.
Very good, Watson. Suppose you meet me back here at 10 tonight. Sharp, mind you. And kindly put your army revolver in your pocket.
What?
This business is serious. More serious even than I expected.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the strange case of the Red-Headed League. Leading hair specialists in this country constantly advise us to take better care of the hair we've got. And men, don't forget that if you want your hair handsome and healthy looking, one of the first requirements is a hygienic scalp. And why settle for just any hairdressing when you can enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml hair tonic? Kreml is a highly specialized hair tonic which gives you your money's worth. It contains a unique combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair preparation. It keeps hair attractively groomed at all times, looking so neat and orderly. But Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. A Kreml massage stimulates circulation right in the surface of your scalp and leaves your scalp feeling so alive and invigorated. At the same time, Kreml removes dandruff flakes, and it's excellent to lubricate a dry scalp. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks off and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer and more pliable. So, men, take better care of the hair you've got. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair for a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, you are going to meet Sherlock Holmes that night in Saxe-Coburg Square.
Yes, Mr. Bell. Our rendezvous took place right on the dot. I remember the hour was striking. I say, Holmes, it's 10 o'clock now. How long do we have to stand here in this confounded rain? I'm soaked to the skin.
Until the other member of our party turns up, Watson. Ah, here comes a cab. I think you'll be in it.
Whoa!
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Merriweather.
Good evening, Holmes. Yeah. I say, Holmes, why have you got to rout me out on a night like this? Saturday night, too. I shall miss my rubber of whist. It's the first Saturday night for 27 years that I've not had my whist.
My dear Merriweather, I think you'll find that tonight you're playing for higher stakes than even you are accustomed to. And I can promise the play will be more exciting.
Oh, indeed.
By the way, this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? How do you do?
But come, we must hurry. This way, gentlemen.
Where are we going? Wilson's shop is here on the square.
Oh, stop burbling, Watson.
Wasn't burbling, Watson.
Follow me and don't waste time.
In your message to me, Holmes, you said something about John Clay, the murderer, thief, smasher, and forger.
John Clay? Who's he?
My dear Watson, John Clay is one of our most colorful and dangerous criminals. A young man, but at the head of his profession. I'd rather have the bracelet on him than on any criminal in London.
I've heard that his grandfather was a royal duke, and he himself has been to Eton and Oxford.
He'll crack a crib in Scotland one week and be raising money to build an orphanage in Cornwall the next.
We've been after him for years, Holmes, and haven't set eyes on him yet.
Well, I trust I may have the pleasure of introducing you tonight. Here we are, down this narrow passageway. You'd better let me go first.
Look here, Holmes. I don't like the look of all this. This passage goes underground. Gives me the creeps. I say, just run into something.
The wall, I fancy. I forgot to warn you. There's a turn here to the right.
Yes, I found that out. Thanks very much.
Ah, here's the door. Just a moment till I light my dark lantern. There. Now, Mr. Merriweather, if you will unlock the door for us.
Just a moment till I find my key. Here we are.
Better let me go first, sir, in case we're too late. Ah, yes, the coast seems clear enough. Come along, both of you.
Holmes, as I said, I don't like the look of this place. Your lantern throws such weird shadows. Smells like a vault.
It is a vault, my dear Watson. The basement of the City and Suburban Bank, to be exact, of which our friend, Mr. Merriweather here, is managing director.
Well, what are all those wooden crates doing here?
They explain why the most daring criminal in London is taking such an interest in this particular place.
Yes, Dr. Watson. These crates contain our French gold.
French gold?
Quite. Well, you see, we had occasion some months ago to borrow 30,000 Napoleons from France.
From France? Good gracious me.
Most of which has never been unpacked.
Rather an inducement for any thief.
Oh, really, Holmes, I think you're rather unduly excited. The building is guarded by 10 burly watchmen.
Yes, I dare say you're not particularly vulnerable from above.
Nor from below, Holmes. Nothing but solid earth below these flagstones. Listen to this.
Don't do that. You want to ruin all our plans?
But look here, I say it did sound hollow, you know.
Not so loud, please. Now then, I think we'd better take up our positions. You, Merriweather, behind those large boxes in the corner. Watson and I will hide behind this crate. I hope you appreciate the honor, my dear fellow. This crate contains no less than 2,000 Napoleons, neatly packed in tinfoil.
Good heavens.
Ready? We must put the screen over my dark lantern.
And sit here in the dark?
Certainly.
Oh, dear, and I brought along a pack of cards. I thought we might have time for a three-handed rubber.
Not tonight, Mr. Merriweather. We are dealing with a dangerous man, and unless we can take him at a disadvantage, he may do us considerable harm. One thing more. When I flash my light, close in swiftly. And if he reaches for a weapon, shoot, and shoot to kill.
Dear me, I wish I'd stayed at home.
Quite. I'm going to cover the light.
Beginning to imagine all sorts of horrors, sitting here in the dark like this.
Really, Merriweather.
Holmes, do you hear that? Look. There in the middle of the floor, a slit of light. Somebody's raising one of the stone slabs. Look, there's a hand.
Catch his hands before he can pull himself through the opening.
Right you are.
Quick, Watson. Look out, he's got a knife. Take your hands off. No, you don't.
Oh, well done, Holmes. Well done. You've knocked him out.
Good. Drag him up here.
Right you are. There.
Now, Mr. Merriweather, if you'll give us some light. That's better.
But I say, Holmes, it's Vincent Spaulding, Wilson's assistant.
Spaulding rubbish. This is John Clay, one of the most dangerous criminals in London. I've been after him for years. Help me search him, Watson.
Look out, Holmes. Look out. He's coming too.
Take your filthy hands off me, you scarecrow.
No, none of that now.
You may not be aware that I have royal blood in my veins.
Oh, lunatic.
And when you address me, have the goodness to say, sir, and please.
Oh, very well. Would you please, sir, march yourself upstairs where we can hand you over to the policemen who are anxiously awaiting your Highness's arrival? And be quick about it. Better have another spot of whiskey, Watson.
Oh, thank you. Joe, it feels good to get into dry clothes again after spending hours in that cold cellar. I say, not so much soda, Holmes. Do you want to drown it?
Oh, God bless you, my dear fellow.
Oh, thanks. I say, Holmes, when did you first begin to suspect that fellow Spaulding, I mean Clay?
When Mr. Wilson told me he was anxious to work for half price. Always suspect anyone or anything that comes too cheap. There's sure to be a motive behind
But
it.
how did you guess what the motive was in this case, I mean?
I suspected his fondness for photography and his trick of vanishing into the cellar. The cellar. There was the end of this tangled clue. And why was someone so anxious to have our friend Mr. Wilson kept out of his shop for several hours every day? Activities in the cellar again. By the way, that Red-Headed League hoax is one of the cleverest dodges I've come across for some time. Too clever, in fact. When I heard of it, I knew there was only one man who could have originated it, John Clay. We've had our skirmishes, but this is the first time we've come face to face.
Oh, so you went round to have a look at the shop?
At his trousers, Watson.
Trousers?
At the knees of his trousers, to be exact. You saw how worn and wrinkled they were? They spoke of hours of burrowing in the cellar. But what for? By tapping on the pavement, I found that the tunnel did not stretch out to the front. Where, then? We strolled round the corner, you remember, and there stood the City and Suburban Bank, abutting on our friend's pawn shop.
Yes, of course.
The inference was clear.
Yes, I see that, but how did you guess that he'd make his attempt tonight?
Perfectly simple, Watson. Perfectly simple. The offices of the Red-Headed League closed this morning. Mr. Wilson's absence was no longer necessary. The tunnel was completed, but it was essential that Mr. Clay should use it soon or it might be discovered. Tonight being Saturday would be ideal, as it would give him 2 days for escape. QED.
Holmes, your reasoning is perfect. A long chain, and yet every link rings true.
Well, it saves me from ennui. These little problems help me to escape the commonplaces of existence. Yes, after all, l'homme sait rien, l'œuvre sait tout, as Flaubert once wrote to George Sand.
Fascinating story, Dr. Watson. What a thrilling time you must have had during the days you lived with Sherlock Holmes.
Well, I can't say that I was ever bored.
I should think not. Ladies, how often you've heard it said that a woman's hair is her crowning glory. And how true this is. That's why you ladies should take the very best care of your hair, especially in shampooing.
I'm glad you brought that point up, Mr. Bell, because many popular shampoos have a tendency to dry the hair.
Well, here's one shampoo that will never dry the hair, never under any circumstances, and it's Kreml shampoo.
Yes, Kreml shampoo is simply wonderful. It actually glamour bathes each tiny strand of hair so that it fairly radiates natural, dazzling highlights. It leaves the hair simply gleaming with natural, glossy luster. And what's more, your hair stays this way for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a soapless shampoo. It's not a cream shampoo. It's not a caustic soap. It's not a drying detergent. It's entirely different.
Kreml shampoo whips up a luxurious active foam, even in the hardest water. You can use it as often as you wish over a long period of time, and it'll never dry your hair. In fact, Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base, which actually helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Remember, ladies, that divinely beautiful Powers models wash their hair with Kreml shampoo. They claim no other shampoo leaves their hair more shining bright, yet never dries the hair. Why not try it? Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now let me think. Well, Mr. Bell, one of the favorite fictional problems of your modern mystery writer is the so-called locked room story.
Yes, I know him. Somebody gets murdered in a sealed room, locked from the inside, and the detective has an awful time finding out how it was done.
Quite correct, Mr. Bell, quite correct. And next week, I'm going to tell you how, just 10 years before the turn of the century, Holmes actually encountered such a problem and solved it. I call the story Murder in the Locked Room.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Red-Headed Leaf. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal International Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about Murder in the Locked Room. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now, here we are once again in Dr. Watson's study. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
What incident are you going to tell us about this evening, Dr. Watson?
Well, I haven't quite decided. Supposing we... What was that? Oh, the fire. Top log has fallen off. Where did I put that poker? Oh, here it is. There we go. Ah, that's better.
Oh, what a curious old poker, Dr. Watson. It looks as though it had been seen many years of service.
Yeah, so it has, my dear fellow, so it has. It belonged to Sherlock Holmes himself in the days when we were sharing rooms in Baker Street. You know that I think I could do no better than to tell you the particular incident that poker recalls to my mind.
Well, please do.
I can't recall any case which presented more singular features than that which we always referred to as the adventure of the Speckled Band.
Speckled Band? What does that mean, Dr. Watson?
We'll get to that in a minute, Mr. Bell. But first...
Men, hot summer days are with us again. And after a day spent under a hot, broiling sun, does your hair look as stiff as straw, dry, matted, or tangled? Does the humidity make it stringy and look rumpled and unattractive? Then don't make the mistake of plastering your hair down with greasy, sticky goo. Instead, put Kreml Hair Tonic on the job. Kreml is that famous modern hair tonic, such a wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing. Kreml has just enough light oils to keep dry, stringy hair neatly groomed throughout the hottest, stickiest day. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy. It never leaves any unpleasant odor. Kreml always feels clean on both hair and scalp. You see, Kreml is able to give you all these advantages because it contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. So, men, make Kreml a daily must this summer for that handsome, clean-cut look from morning till night. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the adventure of the Speckled Band?
It was early one April morning, very early, I might say. Holmes, as you doubtless know, was a notoriously late riser. So you can imagine my surprise to find him standing fully dressed by the side of my bed.
Watson. I say, Watson, wake up. Watson, old fellow, if you don't manage to wake up immediately, I shall be obliged to empty the contents of this water pitcher over you.
What's up? Is there a fire?
No, a client.
Oh, a client?
Quite so. A client. It's a girl, a rather charming-looking girl. She's waiting in the sitting room now.
Oh, sure?
Here, I'll open the door crack so you can take a look at her.
Lady dressed in black and so heavily veiled that you can't tell a thing about her.
Where's my other slipper?
On the contrary, my dear Watson, we can gather a great deal about her. Here's your slipper on the table where you left it last night as a paperweight. Your tie, your good tie, is on the third shelf behind Boswell's Life of Johnson. I presume that's the one you want, inasmuch as it's the one you always wear when you wish to make an impression on one of the opposite sex.
Don't be silly, old man.
But to return to the young lady, she left home very early this morning, came by train, and yet she had a good drive in a dog cart along heavy roads before she reached the station.
Holmes, you're trying to be uncanny again.
Not at all, my dear Watson. It's as plain as the nose on your face. The left arm of her jacket is patted with mud. There's no vehicle save a dog cart which throws up mud in that disgusting way. As for the train journey, I observed the second half of a return ticket in the palm of her left glove.
I never even saw it.
Oh, yes, you did, Watson. You merely did not notice it.
Well, that's all very interesting, but I think we've kept the young lady waiting long enough. Shall we go into her?
By all means. You go first. You're certain to create the more favorable impression.
Oh, thanks very much. Good morning.
Oh, is this Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I'm that gentleman. This is my intimate friend and associate, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
You may speak freely before him.
Oh, I see.
Won't you sit down by the fire? I observe that you're shivering.
No, thank you. It's not the cold that makes me shiver.
Oh? What then?
This fear, Mr. Holmes. This terror. I can stand this strain no longer. I had to come to you.
I shall be happy, madam, to devote myself to your case if you'll just lay before us everything that may help us in forming an opinion on the matter.
My name is Helen Stoner. I'm living with my stepfather, who is the last survivor of the royalists of Stoke Moran, an old Saxon family.
Oh, I say, Holmes, I heard of him. He's a doctor, isn't he? Went out to Calcutta.
Yes, that is my stepfather.
Oh.
While in India, he married my mother, the young widow of Major General Stoner. My sister Julia and I were twins. We were only 2 at the time of the marriage.
You were brought up in India, then?
No. Dr. Roylott was forced to return to this country due to a scandal.
Scandal? Oh, right.
Watson, don't interrupt.
Oh, what scandal was it?
Shortly after that, my mother died, leaving about £2,000 a year to Dr. Roylott as long as we, my sister and I, resided with him. However, in the event of our marriage, we were to receive $550 a year apiece.
And did either of you marry?
No. As a matter of fact, after Mother's death, a terrible change came over Dr. Roylott. He quarreled violently with everyone in the neighborhood, so that we were left almost entirely to ourselves. His only friends are a band of wandering gypsies whom he permits to encamp on the property from time to time. He also has a passion for Indian animals.
Extraordinary.
At this moment, he owns a cheetah and a baboon.
Not very cheerful surroundings for 2 young women.
Oh, one gets used to things. The only person we were allowed to visit was a sister of Mother's. While Julia was there, she met the man to whom she became engaged.
I see, and of course your stepfather objected violently.
No, surprisingly enough, he did not.
Oh?
He offered no objections whatever to the marriage.
But I thought that you said that neither of you had ever married.
So I did, Dr. Watson. Julia did not marry because within a fortnight of the day which had been fixed for the wedding, she died.
Died?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Under the most horrible circumstances.
Can you describe this unfortunate event in detail?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. Every second of that dread time is seared in my memory. The bedrooms at Stoke Moran are on the ground floor. They open off a common passage. Of these bedrooms, the first is Dr. Roylott's, the second my sister's, and the third my own.
I see.
There's no communication between them. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly so.
The windows of the 3 rooms open out on the lawn. The fatal night, we'd all gone to our rooms early, having carefully locked our bedroom doors on account of the cheetah and a baboon, which were allowed to wander about at will. Suddenly, as I was about to blow out my light, I heard Julia knocking at my door. Helen, are you awake? May I come in? Oh, just a minute, I'll unlock the door. Why, Julia, you look as pale as a sheet. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. At least, nothing I can put my finger on. Maybe it's the wind and the rain. Oh, lock the door, Helen. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Whatever of?
Well, I really don't know. I feel what the Irish call say, as though death were lurking around the corner. Something seems to keep trying to warn me.
Oh, nonsense, Julia. You're upset. Perhaps the excitement over your wedding. Why aren't you asleep?
Well, I can't. Father keeps pacing up and down next door. But it's not that. It's
what?
Tell me, Helen, have you ever heard anyone whistle in the dead of night?
Never.
I don't suppose it could be you in your sleep.
Oh, Julia, don't be absurd.
Well, the last few nights I've heard it. A low, clear whistle, about 3 a.m. And for some reason, it seems to be warning me.
Well, it might be those wretched gypsies in the plantation.
Oh, probably. And yet, if it were on the lawn, I wonder that you didn't hear it, too.
Oh, you know how soundly I sleep.
Oh, well, I'm probably being very foolish. I'll go back to bed and let you get some sleep. Helen?
Yes, what is it?
Would you mind standing here until you hear me lock my door?
Of course not, silly.
Well, good night.
Good night, you goose. Gracious, she's getting jumpy. I'll be glad when she's safely married. Listen to that wind. What was that? Nothing. I'm getting as nervous as Julia. I hope nothing. Julia! Julia, what's the matter? There was a whistle. I heard it. Julia! Julia, open the door! Julia! Julia, what's happened? Don't stagger like that, darling. I'm coming to you.
It's the band. The Speckled Band.
Julia! Julia, what do you mean? Oh, merciful heaven, she's having convulsions. Father! Father, help! Help!
And what was found in your sister's room?
That's the strange part. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The windows were barred by old-fashioned shutters with broad iron bars, and the door was locked on the inside. My sister was alone when she met her doom.
Any marks of violence?
None.
What about poison?
The doctors examined her for it, but without success. It's my belief that my sister died of fright. Pure fright.
When did all this happen?
About 2 years ago.
And why do you come to me at this late date?
Well, I myself am expecting to be married shortly to a man I've known for many years. 2 days ago, some repairs were started in the west wing of the building, so that I've been forced to move into the room where my sister died. To sleep in the very bed in which she slept. Imagine, then, my thrill of terror when last night, as I lay awake thinking over her terrible fate, I suddenly heard the low whistle which heralded her death.
Good gracious me.
Quiet, Watson.
I jumped up, lit the light, but could find nothing. I came straight to you as soon as it was daylight.
If we were to come down to Stoke Moran today, would it be possible to look over these rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather?
He spoke of coming into town today on some important business. It's probable that he will be away all day.
Excellent. You may expect us then, sometime this afternoon, if that is convenient.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you so very much. I shall look forward to seeing you again this afternoon. Goodbye, Jack.
Goodbye. Well, my dear Holmes, what do you think of it all? What do you make of the sister's dying words, the Speckled Band?
It may merely have been the effect of delirium. Or it may have referred to the band of gypsies who sometimes wear spotted kerchiefs. Then, again, it may be something much more deadly. Dear, someone seems to be very anxious to see us. Come in.
Which of you is Holmes?
That is my name, sir.
I am Dr. Grimesby Roylott of Stoke Moran.
Indeed. Pray take a seat.
I will do nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter has been here. I traced her. What did she say to you?
It's a little cold for this time of year.
You put me off, do you? I've heard of you before. You're Holmes, the meddler. Holmes, the busybody. Holmes, the Scotland Yard jack in office.
My dear doctor, all this does not alter the fact that it is still decidedly chilly. I seem to feel a draught. Would you mind closing the door from the outside?
I will go when I've had my say. Don't meddle with my affairs. You'll find I'm a dangerous man to fall foul of. Look here.
Look out, Holmes. He's got the poker.
Watch this.
Say, Holmes, he's bent our poker almost double.
My dear fellow, give me that poker. I really can't allow you, sir, to go around breaking up our little household, even if you are a good 40 pounds heavier than I am. Allow me.
Good heavens, Holmes, you've straightened the blasted thing out again.
Well, I'll... Just the same. Look out for me. Both of you.
Charming fellow.
Quite. And now, Watson, breakfast. Then I have 1 or 2 errands to do. After that, suppose you meet me at Waterloo Station at about 11:30.
Right you are, Holmes. I'll be there on the dot.
And you might slip your service revolver into your pocket. It's an excellent argument with a gentleman who can twist pokers into knots.
In just a moment, we'll see what awaits Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson on their visit to Dr. Roylett's home, Stoke Moran. Are you one of the many men who find it difficult to keep your hair neatly groomed in summer? Does the burning sun bake and scorch your hair, making it look messy and not the least attractive? Then try Kreml Hair Tonic. Just notice the amazing change in the appearance of your hair. You see, Kreml does lots more than just keep your hair looking handsome. This highly specialized hair tonic gives you your money's worth. It contains a unique combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. And if the sun dries your hair so that it breaks off and falls, Kreml helps condition the hair in that it leaves it feeling so much softer and more pliable when you comb it. At the same time, Kreml removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so cool, refreshed, and alive. So be smart, men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, you were to meet Sherlock Holmes at Waterloo Station. Is that right?
Quite right, Mr. Bell. And an hour or so afterwards, found us walking in a country lane. Got a match, Holmes? What a perfect day for a walk in the country.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
Isn't that a house poking its head above those trees over there?
Yes, that must be Stoke Moran, the home of our genial friend, Dr. Roylott. I fancy we'll find it shorter to go across the field, and safer in case the good doctor has returned home.
Yes, there's a stile over there where the lady is walking.
And the lady, I fancy, is Miss Stoner. No, my dear Watson, don't try to vault the fence. Remember, you're getting a bit plump.
Oh, rubbish.
Better climb the stile sedately, as I'm doing. That's it.
Good afternoon, Miss Stoner. You see, we've been as good as our word.
I've been waiting so eagerly for you. Everything has turned out splendidly. Dr. Roylott has gone to town, and I don't expect him back before evening.
We had the pleasure of making the good doctor's acquaintance.
Good heavens, he followed me? What will he say when he returns?
You must lock yourself in your room tonight. If he is violent, we shall take you to your aunt's at Herald.
Don't you think we'd better be getting on with our business before that appalling fellow comes crashing home?
Quite. Handsome old house. I see you're doing some repairs.
Yes. This is the wall of my own room that they're working on.
Quite. By the way, this wall seems to be in pretty good condition. And this, the center room, was your sister's, I take it?
Yes. I'm sleeping there for the present. We can enter it by way of the French window.
First of all, if you'll be good enough to go inside and lower the iron shutter, I'd like to see just how impregnable it is.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Holmes. Just a moment.
Yes. It seems to be quite impassable. You may raise it again. May we come in?
Please do. This is the room, just as she used to have it.
Chest of drawers, bed, dressing table, 2 wicker chairs. Nothing very extraordinary, huh? Wait a minute. I say the bed's nailed to the floor. It's immovable.
I never noticed that.
The long cord. It's a bell pull, isn't it?
Well, yes.
What does it communicate with?
The housekeeper's room. But I don't think my sister ever used it.
It seems newer than the other things.
Yes, it was put up about 2 years ago.
Do you mind if I give it a pull?
Certainly not.
Uh-huh. As I thought. It's a dummy.
Dummy? You mean that it won't ring?
No, Watson, it definitely won't ring. It's not even attached to a wire. Very interesting. It seems to be securely fastened just above the opening of that little ventilator.
Oh, that ventilator was built several years ago, too. It goes into Father's room.
I see. Suppose we take a peek at the doctor's room.
Certainly. Come this way.
I wish you'd hurry, Holmes. I'm getting a bit jumpy. What if the doctor should decide to come home?
This is my father's room.
Nothing very exciting in here, just the usual man's bedroom, except for the safe. You don't by any chance know what he keeps in there, do you, Miss Stoner?
Oh, business papers, I think. I've only seen the inside of it once, and that was some years ago.
There isn't a cat in it by any chance.
No. What a strange idea.
Well, look at the saucer of milk.
No, we don't keep a cat. But, of course, there's a cheetah and a baboon.
I say, Holmes, look here at this vicious-looking little whip.
Yes, I noticed that. The interesting point is that it is curled upon itself and tied so as to make a small noose of whipcord.
Hello? What's that? I thought I heard a carriage. Yes, by Jove. Must be the doctor coming home.
Go, please. Quickly, before he finds you here.
First of all, promise to do as I tell you. Your life may depend on it.
I'll do whatever you say.
Dr. Watson and I must spend the night in your room.
Mr. Holmes.
Let me explain. We will hide at the lower end of the meadow. We can see your window from there. You must lock yourself in on pretense of a headache. When you hear your father retire to his room for the night, open the shutters of your window. Put your lamp there as a signal to us, and then withdraw into the room you used to occupy. The rest you must leave in our hands.
Yes, I will. Only please go now. No, not that way. Here, through the window.
Say, Holmes, do we have to wait in this blasted meadow all night? I'm chilled to the bone in this wind. Why can't we go down to the inn? I'm sure we can see the windows of Stoke Moran just as well from there.
Impossible, Watson. When the time comes, we must go, and go quickly. A human life may depend on the speed with which we can reach the house.
I say, you give me the creeps.
What's that?
Look, you see it? There in the bushes. A ghastly misshapen figure.
Must have been the baboon. Look, Watson. The middle window.
By Jove, it's our signal. The lamp.
Come along. Hurry. And walk quietly.
So dark, I can hardly see her. I think there'll be a storm coming. Just listen to that wind.
Here we are. Step inside through the window. No noise. I shall sit on the bed. You sit in that chair. Ready? I'm going to turn out the lamp.
I say, Holmes.
Shh. The least sound would be fatal to our plans. Have you your revolver handy?
Yes.
Good. Whatever you do, don't go to sleep. Your life may depend on it.
$11.
Yes. We're in for a long and dreadful vigil.
Holmes, my foot's beginning to go to sleep.
Whatever you do, don't move. That wicker chair makes an infernal racket.
Holmes, do you hear that? There it is again. You don't suppose this place is haunted, do you?
That, I fancy, is the cheetah. Look, Watson. The ventilator. A gleam of light. Now it's gone again. Wait. Things are beginning to move. Quiet now. What's that? Quick! Strike a match! Strike a match, Watson! There it is, the filthy thing. There! Take that! And that!
Holmes, what is it? For the love of heaven, why are you slashing at that bell pull with your whip?
You saw it, Watson? You saw it? Aha, my friend. Too late. Ah, how ghastly, how perfectly vile.
No! Holmes, what does that mean?
It means that it's all over, and I think for the best. Come, we shall enter Dr. Roylett's room. Keep your pistol handy. Come quickly.
But Holmes, the door's locked.
Break it in. Wait, I'll help you. Now then, 1, 2, 3.
Holmes, look! On the floor, the doctor. He's dead. Good heavens! What a ghastly look on his face.
As I expected.
Do you see that? The band round his forehead?
That, Watson, is the Speckled Band.
Great thunder! It's moving! It's a snake!
Yes, a swamp adder. The deadliest snake in India. The doctor died within 10 seconds of being bitten. Here, hand me that dog whip with a noose. Look out, Watson. Don't go near. That's better.
Hey, what are you going to do?
The noose goes over the reptile's head, so. And we lift it into the safe, so, and close the door.
I think I'm going to be sick.
No wonder. The doctor's thrust his little playfellow through that ventilator for the last time, I fancy.
But look here, Holmes, I still don't quite understand.
It's all quite simple, my dear Watson, amazingly simple. Our good doctor made use of the reptile to remove his stepdaughter when she threatened to get married and deprive him of her income. That snake has been living in the safe for some time, I imagine. The saucer of milk was its daily ration.
Yes, but how did he succeed? I mean, by what method?
Look at that chair. He must have been standing on that chair. Notice the heel marks, Watson. He thrust the slimy thing through the ventilator into the next room, being careful not to touch it with his hands, but to use the whip, as you saw me do. It was the noose on the lash of the whip that convinced me this afternoon that we were on the right track.
I see. That was why the bell pull was attached to the ventilator in the other room, so that the snake could crawl down.
Exactly. And that was why the bed was nailed within reach of the bell pull.
Oh, the filthy beast.
The first attempt was not successful in the case of either sister. The doctor, fearing this might happen, had trained the adder to return when he whistled, so that he could try again.
And then it must have been his whistle we heard when you began slashing at the bell pull.
Quite, my dear Watson. When he heard us, he wanted to recall it. But it was too late. The reptile had already thrust its venomous head through the ventilator when I began to slash at it. The snake turned back so enraged that it attacked the first thing it came in contact with, which, by mere coincidence, happened to be its master.
But look here, Holmes. Doesn't that make you indirectly responsible for the death of Dr. Roylott?
Possibly, my dear Watson, possibly. But I cannot say that it is likely to weigh very heavily upon my conscience.
Ladies, here's a sensational beauty tip direct from Hollywood. When you want your hair to look its radiant best for an important date, just do this the night before. Give your hair a 10-minute glamour bath with Kreml shampoo.
I certainly agree with that, Mr. Bell. And you know, Kreml shampoo is the same shampoo used by those famous beauties, the Powers models.
Kreml shampoo has been especially developed to glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair so that it fairly radiates natural, dazzling highlights. It leaves the hair simply gleaming with natural glossy luster. And what's more, your hair stays that way for days.
And please bear in mind that Kreml shampoo is not a soapless shampoo. It is not a cream shampoo. It's not a drying detergent, not a harsh soap. It's entirely different.
Yes, Kreml shampoo uncovers all the natural highlights that lie concealed in every woman's hair. Yet it never dries the hair. In fact, Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle. It removes dandruff flakes the first time you use it.
Kreml shampoo whips up a luxuriant, active foam, even in the hardest water. It rinses out so easily and never leaves any dull, soapy film.
So, ladies, why not buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter and glamour bathe your hair to a vision of tantalizing loveliness? Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell you a most bizarre and extraordinary story about a murder that was committed under our very eyes in our own flat.
In Baker Street? Good heavens, that certainly was unusual.
Not only was murder committed, but the murderer was later acquitted in court. If it hadn't been for Holmes's brilliant detective work, I'll tell you all about that next week. I call it The Adventure of the Innocent Murderess.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Speckled Band. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal International Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the innocent murderess. Full-time civilians, part-time sailors. That's a thumbnail sketch of the Naval Air Reserve, which this week celebrates its first post-war birthday. 30,000 strong Naval Air Reserve stands ready to man the carriers and the planes of the reserve fleet, should any national emergency arise. We doff our hats to the reserves of naval aviation, the officers and men of Naval Air Reserve, on this, their first post-war birthday. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of Bayer Aspirin. For those who do not know who Mr. Chameleon is, we give a quick sketch of his character. Born of a well-to-do family and a college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon. By taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself, appearing in endless guises, finally entering the police force where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. Throughout this series, the listener will invariably know who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter in which disguise he appears, but the criminal he's tracking seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the case of the blood-stained dollar bills. Our story opens in the apartment of Hubert Van Dyke, a luxurious bachelor apartment in the smart East 60s. But the sprawling body on the floor of the attractive living room has been dead for many hours. Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold is saying to Mr. Chameleon, that fabulous detective whose ability to disguise himself is known and feared throughout the underworld.
He was shot sometime during the early morning, Mr. Chameleon. Coroner places it between 1 and 2. No one heard the shot, but there are only 3 other tenants, and they're away for the weekend.
Well, I'm surprised that Hubert Van Dyke stayed in town, Dave, instead of spending the weekend with some of his sporty friends. Could it be that Sylvia Sutherland was in town, too?
Mr. Chameleon, you think that Sutherland girl had something to do with this murder?
I'm almost positive. She's been seen constantly with Van Dyke, just as she went steadily with Archie Clyde before he was found murdered 6 months ago.
To say nothing of that guy who used to be her chauffeur who was shot to death in a waterfront hotel last week.
Dave, that chauffeur and Archie Clyde, when they were found, they were each clutching a $1 bill.
Yeah, not this one, though. There's no $1 bill on this Van Dyke guy.
No? Look, Dave, protruding over the top of his vest pocket.
A $1 bill.
And it's stained with blood.
Holy smoke, what is this, Mr. Chameleon?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to get the goods on that girl, Sylvia Sutherland, if it takes me a year, or 5 years, or 10. Dave, she is incredible. Beautiful, from a respectable family, travels around with a wealthy, fast young crowd, yet her name has been linked with 3 murders. She's mixed up in something very evil.
Yeah, she's a smart baby, all right. One of the smartest criminals we've ever been up against.
Yes, she is. And this $1 bill, what the devil is that supposed to symbolize? That girl is a complete mystery, and I don't like mysteries. At least I don't like the kind I can't solve.
Sylvia Sutherland really gets under your skin, doesn't she, Mr. Chameleon?
Dave, I dream about her. I positively dream about her. Well, nothing to do except question her again.
Mr. Chameleon, don't you ever get bored with this questioning routine? I should think you'd begin to find it pretty tiresome.
I'm beginning to find you pretty tiresome, Miss Sutherland.
Oh, do call me Sylvia. We're old friends by now. Why, this office of yours at Central Headquarters is like a second home to me.
Miss Sutherland?
That motto of yours hanging on the wall. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished. It's such a noble sentiment.
I agree. And the guilty are punished, Miss Sutherland. May take a little while, but they haven't a chance.
I suppose you mean by that I haven't a chance. All right, Mr. Chameleon. If I'm a criminal, an evildoer, a murderess, prove it.
Miss Sutherland, you are amazing. For months, you have been seen in the company of Hubert Van Dyke. Van Dyke is found murdered. And yet you were as hard and unmoved as if Van Dyke were a stranger.
Maybe I've learned to be hard.
Well, you've certainly learned your lesson well. Well, I guess I'll have to pay another visit to your guardian. Poor Mrs. Clarkson. She must be tired of seeing me, too.
Aunt Edith can't help you, Mr. Chameleon. She knows nothing about Hubert's murder. She can't even give me an alibi. I told you I had no alibi. I went to a midnight movie last night.
All by yourself?
All by myself. I saw Broken Dreams at the Colony Playhouse, and it was very sad. I cried my eyes out.
I'm delighted to hear that you're able to cry.
Mr. Chameleon, I suppose you won't believe me when I tell you that I was in love with Hubert Van Dyke.
If that is true, Miss Sutherland, all I can say is that it's a great misfortune for any man to have you fall in love with him. Archie Clyde, for instance, he was murdered, too. Harry Peters, the chauffeur. Not that you loved him, he was simply your employee.
But it's a great misfortune for anyone to even know me.
Apparently, yes.
In that case, Mr. Chameleon, aren't you worried about yourself? But if you want to see Aunt Edith, we'd better get started. She's addressing a meeting of her literary club today.
Mrs. Clarkson, I'm sorry to bother you again, but your niece Sylvia Sutherland is in trouble once more. Third time, within a year, she's been connected with a murder. And the police want to know why.
But, my dear Mr. Chameleon, I've told you before, my niece's life is her own. It breaks my heart, but there seems to be nothing I can do about it.
You raised her, didn't you?
Her parents died in an automobile accident when she was 2. I did my best to raise her, but apparently my best was none too good.
Well, I'm sure that you did everything you could, Mrs. Clarkson. It's a very lovely home.
Oh, it's that wealthy, dissolute crowd she goes with. Mr. Chameleon, will you hand me that cotton, please?
I beg your pardon?
That ball of crochet cotton on the table?
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much. I'm crocheting a doily. I crochet a great deal. I find it's good for my nerves. Where was I?
You were talking about Sylvia's dissolute friend.
Oh, yes. Well, the only one of her friends I really like is that sweet little Helen Brown who works at the Colony Lending Library right around the corner.
What about Hubert Van Dyke, the man who was murdered last night? Did you like him?
Definitely not. He drank far too much. The same with Archie Clyde. Oh, really, it's very sad.
And your former chauffeur, Harry Peters?
Now, Mr. Chameleon, really. Surely you don't believe that my niece had anything to do with that. I discharged Harry for drinking and impudence. I discharged him, in fact, at Sylvia's request. But she certainly had nothing to do with his death.
I disagree.
Now, really, Mr. Chameleon.
I disagree because when their bodies were found, all 3 men were holding dollar bills in their hands. Or at least 2 of them were. The third dead man had a dollar bill protruding from his pocket. And frankly,
What? Oh, what is it, Martha? This is my housekeeper, Mr. Chameleon, Martha Stevens.
Yes, we've met before.
Oh, of course. Well, what is it, Martha?
That girl was just here. That Helen Brown from the lending library. She wanted to see Miss Sylvia. I wouldn't let her.
Why not?
Miss Sylvia said she had a headache. She went upstairs to lie down. But Helen Brown, she said she had to see Miss Sylvia tonight. She said it was important.
Oh, well, in that case, I'd better go upstairs and give Sylvia the message. Wait for me, Mr. Chameleon.
Don't worry, I will.
What's that you're whistling?
Oh, you still here, Martha? That is Who is Sylvia? What is she? You familiar with it?
Yes.
Really a very beautiful room. You took good care of it, Martha.
I do. Mrs. Clarkson likes beautiful things.
Yes, that's quite evident. Martha, where was Miss Sylvia last night?
What?
Where was Miss Sylvia last night? Let's say between midnight and 3 in the morning.
What do you want to know for? Can't you leave her alone? You cops make me sick counting her like you do.
Where was Miss Sylvia between midnight and 3 a.m.?
She was right here with me.
You mean here in this house? You sure about that?
Yes. She came downstairs to the kitchen just about midnight. And we sat there talking until after 3. And you needn't look at me so funny, Mr. Chameleon. I'd swear to that in court.
So you see, Dave, Martha, the housekeeper, contradicted Sylvia Sutherland's alibi. And one of them is lying, or both of them are lying. Sylvia made a slip for the first time. She should have seen to it that no one would contradict her story.
Maybe it's the break you've been waiting for, Mr. Chameleon.
Maybe. This girl is certainly involved in criminal activity. She's been so infernally clever. She's fooled all of her friends and literally gotten away with murder.
What about this Brown girl we're going to see now at the lending library? You think she can tell us anything?
I wouldn't be surprised. She's evidently close to Sylvia. The only friend her aunt approves of it. Dave?
What's the matter, Mr. Chameleon?
It was the Colony Lending Library, wasn't it?
Yeah, here it is right here.
Yes, I know, but the place is dark. It's closed up.
Yes, it is dark and the door is closed.
Ah, well, it isn't locked.
Take it easy, Mr. Chameleon.
Anyone there? Miss Brown? Miss Brown?
Wait, I've got the light switch.
Fine.
Holy smoke!
Miss Brown. Or at least I presume it's Miss Brown. Yes, here are her initials on her belt buckle, HB.
Is she dead?
Mm-hmm. Apparently someone came up behind her and struck her on the head. Dave, look, in her left hand. A neatly folded dollar bill. There were no fingerprints on the dollar bill, Commissioner. Just as there were no fingerprints on the one we found on Van Dyke.
Mm-hmm.
But there it was in Helen Brown's hand, the mark of the killer. The victim, as usual, is a friend of Sylvia Sutherland's.
Did you check on the dead girl's background, Chameleon?
Yes, indeed. Poor little Helen Brown was just an average girl, obviously dazzled by Sylvia Sutherland's glamour. But she was being used, Commissioner. And my guess is that lending library is being used for some purpose.
Who operates it?
Very nice couple named Hawley. They were horrified, naturally. To them, murder is something that takes place only between book covers. Which reminds me, Commissioner, Harry Peters, the chauffeur who was murdered in that ratty little waterfront hotel. You recall what he was doing when the killer entered his room?
Why, yes, he was found sitting up in bed.
He'd been reading, Commissioner. The book fell to the floor. We attached no importance to it, but it was impounded, of course. I want to see that book.
You think it came from the Colony Lending Library?
Yes. Commissioner, the Hawleys are reopening the library in a couple of days. Don't you think that the police might be able to persuade them to hire a man to succeed Helen Brown?
And that man would be you, Chameleon, in disguise?
Well, yes, who else? I'll take the name of Wilbur Wilcox. Rumpled hair, rumpled clothes, pasty skin, plus a perpetual cold in the head. Mm-hmm. Yes, well, that does it.
You may be walking into a hornet's nest, Chameleon.
Yes, I think so. I hope so.
If you could only put the finger on that incredible Sutherland girl.
By the way, where Sylvia Sutherland is concerned, I've a brand new theory. From now on, Commissioner, everything I do will be based on that new theory.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of the blood-stained dollar bills continues in just a moment. Perhaps you've never taken anything for the relief of ordinary headache because you think that what you take might have an ill effect on you. In that case, remember this. Of all pain relievers, none can match Bayer Aspirin's record of reliability, its record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. In addition to reliable relief, Bayer aspirin also gives you fast relief. Within 2 seconds after you take it, it starts disintegrating. You can prove this by dropping a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water. You'll see it start to disintegrate before it reaches the bottom of the glass, and what happens in the glass happens in your stomach. And that's why genuine Bayer aspirin brings you relief so quickly. So for fast relief from headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain, take advantage of the 2-second disintegrating action Bayer aspirin gives you. When you buy, always ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, never by the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of the blood-stained dollar bills. It is several days later, and the Colony Lending Library has reopened its doors just a few minutes before. Inside is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective, disguised as Mr. Wilcox, the librarian.
Mystery novels. Mystery novels, nothing but trash. People should be forbidden to read such rot.
Morning.
Morning. Do you mind closing the door, please? I can't stand drafts.
Okay.
What could I do for you? Detective novel, no doubt you're the type.
Yeah? And what's wrong with detectives?
You should know, Detective Sergeant Dave Arden.
Huh?
You should know.
Mr. Chameleon, I didn't know you. I thought you were some kind of an assistant librarian.
Wilbur Wilcox requires no assistance, Dave. He's quite capable of running this place by himself. Did you get an answer to that wire to Claremont, Wisconsin?
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
Another thing, Mr. Chameleon, you were right about the book. The one that Harry Peters was reading when he was murdered. It came from this lending library, and what's more, I think that...
Watch it, Dave. Customer. What a customer.
Huh? Oh, hello, Miss Sutherland.
Well, if it isn't Detective Sergeant Arnold. Where's your friend, Mr. Chameleon? You look lonesome without him.
He's, on a job.
You mean he's no longer interested in me? Oh, I'm hurt. Or could it be that he knows when he's failed?
Chameleon? He doesn't know the meaning of the word fail.
Then he's more of a fool than I thought he was. Oh, good morning. Are you the new librarian?
Yes, I am. Is that door open again?
I'll close it.
Thank you. What could I do for you, Miss Sutherland?
Sylvia Sutherland. The notorious Sylvia Sutherland.
Yes.
Or hasn't word reached the bookworms here at the lending library that I'm a dangerous woman?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, never mind. I'm returning this book. It's due today. The Devil's Brew.
The Devil's Brew. Are you taking out another book, Miss Sutherland?
Not now. Detective Sergeant Arnold.
Yes, Miss Sutherland?
There's one thing your friend Mr. Chameleon was right about. He wouldn't believe this, but I was very fond of Helen Brown. Apparently I do bring tragedy to everyone I know.
Miss Sutherland, wait a minute, will you?
No, let her go, Dave.
You don't want me to tail her, Mr. Chameleon?
No, stick around. And let's take a look at this book that she's just returned. The Devil's Brew. Suppose we shake it. Nothing concealed in the pages, but... well, now, who's this?
Looks like Santa Claus.
Yes, doesn't it?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it? It makes you glad to be alive. Yes, sir, it certainly makes you glad to be alive. Do you have a book called The Devil's Brew?
The Devil's Brew?
Yes.
Yes, but it isn't in right now.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Yes, certainly, I'm sure. But it may be in later.
Oh, my.
Excuse me. Can I interest you in something else?
No, I want that particular book. I'll tell you, I'll stop back in about an hour. Well, good morning again. Has the book come in yet, The Devil's Brew?
I have it right here for you.
Oh, that's splendid. My name is Hilton. J.M. Hilton, East 61st Street. And thank you very much for holding it for
you're
me.
very, very welcome, Mr. Hilton. Okay, Dave, don't let him out of your sight.
Right, Mr. Chameleon.
And call me the minute that anything develops. I'm closing up the bookshop in half an hour. After that, you'll find me at Sylvia Sutherland's.
my dear man. Oh, I'm sorry. What was the name?
Wilbur Wilcox.
God bless you.
There you go. That's...
My dear Mr. Wilcox, I don't quite understand why you insist on seeing my niece.
Because, Mrs. Clarkson, it's a matter of grave importance.
But does Sylvia know you? Oh, by the way, could I trouble you for that ball of crochet thread? It rolled under your chair.
Oh, yes. There you are.
Thank you.
My dear mamma used to crochet.
Really? Oh, how sweet. I find it wonderful for the nerves. But are you a friend of Sylvia's?
No, Aunt Edith. He's not a friend of mine.
Oh, Sylvia, my dear, I didn't hear you come in.
Martha told me there was someone here. But he's not a friend of mine, Aunt Edith. He's the new librarian at the Colony Lending Library.
Really? Well, why didn't you say so, Mr. Wilcox?
Because I have an unpleasant duty to perform, Mrs. Clarkson. Dear, excuse me.
What sort of an unpleasant duty?
Something to do with me, no doubt.
Yes, Miss Sutherland. You have been defacing one of the books that you borrowed from our library. You marked several of the pages. You drew circles around the page numbers. I had quite a hard time erasing them.
Erasing them?
Yes. I'm afraid the marks still showed when I gave the book to an old gentleman. But,
Mrs. Clarkson.
Yes, Martha?
There's a telephone call for a Mr. Wilcox.
Mr. Wilcox? Oh, that's you, isn't it?
Yes.
You can take it on the extension phone here, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to trouble you, but this call was important. A matter of life and death, so to speak. Hello? Speaking. Yes. You mean the numbers correspond with... I got it. Yes.
Miss Sylvia.
Shh, Martha, I want to hear this.
You did? Fine, fine. Okay, Dave, I'll carry on from there.
And what was that all about, Mr. Wilcox, if you don't mind my asking?
Not at all, Miss Sutherland. On the evidence just received, I hereby arrest you for the murders of Helen Brown and Hubert Van Dyke.
What? You can't arrest Sylvia. My niece can't be a murderess.
Miss Sylvia never killed him. She never harmed anyone.
And who are you to arrest me? Mr. Chameleon. You're Mr. Chameleon, that horrible detective.
What?
The detective? But he's nothing of the sort, Sylvia. His name is Wilcox. He said so.
No, Mrs. Clarkson, your niece is quite right. I am Mr. Chameleon.
Then why did you pose as Mr. Wilcox in that lending library?
Because, Miss Sutherland, that lending library was a clearinghouse for your particular racket.
I don't know what you're talking about. And I didn't kill Helen, or Hubert either.
I'm sorry. I'm taking you with me to Central Headquarters. Well, are you coming, Miss Sutherland?
No. No, she isn't.
Martha.
I'm the one who killed him. I killed all of them. Harry Peters and Archie Clyde, too. Sylvia didn't know it, but they were a bad lot, all of them.
Even little Helen Brown, the librarian?
Yes. They were all of them bad for her, and I had to protect her. I had to look out for her.
You take a great interest in Sylvia, don't you, Martha? Why? Why such a personal interest?
Never mind that, Mr. Chameleon. Just take me to prison instead of her. I'm the one who killed him. I'll swear to it.
Will you also swear, Martha, that you're the head of a narcotic ring?
What?
What was that?
Don't act so surprised, Sylvia. You know perfectly well that you smuggled narcotics to your wretched friends.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, come now, my dear. Hubert Van Dyke found out about it. That's why he was killed. Harry Peters was one of the agents who distributed the stuff. And Helen Brown, she discovered your trick of marking the book pages. So she had to be silenced, too.
No.
Detective Sergeant Arnold trailed the old man who picked up that book, The Devil's Brew, and he went straight to a bus terminal. In that terminal, there are lockers. And he chose the 3 lockers whose numbers correspond with the marked pages in the book. And in those various lockers, he placed packages of narcotics.
I didn't know.
Whereupon he locked the lockers and hid the keys underneath a bench in the waiting room, fastening them there with wads of chewing gum. Later, you or one of your gang would go to the terminal and pick up those drugs.
I tell you, I didn't know.
And not only that, you abused your Aunt Edith's kindness. For the narcotics were concealed, where do you think? In the center of the balls of crochet cotton, which you presumably bought for your aunt, only to use them for smuggling purposes.
Oh, Sylvia, you didn't do a thing like that. Oh, how awful, how perfectly awful.
Stop play acting, Edith.
What did you say, Martha?
I said stop play acting. You can't let Sylvia be arrested for something she didn't do. If you won't tell Mr. Chameleon the truth, I will. Mr. Chameleon...
That's enough, Martha, quite enough.
And Edith!
Edith, put away that gun!
I've always told you, Martha, what would happen if you were stupid enough to speak out of turn. Well, now it's going to happen.
You mean, Mrs. Clarkson, that you intend to kill your sister and your sister's child with that gun? The way you coldly killed those others who threatened your safety?
Mr. Chameleon, you said... Martha's her sister?
And your mother, I imagine, Sylvia.
What?
Quite right. You've been right about everything, Mr. Chameleon. Too bad for you it worked out like this, with nothing and no one between you and this gun.
Edith, you're not going to kill him.
Oh, not just yet, Martha. Sylvia comes first.
Sylvia?
And then you, and last of all, the great Mr. Chameleon, with $1 bill in the hand of each of you. $1 bill. You remember, Martha, years ago? $1 was all that stood between us and complete starvation before I learned that
Before you learned that you had a first-rate criminal mind, Mrs. Clarkson, and could hit a narcotics ring.
Yes, and it paid off well. It's given me all this luxury, and no one's taking it away from me, and Sylvia goes
Dave,
first.
don't shoot that woman. I want to take her alive.
There, I've knocked the gun from your hand, Mrs. Clarkson, and now I have
But
it.
where's Detective Sergeant Arnold? I didn't know he was here.
He isn't, Miss Sutherland. I wanted to take Mrs. Clarkson's eye off you and give me time to get the gun. It worked. Don't move, Mrs. Clarkson.
You've got me covered. What can I do?
Well, just let me put the handcuffs on you, that's all. Oh, just a moment. I have something I want to slip in the bracelet on your right arm. A brand new $1 bill.
I still can't believe it, Mr. Chameleon. Martha's my mother.
Well, your aunt, Mrs. Clarkson, took you from her when you were a very small child, Sylvia. We got a detailed report from Claremont, Wisconsin, the town where they were raised. Your aunt always bullied your mother. She threatened constantly to harm you unless your mother kept up the pretense of being a servant. Then later, your aunt used you to cover up her evil traffic. She used you to carry messages, even narcotics.
I realized something was wrong. That's why I was so bitter and defiant and unhappy. But I never dreamed that she was doing anything so horrible.
Yes, I know.
But, Mr. Chameleon, why did you keep after me? Why did you keep calling me a criminal?
Well, your aunt was a very clever woman, Sylvia. I wanted to divert suspicion from her mind that she was the one. Well, now that it's over, will you make a new life with your mother?
I'll do everything I can to make her happy, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon, may I come in?
Yes, indeed, Martha. Come in by all means. There's someone waiting here for you. Your daughter.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. There's nothing as important as fast relief when you have an ordinary headache, and millions who want very fast relief use Bayer aspirin. For Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work almost instantly. Within 2 seconds after you take it, it starts to disintegrate, and that's why relief comes so quickly. Remember this, and remember, too, that Bayer aspirin is one thing you can take with complete confidence. We say this because no other pain reliever can match Bayer aspirin's record of reliability, its record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. So for fast and reliable relief, use genuine Bayer aspirin. And when you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, never by the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in Mr. Chameleon's Pet Murder Case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
Listen, everybody. Thousands of laboratory tests on scores of individual teeth show that new Lion's toothpaste actually gets teeth brighter. 2.5 to 5.5 times brighter than any of the 5 leading brands, brighter by far than any other toothpaste. And the reason is that it's not just another old toothpaste with an added ingredient, but is completely new and radically different in formula. A new kind of toothpaste that cleans without soap and polishes without chalk. So get more brightness in your smile. Go to any drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Lion's toothpaste.
Mr. Chameleon, the new mystery drama, will be heard in another performance next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Next, Mr. Chameleon and the Dusty Room Murder Case. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder, brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in the Dusty Room Murder Case. As the curtain rises, we look into the study of an old mansion in Midtown New York. A man about 50 sits at an old-fashioned oak desk, a telephone receiver at his ear, ready to speak the words that bring up the curtain on one of Mr. Chameleon's most interesting murder cases. The man at the desk is the wealthy inventor, Hiram Stevens, and we hear him speaking into the phone.
Hello. Hello there, Fitch. Connection was broken. I'll go back to where I was. No, I didn't misunderstand you. I know exactly what I want to do. I know what you mean. Just follow out my orders, that's all you have to do. All right, then come out here. All right, Fitch, I'll be waiting for you. Guess that'll fix him. Say, what's that? Hey, stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Oh, you murdered me. Uncle Hiram! Uncle Hiram! Uncle Hiram, is anything wrong? Open the door. I can't get in.
What's the matter, Dick?
I heard shots coming from Uncle Hiram's study, Tina. Now I can't get in, and he doesn't answer.
Well, let's go inside then, Dick.
Well, how? He's evidently locked the door.
Oh, here's a chair.
Oh.
Get up on it, Dick, and look through the transom.
Oh, I'd forgotten the transom. Tina! Tina!
What?
Uncle Hiram is slumped over his desk. He's committed suicide.
Suicide? Let me get up there too, Dick.
No, it's horrible. His head is almost blown off. You'd get sick.
Come down from that chair, Dick. Try to break the door in. We must get in there. If you can't do it, I'll run out and call the gardener.
No, don't call anybody. I'll ring the police.
Yes?
You called the police? I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. This is Detective Arnold.
Oh, come in. Dick! Dick, here are the police.
Oh, yes. Glad to meet you, Mr. Chameleon.
My husband's uncle committed suicide.
The last thing we ever expected of him.
But he had been brooding lately.
Your uncle's name was Hiram Stevens, Mr.
Dick Stevens, Mr. Chameleon.
Will you take us to the body, please?
It's in that room, but you'll have to break the door down to get in.
Uncle Hiram must have locked himself in first.
Dave. All right, try your keys.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon. Lock turns all right, but nothing happens. Seems to be bolted from the inside.
Is there any other way to enter this room, Dick?
This is the only door, Mr. Chameleon.
Let's break it in, Dave.
Here we are, Mr. Chameleon. There's the gun next to the body. I'll get it.
Stay where you are, Dave. Don't walk across that floor.
What?
The floor and everything in this room is covered with dust.
And there are no footmarks leading to the body.
It's strange. Very strange.
Strange, Mr. Chameleon?
What do you mean, Mr. Chameleon? I wonder how your uncle got to that desk without leaving any sign on this dusty floor.
I suppose he was sitting at the desk and killed himself there without walking anywhere.
He still had to get there some way. Unless...
Unless what, Mr. Chameleon?
Unless the murderer made a very silly mistake, Tina.
Murderer?
Murderer, you say?
Exactly, Dick. Your uncle was murdered.
But how could he have been, Mr. Chameleon?
That's what I'm here to find out. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Stand in front of this door until the police photographers get here.
Right.
And don't let anyone enter under any circumstances. Dick, Tina, suppose we go into the room across the hall where we can talk.
Of course. Come on, Tina. Won't you sit down, Mr. Chameleon?
Thank you, but I'll do better standing up.
Oh, that's the doorbell. I'll answer it.
Detective Arnold will answer it, Tina. The police photographer, I'm sure.
Oh.
Can either one of you explain why the room in which your uncle Hiram Stevens was murdered was completely dust-covered?
My husband's uncle was an inventor, Mr. Chameleon, and was not very tidy.
That's not the point I'm getting at, Tina.
I don't understand.
I'll explain later. The first thing I want to know is, where were both of you when the murder occurred?
Dick and I were both in the house, upstairs.
That's right, Mr. Chameleon. We had just come in from the airport.
The airport?
We went out to get our tickets. We're flying to Europe tomorrow.
I see. Were you both together upstairs?
Yes and no, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes and no, Dick?
Well, what I mean is Tina went into the dressing room and changed her clothes.
Changed her clothes, so you were not together?
What difference does that make, Mr. Chameleon?
Did you change your clothes, Tina?
I started to, but changed my mind.
Then the clothes you are now wearing are the same ones that you had on when the murder took place?
Yes.
Step over to the window with me, please. In the light.
In the light? Why?
I can't see very well here. Come along.
All right, then.
Thank you.
Well, what are you looking for on my wife's clothes, Mr. Chameleon?
Dust, Dick. Dust.
Well, you don't see any on me, do you?
No, Tina, but...
Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, Dave?
The pictures have been taken. We used a distance lens from the door.
Good. We can go into the murder room now. Come along, Dick. Tina.
Mr. Chameleon, you act as if you think Dick and I know something more than we've told you.
Not at all. You haven't told me anything yet.
Shall I try to raise the body now, Mr. Chameleon?
First, make a note, Dave. This entire room is dust-covered, including the murdered man. Write that down.
I have, Mr. Chameleon.
Also write down every object in the room, the pictures, the 2 glass mirrors, the mantelpiece, even the dead man's hair. Everything is covered with a layer of dust.
Got it all down, Mr. Chameleon.
Everything except the murder gun. That is clean.
Well, what does that mean, the gun is clean?
Obviously, the murderer threw it on the desk to make it look like suicide.
I tell you, Dick, Mr. Chameleon suspects you of murder.
Suspects me? Why should he, Tina?
Dave, let's raise the body from the chair.
Yes, sir. You take this side. I'll take the other here.
Exactly as I guessed, Dave. The only spot in this room that's not coated with dust is the seat on which the unfortunate man was sitting. There's no dust on the seat of his trousers.
Well, I'll be...
Dick, you and your wife go back into the living room. I'll see you in there in a few minutes.
This is outrageous.
It's a murder investigation, ma'am. Now do as Mr. Chameleon says.
All right, then.
We'll be in the living room, Mr. Chameleon.
What's it all about, Mr. Chameleon?
Those 2 people were at the airport arranging to fly to Europe, Dave.
Uh-oh.
Tomorrow. So there you are. They could have killed their rich uncle, left a perfect suicide set behind, and been off like birds in the air tomorrow.
But I can't figure that dust, Mr. Chameleon.
The dust, Dave, would make it seem that no one had entered or left the suicide room, and that the dead man had been lying there for days.
But how did all the dust get here?
The dust was sprayed in here, Dave. Probably with an insecticide sprayer, like the kind used to spray plants.
What do you think of that?
Have the house and grounds search for the sprayer. Call headquarters right away.
Shall I use this phone?
Yes. Also order men with vacuum cleaners out here from headquarters.
Vacuum cleaners?
Mm-hmm. Have this room vacuumed. Send the dust they collect to the lab for analysis.
Okay. Say, Mr. Chameleon, look here. This notepad attached to the telephone.
Yes, I've already seen that, Dave. Murdered man was evidently phoning a man named Fitch just before he was killed.
Yes, the pad says, call John Fitch about changing papers.
I wonder what that means. While you're phoning headquarters, I'll go in to see Dick and Tina.
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dick?
I've been talking to my wife, Tina.
Yes?
She says I should make a clean breast of one thing.
Of what?
She thinks I should tell you I'm the sole heir to my uncle's considerable fortune.
That's interesting.
Interesting? Is that all you have to say, Mr. Chameleon?
There is one thing certain, Tina. If you told your husband to say that, you have supplied him with a motive for murder.
Why?
Oh, there's the doorbell again. May I answer it this time, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, go ahead, Dick.
Why, Mr. Fitch.
Oh, hello, Dick. Will you tell your uncle I'm here with the papers he telephoned for?
My uncle has been murdered.
What? Murdered? That's what I was afraid of.
And the police are here. One is Mr. Chameleon.
Chameleon?
Yes, Mr. Fitch. And Mr. Chameleon suspects Dick of murder.
That's incredible, Tina. Utterly ridiculous.
Mr. Fitch, I'm Chameleon. And what is ridiculous about my suspecting Dick?
Because this young man had no reason for murdering his uncle. He has every reason for wanting him alive.
What reason?
Well, let me explain first that I am Hiram Stevens' confidential agent.
I see.
And I have right here a letter giving these two young people complete control of his fabulously valuable synthetic rubber inventions.
What?
He phoned me this afternoon and told me he was going to sign this letter the moment I arrived here with it. And here's the letter, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, certainly gives Dick and Tina what's equivalent to a fortune.
Exactly.
So apparently Dick and Tina had no reason to murder their uncle before he signed it.
It would have cost them a fortune, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, I get the point, Mr. Fitch. It seems that I'm at a dead end.
I'd not say that, exactly.
Mr. Fitch, if you suspect anyone, it's your duty to tell me.
More than a duty, Mr. Chameleon. An obligation to a man who was very kind to me through many years of close association.
Yes?
And naturally, now, to save his nephew from police suspicion, and also Tina, who was my own secretary before she married Dick.
Good. Whom do you suspect, Mr. Fitch?
I suspect the people who would have lost the rights to the millions the murdered man was signing over to Dick and Tina.
You say other people had these rights and were losing them on account of this letter? Who are they?
A man named Seymour Wakefield, who was Hiram Stevens' original partner, and his wife, Donna.
Well, when does the wife come in?
She was a rich woman when Wakefield married her, and she advanced the money to start him and Hiram in the business.
I see.
The point is that the murdered Hiram, who was a very changeable and eccentric man, had given them the rights that the letter you have gives to Dick and Tina.
What did Hiram do? Cancel the Wakefield's rights?
That's exactly what he was doing, Mr. Chameleon.
Was doing, you say?
Yes, here's the cancellation itself, duly signed by Hiram.
I see.
Hiram told me to give the cancellation to the Wakefields after he'd signed this letter to Tina and Dick.
This is becoming very interesting. The question is, did the Wakefields know about this, Mr. Fitch?
I told them myself this afternoon, and they literally flew out to see Hiram. They left my office about 30 minutes before the murder, on their way here.
What it sums up to, then, Mr. Fitch, is that if Hiram had lived long enough to sign this letter to Dick and Tina, the Wakefields would have lost a fortune.
Yes. And when I informed them, they said they would kill Hiram before they'd let him take the control from them.
I see. Well, there's no time to waste. May I keep these papers?
Certainly.
You know where the Wakefields live?
Oh, I have their address, Mr. Chameleon. I'll give it to you.
Thank you, Tina. Mr. Seymour Wakefield?
Yes?
I'm Chameleon of the police. This is Detective Arnold.
Come in.
Come. I came for some information.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon?
You were a partner of Hiram Stevens?
I am a partner of his.
Then you haven't heard that he was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, that's impossible.
Murdered in a dust-covered room.
Before you go any further, Seymour, let me say something.
Donna, this is Mr. Chameleon, the detective.
How do you do, Mrs. Wakefield? You were about to say...
I was going to tell my husband not to say he didn't know Hiram Stevens was murdered. We both heard it on the radio.
Donna, please.
Acting like we don't know will only make things worse. My husband and I were at Hiram Stevens' house this afternoon.
When he was murdered?
No, we'd gone.
What was the subject of the quarrel that you and your husband had with the murdered man?
We had no quarrel.
You know we did, Seymour. But it wasn't serious, Mr. Chameleon.
I was informed it was because the murdered man was canceling a paper that gave you control of his valuable synthetic rubber inventions.
The only person who could have told you that was John Fitch.
Did you or did you not quarrel?
Well, it's just as my wife says, Mr. Chameleon. It wasn't anything serious.
The control the murdered man was canceling was worth millions of dollars. I've seen murders committed for less than $10.
Mr. Chameleon, I'd like to show you something.
Show me what?
I'll get it from this desk. Please read this, Mr. Chameleon. It's a document from Hiram Stevens giving my husband and me complete control of his synthetic rubber inventions.
And it's signed by Hiram himself.
Yes, I see. Dated last year.
Yes. And Hiram's signature is witnessed, you'll notice, by Mr. Fitch, who seems so eager to entangle us in a murder case.
And here is a document Mr. Fitch gave me, Mrs. Wakefield. One he was on his way out to give to the murdered man.
What is it?
It's a letter giving control of Hiram's inventions to his niece and nephew, Tina and Dick.
I don't understand.
And it's dated today, Mrs. Wakefield, and it is not signed. Had Hiram Stevens lived to sign it, you would have been out a tremendous sum of money. A tremendous sum.
If it's not signed, it's not worth the paper it's written on.
Of course it isn't, Seymour. Mr. Chameleon knows that.
I know also that it's a prime motive for murder.
Do you think we murdered Hiram?
I'm going to make an odd request of you and your husband, Mrs. Wakefield.
Odd request?
I'll ask you both to give the clothes you're wearing now to Detective Arnold. Also the coats both of you wore this afternoon.
What for?
Go to your room, please, and come back with them.
Suppose we refuse.
I'll take you to police headquarters and have them removed.
All right. We'll give them to you. Come on, Seymour.
And don't bother to brush them off. What I'm looking for won't brush off.
Mr. Chameleon and the Dusty Room murder case continues in just a moment. The very first thing to do when you feel a cold coming on is to take genuine Bayer aspirin. You should do this and do it before you do anything else, because a cold is almost always accompanied by muscular aches and pains and a headachy, feverish feeling. And it's important that you relieve this distress in the fastest possible way. Ask your own doctor about this. No matter what you do to try to stop or shorten a cold, we think he'll tell you it's sound advice. And as millions know who have followed this advice, Bayer aspirin provides the relief you want, makes you feel better fast. It's actually ready to go to work in 2 seconds. And remember, Bayer aspirin's single active ingredient is so gentle to the system that doctors regularly prescribe it even for small children. That's why it's been used by millions of normal people without ill effect. So at the first sign of a cold, before you do anything else, take Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Dusty Room murder case. Hiram Stevens, a wealthy inventor, has been found murdered in a room suspiciously covered with dust. Mr. Chameleon has discovered that the murdered man was about to sign a paper taking the rights to his immensely valuable inventions away from his partner, Seymour Wakefield, and giving them to his nephew and niece. And now, as Mr. Chameleon leaves the Wakefield house with Detective Dave Arnold, Dave is saying,
"What do we do with the Wakefield's clothes, Mr. Chameleon? Didn't take them long to get them off and give them to us."
The wife Dona's a very clever woman, Dave.
Maybe too clever.
Start up the car, Dave. We're going back now to see the murdered man's nephew and niece, Dick and Tina Stevens.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
I'm trying to get the commissioner of police now over the radio. Central headquarters, please.
Central headquarters.
This is Chameleon. Put me through to the commissioner.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Hello, Chameleon. The laboratory just gave a report on that dust you had vacuumed from the murder room.
What's that analysis, Commissioner?
Well, you guessed right, Chameleon. The dust had been sprayed over the room with an insecticide sprayer. Traces of insecticide are in the dust. Anything else you want?
Yes, I've got a man's suit and a woman's dress and coat in the car with me. I want vacuum, too. Send one of the boys out to get them, please.
Send where?
Dave Arnold will be in the car in front of the murder house. We're on our way there now, Commissioner.
Right, Chameleon. Bye.
Dave, you wait here in the car until the commissioner sends out for these clothes. I'll go in now to see Dick Stevens and Tina.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Chameleon. Come in.
Thank you. Dick, the case is shaping up. I'll soon have whoever killed your uncle in that suspiciously dust-covered room.
Oh, you will?
Just a few details remain to be cleared up.
I see. Oh, Tina, Mr. Chameleon is here.
Good evening, Mr. Chameleon. What are the details you're clearing up?
Dick can answer the first question best, Tina.
I, Mr. Chameleon?
Why was your murdered uncle giving you control over his affairs?
Because he wanted to retire from active work and put everything in my hands.
It's odd that the first thing that you should do is to start off for Europe.
But we were planning to stay only 2 weeks.
I see. I'd like to go back to the murder room with both you and Tina.
Come ahead.
Very, very well. What do you expect to find in the room my uncle died in?
I want to show you something in here.
What?
Let me pull these draperies aside. There's a door here. You and Tina told me there was only one door to this murder room.
Well, that door behind the draperies, it's always locked. It's kept that way. Isn't it, Tina?
It's never been opened since we lived here, Mr. Chameleon.
It's directly behind the desk where your uncle was murdered. I put it to you, Dick, that while your wife was in the dressing room, you could have slipped downstairs, shot your uncle without Tina's knowing it.
But why should Dick have killed his uncle? Why, Mr. Chameleon? The Wakefields are the only people who can benefit by the murder.
When I make an arrest in this case, I will then present the evidence.
You can't accuse Tina and me of murder.
I am not accusing Tina of anything.
Then you can't accuse me either.
One other point, Nick.
Yes?
The police laboratory reports the dust found in this murder room was deliberately sprayed in here to make the murder look like suicide.
What?
And we've got the insecticide sprayer that was used. It came from this place.
Oh, Dick! Dick!
Tomorrow morning, I will send a Professor Simpkins out here. He is the expert man on dust at police headquarters.
What for? He won't find anything.
We'll see tomorrow. Good night. And remember, Dick and Tina, this house is under police observation.
Don't you think we know that, Mr. Chameleon?
And the next morning, we find Mr. Chameleon in disguise as Professor Simpkins, police laboratory dust expert, with Detective Dave Arnold, outside the murder house. And Mr. Chameleon is saying,
All right, Dave. We're ready for the kill.
I've got all the papers and the other evidence here, Mr. Chameleon. Maybe I should say Professor Simpkins. You certainly look like one in that disguise.
You have Seymour Wakefield and his wife Dona in the house?
Right. And Mr. Fitch is in there, too.
Good. Let's go, Dave.
Now, inside the murder house, we see Mr. Chameleon disguised as Professor Simpkins, a very learned-appearing man with horn-rimmed glasses, speaking in the voice of his disguise as he says to Dick Stevens and his wife, Tina.
Mr. and Mrs. Stevens, believe me, I feel most unhappy to reveal certain findings to seemingly respectable young people like you. That appearances sometimes are quite deceptive. Quite deceptive.
Oh, What are you getting at, Professor Simpkins?
They reveal that you, Mr. Stevens, purposely and with malicious intent sprayed the room where your uncle was killed to deceive the police and make his murder appear as a suicide. And our Mr. Chameleon requested me to so state to you.
Mr. Chameleon is trying to pin a murder on me to keep up his own reputation.
Still behooves you, young man, to speak that way of an officer of Mr. Chameleon's reputation, especially since the murder evidence was found on your premises after an attempt was made to put the crime on others.
And I know who those others were, Professor Simpkins.
Did, Mr. Seymour Wakefield? Indeed. And how do you and your wife explain that on careful analysis I discovered dust from the murder room on the clothes both you and your wife like?
You see, Your Honor, Chameleon knew you were lying when you said we left this murder room before Hiram Stevens was murdered.
So you were in the room during the murder?
Professor Simpkins, we came here after Hiram was killed. We opened the door behind his desk and a lot of dust fell all over us. But we didn't go in.
My laboratory findings reveal dust from the murder room in your clothes. Unmistakable evidence of murder.
Say that again, I'll choke you.
Stay put, Wakefield, or
Don't
else...
manhandle me, Detective Arnold.
Professor Simpkins.
You something to say, Mr. Fitch?
Your findings prove what I told Mr. Chameleon.
You told him, Mr. Fitch, that Seymour Wakefield and his wife killed Hiram Stevens to prevent his giving the control of his valuable inventions to Dick and Tina Stevens.
Yes, and I was right.
You showed Mr. Chameleon a document of control in favor of Dick and Tina from their murdered uncle, but never signed by him.
That's correct, Professor. I also showed him a paper cancelling a similar power in favor of the two murderers, Seymour and Dona Wakefield.
Quite so, Mr. Fitch.
And that paper was signed by Hiram Stevens.
And that is where you tripped yourself, Fitch. And this woman, Tina Stevens, your former secretary.
You're not Professor Simpkins. You're Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon in
Dave,
disguise.
handcuff Fitch to Tina Stevens.
No, help me, Mr. Fitch.
What absurdity is this, Mr. Chameleon?
You planned the murder, Fitch. You dreamed up the idea of a dust-filled suicide room.
That's right, Mr. Chameleon, he did.
But you fired the murder shots, Tina.
If she did, I didn't know it, Mr. Chameleon.
You're both equally guilty, Fitch. A clever scheme. This woman, Tina Stevens, your former secretary, married Dick for only one reason.
I married him for money. Why else?
Shut up, Tina.
I'll put the record straight, Fitch. The unsigned letter that you gave me purporting to turn the murdered man's rights to Tina and Dick was typed by you. It was a complete phony.
How can you ever prove that?
And the signed cancellation you used to throw suspicion on Mr. and Mrs. Wakefield was a forgery, and I will put expert after expert on the witness stand to prove that it was. Isn't that right, Tina?
Yes. Fitch himself forged it.
You brainless idiot, Tina.
Dave, write out a confession for Tina to sign. That's all that's needed to close the Dusty Room murder case.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. If you've ever had difficulty giving your children the proper dosage of aspirin as prescribed by your doctor, you'll be glad to know you can now get genuine Bayer aspirin in a new children's-size tablet. These new tablets contain half the amount of the regular-size Bayer aspirin tablets, and with them you can conveniently give your child the dosage your doctor wants him to have. All you need use is one children's-size Bayer aspirin tablet, because each tablet is full dosage. In addition, they're neither colored nor flavored and hence cannot be mistaken for candy. And they may be used with complete confidence, for the fact that doctors prescribe Bayer aspirin's single active ingredient even for the smallest children shows how gentle and dependable it is. The bottle and carton are plainly marked children's size Bayer aspirin, 30 tablets for 25 cents. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Custody of the Child murder case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
Scientific studies show that the only sensible way to help prevent tooth decay is to keep your teeth thoroughly clean at all times. This is because teeth that are free of decay-breeding deposits and film actually resist decay. And to clean them, use powder. For there's no dentifrice you can get that cleans teeth like powder. Thanks to its remarkable cleaning power, Dr. Lyon's tooth powder almost instantly helps remove deposits and film in which bacteria form, bacteria that cause tooth decay. So to help prevent tooth decay before it gets started, to whiten and brighten your teeth beautifully, use either regular or ammoniated Dr. Lyon's tooth powder.
Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Custody of the Child murder case next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Pat Novak for Hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak for hire. Down on the San Francisco waterfront, the only use they have for sentiment is to pick your pocket while you're saluting the flag. If you hang out around there as long as I have, you'll even learn to sleep with one hand on that cash box. So I wasn't expecting any cascade of lilies when Joe Adams drove down to Pier 19. He'd phoned that he was in a hurry and would stop by and pick me up in his car. He'd said he had a quick job for me to do. That was about all I knew about him. I wasn't worried about that either. In my work, you get used to odd-shaped hires, including those from guys who looked like a bundle of twigs with shoes on and drove like they owned the keys to the city.
Novak, this is a soft buck. All you gotta do is watch a joint.
If you keep driving through red lights like that, we'll both end up looking at the ceiling in the morgue.
So I disagree with the traffic department. Look, the joint's in North Beach, Vallejo Street. Here's the number. I wrote it down.
So you can read and write.
What do you mean?
What's the pitch? You afraid of mice?
No, and there's no extra cards in this deck.
Yeah? So far, it makes about as much sense as an 8-fingered glove.
Look, I have to meet a guy in Los Angeles. I haven't much time to make my plane. I lost my keys, so I had to bust in the door to get into my place. It was too late to get a locksmith. So I want you to watch till I get back tomorrow. Is that hard?
The way you're driving, breathing's hard.
You scare easy.
I scare plenty. I like to live.
Give me a good reason.
You wouldn't understand. You expect visitors tonight?
Look, I've got some stuff that I'd like to see around when I get back. And stop trying to read between the lines in this deal. It's all in the black type.
You can say that about a funeral speech.
You still worried about the way I drive?
No. Only why take a plane when this is faster?
Okay, if you can stop shaking long enough to walk, you can start here.
On the way back, I'll look for your brains.
Grab a cab. I'll pick up the check for it. And don't knock. Go right in. I'll be seeing you.
Probably in 4 pieces.
And keep awake, will you? Some of my neighbors would steal the handle off a blind man's cup.
Don't worry. I'll keep both eyes open.
You sound like you're saying one thing and thinking something else.
About keeping awake?
Yeah, what's worrying you, ghost?
I'm not buying this show the way you're staging it. Something sour in the deal. Yeah, that's all right, too. Just as long as you don't get any fancy ideas of making me the patsy.
Boy, you do scare easy.
Yeah, and I pay off bum debts, too.
Now I'm getting scared. So long, sucker.
Adams' joint turns out to be one of those walk-up flats. A nice wooden place that made you want to run for the firebox every time someone dropped a cigarette ash on the floor. The door was smashed around the lock all right, and the lights were out. When I found the switch and began to look around, it showed 4 rooms full of fancy furniture and decorations that made you wonder about Adams' private life. After I found out where the whiskey was located and pried 3 cushions loose from the easy chair, I looked around for something to do. There was a bookcase full of mystery stories and this and that. I passed the mysteries up without studying them. I knew that in every one of them the detective would come out on top. Yet I knew 4 private eyes who'd started out on just such trails and ended up in urns in Cypress Lawn.
There was one book with a purple cover called Reckless Moonlight, with pictures. I was on page 30, with pictures, when I was interrupted. They were too manly to make me glad. I jumped across the room and switched off the lights. And I stood just inside the door and waited. He didn't even knock. He came right in. From the back, he looked big enough to be a 10-ton trailer. He was fumbling in his pocket when I broke up the act. I chill up on the pocket pick, and this is the gun in your back.
If you shoot, you'll hit a policeman's badge. Think that over.
Is housebreaking a sideline with you, Hellman?
I'd know that voice in a nightmare.
And they blame gangsters for the crime wave. They don't know where to look.
Just stand still, sweetheart, till I get my flash working.
You want to borrow some burglar tools?
I'll settle for some better manners, and right now.
Where I come from, better manners started with knocking before you come cramming through a door.
Where you came from, they didn't have doors. Just a damp rock. What's the idea of turning out the lights?
How could I tell who was coming? You don't smell that bad.
Will you tell me why you're here, or do I bounce it out of you?
Don't worry. You can't parlay it into anything to tell a judge. A guy named Adams lives here. He had to get in a hurry, broke the lock, grabbed some things, and headed for the airport. He hired me to watch the place till he gets back tomorrow.
He hired a bulldog to watch his steak?
You don't like this story, huh? What do you want, mad musicians?
You're mad enough without music. Tell me more.
That's all there is till you started whipping in the fancy trimmings.
I could see that and raise it without even stringing.
You couldn't raise a rumpus on New Year's Eve.
No? And how about the murder of Thomas Van Dyke?
I must have looked surprised. Hellman was pleased and mysterious. He kept prowling around the house, looking at books, up on shelves and behind the furniture like he expected to find Van Dyke's body there. In the meantime, he filled me in on the case. Van Dyke had been a heavy money operator in show business, sports promotions and such. He ran around with the mink and diamond crowd and did enough charity work on the side to build up a reputation for being a pillar of the community. Everyone was surprised when he turned up dead, including the police. Someone had shot him without leaving any signature on the job. The case had remained unsolved for almost a year. Of course, at the speed Hellman thought, he might have just found out about it. Now he was passing out hints the thing had grown hot again.
I was checking through the evidence and file, and I ran across something we'd missed.
Yeah, grand piano?
Some stuff in a diary. Have you been messing around in these books?
Is that why you're here? To borrow a book?
The diary didn't make any sense at the time of the death, but we turned up a vag the other day who worked with Van Dyke and some of his underground connections.
And now Van Dyke's the king of the thieves.
Something like that. I put together the stuff this vag told us with some of the things in the diary, and it began to look like pay dirt. There's a book missing.
Yeah, the Rover Boys, it's over your head, Hellman.
Death in Herald Square, it's called. And don't play that innocent routine too hard or you'll tire it out.
You're making about as much sense as a pig in a candy store.
The vag tied this address into one of the clues. How do you like them apples?
I wouldn't buy them at 10 cents a crate.
Look, Bright Eyes, I don't like waterfront punks sticking their guns in my back in the dark. I don't like you messing in this racket.
Are you unhappy, nervous, run down?
I want you to keep your nose out of this scamper, Novak. And if you think that's just a lot of breath, try me.
Why should I leave this house just because you're having a nervous decline?
Don't think I'm buying that routine about some guy hiring you to watch his clothes while they went flying. You got a lead in this murder, and you're trying to track it down.
How much is the reward again?
$10,000. Who said anything about a reward?
Yeah, so that's why you're nervous.
Keep out of this, Novak. I'm warning you.
You're hot for the payoff. I should have known you wouldn't get up off your fat...
I'm giving you one more chance to get out, Novak.
I was hired to do a job, Hellman, remember?
All right, wise guy. Come on. Open the closet.
Your nose is itching. Open it yourself.
Okay, Novak. See any men's clothes in there?
Not in this year's style.
Snap it up, Novak. Haven't you remembered by now that Joe Adams was the girl?
All right, so the guy dealt me a joker. I don't mean I'm trying to crash your party.
The dame who lives here is named Dodo Sandberg, and she ain't lonely. But you're going to be Novak, and soon.
Dodo Sandberg.
Maybe she'll come to see you in jail.
You're not booking me, Hellman.
I told you to stay out of this, Novak.
You got nothing on me but a nervous twitch because you think I might beat you to that reward.
I got nothing on you, except housebreaking. Come on down to the station.
Deal me out.
You want to argue? Hey, who turned out the lights?
I'm getting to like that Adams or somebody.
Stand where you are, Novak.
Sorry, Hellman, I just remembered a date with $10,000. Hellman chased me, but the way he's built, he didn't have a prayer. He hit the street, doubled around a couple of corners. I couldn't even hear him. When I got back my breath, I walked along for a while and tried to put what I had together. Any way I looked at it, one thing was clear. Joe Adams had played me for a country boy in some setup that had a whole lot more in it than showed on the table. I needed to see Adams to square that deal, but something Hellman told me seemed even more important. I liked the idea of trying my chances of cutting into that $10,000 reward for Van Dyke's death. All I had to work on was a dame called Dodo Sandberg and a book called Death in Herald Square. I looked at the clock and found I still had time to make it to the main library before it closed for the night, so I headed that way. When I got in the place at the Civic Center, it took the librarians quite a bit of scrambling around to get the book, but they finally turned it up just before closing time. I tucked it under my arm and started out of the place when the dame fell in step beside me. A nice set of curves tucked away in one of those new-style dresses with so many extra built-in bumps it looked like a sack of potatoes.
Didn't I meet you in Scarsdale?
The shy type.
I used to be. I outgrew it.
Keep right on growing somewhere else.
You have to be that way?
My hobby's books.
I noticed. That's why I wanted to meet you. I like the books you choose.
Before I pick that up, what's your name?
Dodo Sandberg. Watch out for the stairs.
So you're after the book, too?
I didn't say that.
I know. It's my fascinating personality.
A very good friend of mine wrote that book.
Does my reading it strain your eyes or something?
It's very interesting. Now let's talk about you.
You get around, don't you?
What do you mean by that?
What became of Joe Adams?
That's a question for his mother to worry about, Patsy.
I don't mind helping her.
Oh, do they have to be mothers?
You need help like Midas needs dough.
There's help and help. What if a girl's lonely?
You aren't built for the job. Let's get back to Adams and the book.
Adams is no problem. He lives at the Standard Hotel on Polk Street.
Careless, isn't he, to forget that?
And how did you suddenly get a yen to read Death in Herald Square?
A cop told me about it. Why?
Because there's a better book on the same subject. It's called Death Waits Ahead.
Am I supposed to turn that into some kind of warning?
It could be. And here's a sample of what I mean.
She worked fast and smooth as a piston. There was some kind of judo, I guess. I was too busy falling to be sure. The stairs didn't help any. By the time I picked myself up, she was out of sight. And so was the book. I sat there a while and thought about women. When I went back to the library desk, I didn't buy me anything. Seems they only had one copy of the book. It wasn't popular, they said. When I seemed anxious about getting a copy, they sent me to a bookstore on 3rd Street, which stayed open late. By the time I got there was nobody in the place except one of the hired help looking bored by the cash register. I asked him for the book, and he quit looking bored right away. He began to look nervous. He said he didn't have the book. He'd never heard of it, and they were closing anyway. Whatever the guy was, he didn't have a card in the Actors Union. I guess Crowley realized that as soon as I did. When I said I'd look around anyway, a curtain twitched in the back of the place, and he came out. A big guy with a nasty disposition.
You could do better than that.
Did someone send you to tell me how to live?
You're looking for death in Herald Square?
The word's all over town.
You ought to be out eating something instead of nosing around where you're not wanted. You ever heard of the prisoner eating a hearty breakfast?
That's a warning. You're third in line.
Yeah? Who else is interested?
A cop and a dame. You got to team up and work it into 3-part harmony.
When they warned you, they were just trying to act like bad news. When I warn you, it's certified.
You don't look 8 feet tall. Put some meat on your skeleton.
My name's Pete Crowley. Did you ever hear of me?
I must read the wrong funny papers.
You got connections around the city.
You can say that about a sewer pipe. Something's making you twitch. Trot it out where I can see it.
Dodo Sandberg tells me you got your nose up in the air over the Van Dyke killing.
Does that worry you?
I'm hiding right now in Mexico.
What's the death's head routine for?
Before you run to the cops with a finger, listen carefully. I picked up Van Dyke's rackets when he dropped them. They pay off very nicely. I like the way they're moving along. And I don't want you or any of the eager beavers from the Kearney Street station to nose over the apple cart.
I came here for a book. You don't look like it.
Also, I don't like anybody bothering Dodo. And that includes sailor salesmen and smart guys looking for a new home.
If she doesn't want anybody ringing her bell, tell her to take the signs out of her windows.
You look like a fairly bright boy. Take a tip. Fade out of this scramble while you're still in Mobile.
And if I don't?
Stick around and I'll show you my muscles.
I'd rather look at Dodo's.
2 of my muscles used to be wrestlers. Think it over.
began to look more and more like trouble, doubled in spades. I began to get the feeling if I planned to sit in the game anymore, it was time to start counting up the cards and seeing how the mirrors were placed. But the best guy for that sort of work was an old alcoholic friend of mine called Jocko Madigan. Jocko was a one-time doctor around town who gave up his practice when he learned that alcohol made him feel better even when he wasn't sick. Finding him was like taking a phone survey of the downtown bars. I pitched a strike at the fifth one I tried. At first, he didn't like the idea of moving, but when I told him I was phoning from a 3rd Street bar, he said he'd hop a cab. He came in while I was working on my second drink.
Patsy, my boy, I'm glad to see you, both of you. Or is that only two heads?
I could use two.
That's an involved way of saying you're in trouble. Goodbye.
Listen, Jocko. I got my foot in the door of a deal that might pay off big.
All you've got your foot in is a dirty shoe, Patsy, and with your usual luck, you'll probably end up with Hellman stepping on it.
He stepped on it already.
Oh, he did? Good. How is the old walrus, anyway?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. I bounced into him tonight, and he was hot on the trail of the men who knocked off Van Dyke a year ago.
They're safe. Hellman couldn't put his finger on a fire eater in a darkened room.
What do you know about a book called Death in Herald Square?
What do you know about the home life of the Macrocephalus pinebombix? As I was saying before thirst choked me off, some people collect seashells, some raise dogs, some go after goldfish or matchbox covers or pretty women, but not Patsy Novak. Oh, no. Patsy's different. Patsy wants to collect murders.
Did you ever hear of the book?
What book? You're talking too fast.
Death in Herald Square. Van Dyke's murder ties into it somehow.
Talk sense, Patsy. Things are blurred enough without you jabbering nonsense.
Nonsense? I'm not on the right trail. Why have I been warned off 3 times already, including a threat from Pete Crowley?
Are you asking me?
Look, Jocko, there's $10,000 reward for the murderer.
Well, why didn't you tell me that 10 minutes ago and avoid all this verbiage?
Well, if you'd get your nose out of that whiskey bottle, you...
Skip the greetings, son. Let's get on to the money matters. What do you want me to do?
It's an old book. You know where to find it. I tried the library, but a dame called Dodo grabbed the dice.
I know just how to get it. A friend of mine in the Panhandle has a small bookstore and home distillery.
Listen, there's a Joe Adams fits in there somewhere. See what you can get on him, will you?
Do go on. You fascinate me.
Well, 2 other people were nervous about me since the thing broke. One is Crowley and the other is Dodo Sandberg. It seems to be tied to Crowley somehow. Can you get a check on him for me?
For $10,000, I can get a count on the fillings in their teeth. Is this Dodo Sandberg pretty?
Why?
I want to know where you'll be in case I have to phone. So long, lover.
I paid for Jocko's drinks and went out to the Standard Hotel. The room clerk gave me Joe Adams' number. He looked a little worried when he told me, but that could have been about a new boss or an old girlfriend. It could have, but it wasn't. Adams' room was on the 4th floor, and when I reached there in the elevator, Hellman almost ran over me trying to get in the cage. He was a nice salmon pink and panting like a bloodhound on a deer trail. He had a gun in one fat hand, a mouthful of verbs and adjectives.
Every time I turn a corner...
Who are you expecting, Princess Elizabeth?
Where did he go?
You better shift to the overdrive. You're racing your motor.
Where's Adams, Novak?
Don't start testing your muscles on me, Hellman. You must think I'm your wife.
This ain't playland, Novak. Adams just left his room. Where is he?
I'm not in the mood for company, Hellman.
You're going to talk. You're going to talk plenty.
What's all the pushing around about?
Don't pretend you're a country boy. You don't know what's going on.
Back up a bit and fill me in.
Adams told me he hired you to knock me off.
Yeah, and you believed him,
I
huh?
know you don't work that way. But I wouldn't put it beyond you to pretend to go along with the proposition as long as you could milk a few dollars out of Adams.
With your head, it's a wonder you don't believe it that I did it.
With my head, I remember that you were waiting in a darkened apartment with a gun when I came in. That you ran out on me, and that you show up now just when Joe Adams is escaping.
You put 2 and 2 together and get 22.
You're just a sort of a lousy conniving...
What about Adams? Is he the turkey that knocked off Van Dyke?
He got away when I started to dial the phone to call the wagon to take... I thought I told you to forget the Van Dyke murder.
You're full of tell, Hellman. Is Adams the one?
Pin this into your hat, Novak. I'm closing in on the one who did it, and I don't need you to help with the net.
Like you closed in on Adams?
Just let me stumble over you once more before I close this up, and I'll bet my badge I'll put you where you'll stand still.
And it could be Adams.
Do you hear what I said?
Yeah. I heard prices are going down, too, but I haven't noticed it much.
I can fix that. You're going to a place where the feed is on the house.
Don't give me any more of that jail talk, Hellman, till you're ready to come in with some papers.
All I need to put you in a cage is a key. Let's go. I'll get him. You stay where you are, Novak.
He must think I'm a Boy Scout. That was screwy. That was twice Hellman had tried to jail me, and twice someone had fixed a breakaway. Any way you looked at that, it still meant somebody wanted me in circulation for some reason. Unless you believed in good fairies, the reason wouldn't be nice. If I guessed hard, I could make it relate somehow to the Van Dyke killing. But all I had for a trail on that was 3 people being nervous in a hard-to-get mystery book. From the way Adams saved me from Hellman, he looked like a good man to know more about, and fast. I knew that after the gun work in the hotel, I'd have to find him somewhere else. The only other lead I had on him was through Dodo. I headed back to her place on Vallejo Street. When she opened the door, she looked like something to fit in a fireplace ad. She was wearing a negligee thin enough to roll up and stuff in a pipe.
You bounce back fast.
You grow on me.
What do you want?
Van Dyke's murderer.
Who's Van Dyke?
You're a stranger in town. You never heard of him.
Come on in. I'm having coffee. Think you can risk drinking some with arsenic and all?
I got a strong stomach.
You're a nice-looking guy. You seem healthy. Why do you want to change?
Your boy Adams likes to play tricks. If I didn't try to pay him off for the hot foot he gave me, he might feel neglected.
Adams is just a flock of nerves looking for some place to break down. Forget him.
He tried to put me on a spot where I'd end up killing a cop. The gag laid an egg. Nobody's laughing.
Cream in your coffee?
Yeah. I'm still guessing why he did it unless he killed Van Dyke.
Sugar?
Look, he didn't just pick this house out of the phone book. That puts you in line to do some explaining.
I wouldn't explain how to turn over in bed until I've had a cup of coffee.
You aren't shaken where it shows.
Are you telling me how to live?
I'd have to start with the way you say goodbye on stairways. You didn't learn that trick in a finishing school.
It didn't finish you, but that's just because you're durable.
So's my longing for Adams. Where can I find him?
I told you Adams don't mean anything. He just acts busy. He's like a fly, batting his wings off and ending up in the same place.
What place? Do I twist it out of you?
That book, Death in Herald Square. Did you find another copy?
That's for tomorrow. Tonight it's Adams.
You're wasting your time chasing Adams. Concentrate on the book.
I'm spreading my fire. How do I know that book isn't just a come-on to get me off the trail?
In the book, there was a millionaire businessman just like Van Dyke. He had connections in the rackets, just like Van Dyke. He had a partner, just like Van Dyke.
When do I start panting?
If you do, it'll be from running from the cops. That's all I'm giving you about the book.
I'll get the rest when I pick one up tomorrow.
You'll have a tough time doing that, Novak. The bookstores are all out of copies.
You collected them all?
Wasn't hard. A car, a telephone, little bustling about.
You're real sharp, Crowley, till you start looking at a map.
I have friends across the bay. You might try Sacramento or Los Angeles, but that would take some time, wouldn't it?
I guess time don't count after tomorrow.
Not with what you know, sonny boy. Am I being confusing?
You make a good try.
Well, this won't confuse you. I thought I told you I didn't like Dodo to be bothered.
She needs protection like J. Edgar Hoover.
And didn't I warn you off this caper?
Leave him alone, Crowley. He's harmless. Are you all done in the other room?
Yeah.
Come on, Novak. I want to make you a little present. There are the books you've been looking for, with only a few pages missing.
Yeah, Novak, you can have them. All 50 of them.
They're a little scarred, baby, but they'd still make a nice gift. Send them to your friends for Christmas.
If any of them can read.
You sound like you're ringing down a curtain.
That's right. After tonight, you just keep right on guessing.
About who killed Van Dyke?
No, baby. About how you're going to prove anything.
Mind if we sort of run along now? As soon as the lady gets dressed?
After they'd gone, I went through the books. Page 187 was torn out of each one of them. I felt like a man in an earthquake. Something told me to run, but I didn't know where to go. Trying to make sense out of what I knew was like trying to put together a drop cake. I wandered around the place till I found a drink. I was just lifting the glass when the telephone rang. Yeah?
Who's ahead, you or the moral squad?
Everybody's out in front of me, including Dodo and Crowley. Adams is out of sight.
You aren't alone.
Dodo and Crowley just went out the door. I said goodbye to them and $10,000.
Was Crowley that big, or was it the girl?
Crowley isn't worried, neither is Dodo.
That leaves Adams. Oh, I ran down that book of yours.
Crowley said he bought every copy in town.
Every copy in the bookstores. My friend remembered where he'd sold one. My friend with the still. We borrowed it. Oh, by the way, Van Dyke wrote the book.
Yeah? What's on page 187?
Let's see now. Yes, a description of Van Dyke's double life on page 187 is a description of the front man, the gangster. A bad writing job. No wonder it didn't sell.
Who does it fit?
It doesn't fit anyone, Patsy. He only said that the person had a star tattooed on his chest.
It's a horse.
Now all you've got to do is to get them in a game of strip poker.
Get them. They're all gone.
It's still a good idea, especially if Dodo sat in. So long, lover.
Give me Hellman.
Inspector Hellman speaking.
I got your killer for you.
That's that? Who's this? Novak?
Yeah. And don't start bubbling about my nose in your business.
Business is picking up.
You get Adams?
Adams? That's good. No, Novak. My stool pigeon got it. That fag I was telling you about.
That leaves you the only one knowing.
$10,000 worth. Don't think I'm coming after you, baby. You can stay there and rot.
So far, I feel healthy.
You think you can drag me off the trail after you by this phony phone call?
I know who did it.
Oh, no, you don't, Novak, but I do.
Yeah, fill it in.
I just got a phone tip where they're hanging out.
So they're sending out invitations.
I'll even tell you where they are. It's at the beach near a shooting gallery. I've got a siren in my car. Let's see you beat me out there. It's the first gallery below the ballroom.
Look, Hellman, you're the only guy alive who knows the whole story. What if this is a gag?
Oh, no, Novak. I'm not biting on any of your phony tricks.
But listen.
Save your breath to sob with when you see me pick up that nice fat check.
I thought a while, and suddenly the thing fell together like a winning poker hand. As soon as I saw it, I started running for my car. I don't know how it happened, but I beat them out there. I went along the bridge arterials. And they're wide and fast. By stealing a flock of red lights and nicking the paint off a couple of fenders, I was out through the Presidio and over to Golden Gate Park in no time at all. When I hit the beach, it was foggy and empty. There was only one guy in the shooting gallery. When I got up near him, it turned out to be Crowley. He had a rifle in his hands. And he saw me first, down the barrel of the gun.
Don't back up, Novak. Come on in. You were looking for Adams, weren't you?
I was looking for a lot of things.
He's here behind the counter. Look, on the floor.
And did you kill him? Those bullet holes could be 22s.
Yeah, I killed him. Just as I'll kill you if you get any fancy ideas like trying to grab a gun.
What are you saving me for, Christmas?
Yeah, you dress up the joint. I want Hellman to walk into the trap just like you did. That's why I'm shooting at the targets. Like this. Bullseye. I'm good.
You'll have to be good to get away with killing a cop.
I hired Adams to do it. But he thought he'd get smart and frame you into the rap. That's why he hired you.
Did he expect me to kill Hellman that night?
Well, that's one of his bright ideas. He's full of bright ideas. Or he was. If he hadn't been so smart, he'd still be breeding. It's really very simple. Hellman got on the trail. And he was the only one in town who knew there was a trail, so he had to be killed.
He ain't dead yet. You're betting a 22 against a police special.
I'm live bait. You ought to see the gun Dodo has in the car.
You're gonna dry gulch him, huh?
He'll be watching me, and I'll be watching you. Let's see you beat that hand.
You're forgetting the books.
We're forgetting nothing. The books don't mean anything unless you put it together with what Hellman knows. Hellman and his stool pigeon. Stool's dead. And here comes Hellman. Adams thought of everything, including mirrors.
You thought of everything. Except a quarter.
What for?
To pay for the reload on that gun. Now, these other guns are only loaded. Hi, you win a cigar, Hellman. You got her.
She'd have had me if you didn't spray the windshield. What was the deal?
While you were creeping up on Crowley, Dodo was going to pat you on the back.
Crowley? Where's Adams?
He quit the game. Crowley helped him.
Come on. Crowley's coming, too.
Don't worry. He won't like these odds.
What odds?
38-22. It wasn't much of a trial. Crowley got the gas chamber. I got $10,000. The tax collector took half. Jocko got some, and there was even some left for me. Oh, yeah, Dodo was the one who killed Van Dyke. She and Crowley were sort of a team, but she was the contact and the real boss. Hellman never knew how I was so sure. I never told him I thought it was a man, too, till Jocko told me about the killer being tattooed. After that, it was easy. That negligee of Dodo's only left one thing to wonder about. That was how she kept warm.
And now, an important announcement for your listening pleasure. Next week, Pat Novak for Hire and all your KGO programs will come to you by the new power of 50,000 watts. Here's what that means for this program, for instance. Pat Novak will reach 1 million new listeners all the way from the state of Washington to the Mexican border. The new power and the new transmitter, the finest science can build or money can buy, will make KGO the most powerful station on the West Coast. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Pat Novak for Hire.
Sure. I'm Pat Novak. For hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. Oh, you don't get in the blue book that way, but you don't embarrass your friends either. Because down on the waterfront in San Francisco, they don't separate the good and the bad. They let them run together. And before long, you got a caste system. You're either alive or dead. If you're on top, keep fading the crowd and trying for sevens until you lose the dice. It's about the only way to play it, unless you like worms. I rent boats and do anything else that'll put a fast handle on a buck. But it doesn't always work out because down here, all your luck is junior grade and trouble is trumps. I found that out Tuesday night. It was the first time I ever saw Rubin Callaway, and the last time, too, if you like to keep a tidy record. It was about 7 o'clock, and I just started back across the bay from Sausalito. You could still see Mount Tamalpais squatting on the Marin shore, light brown near the top, but dark and black farther down, like a cupcake that's been in the oven a little too long. A low fog was beginning to squeeze in on the far side, so I kicked in the searchlight, and that's when I picked him up. He was struggling feebly with his face near the water and was almost bald, so that when the light hit him, he looked like a cantaloupe that somebody got tired of. I pulled alongside and started to haul him aboard. He brought most of the bay with him.
Help me. Please.
Yeah, wait till I get a hold of you, will you? Come on. There. Now sit down. No, here. Lean against the gunwale.
Yeah, thanks.
Is the water red or you've been shot a little?
Do you have to know everything?
No, it's your load. Carry it, mister.
Yeah.
Come on, move your feet. I got to get us ashore.
If you like it, go ahead. But don't hurry for me.
Well, if you feel that way about it, pick another spot to die in. Go back in the bay where you'll have company.
You gotta help me. I want you to get in touch with a girl named Alma Biggs.
Yeah?
You'll find her at the Empire Club, out on Geary Street. My name's Rubin Callaway. Tell her about me. She'll pay you for it.
What'd she do, collect bodies?
Just give her this key. It's for a locker down in the bus station.
Now, look, Pop, you don't know me. Suppose I use the key.
You can't spend it. You better take the money.
All right.
Just see, I'm told it didn't work out. It didn't work out for me at all. I guess that's right, huh?
On the big things, you're 100%.
I don't need a check. Go.
Here, sit up. I told you I don't want you dying in here.
Stop beefing, fella. You don't have all the bad luck.
They must have sent a fast chariot because when I leaned over, the guy was dead. And he was working hard at it, too. He was a skinny little guy, all bent up and twisted in the bottom of the boat like an old paper clip. Wouldn't do any good to straighten him out because he wasn't going to sleep easy. His eyes were open and rolling around at the sky as if he was on the make for a star. And the skin hung loose around his face so that when you touched it, it felt like an empty baked potato. Well, I pushed him into a corner and I started for Pier 19. When I got there, I hauled him onto the dock and I went down to call homicide. Must have been about 8:30 when I took a cab out to the Empire Club. It was a gambling joint out on Geary Street where they cut their whiskey and cards in different rooms. I asked the guy at the window if he knew Alma Biggs, and he pointed her out by the roulette table. She was wearing a white satin evening gown. As I walked up behind her, I noticed she moved in rhythm with the roulette wheel. It was interesting. If it'd been a merry-go-round, they'd have pinched her. I squeezed in next to her at the table, and I was thinking of trying it again when she started to talk.
It's a tight fit. Are you sure you like it?
I'm not going to stay long.
That's what Rudolph Hess said.
Make your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Gamblers make their bets.
Stake me, Alma.
I can't afford you, darling.
Go broke for Rubin Callaway, then. 4 on the red.
4 on the red. 4 on the red.
I ought to keep you for luck, darling. Will you comb your hair?
I'll take the chips. They look bad on Callaway.
Oh. It's too crowded here. Let's find a closet. Did he look pretty?
For a fish, he was all right.
Who are you?
Pat Novak. I picked him up in the bay. He said to look you up and tell you it didn't work out.
That would please Turk.
Yeah, who's Turk?
The reason it didn't work out. Is that all, Mr. Novak?
Except for a key that fits a bus station locker. Here.
You keep it, Mr. Novak.
It won't buy anything. Now, look, sweetheart, I picked up your boy and dried him out, but that's all. We were small friends at best, so the service has stopped.
You can come to a slow stop for $200. Just take the key and pick up what's in that locker. I'll get it from you later.
Yeah?
I'll meet you in an hour. Where's a good place? Your apartment?
Well, it's a place.
I'll find it in the book. I hope you don't mind.
No, the thin walls will save me. What's in that locker?
What would it prove?
Proves you got a small mouth, Angel.
Unless you're going to kiss it, don't worry. 9:30 then?
All right.
I'll bring the 200 with me.
Don't worry about the dough.
Oh.
Because I scooped your chips off the table. I'll see you later. She stood there watching me as I walked over to the cashier's window. She gave you a nice warm feeling like a Bunsen burner in the middle of your back. As she stood there in the center of the floor smiling, you knew she could turn a glacier into a steam bath at 400 yards. A nice little mouse that made you want to go home and test all the old traps. Well, I cashed in her chips, and the boy at the window shoved out 200 rocks in a pained look as if he'd just handed over his right lung. I got a cab, and I rode down to the bus station at 7th and Market. There were a few people sitting at the counter and a couple of old men on the benches waiting for somebody to get up and leave the funny papers. I went over near the wall and opened up the locker. It was a long trip for a small package. A square manila envelope, and there was an address up in the corner. Rubin Callaway, photographer. I squeezed the envelope, and it felt like photographs, but I wasn't sure. I started to close the locker when I turned, and then I tumbled for the first time. It's like getting a drop of rain on your hand before you ever look up at the sky. The two of them were standing over by the cigar counter watching me. A guy with a heavy overcoat and a little small guy about the size of a hangnail. It wouldn't do any good to sit down because I knew they'd stay until somebody condemned the building, so I walked past them out onto the street, and there was a cab standing right in front.
Cab, mister?
Yeah. Swing up toward the St. Francis, will you?
Yeah,
Now, look, you're going to be tailed, so brush up on your alleys.
if you like it that way.
Hey, you were supposed to take a left there on Mission.
I got a license. Where's yours?
I told you to double back over Market.
Get out and walk if you don't like it. I've been bought, mister.
Oh, my two friends.
That's right. You should have come first.
I ought to part your hair.
You got more chance with them. Here we are.
Where you going?
You like alleys, that's what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Take it easy, fella. You're not going anywhere.
You were nice while you lasted.
Take it easy. You better walk up a wall. They'll block the alley. See?
Crowded alley, huh?
Yeah.
Give me the envelope so we can all get out.
Can Junior help you?
Give me the envelope. There. Now let's see it. Yeah. Still sealed.
You all through?
I don't know. We'll see. Like him, Joe?
No.
That's the way it is, mister. He don't like you.
I slid down like an old sock on a bony leg. I rolled over a couple of times. I tried to stand up, but it wasn't easy. You might as well try to find a hair in a bowl of chopped suey. It began to rain, and I figured it'd be easier to float out to the street, so I went to sleep. When I woke up, the rain hadn't helped the alley much. It's like washing your kid's face and finding out he was ugly to start with. The mud had washed up against the walls, and there was a thick, sour smell, and down the alley, across the street, there was part of a sign sticking out that said, Eats. And that isn't what you felt like at all. I started groping around to get up, and my hand hit the pictures. They were scattered all over like clothes in a boarding school. I picked them up, and I started for the street. On the way up in the cab, I got a chance to look at them, and they didn't make sense. There were 6 of them, and they were all just about the same. A bunch of mob scenes of that fire over in Oakland. I didn't have time to figure it out because the cab pulled up in front of the St. Francis, and I went in to call Alma Biggs and tell her the party was off. Part of that alley must have come with me because when I walked into the lobby, the doorman looked at me as if I'd just blown up a nunnery. I tried the number once, but nobody answered. I decided to wait 20 minutes and call again. That was a mistake because I just got in the booth and started to dial when somebody started rapping on the door with a nickel. It was Hellman from Homicide.
Hello, Novak. Come on out. You can't get a date in that suit.
What do you want, Hellman?
Come on out. You're a hard man to find.
Well, you don't look in the right places.
I'm a family man. Tell me about the dead guy.
I don't know, Hellman. He died in my boat. That's all I know.
He didn't say anything?
Just sentimental stuff. His name's Rubin Callaway, and somebody threw him in the bay without instructions. I don't know a thing about him except he takes pictures.
Yeah?
Oh, wipe off the drool. They're not your kind.
Who are his friends?
He's got new ones by now. I don't know, Hellman.
How about that guy on your couch?
Huh?
I just left your place. How about the guy on the couch?
There's a gal up there, but that's all.
Does she wear suspenders?
Huh?
Then take my word, it's a man.
And you're going to tell me he's dead, Hellman?
No, I'm not going to tell you he's dead, Novak. He may be a soft breather.
When Hellman mentioned the stiff up at my place, I knew we were going to be in low gear the rest of the night because Hellman isn't an easy guy. He wouldn't give his wife an aspirin if she had concussion of the brain. He took me out the side door, and we rode up to my apartment. The dead guy was lying on the couch with his arms across his chest as if he wanted somebody to give him a lily or a way out of this. The lamp was shining down on his face, and the light was distorted, but when you stood over him, you could see his face was the color of pressed seaweed. If he had anything to be happy about, you couldn't tell, because his mouth was open and hung over to one side like a loose change purse filled with old teeth. His clothes were rumpled, and his shirt was open at his neck. You could see a chain around his neck and a silver medal in the dull light against his chest. It looked out of place and made you feel funny, like seeing a picture of a Madonna in a bowling alley. I watched him while Hellman made noise.
He still looks like a man.
Yeah? Who is he?
George Leggett.
What does that prove?
Who his mother was. We're checking for a record. The gun, too.
What gun?
One was lying here on the floor. Mixed up, Novak. There's a connection. I'll shop around till I strike it.
You couldn't strike oil in a filling station. You got a double murder. Shop for a pair of people.
I'll shop far enough to get you, big shot. Far enough to see you fry.
Well, you got the lard for it, Hellman.
If you keep your mouth shut now, you can hold in the blood. Hello, Hellman talking. Yeah? When'd you find out? That makes it easier. You sure the same gun killed them both? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be in.
Well?
Huh? Oh. Wrong number, Novak.
They didn't give Hellman a sense of humor. They gave him a loud laugh instead. When he walked out of my place, he was smiling like a funny man who's just exposed Santa Claus. I didn't feel very funny myself. I took another look at those pictures, and I was as mixed up as a guy with a Mexican divorce. They were just ordinary pictures of a fire in Oakland. What made them so important? I was sure that Gunsel had taken some of the pictures, but were they any different than these? And why was Alma Biggs afraid to pick them up? And who was a guy named Turk? Oh, I was full of questions, but no answers, like some guy at a peace conference. Well, if I went over it any more, I'd be counting my toes, so I got out of there and I looked up Jocko Madigan. Oh, he's a good guy, and he was a smart one, too, until he decided the only way you can get a good trade-in on hard luck is with a bottle of whiskey. I found him at Emilio's bar, patting Bill, the bartender, on the back with one hand and pouring jiggers of gin with the other.
At the tables down at Murray's, in the place where Louis dwells, ba, ba, ba.
Jocko.
Gentlemen songsters off on a spree, doomed from here to eternity.
Jocko, I want to talk to you.
Shh, Patsy, I'm driving a Harvard man crazy. He's at the end of the bar.
Well, stop drinking and listen to me.
I've got to keep on drinking, Patsy, if I want to preserve any continuity in my life, because I don't drink to forget, but rather to remember. To remember all the pleasant events of my life. There were two of them, I think.
All right, Jocko.
The first was a girl I met many twilights ago, and the second was a summer night in St. Louis when a bartender felt crazed with the heat and set him up on the house.
Will you stop it? I'm in trouble.
Memory is a blessed toy, Patsy. But you have to be careful because it can be dangerous, like giving a rifle to a small child for Christmas. Oh, it's true he can get some temporary pleasure out of it by shooting various neighbors. But sooner or later, he's going to kill the only rich relative in the family.
Jocko, I'm tired.
And memory's the same way. So you're entitled to collect the few good ones you have. You're allowed to straighten them out and put them in order. Oh, after all, an old pool ball gets racked now and then.
You all through?
Yes, I've run out of memories.
Hellman thinks I killed two guys 10 miles apart.
Wasn't it difficult?
No, the same murder gun. The whole thing is tied up with some pictures.
In color?
A guy by the name of Rubin Callaway died in my boat. He gave me a key to a locker downtown. The pictures were there.
Is that one of them?
Yeah, it is. Take a look.
Uh-huh. If it's a group picture, they were a very unruly family.
It's the Oakland fire. Two Gunsels followed me and took some of the pictures. In the meantime, some guy got shot in my place. Everybody's after the pictures. Why?
Well, have you seen the other pictures?
No, I took an intermission. That's why you got to help. Now, you'll find Rubin Calloway's address in the phone book. Get up there and go through his stuff, will you?
It doesn't sound legal.
Neither's a bum murder rap. Get up there and go through his pictures. Try to find anything that'll fit in with his set.
What are you going to do besides jail?
I got to find a gal named Alma Biggs.
Oh, you'll have trouble. With a name like that, she's probably changed it.
The locker key was tabbed for her, but she hired me to run her errands.
Is she pretty?
Yes, if you like a fast track. Now get up there, Jocko.
Why can't I see her?
Will you stop it, Jocko? Just get up there. Forget about her. She'd scare you to death.
Yes. Well, at least I die hopeful. Good night, lover.
Finding Alma Biggs was quite a job. Oh, I knew she was around, but I couldn't get to her. It was like trying to get a peanut shell out of a back tooth. I called the Empire Club, but they didn't know anything about her. I went through all the phone books and the city directories, and I didn't get anything but a sore thumb. I didn't do any better with the hotels. I sat in Lupo's and called them all, and by 1 o'clock I knew more desk clerks than a vice squad cop, but no Alma Biggs. Finally, I went out to the Empire Club and I started talking to the cabbies. About 15 minutes later, one pulled up and remembered taking a girl in a satin evening gown up to an apartment on the hill. I called Hellman and I rode up there to check the names. Alma Biggs had an apartment on the second floor. I knocked on the door and she didn't answer, so I tried it. The lights were out, so I closed the door and groped over to the desk. I should have noticed the draperies as I passed because they were full of people.
Wait a minute.
All right now.
Wait a minute, Mr. Novak. Stop breaking things. Someday you may want to mend me.
Do you always sleep in the curtains?
Do you always talk this long in the dark? Turn on the light.
Yeah.
I wanted to see who you were.
George Leggett, maybe.
Oh, do you know him?
We're roommates. He died on my couch tonight.
Anything serious or just humdrum death?
He's satisfied. What do you know about him?
I never heard anybody say a bad thing about him. Of course, I never heard anybody mention him.
Now, look, Angel, it's late. Who's George Leggett?
Why do you care?
Because homicide cares. They got Callaway and Leggett back to back, and they want my skin.
It's a nice skin, darling. Where are the pictures?
Unless you're a social worker, you're not going to like them here.
Let me see. They're not all here.
Yeah, I figured that.
Where are the other pictures, Patsy?
In some Gonoff's album, 2 of them jumped me down near Mission Street.
Who are they?
We never got that friendly.
Well, there couldn't have been 2 of them.
Well, maybe the little guy was just window dressing, but he gave the right answers.
Patsy, I think you're a liar.
You're nicer than homicide.
I want those pictures.
You do.
And I'm going to take them away from you.
If I had them, that's a big enough gun to do it.
Get the pictures, Patsy.
It's a bad time for murder, Angel. Homicide's working this week.
I haven't time, Patsy. I'll push you down like a blade of grass. Get the pictures.
Now, look, sweetheart. I took a job for $200. It covers a tandem murder rap and a sapping down on Mission Street, but it won't cover big talk from you. Now, put the gun away or I'll binge you hard.
Don't move up when you talk.
Oh, you're a round behind. Give it to me.
But, Patsy.
It feels good. Let it go or take the pain. Drop it.
You don't have to hang on. I'm not a barbell.
You're handy now. Who's Turk?
Stop it. You're hurting my arm.
There's a guy named Turk. I want to know who he is.
You're late for that.
Who is he?
Go ahead. Tear it all, but you'll die ignorant.
Yeah.
You sound blue, Novak.
What do you want, Hellman?
I want to give you a reason. I got the coroner's report on George Leggett.
Yeah?
He died in your apartment. The blood off your carpet looks good on these slides.
All right, so the murderer sold me the rug. So what, Hellman?
So we ran down George Leggett's record. A Detroit gunman who got out here 6 weeks ago.
Yeah?
He traveled for years with a guy named Turk Spaniel.
Well, that's your boy. You better find him.
We already have.
Don't tell me he's up on the couch.
He was born too soon for you. We checked with Detroit police.
What'd they say?
They know all about Turk Spaniel. He was killed 9 years ago in West Detroit. But they found the guy that did it and sent him up to Lansing for life.
Yeah?
Yeah. He was a guy named Joe Biggs. Say hello to your girlfriend.
Well, I didn't talk to the girl because I knew she'd close up faster than a Dublin meat market on Friday. I left her and went down to the Chronicle morgue to find out what I could about Turk Spaniel. Hellman had covered it. Spaniel talked too much, and Joe Biggs killed him and left him growing out of a ditch like an old weed. Oh, I didn't know where to turn now. With Turk gone, who was after those pictures besides Alma Biggs, and what did they prove? I knew the answer was there. Probably in plain sight, like a blimp on a football field, but I couldn't get near it. It was past 2 when I got back to my apartment, and the phone was screaming for help. Yeah.
Hello, Patsy. This is Jocko.
What'd you find out?
That Callaway was quite a photographer.
Yeah?
You should see some of the pictures. Oh, I'm in love again.
All right, Jocko, did you find anything?
There's a check for $1,000 from Alma Biggs.
Yeah? What else?
Some more pictures of the Oakland fire. One of them looks good.
Yeah?
It's just like the rest, except in the background, something is circled with a red pencil.
Oh, that'll do it, Jocko.
And there's a clipping here with another picture. I can't tell, but I think they match.
What's it say?
Well, it's all about...
Jocko, what's the matter? Are you all right, Jocko? Jocko, you all right?
He says to tell you no.
After Jocko's call, I grabbed a cab and rode up to Callaway's apartment. When I got there, Jocko was sitting in the middle of the floor as sad as a steer on a sheep ranch. He hadn't seen who hit him, and the picture was gone. So was the clipping. I asked him if there were any negatives around, and he said no. That meant somebody was still on the prowl for the negatives. So I called Hellman and briefed him, and he said he'd meet us at Rubin Callaway's studio in 10 minutes. When we got there, it was dark, but I sensed Hellman in the back room. Turned out to be a couple of pans of acid, but he was there going over the negatives.
All this guy did was take pictures.
Let me take a look, will you, Hellman? Can you spot the right one, Jocko?
Hold him up to the light.
All right. Now, here are the fire pictures.
How about this one?
No, I had that one.
Yes, that's it. And this fellow back here is the one that was circled.
Hold it up so I can see.
Hello, Turk. You waited too long.
Give me the picture, mister.
All that gun will do is make noise, Spaniel, and it won't make enough to keep a secret.
Just hand me the picture.
Somebody knows you're alive now. The picture's for laughs.
It's your word against mine. I'll be so far away I can't hear the argument. Let me have it.
Don't give it to him, Novak.
Yeah, I'll give it to him. You take it away, Hellman.
Thanks, Novak. That alley taught you manners. Stand over there. I want to remember the way you looked.
Don't worry. I'll tell you about them, Turk.
Huh?
You keep backing into this gun, it's going to show around your breastbone.
Guns are getting cheap. You better drop yours, Spaniel.
Over there. You look the same, Turk. Or almost the same.
You got this all wrong, Alma.
Joe doesn't look the same. 9 years in the cooler and you lose your personality.
Please, Alma, don't do anything crazy.
After 9 years, you lose almost everything. Joe's lost everything but me. Down on the floor, Spaniel. I want you on your knees.
Please, Alma, you got it wrong.
I got it all right, Turk. Because Joe wouldn't lie to me. When he said he didn't kill you, I knew you were alive.
Please, Alma.
Down on the floor beside the table.
Go easy, baby. You got a copper here.
I can't hurt him, Novak. Turk Spaniel's legally dead. What you can do to a dead man is careful to duck.
Please, Alma. You're not seeing this right.
I'm going to have a better chance than you. You couldn't see Spaniel. You couldn't see your way back to help Joe out. You look good on your knees. Now over by the table.
Leave that acid alone, sweetheart.
I'm going to help him see with a whole pan full of it. I'm going to help you see, Spaniel.
Please, Alma, you wouldn't do that?
You got the short end of the bet.
Yeah. You better look at him, Jocko.
Don't bother unless you're a baby doctor.
We may need you, lady.
Not for this copper. Remember, Turk Spaniel's dead. Detroit says so.
He looks live now.
He can't be dead there and live here. I like your climate, but it's not that good. You can't see me, Turk, but I'll bet you can hear me walk out of here. Goodbye, Turk. I'll send you a cane.
Hellman managed to get most of the story out of Turk Spaniel. Rubin Callaway stumbled into the whole thing, and he didn't know what hit him. He went over to Oakland to take some pictures of the fire, and he got a picture of Spaniel in the crowd. Spaniel saw him and trailed him over to this side. He had to get the pictures because back in Detroit, he'd framed Joe Biggs with a riddled-up body and skipped out of the country. He'd been away until a few weeks ago, and now he was waiting for a boat out of San Francisco, so he had to stay dead. He sent George Leggett after the pictures, but Leggett figured it was a good way to double-cross him and stay in the clear, so he tipped off Alma Biggs, who'd come out here on a lead a few weeks before. Turk finally tumbled. With a local gunsel, he killed Callaway and left Leggett in my apartment where he trailed him. It almost worked out, but he didn't get to that shop in time. Well, Hellman asked only one question. When I first met her, did I know Alma Biggs was that hard? No. In that satin evening gown, I didn't think so.
The Armed Forces Radio Service has just brought you Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced by William P. Russo. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be with us again next week when over most of these same stations we'll bring you Pat Novak for Hire. Novak for Hire was previously released by ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, for listeners in the United States, and rebroadcast for our men and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company brings to its entire network one of radio's most unusual programs. Pat Novak for Hire.
I'm Pat Novak for Hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Foghorn for Hire. Oh, there are other ways to say it, but down on the waterfront in San Francisco, you gotta put your best foot forward, especially if you want to trip up a friend. Down here, a friend is anybody who's been dead more than 10 years. And then it pays to watch out, because if you relax, somebody will come along and knock you on the back of your stomach. Works out all right, though. I rent boats and do anything else, you can hide in the dark. It's about all you can ask, because along the Embarcadero, nothing's perfect except the heels. I found that out Wednesday afternoon. She was a lovely girl. The sort of person you'd expect to see in a choir loft. About 3 hours after choir practice. Her hair was red. Her eyes were as cold as rigor mortis. And you knew the first time you met her that you'd been seeing her too often. Must have been about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I was walking down toward Pier 19 when she pulled up alongside of me in a cream convertible.
Can I give you a lift?
You already have.
Well, is that love or reflex action?
What's on your mind?
You are Mr. Novak, but don't put on your tracksuit. It's a business matter.
Well, in that case, you've got a name.
I'm Con Regan. I went by your office a few minutes ago, but you were out.
I'm in now. Go ahead.
It won't take me long, Mr. Novak. Stay away from Rory Malone.
Well, I'm doing all right so far. Who is he?
He's important to me. I don't want to lose him, Mr. Novak, so please stay away.
Go tell a girl. I don't even know the guy.
You will, if you're not lying now. He's a prize fighter, and someone's going to try and hurt him.
And you'd rather hurt him first.
I'm willing to pay you to stay away from him.
Suppose I'm going to see him a lot. Will you pay a lot?
I'll give you $300. All right, Mr. Novak?
You know, you're not smart, Angel. If you're pressing that hard, the other team's going to bid, too. The answer's no.
I'm afraid that's up to you. But I'm warning you, don't do it. Please don't do it.
Yeah, that's what Mother used to say. I'm still all right.
Maybe Mother liked you better, Mr. Novak. See you later.
Well, I watched her for a minute as she brushed her hair back and started the car. It was nice hair, and the dress helped, too. It was dark blue and had a V-neck, but the designer believed in big letters. She pulled away and gave me a look you could take on a safari. It was enough to tell me that she was as safe as a tap dancer on a floor full of dynamite caps. I walked up and turned in at Pier 19. When I reached the door of the office, I could see the old man sitting by the desk. He looked tired and a year older than the Bible. His hands were shaking and his skin was coarse and the color of an old razor strap. When I walked in, he glanced up at me and looked about as happy as a cocker spaniel with a stomachache.
I could talk to you, please, Mr. Novak.
We'll try it once. Go ahead.
I'm an old man.
You want to argue or go on?
I'm too old, so I must come to someone for help. My name is Hans Newmeyer. I would like you to watch someone for me.
Someone like Rory Malone?
Yeah. But you do not
What
know
is this, Save Rory Malone Week? What's he to you?
I am his manager. Oh, you don't ever hear of me because I'm old and not a very good manager, I guess. After this fight, Rory find new manager, maybe.
Yeah? When's this fight?
Tonight. Oh, you don't know Rory. He's a good boy. He's a very good boy, Rory is.
Yeah, well, good boys don't need watching. Has he got some bad coming out?
Something funny about this fight. He meets with bad people. And Rory is a good boy.
Yeah, I just met one. How deep do they run?
At the west is a fellow named Joe Slagle. He's a bad man, a gambler. Please, Mr. Novak, you just watch Rory tonight and see he's all right.
Are you that rich?
Oh, please, I don't have much money. Just $300, maybe, what I got from the fight. Maybe 300, I don't know. I just got a little money.
It's a tie, Pop. You win the toss.
Please, you don't help me.
You win, Pop. When do I look at him?
Tonight you come before the fight. In the dressing room, I show you to Rory, and you see he's all right.
Yeah, about 9.
Yeah, please, Mr. Novak. I thank you all my life. You watch Rory. I thank you all my life.
Yeah, well, I'm getting short shift on that, but I suppose it's not your fault, Pop. See you at 9. Well, I felt sorry for him when he turned and walked out of there. I could afford it. With $300, you can buy a lot of crying towels. At the door, he turned and smiled once before he shuffled out. He moved down the pier with a nervous, uncertain motion like a flower petal in a warm wind. When he disappeared, I took a cab and rode up to the press club. Oh, I found out a lot about Rory Malone, and most of it was good. He was a lightweight, and Hans Newmeyer had picked him up and brought him through the prelims up to main event stuff. He was fighting tonight against a Cleveland boy named George Zarek, and the betting was even. I ran into a Chronicle man whose wife divorced him and named a fight club as correspondent, and he said not to worry about Joe Slagle, that Rory Malone fought for purses, and that's all. He knew about the girl, Con Regan, but he didn't want to say much, just that she was a fast 5-gated horse trying for 7. Well, I had some dinner, and I went over to the arena about 8:30. When I walked into Rory Malone's dressing room, Hans Newmeyer wasn't anywhere around. I stood over in a corner and watched him get ready for the fight. There was enough liniment being thrown around to keep an old lady's home spry for years. The other handlers were in, watching him tape up Malone and put on the gloves. Most of the people cleared out then. Malone shadowboxed a minute before a second threw a robe around his shoulders and shoved him toward the door. As he passed, I fell in beside him, and we started walking under the arena. A few feet down, I bumped up against him.
What? Sorry?
About what, Hans Newmeyer?
Who are you?
Where's Newmeyer?
What do you care?
My name's Novak. I'm supposed to meet him here. Do you know where he is?
No, he didn't show up. He's probably out drunk.
Does he drink?
No.
Well, that's a funny answer.
I don't know where he is. All I know is I need him tonight. I got to get up to the ring.
I'll go with you.
Suit yourself.
You gonna win tonight?
You never know.
Sometimes you do.
Mister, you're either too smart or too dumb.
What's the difference? You can't fight twice in one night.
I want to talk to you, Rory.
Not now, Kitty. After the fight.
Please, Rory, talk to me now.
Kitty, you're crazy. This guy's standing around, a lot of other people. What do you want to do? Put him on the radio?
Where's Hans? He hasn't been around. Where is he, Rory?
I don't know, Kitty. If I knew, I'd get him.
There's something wrong, Rory. I've been watching. I know there's something wrong about this fight.
Yeah. There's only going to be one guy fighting if you don't let me out.
Please, Rory, don't brush me off like a dumb fly. I know there's something wrong. I don't want you to get into trouble.
All right, Kitty.
Oh, don't say all right when you know how I feel. Oh, let's talk about you and Joe Slagle. Oh, please, Rory. You don't know what it's like to see somebody you love go crazy.
Your dough is safe, Kitty.
That doesn't count. You know that doesn't count, Rory. The little money I've saved doesn't count next to you. Oh, please, Rory, don't do anything wrong. I'd die. I'd die of terrible heartbreak. It hurt me all my life.
Stop it, will you, Kitty? Now stop crying. Don't worry, I'll win.
Just don't let anything happen, Rory.
I won't. I'll see you after the fight. Coming, Novak?
Yeah. You're real good with your women, Malone.
After this fight, I want a match with you, Novak.
I've met 2 of them, and they both have you in their dream books right on the fly leaf.
I'll remember. Talk some more.
I'll talk enough to tell you that you're being followed about 12 inches behind.
That's right, Malone. Keep walking. Turn in the next door.
Hey, wait a minute.
You better walk, Malone, unless you can outrun a bullet.
You too, mister.
I agreed an hour ago.
All right. Open the door for him, Eddie.
Okay.
You stand over here. Now, Malone, take off your glove.
I'm going to need it.
You're going to be eating teeth. Take off your glove. Help him, Eddie. Yeah. That's it. Hold him on the other side, Steve. Put his hand on the table, Eddie. Now, give me the block. Yeah. You can cry, Malone. It's going to hurt. Hold him up. Keep his hand out there, Eddie. The glove back on, Malone.
It's too smashed up.
It'll hold the pieces. Put it on.
You better put it on, Malone. You're overmatched.
That's it. Now go on up there and look good.
Yeah, why don't you loan him the gun and he'll win in 2 rounds?
Look, mister, I don't know who you are, but I'm sick of your mouth. It's a big floor, so stretch out.
During the next 2 hours, they either moved me or the arena because I woke up in an alley down near the Golden Gate Theater. It was in back of a restaurant, and I was lying there trying to look good in a mixed green salad. My head was about the size of a diving bell, and my clothes were so rumpled and dirty I looked like a leg man for the Hobo News. I tried to get to my feet once, but it wasn't easy. It was like trying to push a basketball through a stovepipe. I think it was close to 11 when I got out to the street. I didn't even buy a paper to find out about the fight. I grabbed a cab and went up to my apartment to iron out my spine. It was a good idea, but the girl at the desk had a message from Hans Newmeyer. He was out at the California General Hospital, and he wanted to see me right away. When I got there, he was at the end of a ward on the 3rd floor, but the duty nurse wouldn't let me by. Oh, she was a real pretty nurse, if you like pure mammal. Somebody buzzed, and when she oozed down the hall, I ducked into the ward and started looking for Hans Newmeyer. It was dark, and he was away down at the end behind a white screen. He looked tired, and his eyes were moist and soft, like a ripe fruit that's just been squeezed too hard.
Please, Mr. Novak, you come to see me.
Yeah, just as soon as I got your message.
You make mistake with Hans. I don't send message.
Somebody wants to be your secretary. What happened to you?
In my room. I just go to my room. Somebody is there. I don't know. Rory is all right?
I limped a little, mister. Your boy got his hand smashed.
Rory is a good boy.
He's got a good girl. Who's Kitty?
Oh, she's go with Rory a long time. Save money to marry with.
Wait a minute. Keep still.
Something the matter?
Yeah. Somebody coming. Down this way. Coming up behind that curtain.
Maybe Rory comes to visit me.
Whoever came to visit him didn't stay long. The old man leaned back in the bed and quit without any fanfare, like a long summer coming to an end. Well,
I went out to get the nurse, and I found her down at the end of the hall giving an intern some greedy talk. She hadn't heard the shots, and they hadn't seen anybody come out of the ward. I told her as much as I could, and then she wheeled the old man into another room and called homicide. Well, that call to homicide didn't help because from now on, things weren't going to improve. I was fighting a forest fire with a can of kerosene. About 20 minutes later, Inspector Hellman showed up. He was full of finesse and fury, and he came charging over about as graceful as a lame lobster.
Hello, Novak. You're up late.
I had company most of the time.
Yeah? Did he bore you?
Somebody got tired of him. It happened behind a screen down there in the ward.
Who is he?
Guy by the name of Hans Newmeyer. He manages a fighter named Rory Malone.
Yeah?
The killing's mixed up with a fight fix.
Not the Zarek fight.
Yeah, that's right. They got to Rory Malone 10 minutes before ring time.
You got a thin story, Novak.
Look, I got a fat one. And I got all the gambling dough in town on my side. The old man got it because Rory Malone was dumped in that fight.
I don't believe it.
You don't have to believe it, Hellman. They smashed him up. His right hand was as limp as an old piece of lettuce when he climbed into that ring.
They should have smashed both hands.
Huh?
Because Rory Malone won by a knockout in the 5th round. Try another page, Novak.
When Hellman told me Rory Malone won that fight, I might as well have handed him a feather. I stood there feeling like a guy peddling dope at his sister's wedding. How could Rory Malone have won that fight without a hand grenade? When I saw the hand, it wasn't strong enough to flatten a piece of silk on an ivory table, and yet he won by a knockout in the 5th round. Well, it pointed to one thing. Zarek had taken a dive. But why the double fix? Why had they smashed Rory's hand? Oh, it was a goofy pitch, like sending for a plumber to fix a hole in Boulder Dam. I didn't have time to wrestle around with it because Hellman had talk on his mind.
You can't get a bookie in town to take bets on this one, Novak.
No, not with you setting the odds.
They were that way when I got here, so don't write up a clean bill of health. The guy's dead and nobody else is volunteering.
Oh, you'd muff a confession anyway. Before you tumbled, they'd have to cut it in stone across the front of City Hall.
What were you doing with the old man?
Helping him over the rough spots.
Or taking him over the hurdle?
He hired me to watch Rory Malone. They were stepping up the pace on his boy.
For instance?
For instance, Joe Slagle. Everybody says he had a stake in the fight.
You don't throw a fight by winning in the 5th round.
That's what the book says, but sometimes the book's wrong. You better look up Joe Slagle, and on the same trip you can stop by and see a gal named Con Regan.
Yeah? Why?
She's Malone's new sparring partner, a tall redhead with lots of dry cells.
Oh. She sounds nice. I'll talk to her. And Slagle, too. But I'm going to find out about you and Rory Malone first. I'm going to run down the stuff on this fight, and I'll find out where you fit in. Don't worry, Novak. I'll dig you out.
You could dig the jelly out of an omelet, Hellman. Look up the girl and Joe Slagle. They'll talk.
Not about each other.
There's some connection there. I'll give even money they're friends.
They ought to be.
What?
They were married a month ago in Las Vegas. Or don't you know about love?
Hellman stood there a moment and smiled like a guy who's just killed a landlord. And then he turned around and walked out. Well, I stayed until they wrapped up the old man, and after that I went to the Chronicle office and pulled the clips on Joe Slagle. He'd been to 3 jails and gotten his master's at Alcatraz, and there were some pictures of him at the racetrack. He had a face any museum would buy and a forehead that was so low he must have had to look down to see his hairline. There was one other thing about him I noticed. He was the same guy who'd smashed Rory Malone's hand. I began to wonder about that friendship, but it was getting late and I had to work fast, so I looked up the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. Well, he's a smart guy until he decided a head on your beer is worth more than a head on your shoulders. I finally found him in a little joint down on Geary Street talking some woman into giving up all men under 50.
Ah, Patsy. I've missed you in a rather trivial way.
Yeah, all right, Jocko.
I'm giving this woman a lecture on diminishing returns.
Jocko, will you stop drinking long enough to listen?
Patsy, you fail to understand my drinking. Actually, I hate whiskey, but I go on drinking as a sort of sop to Providence.
Yeah.
Because everyone knows the guardian angels take care of small children and tipplers, and since I've passed the age where I look well in rompers, this is a very clever dodge to get a little outside help.
Jocko, are you ever going to change?
Patsy, don't you know what a burden change is to a man as old as I am?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's not the change we mind. It's the way it happens, by degrees, never giving you a chance to remember anything else. Oh, it's heartbreaking, Patsy.
All right.
It's like visiting a half-forgotten neighborhood. It hasn't changed completely, just parts of it. A few old houses and some human remnants are still around, enough to remind you of the change, but never enough to make you happy. It's that way with growing old.
Will you listen?
They don't allow you to grow old suddenly and leave. They insist on this policy of having you dribble off into eternity. It's undignified, Patsy, feeling like a bowl of old dishwater with the stopper pulled out.
Jocko, I want to talk to you.
Oh, why didn't you say so? What's the matter?
An old guy by the name of Hans Neumeyer is dead.
Oh, bless him.
Homicide's full of fever. They think I killed the old man.
What did he do before he stopped doing it?
A fight manager. He hired me to watch his fighter, Rory Malone. He should have hired a team because somebody got to him in the hospital tonight.
How do you fit in?
I was just passing through when the noise started.
That was General Custer's problem.
It's tied up with tonight's fight. Neumeyer was afraid of a gambler named Joe Slagle. He was around tonight and smashed Malone's hand before ring time.
That's a hard way to lose.
Yeah, well, it's a harder way to win. Malone won by a knockout in the fifth.
Was he fighting his father?
I'm not getting any place, Jocko, and I'm doing it in a hurry. It's a bad fit all the way around. They took 2 tries to get the old man, and if Slagle bought the fight, why'd he smash Malone's hand?
Let's have a drink.
Jocko, you gotta help me.
Oh, it's the thirst that's confusing.
I want you to get up to Rory Malone's place. You can find it in the book. Go through his stuff and try to pick up a lead, will you?
Why don't you do it?
I'm gonna look up a girlfriend named Con Regan. She's married to Slagle, but she's trying to work Malone into the act.
Oh, well, in that case, I'd be in the way.
Look, I'm in a spot, Jocko. Now get up to that apartment, will you?
What if Malone walks in and finds me going through his stuff?
Stop worrying.
Well, he almost killed a man with one broken hand. Suppose someone smashed the other one.
Well, I had to do something quick because the kettle was on to boil. By the time Hellman got to him, Slagle would have an alibi, and my story about the smashed hand wouldn't prove a thing. Oh, I had to grope around and pretend like a guy on the second verse of the national anthem. I decided to tag by Slagle's place, and on the way, I bought a paper to read about the fight. Malone looked real bad for 4 rounds and then came out of the woods fast with a left hand in the 5th. It was about midnight when I got to Slagle's apartment and began to look more and more like it when Con Regan opened the door. Oh, I could see Rory's point. She was the sort of a woman you'd never give a second look, because the first would paralyze you. Her red hair looked brighter now, and, well, legs like that are the reason silkworms are born. She smiled, and you knew if you never made Naples, you could die happy with her. But I guess she picked her friends.
It's too late for the 300 now, Mr. Novak.
I'm working free. Invite me in, huh?
Sorry, darling.
You look lonely. Where's Slagle?
I agreed to marry him, not follow him.
How about Malone? Somebody killed his manager.
I'd like to help you, Mr. Novak, but I don't like you well enough.
Well, you can make love later. Give me answers now. Where are you going?
You're not welcome.
I want to know what those bags are packed for.
I don't trust the drawers. Now get out of here, Mr. Novak.
Calm down and put the gun away.
Get out of here. You came uninvited. I'll kill you the same way.
Hello, Novak. You gonna lose an argument?
Well, it looks that way. If she's yours, call her off, Malone.
You're too tough, Con. Let him walk out.
He steamed in here full of questions.
That's a bad way to answer. Relax.
That's what your man Neumeyer's doing. Somebody killed him tonight.
I know that, Novak.
Your eyes aren't very red.
I can't help it, Novak. All I can do is square his beef.
Well, you can start with your girlfriend. She's leaving town, or did you buy the tickets?
Let you hurry, Con.
If I want to leave, I can leave, Rory.
I'll argue with you.
You'll get the short end, Rory, because I'm leaving. Stay away from me.
You're too close.
Rory, stop it. Someday they'll match you even, Rory.
Maybe it's a referee. I'll get it. Yep.
You got a deep voice, Miss Regan.
What's on your mind, Hellman?
Joe Slagle right now. He cleaned up in tonight's fight.
Not with a betting even.
Wasn't after the first round. Word got out that Malone broke his hand. The betting changed.
And Slagle covered every bet in the house.
That's right.
Well, the old man tumbled before it happened. That's what he was afraid of.
And the shock killed him?
Slagle did. You got a motive now, Hellman. You better look him up.
We did. He's dead.
He couldn't be dead.
If he's not, the bullet holes are good fakes. See you soon, Novak.
Well, I didn't talk to the girl and Rory because I knew they'd dummy up on me and I had nothing to go on. Oh, it was like trying to build a wall out of jelly consomme. Nothing added up now. Whose side was Rory on, and where did that other girl, Kitty, fit in? My luck was on the black market tonight, and I knew it. So I went by my place to check with Jocko. He was in the kitchen, and he looked worried.
Ah, Patsy, I was going to break open the thermometer until I found this bottle in the closet.
All right, Jocko. What'd you find out?
That it pays to know Joe Slagle.
There's a $20,000 check in Malone's desk. Slagle signed it.
He could afford it. Somebody killed him an hour ago.
Where was Malone?
I don't know, but that's not gratitude.
Well, maybe he'll wire regrets. You'd better get up there. All his stuff's packed for a long trip.
Well.
A couple of trunks and all his bags. Does that sound like a weekend party?
I don't know, Jocko. He's kind of fancy. Maybe he likes a lot of laundry. Up to now, it was like trying to melt a pound of diamonds, but when the turn comes, everything happens in a hurry, and things began to fall faster than snow off a warm roof. If Jocko was right, it meant Rory and the girl fought, but they did a lot of clinching between rounds. Well, I got a hold of Hellman and brought him up to date, and then I started for Rory Malone's apartment. When I got there, Hellman was outside the door listening, as quiet as a washing machine full of pebbles.
They must be in the back room. I can't hear a thing.
You couldn't hear a rifle shot in a boxcar, Hellman. Let's get a better view, huh?
Hello, Novak.
Gonna miss your train, Malone.
I don't believe you.
It's a chance to bet, Mr. Novak.
This is Inspector Hellman from Homicide.
Well, you guessed wrong, Inspector. I'm covered for Joe Slagle. Novak here's alibi from Miss Regan.
We can check.
You're scraping bottom, mister.
We can start with that $20,000 check from Joe Slagle.
That's where you'll stop, too. That $20,000 covered a sale of my contract. The fight commission can beef, but that's all. You ready, Con?
I hope you are, too, because you're going downtown.
Look, fella, you can make us miss a train, but we'll catch the next one.
You're wishing now, Rory.
Who's this?
A fast friend with a slow burn. Hello, Kitty. Your boyfriend's gonna leave. Say goodbye.
Please, Rory, you're crazy to go with her.
She makes me that way, Kitty. I'm sorry.
Rory, I've done too much for you. I've kept loving you all this time. You can't leave. You can't leave now. I don't want to be alone.
Buy a dog, then.
Oh, no, Rory. No, I won't let you go.
You're too good with guns. Drop it. You better take her, Hellman. She's anxious.
Oh, please, Rory. I loved you too much for this. I loved you enough to kill somebody. You can't leave, Rory. You can't leave me to myself.
When the guy comes, tell him where the baggage is.
What'll become of you, Rory Malone? What'll become of you, Rory Malone, when you have to think about me? When you hear the sound of me in your head? Oh, you're brave, Rory. You're brave to leave me alone.
Come on, Con. In a place like this, we're wasting you.
Come back! Come back, Rory Malone! Come back long enough to watch them laugh at me. Watch them laugh at me for the fool I am. Oh, it's the great fool of the world I am.
Well, it doesn't prove much, except the right kind of a heel can grind you into the dirt fast. Well, Hellman pieced most of the story together. Slagle and Malone planned the fight, and it went off without a hitch. Slagle bought off the other fighter so that Malone could win as soon as the bets had been covered. Hans Neumeier had an idea, but he liked Rory too much to believe it. They found out he was coming to me, and Con Regan tried to scare me off. She looked too good to Rory, and the scheme started to grow. He lied to Slagle after the fight about Neumeier, so Slagle went into the hospital and killed the old man. That left Slagle around to cloud things up, so Rory Malone told a phony story to his girlfriend, Kitty. She loved him enough to kill Slagle. There was no way to stick Rory Malone. He could never fight again with that hand. But he had a check for $20,000 to start on, and that's enough to keep love in the living room. Well, Hellman asked only one question. Why would a smart gambler like Slagle take a chance on giving Malone a check for $20,000? I guess Malone found out when he tried to cash that check because Joe Slagle was big-hearted but broke.
The American Broadcasting Company has just brought you the 6th of a new series, Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced and directed by William P. Russo. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. In our cast were Yvonne Patey, Stephen Schnabel, Frank Lovejoy, William Baeff, and Ted DeCorsia. This program is being released to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Be with us again next week when over most of these same ABC stations, we will bring you Pat Novak for Hire. This program came to you from Hollywood. Now, a listening reminder. Don't miss Jean Arthur and Robert Morley when they star in the compelling drama Yesterday's Magic on Theater Guild on the Air tonight. This is ABC, the American Broadcast.
Pat Novak for Hire.
Sure. I'm Pat Novak. For hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. Oh, sure, you can spell it 50 different ways, but down on the waterfront in San Francisco, it all means the same thing. You pay and I'll do, and the customer's always right if he's got an open wallet. Then I'll match it with an open mind. Well, if he's after murder, then the price gets out of range. And down here, you're either high on your toes or flat on your back, because most of the time you get only one kind of pitch, fast and inside, and you don't cry if you're foul because nobody cares. Even then, you can't complain. During the summer, the morgue's the coolest spot in town. Oh, I rent boats and wrap up small sins in $20 bills. The money's good when you get it, but there's no retirement plan, and you can't buy vaccination for trouble. I found that out last Wednesday night. I closed up shop about 8 o'clock, and I started walking home. The city was down on its hands and knees trying to crawl through one of those San Francisco hot spells that blast by every 5 years. From up on the hill, the Chinatown tenements lined up down below like sweaty little kids waiting for a shower. It was heat and headaches all the way. But when I opened my front door and stepped inside, who wanted to talk about the weather? She was standing in the dark smoking a cigarette, and the silhouette her figure cut against the window was something you'd never believe. Then she reached over and turned on a lamp. It was a fast, dizzy trip, but when I got around to her eyes, they were the kind that made you think of hard-working geysers. Deep and warm, and you knew you could count on some fast action when they came to a boil. The smile was familiar, and the lips were red and moist, like a souped-up rose waiting for a bee. She did lots of nice things with her mouth, and talking was one of them.
Patsy, welcome home. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Georgie. What's on your mind?
Patsy, can't you ever take your time?
It's not mine, it's borrowed. Anything special in mind?
Easy business. Got a drink?
How easy?
Just a boat ride. You can't get hurt.
That's what they told the Spanish Armada.
Getting soft, Patsy?
No, not in the head. Now, look, if it's work, let's talk. Otherwise, let's just be cute, huh?
All right, Patsy. The last time you saw me was a year ago. As far as you know, I'm not in town. Fine?
You tell me. Go on.
Tomorrow night, a freighter's due in here from Shanghai. The SS Calcutta. I want to be on the welcoming committee.
Who says you can't?
Nobody yet. But the ship's going to anchor in the stream, so I need a boat, and I need you.
I'm not the social type. I don't think I'll go.
Believe me, Patsy, it's an easy trip.
So's falling downstairs. Come on, let's deal or drink.
All right, Patsy. My stepmother's going to meet the Calcutta, too.
Who's she?
Mrs. Sheila Lampson.
She likes parties?
She likes a package she's going to get from somebody aboard the Calcutta.
What's in it?
That's her business. I just want to make sure she gets that package ashore all right.
You in on it?
She doesn't even know I'm in town.
Who picks up the check?
Here. Will $40 cover it?
It's too much for an easy job and not enough for a hard one. Where do I find you if I need bail?
Here's the phone number. You can call me there tomorrow. And Patsy, thanks. I don't forget easy.
Why the rush?
Because you scare me, Patsy. You really scare me. You remember the party, Patsy?
Yeah. But memories are like everything else. They wear out.
Then let's make some new ones, Patsy.
the door and watched her move down the hall toward the stairs. The white dress she had on was plain enough, but it didn't have a mind of its own. It just did what it was told and tried to behave, but Georgie and nature wouldn't let it. There was only one catch in seeing Georgie. She always left too soon, like a small bottle of fine whiskey. Well, it must have been a good 5 minutes after she left when I heard the buzzer. I was looking for the white dress when I opened the door, but I was looking the wrong way. Something with an echo in it came down hard on the side of my head. I went down like mercury in a quick freeze. The trip wasn't nice, but it was long. Halfway there, I came up for breath, and I found the deck of one of my own boats under me. The Bay Bridge lights were still around, and that made it kind of cozy. When my eyes got in focus, the smooth-looking bundle laid out next to me shaped up like Georgie Lampson. She wasn't looking her best. I had just enough time to remember a pair of women's shoes standing next to my face, and then I must have moved, and they punched my ticket for a return trip. The next time I opened my eyes, I was looking up at the lights on Pier 19. Oh, the shoes were still there, but this time they were black, and the feet inside squashed out wide and flat like tired beefsteak. That meant only one thing. Hellman from Homicide.
You can stop playing mouse, Novak. Get up. The party's over.
Yeah, Hellman. I thought they'd never go home.
Your boyfriend here isn't talking.
Are you bashful?
Yeah, Novak. He's real shy. He's dead. Who is he?
That's what you get paid for. What about the girl that was here?
County Hospital. You better pray she makes it, Novak.
Because you like blonde, Hellman?
Because nobody beats 2 murder raps, Novak.
Oh, you talk funny.
So does this hunk of lead pipe. Your prints are all over it.
What, does that make me a plumber?
Better than that, Novak. The pipe fits the dent in that guy's skull like it grew there.
Well, maybe he's the plumber.
You're smart, Novak. Now, come on. Who's the guy and who is the dame?
He's Georgie Lampson, the guy I don't know.
Will, Novak. We'll take care of that.
Oh, you try hard, don't you, Hellman? You move your lips when you read, you use your fingers when you count, but you never get the right answer.
Don't tempt me, Novak. I'm not my cherry best in the morning.
You don't have a best, Hellman. You tried thinking once, but it gave you a headache. Now when you get in a squeeze, you have to pound your way out with your fist.
I warned you, Novak. Now talk nice and save teeth.
Yeah. I'll talk when that blonde tells her story.
If she makes the grade, how does she figure?
She met me in my apartment last night on business. 5 minutes after she left, the doorbell rang. When I answered it, somebody sapped me. Now you take it from there.
Yeah, I will. Right to the DA.
Go ahead, Hellman, but don't look hurt when the case blows up in your face.
You giving odds?
That's all I'm giving, Hellman. You figure it. I took the gal and this girl I don't even know for a ride at 3 a.m. We had a party and I killed a guy. But the gal I only messed up good because I like the way she talked.
You sound scared, Novak.
Well, I'm not, Hellman, but you are because it doesn't add. Why did I beat my skull with that same hunk of pipe, and how did I drive back here to meet you?
Keep your mouth open, smart boy. They got a little green room up at San Quentin. Gets awful stuffy when they close the door.
Well, after I left Hellman, I figured I'd had a bumper crop of trouble for one day. The sun was just beginning to stagger up over the Berkeley Hills when I caught a cab uptown. On the way, I stopped off for coffee and a 6 a.m. Chronicle at one of the little Greek joints off Geary Street. The windows were blind with grease and the light was bad, but the reading was money from home. The story made me stop counting the lumps on my head. Professor Burton Lampson had gotten himself murdered in a Shanghai hotel room a month ago, and they were sending his body back on the SS Calcutta. It was due to anchor in the bay that night, like Georgie said, but the shipping page didn't agree. The Calcutta was listed inside the gate at 7:30 the night before. How did that check out? And what about that package that had everybody worried? Well, when I got back to my apartment, I called the hospital to check on Georgie. Well, they were still giving odds, the long, thin kind. A little later, I was in the middle of a cold shower, adding up rows of zeros and getting different answers every round when the phone rang. It was Hellman, and he was selling nothing but smiles.
You feeling any better, Novak?
Oh, don't tell me you're worried.
We just identified the dead guy. His name's Warren Haynes, local socialite. You know him?
Yeah, I'm an old friend of the family's.
The guy's from one of the old families in town, the important kind.
His blood wasn't blue.
No, but we are. We're feeling the pressure already, so I'm calling you in today for a little talk.
That's a great job, Hellman. You keep right on smacking your fat lips because you're going to get more answers than questions.
That's funny, Novak. I didn't think you knew the difference.
When I hung up the phone, I was seeing more red than the bleachers at a bullfight. I probably would have walked right by him if he didn't open his mouth. Even then, it wasn't much more than a loud squeak. He was a skinny guy standing against the door with a half-smile twisting his mouth and a bright, wild look in his eyes.
You seem disturbed, Mr. Novak.
Where's your invitation, mister?
This should prove sufficient, Mr. Novak.
All right, so you want a gun. What happens now?
Now, Mr. Novak, I use the gun unless you hand over the package.
Sorry, mister, you're in the wrong laundry.
Mr. Novak, I've been crossed once today. I don't intend it shall happen twice. The package?
Now, look, you, I'm going to spell it again. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, take that cannon you're pointing and get
I think you'll realize I'm about to use this gun, Mr. Novak, for the last time.
All right. You'll find it right over there. Now, here, right next to... Now, come on, give me that gun before somebody gets hurt. He stood there for a minute, shaking his head as if he wanted to go back and wipe 5 minutes from his life. All of a sudden, he jerked around in his tracks and he stumbled for the door like a timid drunk when you tell him he's had enough. Then he folded up hard against the wall on his knees. But it was a little too late for prayers. I stood there for a minute trying to think of a good lawyer who owed me money, but all I could see was a courtroom and a picture of Hellman smiling as he listened to the verdict. Well, accident or not, if Hellman dropped in with a body on the floor, he'd bury me so deep in San Quentin he'd be bringing me air in paper bags. When the knot in my stomach untied, I dragged the little guy away from the door and I rolled him on his back. His eyes were still asking for the package, but the rest of them didn't care. Outside of a few bucks, his wallet was empty, not even a laundry tag. Well, I got dressed and I pulled the blinds and locked the place up. And then I went out to look for the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor by the name of Jocko Madigan. He was a fine surgeon until something made him decide life was temporary at best. Now he's got a permanent post on a bar stool looking for answers at the bottom of whiskey bottles. Well, it's hard on the liver that way, but you're never short on dreams. I finally found him with a bourbon halo in a musty little Italian joint over in North Beach. It was a long stretch from Easter Monday, but he was still celebrating Irish independence. He looked like he was on the wrong side because his nose was a bright orange.
Patsy, my boy, you're just in time. These simple but honest Sicilians have agreed to embark with me on a crusade. And as honorary past president of the Sons of St. Patrick, the Powell Street chapter, I invite you to join us.
Hold on, Jocko. Sober up. I got to talk to you.
To fittingly observe the occasion of old Eyre's joyful victory, we're first fortifying ourselves with grappa and bushmills. Then we sally forth to chase all the snakes out of Long Beach and the cockroaches out of Chinatown. How does that strike you, Patsy? And why aren't you smiling? 'Tis a glorious day.
Because I'm in a jam and I want to talk, Jocko. Now cut it.
Oh, Patsy, you remind me of that Devil Eyre fellow. You're sitting on the curb and pouting just because they won't let you march in front of the band in the victory parade. You're sour, Patsy. Admit it.
Jocko, will you snap out of it? I'm in big trouble.
You're always in trouble, Patsy. You're a child of adversity, a son of scorn. The fates spit in your eye and you try to retaliate, but the wind's always blowing in the wrong direction. You're a lost leaf in the mortal storm, Patsy. You're a pebble shaking a tiny fist at the mountain. You'd like to fight for some strange, fantastic cause, wouldn't you, Patsy? But you can't find anybody your size. Men are too small and the gods are too big. Patsy, you're lost.
Are you all through?
Yeah. What kind of trouble?
Oh, it's a pair of bum murder raps, Jocko. Somebody sapped me in my apartment last night, and I woke up this morning with a dead guy.
That sounds interesting. What was it you were drinking?
Hellman's out to pin this on me.
Oh, a dubious honor. You mentioned 2 murders.
A guy came in my apartment this morning waving a gun and asking for a package that I never heard of. We started wrestling for the gun.
Mildly exciting. Now, who got it?
He did, right in the chest.
Patsy, you have absolutely no excuse for losing your temper. Why, you're not even Irish. Still, you're always getting hot-headed at the wrong time.
It was an accident, Jocko. I didn't even know the guy. I'm sorry, but I can't cry.
Sure, that's what the British general said after he hung Robert Emmet at the dock. But he didn't straighten out the marcel in his neck. What are you doing out of jail?
Will you knock it off, Jocko? Now, look, did you ever hear of a Mrs. Sheila Lampson?
Certainly, and I'm very offended with her. In the past year, she set up drinks for every eligible and non-eligible in San Francisco except me.
That sounds good. What else?
Not much, but I often wonder what that poor old professor she married does with his evenings.
He stopped worrying, Jocko. He's dead. Now, look, will you hop down to the Chronicle morgue and check with Steve Nagel? Have him dig out all the old clips on the professor and Mrs. Lampson, will you? And while you're there, check on a guy by the name of Warren Haynes. You got that?
Yes, but what do I do for money?
$50 for car fare and nothing for booze.
Patsy, surely you're jesting.
Jocko, will you quit clowning and get going?
You say so, Patsy, but you've broken up a beautiful party. My Sicilian friends have gone to sleep and I'm thirsty again. Let's have 4 or 5 for the road, shall we?
Later, Jocko.
Oh, all right, Patsy, but only for you.
By the way, where can I find you?
I'm going to tag by the county hospital, and then I'm going to look up Sheila Lampson.
If I remember the story correctly, Patsy, you'd better reverse your schedule. Good night, lover.
When I left Jocko, I tagged by Mama Lupo's on Kearney Street, and I called the hospital again. Oh, Georgie was a little better. At least the undertakers had stopped bidding. Mama Lupo clouded up for a storm when I asked to borrow her new car for a couple of hours, but a few pats and a pinch, and she was all giggles and car keys. 10 minutes later, I was fighting traffic on Potrero Avenue. The south wind out there brought the slaughterhouses right into your front seat. I found the hospital out on the far edge, and it was a nice-looking pile of dirty red brick. The nurse in the ward didn't believe I was Georgie's brother until I asked her if she was busy Saturday night. Then she saw the resemblance right away. I found Georgie behind a couple of screens at the end of the ward. And for a dying woman, she looked pretty good. She smiled a little when she saw me, like she was saving up for a bigger try later on.
Patsy, I'm glad you made it.
Look, I'm going to keep it short, baby. Who was it last night?
Sorry, Patsy. Big deal.
You can't tell her, you won't.
Can't, Patsy. Later I will.
And that package, same deal?
Same.
Well, I got a deal, too, Georgie, a murder rap. They want to hang it on me.
Who was it?
Warren Haynes. Do you know him?
I remember. Good corpse.
Now, look, you're slicing it awful thin for $40, Georgie.
Patsy, trust me.
No choice, baby. You're driving. Don't go through any red lights.
I won't, Patsy.
Telephone, Mr. Novak. They said it was urgent.
That's it, Georgie. I'll see you later. Yeah.
Having a good time, Novak?
You know any phone numbers besides mine, Hellman?
Not today, bright boy. You near a streetcar, or do I send a chauffeur?
What's your beef?
Our beef, Novak. We'd like it fine if you paid us a visit real soon.
Sorry, Hellman. Book's solid.
Command performance, Novak. I wouldn't disappoint.
What's the matter, Hellman? You want it in blood? I told you I don't know anything about last night. I never saw Haynes before.
You got me wrong, Novak. This one's about a knife. We just found it in your office down on the waterfront.
That's fine. Peel yourself an apple and keep busy.
You better come down, Novak. We found the knife in some guy's back.
Houdini couldn't get out of that one in 2 hours with both hands and a can of olive oil. It was like chasing cyanide with a bucket of brandy. Well, it tastes bright, but it's only a matter of time. Well, I headed for Sheila Lampson's place, and on the way I pulled up by a drugstore out in the Haight Street jungles and called the Chronicle morgue. They said Jocko had just left, so I called the nearest bar and asked if they had a customer with a bright orange nose. They did.
Jocko Madigan speaking.
Jocko, this is Novak. What'd you find out?
Ah, Patsy. Just enjoying a small refresher after some very excellent reading.
For instance?
Sheila Howard Lampson. She started seeing the professor back in 46. There was a scandal, the nasty kind. And the professor's first wife, Barbara, jumped off the bridge, the Bay Bridge.
Yeah, go on.
A month after she married the professor, Sheila was mentioned in every gossip column in town. So the professor took off on a scientific trip to China. A month ago, he was murdered in a Shanghai hotel, and a hatful of emeralds was stolen. The authorities figured that the murder was premature.
What do you mean?
Well, the professor had had 3 major operations, and at the time of the murder, he had less than a week to go.
What about Haynes?
Haynes is one of those black sheep that wealthy families have, cut off without a penny. He's one of Sheila Lampson's escorts, and he's now on his way back from the Orient on the SS Calcutta. Anything else?
Jocko, I could kiss you.
Patsy, you stick to your line, and I'll stick to mine.
Well, the puzzle was still a sack full of holes and question marks, but at least Jocko's leads had a little juice in them. I found the Lampson house in the best part of the Seacliff district. It was one of those big, nervous joints hanging by its shutters to the side of a steep drop that slid down sharp into the Pacific. All green trim and stucco the color of mortgages. The front doorbell was wearing out in my hand when the maid showed up, and then she was tongue-tied. She didn't know a thing except good money when it was offered. And then she told me I'd find Mrs. Lampson in the second-floor sitting room. She went away. I found the sitting room all right, but Mrs. Lampson wasn't there. So I followed on through till I came to a bedroom with a bright red ceiling and a lived-in feeling. Reminded you of something Henry VIII might order for a bridal suite. She was sitting next to the couch holding a martini and making noises like a leopard on a honeymoon.
Hello. You're calling me baby.
Yeah. You always wear handkerchiefs to parties?
Mm-hmm. Saves time. Dressing. You're nice. Have a drink?
I'll fix them.
Oh, you are nice. What's your name?
Novak, what's yours?
Duty.
Is that a name or a game?
You're just like Mike. He's my new boyfriend.
This is night off?
Oh, no. We just went downstairs for a minute. Hey, you fix a nice drink, Mr. Novak. Warm.
Yeah. You got a fever or something?
No. Must be the weather, Mr. Novak. You feel it?
You're a big spender, aren't you? What do I do when Mike walks in? Smile?
Oh, Mike's broad-minded.
How about Sheila?
You fix a good drink, Mr. Novak. You ask a lot of questions, too.
Yeah, well, that's because I like answers. Now, what about Sheila?
Hey, if you're going to get rough, I'll call Mike.
All right.
I'm Sheila's sister, and it's much better when you're nice to me.
All right, then let's start being nice, huh?
Mr. Novak, what was that for?
I'm a big spender, too. Here, have another drink.
I think maybe I'll have another you, Mr. Novak. Got Mike coming upstairs?
Could be, baby. Now, come on, where's Sheila?
Oh, Sheila, who cares? She's downtown anyway. She won't know. Hey, where are you going?
Sorry, baby, I got a date.
I'm not busy. Well, I do.
Don't let him leave, Mike.
He does. He's going to walk through me.
I'm sorry, baby. He's not my type. Mike was a tall, wide package, so I gave him a bargain offer. He didn't fold after two, but he had a kind of hurt look in his eye when I hit him the third time, like I didn't know he could take a hint. When he wound up and hit the floor, every window in the house rattled, and I figured the Berkeley seismograph got a cheap thrill. I made it as far as the front door when I heard a car pull up in the driveway. When I got to the window, a dame and a guy were getting out of a new Nash and heading for the door. The guy was a middle-class gunsel, but if the gal was Sheila Lampson, she made nice opposition. Well, I couldn't wait around to see. I finally managed to make my apartment without having one of Hellman's men pick me up, and when I got in, Jocko was just pouring himself another glass of green dreams and posing in the mirror like a man of distinction. The stiff was still there on the floor next to a glass of ice water.
Patsy, I don't approve of your choice of party guests.
The guy's dead, Jocko.
Oh. Well, in that case, I'll overlook it. This is the friend you were telling me about? When are you due at the gas chamber, Patsy?
Any phone calls?
Oh, now that you mention it, yes.
Hellman?
Regularly on the quarter hour. Not very coherent, but I got the idea he's looking for you. Also a call from the hospital. They wanted to know the whereabouts of a Miss Georgie Lampson.
What do you mean?
Seems she disappeared a few hours ago from one of their wards.
Oh.
Patsy, you look worried. Perhaps a sampling of this delicate dollar ambrosia would help. Try it.
No, thanks.
Suit yourself, Patsy. Myself, I'm an old subscriber to the Socrates plan of self-destruction. If you want it done right, do it yourself. By the way, have you noticed our friend's hands lately?
Huh?
It looks like he's entertaining a scrap of paper in his right hand.
Yeah, I see it. Oh, let me see it.
He seems kind of stingy with it, doesn't he?
Yeah, I got it.
Uh-huh. Oh, an old envelope. Not even a coded letter to puzzle over.
I'll settle for the address, Jocko. Take a look.
Captain Edward Small, SS Calcutta, Paramount Line, Shanghai. Well, that's nice. Shall we have another drink?
Later, Jocko. Right now we haven't got the time.
If that's who I think it is, Patsy, you're going to have lots of time. I'll just whip up a short one.
Novak talking.
Listen, smart boy, and listen hard. This is for the last time. You check in here in 10 minutes, or I'll send out on all points. Dead or alive, Novak.
All right, Hellman. There's a dead guy here in my apartment right now. His name's Captain Edward Small, off the Calcutta.
I don't need any more bodies, Novak. I can hang you twice with what I got.
All right, Copper. But if you want your picture in the paper tomorrow, you can meet me out in C-Clip in 15 minutes. 48 Camino Drive. When I hung up the phone, most of the puzzle straightened out like wet wash in a dry wind. Now, there's one thing you can count on. When you bet on miracles, you buy a ticket straight through. I finally pulled up at the Lampson place, and I started looking around for Hellman. The joint looked about as crowded as a Kremlin breakfast for Senator Taft. I was taking a fast check, trying to figure how far they could have gone, when Hellman fought his way through the box hedge for the driveway. We circled down behind the garage and around in back of the house. We just made it in time for the curtain scene. Sheila Lampson was backing down slow toward the seawall, waving her arms in the air and begging every inch of the way. And Georgie stumbled after her like the avenging angel, and she had a gun. She had a coat tossed over her hospital gown, and the look in her eyes told the whole story. Tears and hate and lots of both.
Novak, you've got to stop her. She's crazy. She's crazy. She wanted to kill me.
What's so crazy about that?
You're sweet, Patsy, but you weren't invited. Don't get too close to the animal.
It's your gun, Georgie. Don't let it hang you. This is Hellman from Homicide.
No good, Patsy. This one's for me. Isn't it, Sheila?
Georgie.
Isn't it for me?
Please, Georgie, don't. Novak, stop her. Stop her before it's too late.
All right, girls, let's break it up.
Be good, Copper. You too, Patsy.
It's your neck. It won't look good stretched.
Please, Georgie.
Don't eat that, Sheila. Not yet. First, I want to tell you how clever you are. How sweet you looked at my mother's funeral. How you ruined my father. How discreet with other men, Sheila. Oh, it was magnificent.
Georgie, please. I didn't know, Georgie. I didn't know. I swear I'll make it up to you. Only please.
One other thing, Sheila. Listen to me, Sheila. Those emeralds you've got. The ones you sent Haynes to Shanghai for. The ones he killed my father for. They were glass, Sheila. 10-cent green glass. You hear, Sheila? Glass.
Please. Georgie, please.
Georgie, watch her. Sheila's got a gun.
Patsy.
Take it easy, baby. You got a long trip.
She's dead. Isn't she, Patsy? She's dead.
She didn't die, baby. With that much lead, she sank.
It burns, Patsy. It burns.
It'll cool. The fog's starting to come in.
Remember the party, Patsy?
Yeah, I remember.
Then say it, Patsy. Please say it now. Say it.
Yeah, Georgie, I'd say it, but you're not listening. We found a letter in Georgie's coat pocket that told most of the story, and then Hellman grabbed Mike and Sheila's sister and sweated the rest out of them. Well, it wasn't a pretty story, but it moved. When Sheila spent the professor broke and he checked out over in China, Georgie decided to blow the whistle on her. She made up that phony yarn about the emeralds, and then she let Haynes murder her father and walk off with them. They were glass. To make it look good, Haynes played pallbearer and took the boat back with the body. But not before Georgie tipped the captain and the first mate about that sack of emeralds Haynes was supposed to have. So they went to work. They robbed Haynes and planted a fake for a fake. It was a real cat and mouse game. Georgie only made one mistake, but sometimes that's all it takes. She flew back here a few days before the Calcutta got in so that she could be around for the payoff. One of Sheila's pals must have spotted her and trailed her to my place. And then the sapping started. That was the same night the Calcutta got in, and people started checking packages and pulling triggers. When Sheila found her package was a fake, she figured Haynes was being cute, so he got it first. And then she went out after that original fake. She tried to double up and hang Haynes' body on me and get rid of Georgie at the same time. But Georgie didn't die easy. I don't know how the captain got onto me, probably through Sheila. But her Gunsel friends took care of the first mate with a knife when he got anxious. Well, when the dust lifted and they counted cold noses, it was a real devil's game. Wherever he was, Georgie's old man must have been holding his sides and rolling in the aisles. Yeah, a real plum. And Sheila found out when you get close enough to the seed, the taste gets bitter. Well, Hellman asked only one question. How come a smart girl like Georgie bought something as stupid as revenge? I don't know. She was a lot better at a lot of other things.
Cast included Lois Andrews, Steve Brody, Herbert Litton, Jerry Hausner, Ivan Ditmars, Ray Erlenborn, and Hal Sawyer. This is a Larry Finley transcription, brought to you from Hollywood.
Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a bloody brawl in the darkness of an alley and ended in the glare of a fight arena with the winner and still champion, Old Kid Death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
All that people need to make them happy, said Juvenile, are bread and circuses. And up to a point, I suppose the old Roman cynic was right. The promoter of the Metropolitan Arena probably never heard of Juvenile, but he would have agreed with him 100%. His fight club is a cut-rate monument to what the old Romans meant by circus, a place where gladiators meet regularly in combat. Its marquee flashed in the gathering twilight as I cruised past and crossed Madison and went up Clark, taking my time, for the night was young and the waking nightlife of the jukebox taverns might offer an incident for a story. But there was no inspiration there, so I kept going, cut through a cheap rooming house section and headed for the office. I stopped for a red light, and that's when it happened. A burst of footsteps pounded up from behind, and a man, his shirt blood-spattered, his head bleeding, jerked open the door and filed in beside me.
Get going. They're after me. Hurry, please.
Who's after you?
They got guns. Step on it.
I ran the light, noting several figures in my rearview mirror as they stopped running and turned toward a car at the curb. I made several turns as my passenger kept looking back. And finally, satisfied that we'd lost them, he leaned back, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the blood from his face.
Lost him.
He was a stocky, heavy-shouldered guy, rather good-looking in a rugged sort of way. The ridges over his eyes were thick with old scar tissue, and there was a dent in his nose. The ear facing me seemed in good enough condition, but the mark of his profession was on him unmistakably.
Oh, thanks, pal. Thanks an awful lot. Dirty rat.
There was more than just one of them. I counted 3.
Oh, 5. I took care of the other 2. The rat I mean is the one who hired him to do the job.
Who?
Marty Bannon.
Bannon?
Yeah. Some louse must have tipped him off where I was staying.
This the same Marty Bannon who was up before the grand jury last month in that gambling investigation?
You must read the papers.
Oh, more than that. I covered the story.
A reporter?
I'm Randy Stone, the Chicago Star.
I'm Gunnar Evans.
Yeah, I know. I saw your name on the marquee at the Metropolitan. You're fighting Pete Madigan tonight.
That's right. You've seen me fight before, huh?
Oh, yeah, but not lately. Not since you started your comeback. Last time I saw you was over 5 years ago when you nearly lifted the crown from the middleweight champ.
See, which way you going?
Well, right now we're heading to the hospital.
What?
Oh, look, you got to get to a doctor.
Not
your head
that. I'm okay.
Now, you look at...
It's just a scratch, I tell you. Don't let a little blood scare you.
All right. Oh, there's a cop there by that street lamp.
No,
tell
keep
him
going. Please, I haven't got time.
What's that?
Look, Mr. Stone, I appreciate you helping me, but if I go to the cops now, they might hold me while they're investigating. I'll lose $2,000.
Your purse tonight?
More than just that. It's dough I put up to guarantee my appearance. Every dime I could scrape up. Look, I better get out.
I'll drive you to the arena.
So, thanks, but I'm going home first. Gotta pick up my manager.
I'll drive you there. I'm in no hurry.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Keep straight ahead. I'll tell you when to turn.
Good. What's Marty Bannon got against you?
I'll tell you someday, maybe.
Works for a gambling syndicate, doesn't he?
Works for it. He is a syndicate.
I wondered.
Turn here, left.
You, owe him money?
The house right there on the corner.
Okay. The apartment house where Gunnar Evans lived was probably a very classy joint around 1910. I wondered what had happened to those fat purses he'd collected when he was one of the 5 ranking middleweights in the world. What had happened that he'd had to return to the ring to be a living punching bag for youngsters like Pete Madigan.
Well, thanks again.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Nothing. Just a little dizzy, I guess.
Now, wait a minute. Come on, now, no fooling. You got to see a doctor.
I tell you, I'm okay. I'll be all right.
Well, you better let me go up with you.
Stone, I appreciate all you've done, but you don't have to worry.
Okay, but you can't fight tonight. Not with that gash in your head.
Heck, I can't. Dan'll fix it up. You just keep your mouth shut.
Dan?
My manager, Dan Morgan. It's above the hairline. They'll never notice. You coming to the fight?
You bet, and I'm going upstairs with you now, too.
I'm telling you.
And I'm telling you. Now, let's go. So we went up to his apartment together. He leaned against the doorbell like he was tired. When the door opened, he nearly fell in.
Gunner!
She was a little blonde with a baby face and eyes that were rhapsodies in blue. She shrunk back as he reached out to steady himself as though she didn't want him to touch her. And somehow the music in those big blue eyes vanished.
What happened?
Nothing much. Some hoods tried to jump me. I did all right. A friend of mine, Connie, Randy Stone, my wife. Come in.
Connie, is that him? Hey, Gunner, I've been looking all over for you. What the Sam Hill happened? I told you to... Wait. Holy smoke, what happened to you?
Don't get excited. I had a little trouble.
Yes, in the large economy size. 5 thugs jumped him.
What? Now, don't worry about it, will you? I'm all right. Just need to sit down. Randy Stone here helped me get out of it. Some of Bannon's hoods, I think, Dan.
If you ask me, you better call a doctor.
Nobody's asking.
Well, he's hurt.
Will you shut up? I keep telling him I'm okay, and he keeps hollering for an ambulance. Lay off, will you, Stone?
What makes you think Marty did it?
Who else? He tried to proposition me into taking a dive, didn't he? He owns Madigan body and soul, don't he? He even told me he'd do something to me if I turn him down.
Gunner.
Well, why did you turn him down?
For $500, I should take a dive? For 500 lousy fish? Come.
Well, why not? How far can you go? You think you're still a big shot, a headliner? Well, you're nothing but a has-been.
Now, take it easy, Connie. Gunner
I told him to take it. I told him. How long can he last? I'm sick of being broke all the time. We needed that extra 500. Why didn't he take it?
Because I'm going to beat Madigan, that's why.
Oh, you fool. What good is it? You'll never hit the top again. If you can't think of yourself, what about me? What about the kid of yours?
Billy's your kid, too, now. Don't you forget.
My kid? Oh, no. Don't wish him on me just because I'm married to you. I'm sick of playing nursemaid, do you understand? And I'm sick of living like this.
Wouldn't be if you hadn't ruined me.
What?
You've stripped me of every cent I had, threw it away on parties, closed gambling, made me sell a little business I had to pay your lousy debts.
Why, you cheap, punch-drunk bum.
Now, stop that, Connie.
I don't have to take that talk from him or you or anyone else. I'm through, do you understand? Through, as of now.
She almost ran from the room, burst into an adjoining bedroom, and disappeared. Gunner Evans stared at the closed door for a moment and then sat down slowly by the table. His face was gray and tired as death itself. Old Dan Morgan shook his head sadly and gently pulled Gunner's head forward so he could have a better look at the cut on top.
Billy asleep, Dan?
Yeah, I put him to bed before you came in. I hope she doesn't wake. That don't look good, Gunner.
He still got that cough?
He's better. I lit the vapor lamp by his bed. He'll be all right in a day or two. You know how kids are, sick one day, up the next. Hand me that bag there, will you, Stone?
Oh, sure.
Here, thanks.
Connie.
Yeah?
Where you going with that suitcase? Connie! Well, that's the end, I guess.
Oh, she'll be back, Gunner. You know how she is.
Yeah, I know.
Now, be still. I want to fix this.
No. I want to take a look at Billy. Maybe he's uncovered.
A young kid?
5.
She's not his real mother, huh?
No. Billy's ma died when he was 2. Gunner married Connie 6 months ago. Thought the boy needed a mother. Some mother. She hates the little fella.
It's a shame.
Well, Aggie and me, we never had any children ourselves, but if we ever had, I'd want him to be like Gunner's boy. What a kid. Smart. I don't get it. How can any woman, even a gold-digging little witch like Connie, not want him? Still sleeping, huh?
Yeah. I'll have to see if I can get one of the neighbors to stay with him while we're gone.
Sit down. I'll get my bag.
What about it, Dan? Don't you think this is a job for a doctor?
Will you keep out of this?
Gunner, I was going to tell you, maybe you shouldn't fight tonight.
Dan, for the love of Mike, don't you let me down, too. Every cent I got is tied up in that forfeit. $2,000.
Well, I don't like the looks of it, but... Okay. You don't think you've lost too much blood?
Nuts. Get to work. Time's running out. We got to be at the arena pretty soon.
Yeah, very well. Hold still now. This stuff is going to sting.
Go on. I only wish I knew who tipped Bannon off where I was staying.
Hey, Stone, a piece of cotton. There.
Here.
You didn't mention it to anyone, did you, Dan?
Of course not. Skin clips, a little jar of alcohol.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
You mean you moved out of here and you were living in a rented room?
He was only there the last 2 days. We were afraid something like this would happen if they knew where to find him.
Somebody must have tipped them off. They ain't bloodhounds.
Must have been a fluke. Somebody must have seen you around there. Collodion, a brown bottle.
Yeah. Why would Marty Bannon go to all that trouble to keep you from fighting tonight? The odds are 5 to 1 on Madigan, aren't they?
Maybe they are, chum, but Bannon don't bet on anything that isn't a sure thing. Thought he could buy me for a lousy 500. Well, he was wrong.
Easy, I'm almost through.
I figured it was safer to claim I run out and divide my $2,000 forfeit money with that dumb punk of his.
Well, for Pete's sake, what about the police, the boxing commission?
I opened my yap and they started an investigation. Cancel a fight. And who's hurt? Bannon? Nah. What can I prove? I need that dough, Randy. I need it bad.
I watched the savage gash in Gunner Evans' head close up and vanish under the magic touch of Dan Morgan's fingers. When he finally combed the hair over it and put away his tools, I was almost convinced that my concern had been overdone. Dan's fighter looked as good as new.
Now, you go into that bedroom and get a half hour's rest, Gunner. Try to sleep.
But I gotta find a sitter.
Forget it. I'll call my wife. Aggie will be glad to come over.
Oh, that'd be swell. I'd sure appreciate it, Dan.
She'd be tickled to do it. You know how crazy she is over Billy.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, why not leave him with us until you get straightened out?
I'll think about it.
And Billy can always find a home with Aggie and me, Gunner. I only wish I had him for keeps.
Not a chance.
You better get some sleep while you can. You need it.
Yeah. I'm going. Oh, thanks, Stone. Thanks a million.
I went down into the street, got into my car. I lit a cigarette thinking of what was to come and hating it. Gunner didn't have a chance. The odds were all against him to start with. But now Marty Bannon and his thugs had guaranteed it. The more I thought about it, the sicker and angrier I got. I knew Marty's address from the last time the police had visited him. Maybe he ought to know he wasn't having himself a private party with Gunner. Maybe he ought to know that if he got too rough, I might just invite the 800,000 star subscribers. So I started up and headed northwest. Maybe I could put a scare into this mug. Bannon lived in a single penthouse apartment in the medium high rent district. I pressed the doorbell, and after a moment, a small peephole opened. An eye gave me a fishy stare, and the door swung wide.
Well?
How are you, Marty? Remember me? Stone, Chicago Star.
Oh, yeah, one of those poison pen artists. What do you want?
A little talk.
About what?
About Gunner Evans.
Come in. All right, spill it. What's in your mind?
Who is it, doll baby?
Shut up.
Well, I like that. I only asked a simple... You.
Gunner's wife stood in the foyer entrance. Like Bannon, she was in evening clothes, wearing a gown that showed everything but good taste. When I saw, I knew who had tipped Bannon off where Gunn had been hiding, and who had sent those goons on a murder trail. It was Connie herself.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on the Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th.
I wanted to see Marty Bannon about the fix he was trying to muscle through on tonight's fight between Pete Madigan and Gunner Evans. But when I saw Connie, Gunner's wife, in Marty's apartment, I knew my words would be as useless as rain on Lake Michigan. It was she who'd betrayed her own husband and told Bannon where his thugs could find him. Her big blue eyes widened when she saw me and then hardened into chips of ice.
You get around, don't you, Stone?
Yeah, but it'd be tough trying to keep up with you, baby.
Connie, I told you to stay back.
What are you worrying about, Bannon? Gunner Evans is bound to find out sooner or later. Probably sooner.
Who cares? I'm through with that dumb ape, and he might as well know it now as any time.
Look, dollface, I got enough to worry about without having a punchy mad dog on my trail. Too many big deals coming up.
What's the matter, Bannon? You don't think he's got enough against you already?
He can't prove a thing. You value your health, you'll forget you were here tonight.
I thought you were smarter than that. The guy who fools around another man's wife is like a rented tuxedo. He never knows who's going to spill something on him.
Be sure it ain't you. Now get out.
Well, maybe I had done some good. I didn't know. At least he'd know now that somebody else knew what was going on. He'd drop the rough stuff, the fight would go on, and if he tried anything afterwards, it would be dangerous. I went back down to the lobby, walked out into the street. A taxi had pulled up to the curb, and the passenger was paying off the hacky. As I turned and stepped out onto the sidewalk, he turned around, and a cold chill hit me. It was Gunner Evans.
Tom, what are you doing here?
Well, I bet myself that you'd win tonight, and I came here to make sure I'd have a chance to win the bet.
You won't, so forget it.
Why not? Why did you come here?
Well, Holmes, Stone. One second.
No, wait a minute. What are you seeing Bannon for?
Out of my way.
You're supposed to be taking a nap and resting up. Why'd you come here?
Take the $500. What else?
Why? After what Bannon's done to you, after what you said, why? Why?
Got to thinking, lying there. What was I gaining being so big and noble? Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Your self-respect?
You can starve on self-respect. Look out. You can see your kid go hungry, your marriage go in the rocks. I got nothing to gain and everything to lose. So I'll take the $500. What does it matter? I'm washed up. I might as well face it.
But you can quit clean. You don't have to wind up crooked. You can get a job, do something else.
What? The only thing I ever done except fight is drive a truck, and I can't do that now.
Why not?
Because I'm half blind, you fool.
You're what?
Oh, I can see you well enough for anybody else who's close up. You don't have to see like an eagle when you're throwing leather. But I can't pass no truck driving test.
Well, I didn't know.
In the elevator.
I didn't know.
Nobody knows, not even Dan. You don't fight over 400 fights without losing something. With some guys, it's their brains. With others, their hearing or the teeth or the kidneys. With me, it's my eyes. Yeah, and my teeth, too. And the way things have been going, my brains, for all I know.
All right. Now, come on back home, kid. You don't need Bannon's dough. It smells.
No, but I need my wife. If I can find her and tell her I took Bannon's offer, well, she might come back. Get out of the elevator door. Move. I'm not breaking up my marriage for any $500. Bannon's on the 14th floor, ain't he?
Yeah, the 14th floor. Wait.
You coming along for the ride?
You're making a bad mistake, Gunner, going to Bannon's. It's the worst thing you could do. Now, come on.
Oh, preach, Stone. I'm sick of it. I made up my mind. Sure, I know it's the end of the trail. So what? I never hit the championship, Gravy, and even when you do, it ends up like this lots of times. No dough, no eyes, no brains.
You still got brains enough to lick this thing, Gunner, believe me.
Where's the button? Well, Stone, it's different when you're young. The promises sound good. The world looks good. You read the stuff they print about you in the paper, you're great. Sure, it gripes me that everybody seems to be making off their fights except you. The gamblers, the crooked managers, the shady promoters. Of course, they ain't all that way. There are some pretty good guys, like Dan Morgan. He's the first honest manager I ever had. But there's so many of the others. So you bust your fingers. You can't sleep for nights on account your hands are like two big hearts, beating with pain pumping through them instead of blood. You get your teeth knocked out. You can't breathe on account of your nose is busted. The years go by and where are you? What do you got?
Now, one day you wake up and the fires inside you are out and you're like a furnace full of clinkers. You're an old man. That it?
Yeah, an old man. You know how old I am? 33.
Gunner, I wish you wouldn't.
Let go of me.
All right. If you must, you must. But before you ring that bell, there's something you should know about what you're going to find in there.
Yeah? What? What is it? What are you trying to say?
Okay, Marty. I'll meet you right after the fight. Then we can... Gunner!
Connie!
Marty, it's Gunner!
Open up, Gunner. You open up the door.
Gunner, it's no good. She's not worth it.
I'll kill her rat.
Come on, get a grip on yourself. Gunner!
Get away from me. Connie, I'll bring it down. Help me.
Gunner, for the love of Mike.
I told you to let me go.
Listen to me.
You ass work.
Whatever time had done to Gunner Evans' legs, it certainly hadn't affected his punch. I went out like a shattered light bulb. When I came to, I was sprawled on my back in front of Bannon's penthouse apartment. The door was still locked, but I could see through it like it wasn't there. The simple reason that the main part wasn't. The entire middle panel was smashed through. Only the frame remained. I got up slowly. My jaw hurt, and my brain was full of angry bees. I stepped through the broken door and looked around. I saw them. Connie and Marty lying at opposite sides of the living room. Their heads were twisted at curious angles, their necks purplish and swollen. And they were both quite dead. I found a telephone, I called the police, and sat there a while trying to brush the fog away. My head throbbed as I tried to remember something I felt was important, but I couldn't quite recall. And then suddenly it came to me. The fight, the Metropolitan Arena, Evans versus Madigan. That's where he'd be. That's where I'd find the gunner. I stumbled to the elevator, went downstairs, found my car, and drove out to the arena. Hi, is Gunner Evans here?
Is he here? He's fighting tonight. Don't you see the signs?
Yeah.
You're just in time for the main goal, mister. Ringside? I got one on the aisle, row 5.
Here's my press card.
Say, what's going on anyway, you know?
Meaning what?
I mean, him coming in just a little while before the semifinal was over. His manager and the promoter was tearing their hair.
You say the main go's about to start?
Well, for round 1 rang 30 seconds ago. If you're covering the fight, better get on in.
I headed down the main aisle for the press section at ringside. What was going on in that ring brought me to a standstill more than once before I finally got to the ringside and began easing my way around the gunner's corner. I couldn't take my eyes off him. The gunner was tearing into Pete Madigan with a slashing fury that brought the crowd to its feet and kept it there. This fight wasn't going to last any 10 rounds. I could see the gunner's manager, Dan Moran, standing at the ring apron, pounding it with his fist.
Cross him, let him have it!
How are you, Dan?
Stone.
He's terrific.
I don't know.
March it! Jab him now, jab him! That's a boy.
What do you mean you don't know?
I've been trying to get him to box, but he won't. Look at him. He's fighting Madigan's fight. He can't last. His legs won't take it, not for 10 rounds. Something's the matter with him.
Yeah, something's the matter, all right.
When he finally showed up, he looked funny, acted funny. Something's happened. I don't know what.
Hook him! Hook him! He's wide open! Turn up, baby! Watch it! Watch it!
That's the ticket.
Jab him, Dizzy!
All right, boys. Get that stool in there fast.
Okay, Dan.
Take his mouthpiece out. Gosh, he shouldn't be breathing like that after only 1 round.
Dan, I want to tell you something. Gunner's in trouble. He's terrible trouble. Any minute the police...
Listen to him. Something's the matter with him. Look, Randy, do me a favor. Go back to Gunner's dressing room and have a look at Billy.
Who?
Billy. Gunner's little boy. I put him to bed there.
What is he doing here? I thought your wife...
Yeah, but Gunner showed up there just before he came here and took Billy with him.
Why?
Maybe he's afraid Bannon's hoods might break in the house and take it out on Billy. I don't know. Now, go on, will you?
Okay.
I gave one of the boys $1 to keep an eye on him. Make sure he's okay.
All right, don't worry. I went back down the ramp into the dressing room. Billy was sleeping on the rubbing table between several training gloves, big as pillows to keep him from rolling off. Dan had covered him with an old bathrobe and pillowed his curly head with some folded towels.
Cute little fella, ain't he?
It's a wonder he's been able to sleep through all this noise.
Yeah, but I guess he was just real wore out.
Yeah, I reckon he was.
There's the buzzer for round 2.
Yeah, well, I'll go up and have a look.
Okay, mister.
I walked up the ramp, down the aisle toward the press section. Round 2 was a facsimile, it seemed, of round 1. How many rounds could a man go at this pace? He was pressing Madigan every second, a slashing, ripping attack, like a madman, I kept thinking. Like a bulb that flares more brightly than it ever has before the instant before it goes out. Gunner Evans was fighting the greatest fight of his career and the last fight of his career. And then he was down. Gunner Evans was down.
Bank! He wasn't even hurt. Take some time.
It certainly seemed that way. Gunner lay sprawled on the canvas like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He didn't stir as the referee's voice came through the pandemonium.
7, 8, 9, 10,
I walked down the aisle through a now hushed crowd. Nobody moved. When I finally got to the ringside, Dan and his 2 seconds were still working on Gunner. A scared, haunted look had begun to deepen the furrows of Dan's wrinkled face. Presently, the commissioned doctor climbed into the ring and knelt beside the fallen fighter. After a while, he looked up. pointing to the patched-up wound on Gunner's head. It had oozed some blood, but now it had stopped.
This man was hurt before the fight.
Yeah, he cut his head. I told him he shouldn't fight, but he insisted on going on.
In heaven's name, why?
He had a $2,000 forfeit posted.
$2,000.
How bad is it, Doc?
His skull was fractured before he entered the ring.
You mean that...
He's dead.
We went back to the dressing room, Dan and I. I tried to tell him what had happened at Bannon's apartment, but he didn't seem to hear. He shuffled along, his head bowed, his eyes red. We stared at the sleeping child, and I asked Dan, Gunner have any relatives?
I don't know. None that I know of. No. Gunner didn't have any kin.
You mean Billy's alone?
Alone? Of course not. He's not alone. Billy's got me and Aggie, ain't he?
Well, then you better take him before the police get here. Here. Take him home with you.
Yeah, poor little fella. He must be tired. Didn't open an eye. Yeah, I'll take him home. Don't want to take any chances. There's cough coming back.
You going to keep him, Dan?
Huh?
You said you wanted him, didn't you?
You mean?
Gunner would have wanted you to have him.
Billy.
He's yours, Dan. For keeps. Your son. Well, 4 a.m. and another edition about to go to press. Another sunrise about to dawn. The death of one cycle, the birth of another. Or maybe it's all one, like time itself. Well, I'm not going metaphysical at this hour. But I can't help thinking that Gunner Evans maybe wasn't such a failure after all. In a way, he's still punching, he's still alive, with a new set of dreams and a future ahead. Yep, in his son. I guess basically that's why our children mean so much to all of us. Like the philosopher said, they're our only chance for earthly immortality. I'll have to get married one of these days. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Gunner Evans was played by Don Diamond. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Programs get your programs here. Wednesday evening brings you other great adventure mystery programs on this NBC station. Be sure to hear The Falcon, Mr. District Attorney, Richard Diamond starring Dick Powell, and Dangerous Assignment with Brian Donlevy. That's Wednesday night for more stellar action-filled programs. Be sure to listen. Stay tuned for the first piano quartet on NBC.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. And now for that pleasant moment when we pay our weekly visit to Sherlock Holmes' celebrated friend, the eminent Dr. John H. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Come in and sit down.
I thought you might have forgotten your date, Dr. Watson, when I saw that your door was closed.
Not at all, my dear fellow. Rather the opposite. I'm afraid I neglected to keep an eye on the time. I was so deeply engrossed in searching through my files.
With satisfactory results, I trust?
Well, I hope you will find them so. You may remember after I told you the story of the lion's mane the week before last, that you asked if Holmes had any other adventures in his beekeeping days.
I do indeed, Dr. Watson.
Well, I've been running through my notes concerning the remarkable affair of the pointless robbery, and I think you'll find it thrilling enough to keep you on the edge of your chair.
I'm sure we all will, Dr. Watson. But first, men, I'm sure you'll be interested to hear why Kreml Hair Tonic is preferred among America's most prosperous and successful men. Kreml keeps hair handsomely groomed from morning until night, just the way you combed it in the morning. Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hair dressing has just enough light oil to keep hair perfectly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. Kreml always looks and feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Be sure to try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what's the story of the pointless robbery?
Well, it all began, Mr. Bell, on a delightful summer morning in August 1913. I was spending the first day of a week's holiday visiting Holmes at the small farm on the South Downs to which he'd retired and where he was devoting himself to nothing more serious than the raising of bees. I must say, Holmes, that the quality of breakfast here convinces me that I've discovered the real reason for your devotion to rustic life.
A very sound deduction, Watson.
And there's much to be said for the peaceful atmosphere of the countryside after the noisy hubbub of London.
A peace which I fear may be only too transient, Watson. I suggest that you omit reading the morning paper during your stay.
All that talk of war in Europe, you mean? Nonsense, Holmes. In this year of our Lord, 1913, no civilized nation would dream of resorting to the outmoded fallacies of armed force.
I trust you're right, Watson. I trust you're right. But,
I say, Holmes, you've got a visitor. Somebody's coming up the path.
It's Mr. Kenmore, the rector of our local church. Another donation is indicated, no doubt. It would take the national budget to keep the church's ancient organ in good repair. Be a good fellow, Watson, and open the door while I refill the teapot.
That you are, Holmes. Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Mr. Kenmore. This is my good friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
A cup of tea?
No, thank you. No tea. And I must apologize for this unwarranted intrusion at such an early hour.
Some pressing matter in connection with the church?
No, Mr. Holmes. The cause of my visit is a most mysterious and disturbing occurrence which took place at my residence last night.
Oh, really? I suppose you give me the facts.
No doubt it will seem a minor matter to you, but I feel considerable agitation over it. Briefly, at some time last night, the rectory was broken into by thieves who ransacked the entire house, with the exception of the rooms in which my daughter Alice and I were sleeping.
Gracious me.
And what was stolen?
Nothing. Nothing whatever.
Was the thief frightened off?
No, Mr. Holmes. We knew nothing of it until Alice came downstairs this morning to prepare my breakfast. She found the house in a state of the utmost confusion, obvious signs of forcible entry, and not a single thing missing.
Odd. Very odd.
I hesitate to ask you, Mr. Holmes, to concern yourself with such a trifle, but you know our worthy constable, Tom Wilson.
Yes, an excellent man when it comes to unlighted bicycle lamps, but beyond that... come, Watson, let's accompany Mr. Kenmore to the rectory and see what we can discover.
So you see, Mr. Holmes, as Father told you, absolutely nothing seems to be missing.
Not that the possessions of a country rector are of such great value.
Nevertheless, that silver service on the sideboard would undoubtedly attract any thief's eye.
A family inheritance, Mr. Holmes. One of my few valuables.
I see that you've got quite a large library, Mr. Kenmore. Any books of great value there?
Not at all, Dr. Watson.
Sound suggestion, though, Watson.
Oh,
This French window, which gives onto the garden, seems to be where the thief made his entry.
Quite. A circle of glass cut out of one of the panes, then a gloved hand reaching in to turn the key.
A gloved hand, Mr. Holmes?
Undoubtedly, my dear. The blurred impressions are quite characteristic.
And now that you've seen everything, Mr. Holmes, what do you make of it?
It presents a most interesting problem, Mr. Kenmore. The disorder of the rooms would indicate a search for some definite object, even though you assure me that you know of nothing of value in your possession. We must wait for developments. I think you and your daughter should most certainly be on your guard against the thief's return.
You really think there is...
Mr. Kenmore, my friend is apt to see criminals behind every bush, the natural result of a lifelong career.
Perhaps, Watson, perhaps. Well, we must be getting along.
I wonder, Mr. Holmes, if you and Dr. Watson would do me a great favor before you go.
Of course, if it's in our power.
Well,
what is it?
Would you think me too bold if I asked you to let me take a snapshot of you both?
Oh, really, Alice? I gave Alice a camera for her birthday last week, Mr. Holmes, and ever since then she's been making life miserable for everyone.
I'm sure you could find two handsomer subjects, my dear. But Watson and I will be glad to have you immortalize our pictures.
Yes, of course, naturally.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I brought my camera down from my room, hoping you'd say yes.
Well, I'm very sorry. I was just wearing this old Norfolk jacket.
If you stand here, right beside the front door.
Oh, just a moment. The wind's blowing my hair about a bit. Ah, there we are.
All right. Just look this way. Fine. Thank you so much.
I hope you'll spare me a print or two if they turn out, my dear.
I'll be very glad to. As a matter of fact, that was the last picture in the roll. Now I can take it down to the village and have Mr. Dilworthy, the chemist, develop it for me.
I say, we're passing by the chemist's shop. Can't I drop it off for you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. That's very kind. Here it is.
And thank you again, Mr. Holmes, for your kindness in troubling yourself with my problem.
Not at all. And remember, Mr. Kenmore, be on your guard against a return visit. Looks to me as though you're falling asleep over your book, Watson.
That's it. Well, I must admit, Holmes, that the combination of country air and that excellent dinner had a very soporific effect on me.
Oh, don't apologize. We country dwellers keep early hours.
Certainly different from the old days in Baker Street. I'm surprised that you don't miss the excitement of the chase, Holmes.
Professor Moriarty was the spice who kept the daily routine from becoming monotonous. But apparently he, too, seems to be in retirement.
Oh, have you any news of him, Holmes?
The last I heard, Scotland Yard had him fairly definitely located in South America.
South America, huh?
Which would indicate to anyone knowing the professor as well as I do that he may be anywhere on the face of the globe with the exception of South America.
Well, old fella, I'm going upstairs to sleep. What the devil's that?
The church bell. Come on, Watson. There must be something wrong at the rectory.
And I thought the quickest way of raising the alarm, Mr. Holmes, was to sound the church bell.
Very wise. Tell me, Mr. Kenmore, what was the first thing you heard?
A sharp cry from my daughter awakened me, followed by a thud. I rushed into her room and found her.
Well, she'll be all right, don't you worry, Mr. Kenmore. I've had to take several stitches, but she'll have a slight concussion for the next few days. But there's no cause for alarm.
Oh, thank heaven, Doctor. When I rushed in and saw her lying on the floor...
Her assailant had fled by the time you entered?
The open window showed only too clearly the miscreant's path.
Well, you keep her in bed for a few days, give her a light diet, and she'll be right as rain.
Oh, that face. The window.
Well, she's semi-conscious, poor girl, to be quite expected after such a blow.
No, don't touch me. Please. It's there on the shelf. No.
The sleeping draught that I gave her will take effect soon.
I blame myself, Mr. Holmes, for not having paid more attention to your warning. But
That's of no importance now, Mr. Kenmore.
What's that?
Someone at the door. Pardon me. Wilson, high time you got here. You received my message?
Oh, take your messages has brought me here, Mr. Kenmore.
Where the constable, Watson?
There's been worse things happening in the village.
What is it, Wilson?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Holmes. Oh, there's fair devil's work afoot tonight.
Oh, come, my man, what's up?
Well, it's Mr. Dilworthy, the chemist.
Well, what about him?
In his rooms where he lives, back of his shop. Dead. Lying there on the floor with his head crushed in something savage.
Dilworthy? How horrible. Some prowling thief.
No. Oh, no, sir. With the cash box sitting there in plain sight. With £4 and some odd shillings plain to see and not a penny touched.
Dilworthy. Wait a moment. The ransacking of this house, the attack on Miss Alice, and now this. There's only one common denominator which applies to all three.
I don't understand, Mr. Holmes.
That film from Alice's camera, Watson. After we left here this morning and went to the village, you left it at Dilworthy's?
Of course, it's got a... As a matter of fact, Holmes, I'm afraid I forgot all about it. Here's the roll in my pocket. I must apologize to Miss Alice.
Not a bit of it, Watson.
What do you mean, not a bit of it, Watson?
I'm convinced that roll of film holds the solution of the mysterious events of the past 24 hours. And due to your convenient lapse of memory, we are in possession of the prize.
But what prize are we in possession of?
That, Watson, remains to be seen. Come, We just have time to catch the late train for London. A visit to Scotland Yard's laboratory will reveal the precious secret which that film is evidently concealing.
In just a moment, we'll find out what that precious secret is. Men, when you buy a hair tonic, why not buy one that does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome? Why not get your money's worth and buy Kreml hair tonic? No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. In addition, Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so clean, refreshed, and alive. No wonder Kreml is preferred among America's most successful men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use this highly specialized hair tonic daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml hair tonic. And now, Dr. Watson, what did you discover on that precious roll of film which had already caused the death of one person and a murderous assault upon another?
Well, as soon as we reached Scotland Yard's laboratory, Holmes wasted no time in getting permission to develop the photographs.
Just hand me that second tray, will you, Watson? The one this side of the red lamp.
There you are.
There. That does it. Look, Watson. The images are starting to appear.
Well, I'll take your word for it. That red lamp gives about as much light as a glowworm.
Sorry, but that's all we can use until we finish the development. Look, Watson. They're coming much more strongly now.
Yes, I see. That seems to be a picture of the rector. Doesn't look to me as though that were worth committing murder for.
There are 12 pictures on the roll, Watson. This next one seems to be a somewhat out-of-focus picture of the directory.
That third one, sharper. Evidently a croquet match. I'm quite sure that we haven't gone tearing off on a wild goose chase, Holmes.
Impossible, Watson. All the evidence indicates that this film must have been the objective.
Ah, now that looks more interesting. 2 girls on the beach in bathing suits. I say, Holmes.
What?
That girl on the left's got a fine figure, eh?
Undoubtedly. But the composition is not improved by those other people in the middle background. I think that... Watson, hand me that lens. The large magnifier there.
Ah, I thought you were displaying a cavalier lack of interest in such a shapely young lady. Well, I trust it's repaying your intense study.
Look, Watson. Look here. Examine it closely through the lens.
Well, a daring bathing suit, I must say. Has no sleeves.
Not the girl, you idiot.
What? The girl?
The 2 men in the background. Take a good look at that one on the right.
Oh, there's certainly something familiar about him. Holmes, it can't be.
But it is, Watson. Beyond any shadow of doubt. Professor Moriarty himself, and no nearer to South America than the beaches of England.
But I don't see why Moriarty should have been so anxious to secure this film. After all, Holmes, there's nothing particularly damning in a photograph of 2 men seated on a beach.
When one of them is the world's most notorious criminal, and when he's quite ready to commit murder to regain the film. Watson, ask the inspector to call us a car.
Where are we going?
You and I and this precious film are paying a visit to Sir Edward at the Foreign Office at once.
Your deduction was absolutely sound, Holmes.
You recognize Moriarty's companion, then, Sir Edward?
Beyond any question. He goes by many names, but our files would indicate that the real one is von Schäling, probably the cleverest among the senior members of the Imperial German Secret Service.
Good heavens, a spy.
Yes, precisely, Dr. Watson.
I should imagine, Sir Edward, that his dealings with Moriarty must be of great importance, since they required him to come to England in person.
I'm quite sure of it.
But the peaceful surroundings of the South Downs and the quiet beaches, what would a spy be doing there?
With Portsmouth, England's greatest naval base only a few miles away, and the present situation in Europe, Professor Moriarty does not concern himself with trifles.
Under the circumstances, I have no hesitation in telling you 2 gentlemen that the first trials of our new battle cruisers have been taking place off Portsmouth these last few days.
Great Scott.
Yes, Doctor. In what we thought was the utmost secrecy.
There's still a ray of hope, Sir Edward. Moriarty would not have gone to such lengths to suppress this photograph had his transactions with von Schaling been completed.
Do you mean, Holmes, that there may still be time to forestall him?
Dr. Watson and I will do whatever is in our power, Sir Edward.
Judging from the sudden change in your expression after your silence this past hour, you've evidently had an inspiration.
We must bait a trap, Watson. And that film must be our bait. Professor Moriarty must be in a fury at his bungling subordinates, who've twice failed to recover it. If I know the professor, he'll make the next attempt himself.
Well, you can't take an advertisement in the newspaper, Holmes, to lure Moriarty into a trap.
If Alice and her father will cooperate, I have a method that is better than any advertisement.
Oh? And what's that?
Evidently, Watson, you're not acquainted with the post office and the postmistress of the average village, to which Falworth is no exception. She fills the function of a town crier with the utmost efficiency. She will be our advertisement.
Good morning, Mr. Kenmore. And how are you this fine morning? And how is poor Miss Alice coming along?
Very well indeed, thank you, Mrs. Roberts.
Ah, that's a blessing. And what can I do for you today?
A shilling's worth of penny stamps, please.
I do hope the young lady will be up and about again soon. We miss her cheery face.
You know, Mrs. Roberts, there was an odd thing about that robbery at the rectory.
What was that?
All the intruder took was Alice's camera.
Fancy that.
After he struck her down. Not a very valuable bit of loot.
No, indeed.
Alice is glad she happened to remove the film that very afternoon. It's still on the library desk.
Is it really now?
I must remember to have it developed.
Well, it's a mercy that nothing worse happened. Oh, I almost forgot. Here's your stamps, Mr. Kenmore.
And I think I can assure you, Mr. Holmes, knowing our worthy postmistress, as I do, that the misinformation I gave her has by now been widely disseminated.
Excellent, Mr. Kenmore. And I appreciate what you and Alice have been willing to risk on behalf of your country.
At least the falsehood I told was in a worthy cause.
I only wish Dr. Watson would let me get out of bed and come downstairs into the library with you when you take up your vigil tonight. I'd like to see that those horrible men get their just deserts.
Really, my dear? You sound almost bloodthirsty.
Well, I can't say that I blame Miss Alice for that. If someone had given me a crack on the head, I'd look forward to their downfall.
Mr. Kenmore, I would have felt happier if you and Alice were not in the house. But with my knowledge of Moriarty, I fear that he may have the place under observation, and the departure of you and your daughter might make him suspicious.
Is that why you and Dr. Watson are wearing those filthy farmer's clothes, Mr. Holmes?
Precisely, my dear. 8 o'clock. Time we were beginning our vigil. Mr. Kenmore, you will remain on guard with Alice here in her room. No matter what happens in the library, this is your post of duty.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
You have your service revolver, Watson?
Certainly.
Come then. We must be concealed and in readiness for our visitor at whatever hour he may arrive.
Only 2 o'clock. I'm so cramped from standing behind these curtains that I thought it must be the morning.
What price the peaceful countryside now, Watson?
Well, I must say that... What is it?
A faint sound on the gravel path. It might be a nocturnal animal or... No. There it is again. Footsteps. Is your gun ready, Watson?
Ready, Holmes.
It'll probably come through the French windows. It's the most inviting entrance. On your guard. Cutting up a pane of glass. Don't move. We've got you covered. The light switch, Watson, with your left hand. There. Well, Professor Moriarty, we meet again.
If it isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Keep that gun on him, Watson, while I see if he's carrying a weapon.
And render myself liable to a long prison sentence. My dear Holmes, your retirement to pastoral pursuits must have impaired your reasoning powers.
It's all right, Watson. He's unarmed. You can lower your hands now, Professor. But I'd strongly advise against making any sudden move.
I wish he would, the dirty traitor.
I'm inclined to agree with your sentiments, Watson. Moriarty, for once I intend to take the law into my own hands. I can forgive a criminal, or a forger, or a thief, or even a murderer. But a traitor is something else.
I don't understand what you're driving at.
Certain backward Balkan countries, Moriarty, have an extremely convenient system of disposing of unwanted prisoners. They are invariably shot while attempting to escape.
You wouldn't dare. You who have always stood on the side of the law.
Have you ever known me to break my word? I assure you, Moriarty, that unless you consent to turn over Von Schailing to us, together with any information you have for him, you will be dead by the time I count 10. And I promise you that Watson won't hesitate either.
Yeah, you bet I won't, Holmes.
Take your choice, Moriarty. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, Holmes. You win. This time.
A wise decision. Where were you to meet Von Schailing? And what were you to deliver to him?
At midnight tomorrow, on a beach 6 miles south of here. He has a rendezvous there with a submarine that is to take him back to Germany. And the figures on the new cruisers are hidden at my lodgings in Portsmouth.
We'll keep that appointment with Von Schailing tomorrow night. And to make sure that you have no chance for further treachery, you'll remain with us until he's in our hands. This is the spot, Professor Moriarty?
500 yards south of the abandoned dock, yes.
Very well. Watson and I will remain here behind these bushes. You, Professor, will walk out alone onto the sands. I intend to take no chances of scaring off our quarry.
I haven't much choice in the matter.
Just a moment.
Yes?
Remember that we have you in plain sight, that the moonlight is strong, and that the slightest sign of treachery will be the signal for your well-deserved execution.
I won't forget, Mr. Holmes.
I hate to think of his going scot-free, Holmes.
You cannot hate it more than I do, Watson. But letting him go free is a cheap price to pay for the scotching of his plans and the capture of Von Schailing. Here comes a car. This must be Von Schailing. No one else would be on this deserted road at this hour of night.
Oh, the car's stopping.
There's only one man in it. He's getting out. It is Von Schailing.
Ah, Herr Professor. I knew I could depend on you.
Right, Watson.
Put up your hands, you.
The devil...
Look out, Watson! Quick work, Watson.
Oh, curse you, Moriarty. You have betrayed me.
Precisely, Herr Von Schailing. But why should the fact that a traitor will engage in a double betrayal surprise you?
He'll be all right, Holmes. Barring a nasty flesh wound in his leg.
Well, Mr. Holmes, you have the papers and the spy. I've kept my part of the bargain. Now you keep yours.
Don't worry, Moriarty, I shall. But you can count yourself lucky that the stakes for which we were playing were far more value than your traitorous life. I promise you that next time we meet, you will pay your long overdue reckoning.
I shall look forward to it. Au revoir. Till our next meeting.
What infernal cheek. I hate to see him go free.
No more than I do, Watson. Well, at least we've had the best of the bargain. Now let's load our prisoner into the car.
And who are you, anyway? The devil?
Oh, hardly so eminent a personage, Von Schailing. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
So, I might have guessed. Oh.
He's fainted. Oh, just as well, perhaps. Here, Holmes, we'll put him in the back seat of the car. Well, you've got the spy, and that finishes that.
I wonder. There's an east wind coming, Watson.
East wind? Oh, I don't think so, Holmes. It's particularly warm.
Good old Watson. You're the one fixed point in a changing age. There's an east wind coming all the same. Such a wind as never blew on England yet. It will be cold and bitter, and a good many of us may wither before its blast. But it's God's own wind nonetheless, and a cleaner, better, stronger land will lie in the sunshine when the storm has cleared. Start the car up, Watson. It's time we were on our way.
And now may I introduce one of the outstanding authorities on feminine beauty. He is John Robert Powers, who has received hundreds of thousands of requests from girls all over the country, girls wishing to join his exclusive Powers Girls. And now, especially transcribed, Mr. John Robert Powers.
Good evening, friends. I'm very happy tonight to bring along one of my very attractive Powers Girls, Miss Pat Fordyce. And maybe we can coax Pat to tell us what she considers one of the most important requirements of a Powers Girl. How about it, Pat?
Well, I think one of the most important requisites is lovely, shining, bright hair. Hair that reflects natural, glossy luster and highlights.
I certainly agree, Pat.
And I heartily agree with you about using Kreml shampoo.
Yes, Pat, I advise all my Powers Girls to use Kreml shampoo. In my opinion, no other shampoo leaves the hair more radiant with such natural gloss and highlights. Why, I've interviewed hundreds of girls with beautiful faces, but with such dull, lifeless-looking hair. Then after using Kreml shampoo, what a difference. Their hair emerges a vision of shining beauty.
I love its rich, velvety oil base, too.
A very good point, Pat, because this oil base actually helps hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Kreml shampoo also whips up a wonderful, luxurious, active foam, even in the hardest water.
Yes, Pat, to glamour bathe the hair, you simply can't beat Kreml shampoo. And I sincerely recommend it to every girl who is discouraged about the way her hair looks. To every girl who wants her hair to look its shining best.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, and also your very, very beautiful Powers Girls, Miss Pat Fordyce. And now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I shall tell you a weird story about the strange experience of Mr. John Scott Eccles, wherein Holmes solves the murder of a certain Aloysius, or as you say, Aloysius, Garcia, and finds a kitchen full of voodoo fetishes. I call the story The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, His Last Bow. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell, speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to listen next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of Wisteria Lodge. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Tonight, owing to Mr. Conway's illness, the part of Sherlock Holmes will be played by Mr. Ben Wright. And now for our weekly visit with Sherlock Holmes' famous colleague, your friend and mine, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. I'm glad to see you. Make yourself at home.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. You know, I've been waiting eagerly all week to hear about the singular affair of the ancient Egyptian curse.
And a most singular affair it was, to be sure. It had its beginnings in the august halls of the British Museum. I've been looking over my old records to refresh my memory, and even after all these years, it sends what in Scotland they call a cow grue down my spine.
I can hardly wait, Dr. Watson. Recently, in a poll conducted throughout the country, women picked the 10 best groomed men in America. These men were all men at the top: statesmen, governors, motion picture stars, producers, and millionaires. And men,
I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing how a recent survey showed that Kreml hair tonic is preferred among America's top-flight executives and most successful men. But then why shouldn't it be? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look, such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. Kreml also keeps the hair neatly in place longer with a healthy-looking luster. Yet it never leaves your hair looking or feeling greasy. After you apply Kreml, you can rub your hand over your hair and your hair always feels so delightfully clean. Notice, too, how no greasy film comes off on your hand or on your hatband. Just use a little Kreml on your hair in the morning, and at night your hair looks as neatly groomed as when you first combed it in the morning. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the singular affair which began in the sacrosanct confines of the British Museum?
Well, I must admit that I was not a frequent visitor to those gloomy halls, but on this particular morning, Holmes had been insistent. All the scientists in London, especially the archaeologists, were agog over the arrival of Lord Cranwood's sensational Egyptian discoveries. For several days, Holmes had been deeply immersed in research among the Cranwood antiquities, so that now I found myself in the Egyptian gallery of the British Museum.
I say, Watson, look here. This notation definitely proves the use of stringed instruments as well as flutes as early as 3000 B.C.
Oh, very interesting, Holmes. Interesting indeed.
If you please, sir. Smoking is absolutely forbidden.
Huh? Oh, all right.
Hello, Holmes.
Oh, Watson, I don't think you know Professor Halliday of the British Museum. Professor, this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson? Not the eminent Dr. Eustace Watson, the well-known archaeologist of Edinburgh. I'm honored.
No, sir. Dr. John H. Watson of Baker Street.
Oh, sorry.
This is Dr. Watson's first visit to all your magnificent new acquisitions, Professor Halliday.
It's a veritable treasure house, gentlemen. The late Lord Cranwood's excavations at the site of ancient Abydos have given the museum a priceless mine of information.
And yet the price in human lives has not been inconsiderable. First Lord Cranwood himself, only a few days after the shrine of Harshafit was opened.
A man of almost 80, Mr. Holmes. The strain and excitement of the discovery were too much for him.
No doubt. And then a month later, Dr. Dumas, disappearing mysteriously from camp, only to be found hopelessly insane and babbling madly before he died. And young Wilson vanished into thin air and assumed to have been lost overboard from the ship that was bringing the expedition back to England. Oh, it was a calm, moonlit night.
Don't tell me that you, of all people, believe this newspaper talk of Harshafit's curse, Mr. Holmes.
I believe nothing that is not susceptible of proof, Professor. Evidently, the new Lord Cranwood is quite undisturbed by any threats of a curse upon his family. I've seen him working here every day this week.
Oh, is that Lord Cranwood?
Yes, the heavy-set, middle-aged man over there, just beyond that fifth sarcophagus.
Fifth which?
The chap with the rather florid face, just packing those notes into his briefcase.
Oh, looks fit enough, I must say. Judging from his appearance, I should think that the curse of what's-his-name wouldn't have much luck with him.
You'll excuse me, gentlemen. I want a word with Lord Cranwood before he leaves.
Sir Holmes, supposing I run along, I'll meet you at the club for lunch and...
Lord Cranwood, what's the matter?
Why, he's collapsed.
Quick, Watson.
I don't understand. He just seemed to keel over.
Let me take a look at him.
You were standing right beside him, Professor. Just what happened?
I was speaking to him. He clutched his throat, tried to say something, and collapsed.
Holmes?
Yes, Watson?
The man's dead.
Impossible.
Cause of death, Watson?
Well, I should have said heart, but...
But the curious rigidity of the muscles of his hands and throat aren't consistent with that diagnosis. Is that it, Watson?
Quite correct, Holmes.
You would better notify Scotland Yard at once, Professor Halliday.
Scotland Yard? Mr. Holmes, are you suggesting...
I suggest nothing, Professor Halliday. But Lord Cranwood has died extremely suddenly. In view of the 3 previous deaths which have occurred among the members of the expedition, I feel that this is definitely a matter for the police.
I'll send for them at once.
I'm certain, Watson, that a second look at Lord Cranwood's body will suggest to your mind a cause of death with which you cannot be unfamiliar after your army career in India. The congested eyeballs, the rigid neck muscles.
You mean snake bite?
Precisely. The bite of some venomous and highly poisonous snake is the only cause consistent with these appearances.
But there are no snakes here in the British Museum.
That, Watson, is why I sent for Scotland Yard.
You've been pacing up and down now for 2 solid days, Holmes. Would it be too much to ask you to be seated for at least 5 minutes?
I'm sorry, Watson. The lack of any satisfactory solution to the problem of Lord Cranwood's death has driven me almost out of my mind.
You find the problem insoluble, then?
So far. Come in. Inspector Lestrade. I've been expecting a call from you.
This thing's fair got me beat, Mr. Holmes.
Now, sit down, Inspector. Can I get you a drink?
Thank you, Doctor. I'll be glad of one. Well, we've got the coroner's verdict, Mr. Holmes, and much good it does us. Death by misadventure from unknown causes.
Well, you could hardly expect a coroner's jury to say more. Did the Home Office pathologist confirm my opinion?
Here you are, Lestrade.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. All the appearances of death were consistent with the bite of some deadly snake. But did we find any snakes running around? Were there any snake bites on the deceased body? No. Why, you yourself, within a few yards of the man, Mr. Holmes, and you know as well as I do that if a man gets bitten by a snake, he's going to let out a yell.
I know exactly how you feel, Lestrade.
Yeah, and have you seen the papers? Scotland Yard baffled by 5,000-year-old curse. Death strikes again from Egyptian tomb.
You can't blame the journalist, Lestrade. It's a newspaper editor's dream.
And Scotland Yard's nightmare. Well, I must be off. The commissioner wants to see me this afternoon. You can be thankful this isn't one of your cases, Mr. Holmes. I think this one would be too much even for you.
Phew. I've never seen Lestrade quite so worked up before.
And I can't say that I blame him, Watson. Well, come along. Since the late Lord Cranwood's funeral is to take place at 2 o'clock, we might well stroll over to Hanover Square. Perhaps a brisk walk may serve to blow the cobwebs from our brains.
First time I've known you stand about outside a church at a funeral, Holmes, peering at the relatives of the dead man.
I'm anxious to see the new Lord Cranwood, as well as his relatives. He was a nephew of the late Lord's, you know, and the family's interest in Egyptology has been inherited by him, along with the title.
Here they come. I wouldn't want to be in his boots with a curse hanging over me head.
There's Lord Cranwood, Watson.
Husky-looking young chap. Looks as though it'd take more than a family curse to get him down. Who's that coming after him, the pale young fellow in the wheelchair?
His cousin, Mr. Neville Robertson, I believe. Been hopelessly paralyzed ever since boyhood. Horse rolled on him while hunting.
Yes, the lines of pain and suffering are very evident in the poor fellow's face.
That must be Robertson's older brother, Mr. Oliver Robertson. That rather heavy-set young man just coming out. I assume that's his wife with him, the girl with the black veil.
Well, it's rather rough on them. All these curious people staring. Come along, Holmes. Let's be off.
Very well, Watson. I've seen all that
I beg your pardon, sir, but aren't you Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes.
Oh, my name's Oliver Robertson. Fortunate coincidence, my seeing you here. I'd intended sending you a message this evening.
A message?
Yes, I wanted you to... Well, this is hardly the place to discuss such matters. Look, I'm staying at my cousin, Lord Cranwood's house. I wonder if you'd be good enough to come there this evening.
Would 9 o'clock be satisfactory?
Excellent, Mr. Holmes. Good day, sir.
Good day, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, come in, gentlemen, come in. I don't think you know my wife. Dear, may I introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
How do you do? And this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
I'm very happy to see you here, Mr. Holmes. And you too, Dr. Watson.
Mr. Holmes, my wife and I, well, to put it frankly, have asked you to come here because we're afraid. Not for ourselves, but for my cousin, the new Lord Cranwood.
Mr. Holmes, neither Oliver nor myself is of a nervous temperament. But if you have read the accounts of the Cranwood expedition, you must appreciate my feeling that we're contending against more than mere ill fate.
4 members of the same small group, dying mysteriously or by violence within a few weeks of each other.
So you don't put any stock in all this talk about an ancient Egyptian curse?
I don't really know.
Tell me, Mr. Robertson, does the new Lord Cranwood share your fears?
I regret to say he does not. He laughed when I told him I'd asked you here.
Am I interrupting a council of war, or may I be permitted to be present?
Oh, come in by all means, Neville. Here, let me give you a hand with your wheelchair.
I can manage.
My brother Neville, gentlemen. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do? I assume that the presence of the celebrated sleuth of Baker Street is not unconnected with the curse of the Cranwoods.
Please, Neville, don't make fun of us for being frightened. After all, it's Derek we're worrying about, not ourselves.
Time enough for you to worry, Oliver, when the curse catches up with Derek. Then you'll be Lord Cranwood yourself, and it'll be my turn to start worrying.
I gather, Mr. Robertson, that you are somewhat skeptical regarding the efficacy of Harshafit's 5,000-year-old curse.
My granduncle died of heart failure after the excitement of discovering the tomb. Dr. Dumas' death was certainly not the first case of sunstroke that's ever been heard of in Egypt. And Wilson, who fell overboard from the ship, was notoriously fond of the bottle. Does that answer your question?
Ingenious, Mr. Robertson, but it leaves out of account your uncle's death in the British Museum the other day.
I could offer you a dozen theories to account for that, but I doubt if they'd be sensational enough to please you.
Mr. Holmes, regardless of what my cousin may say, and I know he'll agree with my brother, I wish to engage you to prevent any repetition of the tragedies which have already struck this family.
Do say you will, Mr. Holmes.
I will do my best, Mr. Robertson, to keep Lord Cranwood safe from harm, but without his cooperation, I greatly fear that
Stimson said he wanted to see me, Oliver. Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know you had guests. I very much want to see you, Derek. This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. My cousin, Lord Cranwood, gentlemen.
How do you do?
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I have no sympathy with my brother's fears, nor do I see any necessity for dragging detectives into this matter. I trust you'll excuse me. Good night. Well, you see, Mr. Holmes, it's just as I told you.
But I do hope you'll do your best anyway, Mr. Holmes.
I promise you I shall.
Your task won't be made any easier, Mr. Holmes, by my cousin's stubborn determination to continue working at the museum. He's arranged with Professor Halliday to work there at night in the future, beginning tomorrow. He wishes to avoid the stares of the curious.
Interesting.
Great Scott, my watch must have stopped. 9:30, and I haven't as yet fed my snakes.
Snakes? Did you say snakes?
Why, yes, Doctor. Since my affliction debars me from digging in Egyptian tombs and similar active pastimes, I amuse myself with a small herpetarium. Would you care to see my collection?
Good heavens, no. Or some other time, perhaps, Mr. Robertson. Dr. Watson and I must be off.
Good. Snakes.
I must say, Holmes, that I find that sinister cripple Neville and his nasty collection of poisonous reptiles highly suspicious. Well, there's no doubt that Neville's personality has been warped by his affliction. And the availability of snake venom is, of course, significant.
And look at his motive, Holmes. Look at his motive. The Cranwood title and the Cranwood fortune.
But there's one thing you've forgotten, Watson. Even if the new Lord Cranwood were to die, it would be Neville's older brother who would inherit. Oliver and his wife would become Lord and Lady Cranwood.
Are you trying to tell me that a murderer who'd killed two men would boggle at a third? If Cranwood dies and Oliver gets the title, he'd be the last barrier Neville's way. I don't like to say it, Holmes, but for once you seem to be singly obtuse about the facts of this case.
Possibly, Watson. At any rate, I intend that you and I shall be present, although concealed, when Lord Cranwood visits the Egyptian galleries tomorrow night.
You mean that you anticipate an attempt upon his life?
As I have told you on previous occasions, Watson, it's a great mistake to theorize ahead of one's data.
Sir Holmes, you don't really put any faith in all this talk about the supernatural curse?
Do you, Watson?
Oh, dash it, no, of course not.
Good. Well, then I trust that tomorrow night you will arm yourself with your service revolver.
Oh, really?
Yes, Watson. I should like to be in readiness for anything we may encounter at the British Museum, supernatural or otherwise.
Empty place at night, isn't it?
Of humanity? Yes.
What do you mean?
Merely that the relics of the past are all about us.
Oh, yes, of course, sir.
On this way, through the northern vestibule.
I say, Holmes, what's that thing? Looks like a coffin.
That's what it is.
Oh, good Scott.
Here we are. He'll no doubt work at that long table. It has the only decent light in the room. And you take that side of the table, Watson. I'll take this. And make certain there's no one and nothing concealed.
You're not expecting to find a snake anywhere, are you, Holmes?
I don't expect to find anything. I merely wish to make certain that there is nothing to find. Now, careful, Watson. Don't knock over that little figure.
What the devil is it?
And the Egyptians call those little statues the answerers. They were buried in the cedar coffins within the sarcophagi to accompany the dead and to obey their orders.
A pleasant idea, I must say. Well, there's nothing hidden on this side of the table.
Nor here. Now, there's an excellent spot to conceal ourselves. Over here, Watson.
Great. God, what a horrible sight. What sort of a nightmare is that?
And appropriately enough, it's a statue of Hashafit, the ram-headed god. Oh, excellent, Watson. Now, this will do perfectly. We can see everything in the room from behind here.
Just what are you expecting, Holmes?
I don't know. Quiet. There's someone coming. It's Lord Cranwood.
Yes, he's taking his papers out of his briefcase. Oh, now that he's turned the lamp up, I can see a bit better. Oh, he's all right so far. He's settling down to work.
What? Something's wrong. Quick!
He must have fainted.
Here's the antitoxin. Give him the injection. Hurry!
It's too late, Holmes. He's dead.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson as they endeavor to solve the mystery of the ancient Egyptian curse. Men, if you want to be a success in life, remember that well-groomed hair adds a great deal to a man's appearance. And one of the first requisites of handsome, healthy-looking hair is a hygienic scalp. So start at once and take better care of the hair you've got. And if you're smart, you'll use Kreml hair tonic. No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly in place without looking or feeling greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml's light oils have a grand lubricating effect on a dry scalp. At the same time, Kreml removes itchy, loose dandruff. Notice how alive and tingling your scalp feels. And you like to massage Kreml on your scalp because it's such a clean product. It never feels greasy or sticky. And if your hair, like so many men's, is so dry that it breaks and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable, and look as if it had some body to it. So men, for handsome, groomed hair and a more hygienic scalp, use Kreml daily. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drugstore. Ask for an application at your barber's. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. That famous modern hair tonic which has become such a nationwide favorite. And now back to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson and our story.
I say, Holmes, if you won't have any lunch, do at least take a cup of tea.
No, thank you, Watson. I'm not hungry.
You've been saying that ever since that poor fellow Derrick was killed the night before last. You simply must eat, Holmes.
My appetite will return when I have a solution for this case, Watson, and not before.
Well, I've hesitated to say it, Holmes, but if that man had died by any natural means in front of our very eyes, I'm perfectly certain that you would have solved the riddle.
Well, if your hypothesis is correct, Watson, this case is not a matter of a mortal's minds. And that I refuse to admit.
Well, we saw him come in. We saw him open his briefcase. He turned up the lamp, sat down.
Thank you, Watson.
Thank me for what?
You've just given me some remarkably interesting food for thought.
Oh, really? Come in. Why, Mrs. Robertson. Oh, I beg your pardon. It's Lady Cranwood now, isn't it?
Makes me unhappy to say that it is, Dr. Watson.
Won't you sit down, Lady Cranwood? I've already expressed to your husband my deep feeling over the tragedy I failed to prevent.
Let me assure you, Mr. Holmes, that neither my husband nor I feel that you were in any way to blame.
I appreciate your kindness, Lady Cranwood, but I still blame myself for having failed to reach a solution.
And that is why I've come to see you this morning, Mr. Holmes. I hardly know how to say it. My suspicion is such a horrible one.
Oh, there, my dear.
I'm convinced that Oliver is in deadly peril. And from his own brother.
Do you hear that, Holmes?
You felt it too, Dr. Watson. Oh, I've been fighting down a horrible thought, denying it even to myself. But I felt I had to tell you, Mr. Holmes.
Well, have you any proof, Lady Cranmore? Anything definite on which to base such an accusation?
Only Neville's sneers and his jealousy of my husband. And those horrible snakes of his.
Perhaps you may be able to assist me in confirming or disproving your suspicions of Neville, Lady Cranmore.
Anything I can do, Mr. Holmes. Anything.
I imagine that the entire family, and the servants as well, will all be attending the funeral this afternoon.
Yes, of course.
Then, if you will be good enough to leave me your key to the house, I shall take advantage of everyone's absence to go there and investigate one or two possibilities that have occurred to me.
Of course, Mr. Holmes. Here is the key.
Thank you. And one other thing. I should appreciate it if you would ask your husband to meet Watson and myself at the museum tonight, about 9 o'clock.
At the museum?
Yes. I feel that a reenactment of the late Lord Cranwood's death may bring us to a solution.
If you think it's necessary, Mr. Holmes.
I think it is vitally necessary.
Very well. I will ask my husband to meet you at the museum at 9. I must go now. Goodbye. Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Goodbye. Poor woman, no wonder she's overwrought.
Come, Watson. Your hat and stick. We have work to do.
Cranwood's house, you mean?
Well, I shall go there this afternoon. But meanwhile, I want you to take a note to Lestrade at Scotland Yard and personally see to it that he gets it.
And then?
Meet me at 9 o'clock tonight at the British Museum.
Well, I must say, Holmes, that as long as we had to come back to this Chamber of Horrors, I'm glad that you insisted on a decent amount of illumination.
Since we won't be concealing ourselves this evening, Watson, I asked Professor Halliday to leave the Egyptian gallery fully lighted. Now, you sit here, Watson.
Well, as long as none of the professors are about, Holmes, I don't suppose the museum will be shaken to its foundations if I smoke the pipe. Ah. Huh, that's better.
Good evening, Lord Cranwood.
Good evening. Lady Cranwood?
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
Good evening.
Well, I fail to see what purpose will be served by a reenactment of my cousin's tragic death, but I'm willing to do anything within my power that will offer any hope.
I insisted on coming with Oliver, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid every moment I'm away from him.
Well, now, Lord Cranwood, let us try in every way to duplicate your cousin's actions of 2 nights ago. I have here his briefcase, and I'd like you to enter through those doors, carrying the briefcase in your left hand and humming a tune.
All right. Ready?
All right, go ahead. Now, put the briefcase down on this table. Take off your hat and coat and put them on the table.
Any particular place you want them?
Oh, just place them on the table as your cousin did. Now, open the briefcase.
Ouch. I thought I...
What were you about to say?
Nothing.
You were about to say, Lord Cranwood, that you thought the ingenious adaptation of the Borgia's poison needle had been removed from its mount in the briefcase lock.
What on earth are you talking about?
I found that fiendishly clever mechanism in your study this afternoon.
Mr. Holmes, what do you mean?
I mean that this briefcase was fitted with a poisoned needle, which was removed after Derek's death.
Oh, no.
And which I replaced when I found it at your house this afternoon.
How horrible, how utterly vile.
I also found some of the poison, Lord Cranwood. And I greatly fear that when I remounted the needle in the briefcase after my experiments, some of the venom may have remained on it.
It was, Neville.
Bluff, Holmes. Sheer bluff. You wouldn't dare.
If you think I'm bluffing, Lord Cranwood, why is your face going so pale? You're clutching your arm with your other hand. Why?
Fiend, it was poison.
Oh, darling.
My arm's swelling. It's going numb. There's no feeling left in my hand.
No, Oliver. Mr. Holmes must be mad.
Must you, Holmes? You've killed me. All right, I did it. I killed the others, but you'll never hang me.
All right, Lestrade. There's your confession.
It's a confession, all right, Mr. Holmes, but all you've given us is the corpse of a murderer.
He's dead. You've killed him.
Not a bit of it. He's only collapsed from fear.
Holmes, the pain in his arm, the symptoms.
Merely a harmless, though painful solution which I placed on the poison needle.
Oh.
Catch her, Watson. She's fainting.
That Oliver's a fiend, Holmes, an absolute fiend.
Oh, unquestionably. But you must admit that his hiring us was an ingenious attempt at a novel method of removing all possible suspicion from himself. And now he'll pay the penalty for murdering at least 2 men.
A good thing, too, although I'm sure I don't know how you ever found out about the briefcase.
Why, you gave me the clue, Watson. You yourself.
I did?
Back in Baker Street when you were talking about the second death. You mentioned that we had seen Lord Cranwood enter the room. Open his briefcase.
Well, we did.
Exactly. But until you mentioned it, the significant fact had escaped me that the only object common to both deaths and handled by both men was the briefcase.
Good gracious me. Well, that solves the mystery of the ancient Egyptian curse.
Does it, Watson? Have you forgotten the 3 who died previously under such strange circumstances after they had opened Harshafit's temple?
You don't mean that you really believe in that stupid curse?
Those 3 deaths have still not been explained, and I doubt that they ever will be. There are powers, Watson, higher powers, of which we poor humans still know nothing.
Ladies, the poet who said a woman's hair was her crowning glory certainly knew what he was talking about. That's why you ladies should take the very best care of your hair, especially in shampooing.
I'm glad you brought that point up, Mr. Bell, because many popular shampoos have a tendency to dry the hair.
Well, here's one shampoo that will never dry the hair, never under any circumstances, and it's Kreml shampoo.
Yes, Kreml shampoo is simply wonderful. It actually glamour bathes each tiny strand of hair so that it fairly radiates natural, dazzling highlights. It leaves the hair simply gleaming with natural, glossy luster. And what's more, your hair stays this way for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a soapless shampoo. It's not a cream shampoo. It's entirely different.
Kreml shampoo never hurts the texture of your hair. You can use it as often as you wish, over a long period of time, and it'll never dry your hair. In fact, it has a beneficial built-in oil base, which actually helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Remember, ladies, that beautiful Powers models wash their hair with Kreml shampoo. They claim no other shampoo leaves their hair more shining bright, yet never dries the hair. Why not try it? Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, next week I think I'll tell you a story about the strange and ferocious behavior of Professor Presby's dog. And the even stranger behavior of the professor himself. I call it The Adventure of the Creeping Man.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, A Study in Scarlet. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tonight, the part of Sherlock Holmes was played by Mr. Ben Wright. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the creeping man. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Next, Mr. Chameleon and the Fashion World Murder Case. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin and Phillips Milk of Magnesia tablets. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon in the Fashion World Murder Case. curtain rises on a richly furnished suite high atop the fashionable Plaza Sheraton Hotel. A tall, languid-looking girl wearing a fabulously expensive mink coat walks up and down before a full-length mirror as a well-dressed young man watches her anxiously. He is Richard Cheval, whose father, John Cheval, owns one of New York's most exclusive fashion shops. And as Richard speaks to the girl in the mink coat, he little dreams that his words are opening the door to murder and horror.
Well, Zizi, how do you like it? It's a beautiful mink, isn't it?
Yes, it's not bad, Richard.
Not bad. It's worth $15,000. That's what it would sell for in Father's shop.
Yes, I suppose it would.
Zizi, what's the matter? Aren't you pleased about it?
Here, Richard. You can take the mink coat back.
Take it back? Zizi, for heaven's sake, what's wrong, darling? Tell me.
Sure, I'll tell you. I'm fed up with this kind of life. I'm sick of it.
Oh, Zizi, darling, haven't I given you everything? Beautiful clothes, this expensive apartment. What more do you want?
I want to be known as your wife, as Mrs. Richard Cheval. When we go to the Store Club in El Morocco and the Colony, I want people to know I'm your wife. Not just one of the models who works in your father's shop.
Oh, Zizi, listen to me.
I'm sick of this secret marriage. I'm your wife. I've a marriage license to prove it.
But, darling, you know why we can't tell anyone. You know what a tyrant my father is. Why, he'd cut me off without a penny if he knew about our marriage.
You have your job at your father's shop. You're making plenty.
And how long would I keep it if Father found out about us being married?
Richard, either you tell your father the truth, that you and I are married, or we're through.
Zizi. Oh, darling, you don't mean that.
There are other men who wouldn't be ashamed to recognize me as their wife.
You mean Ned Marshall, I suppose. If he's been making a play for you again,
We'll leave Ned Marshall out of this.
Oh, Zizi, if I tell Father about our marriage, he'll change his will. He's threatened to cut me off before. I lose everything.
If you don't tell him, you'll lose me. Well, Richard, it's up to you. Which is it going to be?
And now, several hours later, we see Richard Cheval, very nervous and ill at ease, entering his father's study in the Cheval home in the East 60s.
Oh, there you are, Father. I hoped I'd find you in the study.
So you're home this evening, are you, Richard? Well, that's a change.
Well, I thought I'd like to spend an evening with you, Father.
Indeed. Well, what troubles are you in this time?
Trouble? Why,
Stop stammering and tell me what it is. What cheap girl are you mixed up with now?
Well, Father,
I warned you, Richard. One more scrape and I'll disinherit you. You'd have done it long ago. You're a weakling and a fool.
Father, I don't see why you're so suspicious just because I choose to spend a quiet evening at home with you. Here, let me pour your glass of port wine, Father.
Well, at least you can do something useful. The decanter's on the table.
I'll have one with you.
What? You drinking port wine, Richard? Whiskey is your usual drink.
Here you are, Father. Here's your glass, and here's mine.
There's nothing like good port wine to make a man feel satisfied with things. I've always said that...
Father, what's wrong?
Richard,
Father! Good Lord! Help! Help, someone! Come quick! Something awful's happened to Father. He's been poisoned!
And now, a short time later, we find Mr. Chameleon, the famous and dreaded detective, and his assistant detective, Dave Arnold, just entering John Cheval's house. And a frightened, rather plain-looking young woman is saying,
You're Mr. Chameleon.
That's right, and this is Detective Arnold.
Please come in.
Thank you.
I'm Marie Cheval. My uncle's body is in the study.
Marie Cheval? You're the dead man's niece?
Oh, I don't wonder you're being surprised, Mr. Chameleon. My wearing this dreadful blue dress.
I'm not here to talk about clothes, Miss Cheval. Just what happened here tonight?
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, it's horrible. Uncle John and his son, my cousin Richard, were having a glass of port wine in the study. And then suddenly Richard came running out crying that his father was poisoned. And a few minutes later, his father was dead.
Where is your cousin Richard now, Mary?
in his room. He's almost at the point of collapse.
I see. Was anyone else here this evening about the time that your uncle, John Cheval, was poisoned?
Why, no. No, Mr. Chameleon.
Mm-hmm. Mary, I understand that your uncle had been in poor health lately, that he was no longer active in running the famous John Cheval fashion shop.
Well, yes. Well, I mean, Ned Marshall is supposed to be running the shop.
Ned Marshall? Rather well-known young man about town, famous for his champagne parties. I see his name in the gossip columns.
Ned Marshall got publicity for the shop, Mr. Chameleon. But Uncle John pulled the strings. Like Richard and me, Ned Marshall was just Uncle John's puppet.
You sound bitter, Marie Cheval.
Not bitter, Mr. Chameleon. It's just that Uncle John was a very dominating man.
And someone hated him enough to murder him by poison. Marie, will you tell your cousin Richard to come down, please? Detective Arnold and I will go to the study where you say your uncle's body is.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. The study is at the end of the hall.
Thank you. Come along, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Here we are. And here's John Cheval's body slumped across the desk.
What poison do you think it was, Mr. Chameleon?
I don't know, Dave. Several possibilities. There are 2 decanters on the table. One contains whiskey, other port wine. Here are 2 glasses. Only one of them is empty.
Well, that must be the one John Cheval drank from.
Dave, you take this decanter of port wine and the 2 glasses and have one of the boys rush them to the laboratory to be analyzed.
Gotcha, sir.
Mr. Chameleon, this is my cousin, Richard Cheval.
Murdered man's son. Huh? Come in, Richard. Mary, you wait outside, please.
Very well.
Mr. Chameleon, I just can't believe my father is dead.
I'm sure it must be a great shock to you, Richard. You were fond of him?
Fond of him? Why, of course I was.
And you got along well together? You never quarreled?
Why should Father and I quarrel? We were devoted. Mr. Chameleon, can't we go into another room? I mean, seeing my father lying there like that?
Yes, of course. Come along.
Father's den is the next room. It's right in here.
Thank you. Richard, tell me everything that you know about tonight, please.
There isn't much to tell, Mr. Chameleon. We had dinner about 7.
You and your father?
And my cousin, Marie.
Your cousin lives here with you?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. Father took Marie in when her parents died some years ago.
And you 3 had dinner together?
The 3 of us and Ned Marshall.
Ned Marshall, who runs your father's fashion shop. Now, that's strange. Your cousin Marie didn't mention his being here this evening.
Marie wouldn't mention his being here. She tried to keep Ned's name out of a mess like this.
Why?
Because Marie is crazy about Ned Marshall, Mr. Chameleon. She'd do anything to protect him.
Why should Ned Marshall need to be protected?
Because he's the one who murdered my father.
What? Richard, have you any proof of that?
No, I haven't any proof, Mr. Chameleon. But I can tell you this. Ned Marshall was sick of being ordered around by Father. In spite of his high position at the shop, his name in the society columns, Father treated him like a lackey.
Well, Ned Marshall could have left your father's shop.
Father wouldn't let him. Nobody crossed Father, Mr. Chameleon. When he said to do something, people did it.
Well, your cousin, Marie Cheval, did your father order her around?
You saw her, Mr. Chameleon. Marie could be attractive if she had some decent clothes, but Father never allowed her to spend money on clothes. He wanted her plain and colorless, so she wouldn't be, to use his words, a bait for men.
Marie must have hated your father for that. I should imagine any normal
He
girl...
said every woman who came into his fabulous shop to buy clothes did it to attract men. He laughed at their weakness and scorned them for it.
But he wasn't above taking their money.
Mr. Chameleon.
I'm in here, Dave.
Mr. Chameleon, I found this character sneaking around the side of the house. He says his name is Ned Marshall.
I assure you I wasn't sneaking, Detective Arnold. I was about to ring the bell. You must be Mr. Chameleon, the detective. I've heard about you.
And you must be John Cheval's manager. I've heard about you, Mr. Marshall, especially your famous champagne parties. Tell me, you were here to dinner tonight, Mr. Marshall. Why did you come back?
Because Marie Cheval telephoned me that Mr. Cheval had been poisoned.
Marie phoned you?
Richard, how could you do a thing like this? How could you think you'd get away with it?
I? Get away with... Marshall, you must be crazy.
Ned Marshall, are you accusing Richard of murdering his father?
I was afraid it would happen, Mr. Chameleon. Afraid Richard would lose his head. A man can be driven just so far. Richard, if you didn't care about yourself, at least you might have thought of Zizi.
Zizi? Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Judging by your expression, Richard, it's obvious that you're lying. All right. Who is Zizi?
Why, she's a model at Father's fashion shop, Mr. Chameleon.
She's also the girl you married secretly a month ago.
How did you know, Ned Marshall?
Zizi herself told me.
Well. A secret marriage. Where is your wife now, Richard?
She has an apartment at the Plaza Sheridan, Mr. Chameleon.
And why did you keep the marriage a secret from your father?
Because, he wasn't well. We were afraid the shock would be too much.
Oh, why don't you tell Mr. Chameleon the truth, Richard? You were afraid your father would disinherit you.
Keep out of this, Marshal. You're trying to frame me to cover up your own guilt. You hated Father.
No, I didn't hate him. He was difficult, but he paid me well for my services. And I'd have been a fool to destroy the hand that fed me.
Richard, tell me. After you finished dinner, what happened then? Were you and your father alone in the study?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. I poured him his usual glass of port wine. He drank it, and then suddenly he cried out in pain and died.
You poured him a glass of port. Now, there were 2 glasses of port on the table.
Yes, the other glass of port was for myself.
For yourself? Richard, since when have you taken to drinking port?
Ned Marshall, you're not framing me for Father's death. Get out of my way!
Richard, you're after him, Dave.
Oh, no, you're not, buddy. You're staying here. Let me go, you!
Mr. Chameleon, look at this. It's a gun, and it just fell out of Richard Cheval's coat pocket.
Well, a gun. I wonder, Richard, did you plan to shoot your father in case the poison in the port wine didn't work?
Mr. Chameleon and the Fashion World murder case continues in just a moment. Something to keep in mind when you're seeking fast relief from an ordinary headache is this. There's no necessity to guess about Bayer aspirin speed because your own eyes can show you how quickly a Bayer aspirin tablet is ready to go to work. Simply drop the tablet in a glass of water and notice how soon it starts disintegrating. What it does in the water, it also does in your stomach. And when you make this test, one reason why Bayer aspirin gives you such amazingly fast relief becomes almost instantly evident. For the Bayer aspirin tablet starts disintegrating before it reaches the bottom of the glass, is actually ready to go to work in 2 seconds. Quick relief is one reason why it pays to take Bayer aspirin whenever you're in pain. Another is dependable relief. No other pain reliever can match its record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. When you buy, ask for it by name, Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Fashion World murder case. When John Cheval, owner of the exclusive John Cheval fashion shop, was mysteriously poisoned after drinking a glass of port wine, Mr. Chameleon discovered that 3 people might have had reason to kill him. John's son Richard, who feared his father would disinherit him when he learned of his marriage to the model Zizi. Marie Cheval, John's niece, and Ned Marshall, the manager of John Cheval's shop. Now in a room in the Cheval home, Mr. Chameleon is saying to the murdered man's son,
So, Richard Cheval, you carry a gun. Perhaps you planned to shoot your father if the poison in the port wine didn't work.
No, I didn't murder my father. Ned Marshall is the guilty one. He hated Father.
Don't be an idiot, Richard.
Tell me, Richard, about this secret marriage of yours, about your wife, Zizi. Why did your father disapprove of her?
Well, Father didn't disapprove of Zizi. It was just...
Mr. Chameleon, I'll tell you about Zizi, and I'll tell you the truth.
Mr. Chameleon, it's Marie Cheval, the murdered man's niece.
Yes, Marie, I told you to wait in the other room.
Well, I couldn't help hearing what Richard said, Mr. Chameleon, and there's something you ought to know.
Keep Zizi out of this, Marie.
Go on, Marie.
Mr. Chameleon, Zizi was here tonight, about an hour before Uncle John was murdered.
What? Here in this house?
She came here to model a plain suit for me from the shop. Before she left, I saw her go into the study. A few minutes later, she came out and left the house.
That's a lie.
It's the truth, Richard.
Marie, why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, because I didn't think it was important, Mr. Chameleon.
Dave, come along.
Where to, Mr. Chameleon?
To pay your call on Zizi, Richard Cheval's secret bride.
Okay.
It's a cinch that everybody in this case is connected with the fashion world, and somebody worked out a clever design for murder. All right, you 3, I'll want to question you later. Right here.
I'll say.
This way, Dave.
Well, Marie, I hope you're proud of what you've done.
Richard, I told the truth, and where are you going?
To my room. But don't think you're going to get away with this.
Ned. Oh, Ned.
Marie, why did you do that? Why did you try to incriminate Zizi?
Oh, Ned, darling, don't be angry because I told Mr. Chameleon about Zizi being here. I know you're crazy about her, too.
Marie.
But let me tell you this, Ned Marshall. I'm as pretty as Zizi is. And now that Uncle John is dead, half his money will go to me. I'll be able to buy all the clothes I want. Uncle John will never rule my life again. Never, never.
Good heavens, how you must have hated it.
I didn't say that.
No, but it's in your voice, Marie. In that wild, intense look in your eyes. I never realized how much you hated your uncle.
And now, a short time later, Mr. Chameleon and Detective Dave Arnold have just rung the bell of Zizi's luxurious hotel suite.
Some setup, Mr. Chameleon. Must have cost Richard Chevelle every cent he had to keep his secret wife in a place like this.
Yes, Dave.
Yes, what is it?
You are Zizi, the model at Chevelle's shop?
Yes.
Secretly married to the owner's son, Richard Chevelle?
That's right.
I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters, and this is Detective Arnold. May we come in?
Why, sure. I've got nothing to hide.
Thank you. Then you won't object to Detective Arnold searching your suite?
Why, now, wait a minute.
Get going, Dave. You know what to look for.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chameleon, you've got no right breaking in here.
In a case of murder, the police take on certain rights, Zizi.
A case of murder?
Now, don't pretend that you didn't know old John Chevelle was murdered.
Why,
You're a very attractive model, Zizi, but not a very clever actress. It was obvious when you opened the door that your husband Richard had warned you that we were coming.
Okay, so Richard did phone me. What of it?
Mr. Chameleon, take a look at this, will you?
Small bottle of white liquid. White arsenic. Deadly poison.
I was searching Zizi's bedroom closet, and I found that bottle in the pocket of her coat.
No, you couldn't have. I don't know anything about that bottle.
Don't you, Zizi? Tell me, what were you doing in John Chevalle's study earlier tonight, just before he was poisoned to death?
Who told you I was there?
Never mind that. Answer my question.
I wanted to talk to John Chevelle, Mr. Chameleon, to tell him about my marriage to his son, Richard.
Or perhaps it was to put some of this deadly poison in the decanter of port wine.
No, I didn't.
Well, then, Zizi, explain how this bottle of poison got into your coat.
I think I've got a pretty good idea, Mr. Chameleon. I left my coat in the hall while I modeled a suit for Marie Chevelle. She must have poisoned her uncle's wine and planted the bottle of poison in my coat pocket. Why, sure. Marie Chevelle hates me, Mr. Chameleon.
She hates you? Why, Zizi?
Because of Ned Marshall, who runs her uncle's shop, the one where I work. Ned's crazy about me. Marie's so jealous she can't see straight.
Marie Chevelle is in love with Ned Marshall.
Yes, I'll say she is. What's more, she hated her uncle for making her dress so plain that Ned Marshall never even noticed her.
I see. Zizi, the fact remains that we found a bottle of poison in your coat pocket. And it was the same poison that killed John Chevelle, that man who didn't want you for a daughter-in-law.
What's wrong with a model for a wife?
Nothing, as far as I'm concerned, but John Chevelle had set ideas on the subject.
Richard said the old fool would cut him out of his will if he knew. But I didn't poison him, I didn't.
That's all for the present, Zizi Chevelle. Come along, Dave. We're going to police headquarters.
And now, sometime later, at Central Police Headquarters, Mr. Chameleon is saying to the Commissioner of Police,
Well, Commissioner, the laboratory confirmed my suspicions. The port wine that killed John Chevelle contained white arsenic.
And you found a bottle of that same poison in Zizi Chevalle's coat pocket. The girl Chevalle's son was secretly married to.
Yes. Zizi says it must have been put there by Marie Chevelle, the murdered man's niece, who was jealous of her.
You think Marie is the guilty one, Chameleon?
Well, Marie had a strong hatred for her uncle. Richard Chevelle hated his father, but he'd hardly frame his own wife for the murder. Nor would Ned Marshall, who it appears was also in love with the beautiful Zizi.
Well, it could be any one of those four people.
Yes, but which one is it? It's a question. Well, maybe I found a way to get the answer.
You mean through one of your disguises, Chameleon?
Well, Commissioner, John Chevelle owned a fashion shop specializing in everything rich women buy, but particularly in furs.
Mm-hmm.
And white arsenic is used in the preparation of furs.
Yes, go on, Chameleon.
Well, I'm going to disguise myself as, Pierre Dupré, an unassuming little Frenchman, one of the many employed in John Chevalle's workroom. Tomorrow morning, Commissioner, Pierre Dupre is going to pay a visit to the murder house.
And now it is the following morning. Just around the corner from the Cheval home, Mr. Chameleon is saying to Detective Dave Arnold,
All right, Dave. You know what to do.
You bet, Mr. Chameleon. And that's one of the cleverest disguises you've ever had. I'd never recognize you.
Dave, did you tell Sergeant Matthews to attend to that matter that I spoke about?
Yes, sir. It's been taken care of.
Good. I'm going into the Cheval house now. In a few moments, you're to follow me, but through the side entrance.
Good luck, Mr. Chameleon. Or should I say, Pierre Dupre.
And now, a few minutes later, we see Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Pierre Dupre, a slight, unassuming little Frenchman, being ushered into the drawing room of the Cheval home by Marie, the murdered man's niece. And Mr. Chameleon is saying in the voice of his disguise,
You are Mademoiselle Marie, Monsieur Cheval's niece.
Yes, I'm Marie Cheval.
Marie, who is this man? What does he want?
He says his name is Pierre Dupre, Richard. And he came here at Mr. Chameleon's orders, just as he ordered the rest of us to be here.
Pierre Dupre? Who the devil are you, anyway?
You do not know me, Monsieur Ned Marshall. Well, I am not surprised. You are the manager of the great Jean Cheval fashion shop. You would not have noticed me. I am only employed in the workroom, in the back.
In the workroom? Richard, I never saw this man in your father's workroom.
Neither did I, Zizi, but...
This morning, I read in the paper that Monsieur Jean Cheval was poisoned. And suddenly I recall something I see in the workroom. Something which may help to find Monsieur's murderer.
What do you mean, help find the murderer?
I call police headquarters, Mademoiselle Zizi. And I'm told by Monsieur Chameleon to come here and wait for him.
Dupre, what is it you have to tell Mr. Chameleon?
I'm not at liberty to say, Monsieur Richard. When Chameleon arrives, then I will talk.
You're bluffing. You don't know anything.
Be still, Marie.
I don't see what you're all so worked up about. Sit down, Dupre.
Merci, Monsieur Marshal.
Mr. Chameleon will be along soon. Here, let me pour you a drink.
Ned.
A drink. But yes, thank you. I will have a drink.
Well, here you are, Dupre. You look as if you could use a good drink of whiskey.
You are very kind, Monsieur Marshal. I feel better already.
Monsieur Dupre, what is it? What's wrong?
The pain. Such terrible pain.
Great Scott, he's going to keel over.
Here, let me help you, Dupre. There's a couch in the other room. You can lie down. Wait here, Richard. Marie, I'll take care of him. Right in here, Dupre. Easy now. Lean on me.
The whiskey. There was something in the whiskey.
Yes, you old fool. There was poison in it. And you will never be able to tell the cop Chameleon what you saw in John Cheval's workroom. You'll be dead before Chameleon gets here.
Will I, Ned Marshall?
What?
Will I die just as John Cheval died from the poison that you put in his port wine?
Mr. Chameleon, you're not Pierre Dupre.
That's right, Ned Marshall. I hoped my disguise would reveal the killer of John Cheval, and it did.
You'll never get me.
Stay where you are, Marshal. I've got you covered.
Detective Arnold, I've been framed. It was a dirty trick.
I suspected you of the murderer, Ned Marshall. All I needed was proof.
All right, I admit I poisoned the old tyrant. I was fed up with his treating me like dirt, with taking his orders and licking his boots. I wanted to kill old John, and I meant to kill his son Richard, too.
Yes, that's why you poisoned the whiskey, too, wasn't it? Because Richard usually drank whiskey, not port. I had one of my men refill the decanter, but you thought it still contained the poisoned whiskey when you gave Pierre Dupre a drink.
Yes, and I'd have gotten away with my plans if it hadn't been for you, Chameleon.
You wanted both John Cheval and his son out of the way, Ned Marshall, and then Zizi would have inherited the Cheval fortune. And you hoped to marry her and have the money, too. There's just one thing. Why did you plant the bottle of poison in Zizi's coat pocket?
I thought the coat belonged to Marie Cheval. I was going to frame Marie for the murders, and I almost succeeded.
That's what often happens in murders, Marshal. There's one small error, one little slip that'll send a killer to the electric chair. Take him away, Dave.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. If you suffer from upset stomach, gas, heartburn and bloating, an overstuffed feeling, or any other unpleasant symptoms of acid indigestion, here's news you won't want to miss. News of a wonderful preparation that's bringing more and more people amazingly quick and effective relief. It's Phillips Tablets. Yes, when acid indigestion distresses you, you can actually feel like a new person almost instantly just by taking 2 or 3 peppermint-flavored Phillips Tablets. It's simply remarkable how quickly Phillips Milk of Magnesia tablets work, and the reason is this. Phillips tablets contain one of the fastest, most effective stomach sweeteners known to medical science. Phillips tablets not only bring you the acid indigestion relief you've always dreamed of getting, but they do it pleasantly, too. For they have a delightfully refreshing flavor, a flavor that leaves your mouth so wonderfully sweet and clean, lots of people find them as pleasant to take as after-dinner mints. So the moment you feel any sign of acid indigestion, let 2 or 3 Phillips tablets melt in your mouth, and you'll be delighted with the relief they bring. Remember, always carry Phillips tablets in your pocket or purse to take after meals or wherever you may be when acid indigestion causes you distress. Pocket-sized tins of 30 tablets cost only 25 cents. Ask for Phillips tablets today. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Titled Husband Murder Case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Gene Carroll, based on the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. It is directed by Richard Leonard, with music by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
You may have trouble knowing if your teeth are still as white and bright as they used to be, for improper cleaning causes them to become dingy gradually. But your friends notice it, for it robs you of charm. That's why it's important to use a dentifrice that does more than fight tooth decay. What you need is a dentifrice that also whitens and brightens your teeth, gets them really clean. And no dentifrice cleans teeth like powder. Try Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. And if you don't agree that it makes your teeth cleaner than your present dentifrice, whitens and brightens them so your smile sparkles with its old-time luster, your money will be refunded. Get either regular or ammoniated Dr. Lyon's tooth powder.
Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Titled Husband Murder Case next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The American Broadcasting Company brings to its entire network one of radio's most unusual programs. Pat Novak. For hire.
Sure. I'm Pat Novak. For hire. That's what the sign out in front of my shop says. Pat Novak for hire. Down here on the San Francisco waterfront, it's got to be that way. You got to rob a few graves if you want cigarette money. You need lots of work and roomy sleeves if you're going to play a pat hand. Sometimes, in a good week, you can duck trouble 3 or 4 days in a row. And then it creeps up on you like an old charge account. Well, I should have known that when I went to the bank. I was up to my knees in mud and didn't even know it was rainy season. It was Tuesday, and I went by the bank to drop $100. It was about time, because they were beginning to play handball with my checks. Must have been about 11 o'clock when I got to the window.
Hello, Mr. Novak. Isn't it a grand morning?
If it's your choice, stay with it.
Ah, yes.
Deposit $100.
Yes. Let me get your card. It's right here, I think. Yes. Here we are.
All right. $100. Give me a duplicate, will you?
Certainly. My, this isn't as big as the last deposit.
Look, Bloomer girl, just mark the slip, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Novak. I guess I'm not used to $1,000 deposits.
Mm-hmm. What $1,000?
Your Friday deposit.
I wasn't in here Friday.
Oh, you must have been. The card says you put in $1,000 on Friday.
Give me that card. What did Santa look like?
What?
Who put the dough in? What'd the guy look like?
Oh, didn't you?
No. Look, we'll double back and try to hang on this time, will you? I wasn't in here Friday. I don't know anything about an extra grand. Now, what did the guy look like?
I wasn't on duty Friday.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure about the fellow today.
What fella?
There was a man in here to ask about the account.
Did this good fairy have a name?
No, just credentials. He was from the FBI.
I see.
Is there anything wrong, Mr. Novak?
No, don't mind that complexion. I forgot my foundation cream. Oh, I should have known right then. A mysterious grand tossed into the till, and I didn't wake up to trouble. But I'm a smart boy who'd be the village idiot in a town the size of New York. Well, I left the bank and went up to my apartment. That $1,000 was already drawing interest. When I came in, she was sitting on the couch drinking my whiskey. She could have all she wanted. A 1949 Panther model. Just the right amount of size 12 in a dress that looked like a well-tailored fig leaf. When she was through looking you over, you felt like the Sunday supplement.
Hello, Mr. Novak. I like your apartment.
That's good.
The view is wonderful.
So's yours. What's on your mind?
How about a drink?
All right. I'll pour, you talk.
My name is Connie Riley. Make me one, too?
Sure. As you were saying?
My name is Connie Riley.
Yeah, well, I've memorized that much. Go on. Oh, here's your drink.
Thanks. Let's sit down.
All right.
Over next to me. I won't bite.
That's too bad. Go on.
Well, here's to your new bank account, Patsy.
Look, sis, if you're here just for the field trials, all right, but if you got a bill of goods, trot it out.
I will. I want that card, too, Patsy. I want it ahead of Chris.
I'll catch up with another drink. In the meantime, you fill in and help me, will you?
Stop sitting on your hands, Angel. You didn't get that $1,000 with the sweat of your brow.
No, not yet.
Somebody padded your account so you'd be a nice boy. I want you to be a nice boy for me.
At the same rates?
The Monterey Rose docks today. A passenger named Kurt Toomey is carrying a jack of clubs, and it means a lot to me.
Well, it doesn't mean a thing to me, except the FBI is on my tail.
Mr. Novak, you're turning a momentary advantage into a crowbar.
You take your deal to some other broker.
You're in business whether you like it or not, Patsy. You're going to stub your toe either way, only... To me, it'll be more fun.
How about the FBI?
You're being frightened by a group of bureaucrats.
Yeah, that's what Trotsky thought.
How much, Patsy?
Hmm?
How much for that card when you get it?
The price is $1,000.
You're an amusing guy, Patsy.
Yeah, at $1,000 I can afford to be.
You don't even know what the Jack of Clubs is all about. You never heard of Kirk Toomey till 5 minutes ago, but you take things in stride as if the whole world belonged to you.
Yeah?
You're like Adam when he first spotted the Garden of Eden.
All right, Little Eve, it's $1,000. Remember, you're sitting on my doorstep. Now either go on home or come in the house.
Good. I'll take the card. It's your price. Now I can relax.
I'll bet you can.
Pour me another drink, Patsy.
Yeah, sure, in a minute.
What comes next?
Do I get 3 guesses?
You got time to take them.
I won't need them all.
It's up to you. Come here, Angel. You ever hear of the early bird?
Do I make a nice worm?
You wriggle like one.
Aren't you a razorback?
Straight 18%, darling.
That's too bad. I wasn't even going to scream.
The next place I live is going to be a cave. Just a minute, will you?
Hello, Novak.
Oh, Hellman.
Well. Am I interrupting anything?
No, we were just going over an old seed catalog. Miss Riley, this is Inspector Hellman, San Francisco Police.
Good morning, Inspector. Don't bother to arrest me now. I'm just leaving.
So soon?
My sentiments exactly, Inspector. Bye-bye, Patsy. You can get me at the Concord on Push Street. See you around, Patsy.
Sure.
Well, you're slipping, Novak. No rain check.
All right, funny man. What's your problem?
You ever see this guy before?
Let me see. He's an awful-looking thug.
Yeah.
Who is he, your father?
A guy by the name of Max Coleman. The FBI trailed him to your bank Friday. They think he gave you $1,000.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the $1,000, Novak?
What do you care, Hellman? Maybe a relative, maybe a maiden aunt.
Nobody's related to you, Novak. You're in a jam lover, and I'm here to push your father in. Max Coleman buys his groceries with foreign dough.
So what are you weeping about? Arrest the guy if you don't like him.
There's government microfilm coming in on the Monterey Rose. That $1,000 makes you a contact man for Coleman.
Send the FBI over then. Where do you fit in? Waiting for somebody to drop some loose change?
You're my project, Novak. When they asked us for help, I stuffed the ballot box to get you.
Yeah.
So relax. I'm going to spend the rest of the day here. You're not going to leave the living room.
If I got to spend the day with you, I'll take knockout drops.
Suit yourself. What's this stuff?
That's good scotch. You wouldn't know.
Oh.
The cheap liquor's out in the kitchen closet. That's for you.
All right. Over by the stove here?
That's right.
What do you keep in here, Novak?
Mops and brooms.
Where'd you buy this one?
What are you talking about?
Where'd you buy this one, smart man?
Hellman was right. I could tell right away it wasn't a mop. When Hellman pushed him out, he rolled out onto the linoleum. A dapper little guy, except for a piece of cord around his throat, tied in a funny knot. It was deader than a broken drum. Somebody pulled too hard on that piece of cord. The veins were standing out in his forehead, and his face looked like a road map lying there on the floor. He wasn't pretty. Hellman thought so, too.
Who is he, Novak? Your father?
I've never seen him in my closet before.
Who is he, Novak?
I don't know, Hellman. Finders keepers. You roll him.
Yeah. Give me a hand. There's nothing there. Where's his wallet?
You'll get there by instinct.
Yeah, here it is. His name is Kirk Toomey.
That helps.
Who is he?
The guy on the Monterey Rose?
The one with the microfilm?
I guess so.
I thought you didn't know anything about it. How'd you know he came from the Monterey Rose?
My dream book, Hellman. What happens now?
Nothing. Except I'm on the case now, and you got trouble in a major key.
You don't think I killed this guy?
I don't know, did you?
You better hop out and tail that girl. She was making herself at home when I got here.
Yeah? How do I know you're not in it together?
You don't, copper. Maybe she's Loeb and I'm Leopold. When you're through with her, you might hit the Monterey and start looking for a jack of clubs.
Some more dream book, Novak?
Everybody's looking for a jack of clubs, Hellman. It must be the end of the rainbow. That's where you're going to find that microfilm.
In the meantime, you stay handy, Novak. I want to split you with the FBI.
You don't think I'm going to take the rap for Junior here, do you?
It says that in my book. Just relax until I'm ready to pick you up. I only have to find a couple of things.
Well, that'll be a long time, Hellman. You can't find your hip pocket with radar.
Yeah. I'll be around soon, Novak. Don't bother to pack your bags. You'll be traveling light.
Well, when Hellman left, I knew I was a second division club. That phony plant in the bank, the tie-up with Max Coleman, and that stiff in the kitchen made me look real bad. I had to do something in a hurry because the way things stood, I had about as much chance as a lawn party in a monsoon. There were a lot of bases to tag, so I looked up Jocko Madigan, an ex-doctor who invented the hangover, but a good guy. I finally found him over in North Beach at a little joint called Lupo's. He was eating pizza with one hand and strangling a bottle of wine with the other.
Hello, Patsy. Oh, Frank. Bottle of wine for Mr. Novak.
No, I'm short on time, Jocko.
That's where you're wrong, Patsy. People always say it, but it's a lie.
Will you calm down a minute?
You say you're short on time, but you have all the time there is. It's the one thing that keeps you from being a beggar.
Yeah.
There are only 24 hours in a day, and that gives you as much time as Napoleon or Alexander had.
Will you shut up a minute and put on that wine?
I'm celebrating, Patsy. I'm celebrating Mission Day.
Mission Day's over.
I'm a native son. We celebrate longer.
Now, look, I'm behind the 8 ball again.
Isn't it getting kind of crowded back there? What's the matter?
Somebody strangled the guy and put him in my broom closet.
When did you find him?
I didn't. Hellman did. There's a girl named Connie Riley. Looks good for the job.
Why doesn't Hellman book her then?
He's still picking up the pieces. The dead guy is Kirk Toomey. He was set to smuggle in some microfilm. It says here I'm contact. You gotta help me, Jocko.
You've got me confused with the travel agency.
I want you to hop down to headquarters. Get all the dope you can on this guy Toomey. I'm gonna look up Connie Riley.
How did she get in the picture?
What difference does it make? She's a wrestler I met this morning. Now get on to headquarters, will you?
That's why I like you, Patsy. You're like a piece of blank verse. A bad piece of blank verse.
All right, Jocko. I'm gonna make like a strip of bacon if I don't get going. Now stay close to headquarters. If anything looks good, contact me at Connie Riley's here at this address.
All right. How many times shall I knock, lover?
I left Jocko and dropped by the apartment. I was smart and full of courage, like a field mouse at bay. The police had already been there. There was fingerprint powder all over, and the 2 bottles of whiskey were gone. They'd moved Laughing Boy out of the kitchen, and so I sat down trying to add things up. I had a short list of friends to see. Connie, Max Coleman, and whoever this guy Chris was. I had to show up with one of them or prove that Kirk Toomey hung himself in my closet. I was getting ready to borrow a piece of cord myself when the phone rang. Yeah.
Hello, Novak. This is Hellman.
I'm thrilled. What's on your mind?
I just called on your girlfriend.
What'd she say?
Nothing. She wasn't there. Hasn't been there since 10 o'clock this morning.
That's funny.
Yeah? You know where she is?
How would I know?
Just thought she might be in your closet. I picked up Toomey's stuff on the Monterey Road.
Yeah, what'd you find?
Well, the usual stuff. A few clothes, some shaving equipment, razor blades, toothpaste, and a pack of playing cards.
Pack of cards. Well, you know where to go from there, Hellman.
I thought I did.
Grab that jack of clubs.
Will a 10 of hearts do?
Huh?
That's right, Novak. A nice fat deck. But the jack of clubs is missing.
Oh, you're always too little, too late, Hellman.
I just thought I'd let you know, friend, in case you start a bridge game with 53 cards in the deck. Good night.
Oh, I was losing money fast, like a street carnival in Death Valley. Well, one of 2 things happened. Somebody got on that boat and took the jack of clubs while Toomey was at my apartment. Or maybe he brought it with him. If he brought it with him, Connie was a possibility. Or somebody that got there ahead of Connie. Well, anyway, I had to work fast now because whoever had that card wasn't going to put it on a Market Street float. About 10 minutes later, I cut across Union Square and up Bush Street. When I got to Connie's apartment, it was about 10 o'clock. I got in the back door and started through. She wasn't there, so I went to work looking for that jack of clubs. It was real easy. I tried the desk and then her bureau drawer. You know, that black chiffon's coming back in style because that's where I found the card. It looked nice nestling there. I put it in my pocket, and that's as far as I got.
You run the lingerie counter here, Novak?
You sound like a guy named Chris.
If it makes you feel better.
Should we put on the light?
No. Let's don't put on the light. This gun might upset you.
The police are looking for you, Chris. You need more than the dark.
I understand they're looking for you, Novak. That Riley girl kind of put you on a spot. Tell you what I'll do, though.
Yeah, you'll give me $1,000 for the jack of clubs.
I started to say 500.
Around here, there's a whisper. An even grand, mister.
You're trying to collect too many places. Want the 500?
No, I don't.
All right. But I think you're a bum businessman.
Jocko found me catnapping on Connie's bare rug. Must have been right after the sapping. When I woke up, Jocko was thumbing my head like a housewife with a bowl of margarine. I felt around and waited for him to put the floor in again. I reached in my pocket. The jack of clubs was gone. Then I started to talk. Jocko.
Did you expect someone better?
Help me up, will you?
Oh. I've helped you get up so much, I feel like one of the Wright brothers.
I just lost round 3.
Yeah, I saw him getting into the car.
Did you get a number?
Like Hellman's got yours. Here it is.
Let me see. Anything break down at homicide?
They got all the dope on Toomey. They had to piece it together. He had no fingerprint record, and they finally confirmed things with a set of false teeth.
What does it prove?
Nothing much, except you probably killed him. He was a foreign agent who picked up microfilm at Shanghai. Your girlfriend is pretty.
Did they find her?
Yeah.
Dead?
No, Patsy, you've got to stop thinking of people as being dead all the time. It's demoralizing.
What'd she say?
She denied knowing anything about Toomey.
Jocko, I'm sure she killed that guy up in my apartment. I'd stake my life on it.
Expertly put, Patsy. I think Hellman believes her. After all, she's the only lead.
What about Max Coleman, the guy that rigged my bank account? Are they letting him die on the vine?
I was getting to that. Your friend Max Coleman has disappeared.
I thought he was being tailed.
Yeah, the kite got away. Here, use my aspirin.
Well, I took a boat out to the Monterey Rose, but that was a waste of time. Hellman had it covered like a tarpaulin. I still had the license number to Chris's car, but that didn't do any good. Even if I found him, all I could do was point my finger. There were still a lot of things that didn't fall into place. One of them was, how come that jack of clubs was so easy to find in Connie's apartment? She hadn't hid it very well. But after all, maybe that was a habit with her. Well, things didn't look any better the next morning. I went into a restaurant next to the press club for some breakfast. The Chronicle was lying on the counter. We were in second place because there was a torso murder all over page 1. That second cup of coffee saved me because right after that, I spotted it on one of the back pages. A picture and a small story about some unidentified guy who'd been killed over in Oakland. I couldn't match the picture too well with Hellman's snapshot of Max Coleman, but it looked like my best break so far. I got over to Oakland, and I went straight to the morgue. The guy in the morgue was chatty.
Which fellow you want to see?
There's the unidentified guy. He must have come in last night.
Sure. Down this way.
Okay.
How do you like our morgue?
One of my favorites.
It's bigger in San Francisco.
Yeah, I figured that.
Sure. Most people don't know that, but it's true. Bigger in San Francisco. Here we are. Right here. Help me slide it out.
Sure.
Roller bearings. Makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Here, let me get that sheet.
All right. Well.
Recognize him?
Yeah. What time did he die?
Coroner's report here on the toe tag. About 11 o'clock last night. 2 gunshots. 38 caliber pistol.
That's good.
Don't look good to me. Was he a friend of yours? Relative or something?
Yeah, a relative. He's my maiden aunt. It was Max Coleman, all right. But that was only half the problem. I had some of the answers, but not enough. It's like trying to weave a rug with a spinning wheel and a bucket of sand. Well, anyway, I got to a payphone and I called Jocko. I told him to run down that license number, then I headed back across the bridge. When I found Jocko, he said the car was registered in the name of Christopher Downs, who lived up on Taylor Street. Well, that was enough of a lead, so I telephoned Hellman. Took about a half a minute to draw a map.
Hello? Hellman talking.
This is Novak. You still got Connie Riley down there?
No, I saved matchboxes. Why?
When did she leave?
Last night about 9:30.
Oh, that was smart, Hellman.
Why?
You better put a guard on her front door and get up to 720 Taylor Street, the apartment of Christopher Downs.
Who's he?
A late entry. Now climb out of that coma and get going. I'll meet you up there in 10 minutes.
720 Taylor Street?
Yeah, it's up on the hill.
That's good, Novak. I can roll you all the way down.
When Jocko and I got up to Downs' apartment, there was nobody home. I said a fast prayer for Connie, and I began going through Downs' stuff for a .38 caliber revolver. Jocko was looking, too, over in the liquor cabinet. That's as far as we got.
Scavenger hunt, Mr. Novak?
Hello, Chris. You haven't seen a .38 around?
Just one. It's in my pocket.
The same one that killed Max Coleman?
You're going to run out of breath, Novak. Slow down.
I'm in second already, mister. I can't stop.
Then you won't mind a short ride. Out the door and down the back stairs.
Should we bring the lap robe?
There's nothing to worry about. It's a short trip. You won't even have to wire the folks.
We went down the back way and into the garage next door. We started for a big car in the corner.
All right. Get in. Out the airport road, Joe.
Sure.
Now relax, Novak. From here, you look like a duck in the pond. All right, Joe.
Watch out, Joe. Joe! Watch out, there's another car coming in.
You're right, Chris. It was a short ride.
You all right, Novak?
Stop acting like the mother hen, Hellman. Take this guy's gun.
All right, mister, get out. Who is he?
Christopher Downs. He killed Max Coleman last night.
Does he convince you, mister?
Not entirely.
Well, that .38 will. The Oakland police have 2 slugs that fit that gun. You need more?
No. I'm afraid you've got all the trumps, Novak.
All right, let's go, you.
Let's see you earn it, copper.
Stop him, Novak!
He ain't going far. Well, Hellman, now you can arrest him for jaywalking.
Yeah.
Too bad. He could have told you a lot about that stiff in my closet. Well, go pick him up, Hellman, and don't forget that jack of clubs in his pocket. Well, it worked out all right. I left Hellman, dropped by headquarters to leave a note, and I went home to my apartment. Connie was there. The whiskey was out again. Oh, she looked real good sitting there in a white crepe dress. It was one of those tight-fitting babies that make a bathing suit look like a toga. I told her all about Chris and Max Coleman, and we forgot about everything but the Olympics. When she put her arms around you, it was a real squeeze. It felt like an old tube of shaving cream. I was pouring a drink when the doorbell rang. Hello, Hellman.
You ready, Novak?
Sure. Well, don't stand there gaping. Arrest her for murder.
Wait a minute. Slow down, Patsy.
Sorry, chum. It's you or me.
Now, be a nice boy.
I am. That's why you go to Hellman.
Come on, lady.
You dig up an answer for that guy that you left in my closet?
I didn't leave any guy in your closet.
You'll have to say it louder, baby. They found the store you bought the cord.
That cord came out of your kitchen.
You're a big mouth, Connie.
Yeah. You can put that in bold-faced. How did you know?
You're the only one who could have taken that jack of clubs here in the apartment. That and one other thing.
Yeah?
That knot in the cord was a funny knot. You got an elastic garter there. Too big. So you tied a knot in it. The same funny knot that choked Kirk Toomey.
You're a funny guy, Novak.
Yeah?
You're nice. But you're hard to handle. I should have killed you or married you. Ready, Hellman?
Well, that Jack of Clubs was a phony right from the start. Somebody told Kirk Toomey to deal with me. When he came to my apartment, Connie was waiting. She got jumpy and killed him. I got there too soon, so she had to stall me off. When she got home, she found out that the Jack of Clubs was a phony. She left it in plain sight, and Chris gobbled up the bait. When he discovered there was no microfilm, he went gunning for Max Coleman. Max was an innocent thief lying low, waiting to buy it from me. So, all three of them were after a phony card. I began to suspect it was phony because everybody hung around. If it was the McCoy, Connie would have cleared out. Same for Chris. The microfilm? Well, it was in Hellman's desk, but he didn't know it. Jocko finally tumbled. The report said that Kirk Toomey had false teeth. And when Hellman picked up his stuff on the ship, it was a tube of toothpaste. You don't clean false teeth with toothpaste. Word must have gotten around that the microfilm was inside that Jack of Clubs, so Kirk crossed him up and put it in the tube of toothpaste. Well, that's all except they canceled my $1,000 deposit. Hellman said it was lucky I noticed her garter. Lucky? Well, she had to straighten her seams, didn't she?
The American Broadcasting Company has just brought you the second of a new series, Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Radio and Television Life Award winner Basil Adlam. In our cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Victor Perrin, Ted DeCorsia, and Herb Butterfield. Today we're happy to welcome a new member of the ABC family, as station KARM in Fresno, California, joins our network. And now this is George Fenneman reminding you to be with us again next week, when over most of these same ABC stations, we'll bring you Pat Novak for Hire. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Tonight we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder, brought to you by the makers of Bayer Aspirin. As all of you know, Mr. Chameleon is known in the police as Chameleon, the man of many faces, who appears in various impersonations to track down his prey. The audience always knows who Mr. Chameleon is, but the criminal he is tracking down seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the case of the game of death. The Coronet Hotel is one of Fifth Avenue's finest, but like every other building, it can harbor trouble and unhappiness. And in the elegant suite of the Cunningham sisters, Lois, the younger sister, is sitting weeping and crying out angrily to her sister Helene.
I'm not a baby. It's only 10 o'clock, Helene. I have a right to go out and enjoy myself, haven't I?
No, you haven't, Lois. Not if you're going to play bridge for money.
But that's ridiculous. You do it yourself all the time. Last month you paid the rent here with the money you made at bridge.
Lois...
You're always next door playing with the Smalleys. And just because they asked me to a couple of parties...
You're too young for that sort of thing. You're only 20, Lois. Since Dad and Mother died, I've had to look after you. And I intend to go on doing it whether you like it or not.
But the Smalleys have been so kind to us.
I didn't say they weren't. I simply said that I won't have you playing cards for money. I'll answer that. And don't think I finished with you. I haven't.
It may be Edgar.
I hope it's Edgar. The sooner you marry him, the better I'll be pleased. Yes? Oh, hello there.
What's that? Helene! Helene, what happened?
Meanwhile, strolling along Fifth Avenue, we find Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective from Central Headquarters, the man of many disguises who has long terrorized the underworld. And with him is his friend and co-worker, Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold, also off duty. But like two war horses scenting battle, they stop simultaneously. And Dave exclaims,
Mr. Chameleon, do you see what I see?
I see a crowd. 2 police cars in front of the Coronet Hotel. Add them all together when they spelled, Dave.
Trouble?
Yes, come on. It looks like big trouble, Dave. Oh, there's Captain Robbins. He must be on the job. Hello, Captain.
Mr. Chameleon, Dave.
What's up?
Plenty. A girl named Helene Cunningham who lives here with her sister was murdered an hour ago. Shot through the heart by someone who rang her doorbell.
Oh, was she alone at the time?
Our sister Lois was in the bedroom. She didn't see the murderer, but she claims it must have been someone Helene Cunningham knew because she greeted them as if she knew them.
They got away, huh?
Apparently, they ran down the stairs.
Did the sister Lois send for the police?
Well, no, Mr. Chameleon. The Smalleys did that. Henry and Catherine Smalley. They have the suite next door. Well, that's them over there talking to the hotel manager.
Ah, nice-looking pair.
Smalley? Henry Smalley. That name sounds very familiar. Do you mind if I talk to them, Captain?
Go right ahead, Mr. Chameleon.
Dave, you wait for me, please.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Smalley?
Yes?
I'm not on this case officially, but my name is Chameleon, and I'd like...
You don't mean it. Catherine, did you hear that? This is the famous Mr. Chameleon.
No, it's not possible. Why, you're young and attractive, Mr. Chameleon. From the way we heard you described, we expected a monster with horns.
I don't follow you, Mrs. Smalley. Who described me to you? And why is it that your name sounds so familiar to me?
Well, let's say we have mutual acquaintances, Mr. Chameleon, who have talked about the brilliant impersonations you use when working on a case. Though brilliant was not the word they used.
Wait a minute, I have it. You're the Henry Smalley who's done such wonderful work among men with prison records. You've gotten them jobs, hired them yourself. Am I right?
I'm afraid you are, Mr. Chameleon.
You know, it's amazing, Mr. Chameleon, how seldom those men betray my faith in them. But right now, I'm minus the secretary who vanished yesterday, taking some of the family jewels with him.
Mr. Chameleon isn't interested in your stray lambs, Henry. I'm sure he's much more interested in hearing about Helene Cunningham.
Ah, yes, poor Helene. It was frightful, Mr. Chameleon. We heard the shot, rushed next door, and there she was, covered with blood, with her sister Lois kneeling beside her.
Did you know the 2 sisters well?
We knew Helene fairly well. She used to play bridge with us.
She was a beautiful girl. Can't imagine who would want to kill her, or why. It seems so senseless, so cruel. And what will happen to little Lois?
I wouldn't worry too much, dear. Little Lois will be taken care of.
By whom, Mrs. Smalley?
By the young man approaching us.
Mrs. Smalley, where's Lois? How is she? I wouldn't believe it when you called me. I still can't believe that Helene was murdered.
Lois asked me to call you, Edgar. She's still upstairs being questioned by the police.
Then she needs me. Thank you for calling.
Touching, isn't he, Mr. Chameleon? Young love on a white horse is always so touching.
Is he Lois Cunningham's fiancé?
We presume he is. His name is Edgar Williams. She brought him to call on her several times.
Well, then she will be taken care of.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon, if you call being married to a nice, dull young man being taken care of. Personally, I think that Lois deserves a better fate. I think that Catherine and I should take an interest in her.
And personally, my dear Commissioner, I would just as soon have 2 vultures take an interest in that girl, Lois. At least vultures are honest birds of prey.
But, Chameleon, do you really think this chap Smalley and his wife are card sharps?
Commissioner, it's a very difficult thing to prove. They live in a high-class hotel, they dress well, they're attractive, but they give bridge parties constantly. And according to her sister, Helene Cunningham played for money. She paid their bills that way.
And she must have had better luck at cards than I do.
No, not necessarily. Commissioner, socially, the Cunningham girls are top-drawer stuff. Their parents, unfortunately, left them penniless, but they continued to keep up their standard of living. Well, how? Because Helene won occasionally at bridge? No, Commissioner, you'll never convince me of that.
Then you think that the Smalleys used Helene as a come-on? She introduced them to her friends with money, and then the Smalleys proceeded to fleece the friends at bridge.
I think that's very possible.
And when she decided to pull out, she was murdered.
I think that is possible, too. But remember, a high-class gambling ring, Commissioner, is the toughest thing in the world to smash. How can you prove that a charming couple like the Smalleys are card sharps? If they are.
And you believe they are?
I believe that a lot of ugly things go with gambling. Blackmail, sometimes suicide, sometimes even murder. Now, the Smalleys are just a cog in the wheel. And I'd like to smash the wheel.
Well, how are you going about it? Are you going to take up gambling? Get yourself an introduction to the Smalleys' inner circle?
No, I'd rather be part of that inner circle.
What do you mean?
Well, Henry Smalley's pet philanthropy is rehabilitating criminals, or so he says. Don't you think he'd rehabilitate me?
You?
Uh-huh. Suppose my name is Otis Smith. I've served a term in prison for forgery, but I want to go straight. Now, after all, Commissioner, Mr. Smalley is a charitable man. I'm sure that he'll be only too glad to help me. When Mr. Smalley sees me, it will be as Otis Smith.
So your name is Otis Smith, and you served a term for forgery?
6 years at Leavenworth. I was released for good behavior.
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
36.
Oh, you look much older.
Well, I should, Mr. Smalley. I got this white hair and stir, and I picked up a few other things there, too, like my limp.
How did that happen?
Got into a fight with another prisoner. Dropped a rock on my foot. Broke all the bones in it.
Well, you had quite a bad time of it, didn't you, Mr. Smith?
I learned to hate the whole world, especially organized society. Organized for what? To persecute men like me who simply try to make a living off the suckers and the fools?
So you think the suckers and fools of this world are fair game for anyone who's smart enough to make a living off them?
Sure I do. Don't you? I heard that you are very understanding, Mr. Smalley.
I understand the criminal mentality, Mr. Smith.
What do you mean by that?
I mean I feel deeply sorry for you people who've been in prison, and I'd like to help you. You seem like an educated man.
1 year in college.
Mm-hmm. You're quite presentable, too. That white hair gives you a lot of distinction. You see, my secretary ran out on me a few days ago. Poor devil, he fell in with some of his old associates and promptly skipped out with some of my wife's jewelry.
I assure you, Mr. Smalley, I am not a common thief.
I know. You forgers always consider yourselves artists. Wait a minute. I want you to meet my wife and her brother. Catherine, Claude, come in here, will you, please?
Yes, dear. What is it?
And who is this? The forger? The gentleman who wrote you such a pathetic letter?
That's right. Mr. Smith, this is my wife and her brother, Mr. Taylor.
How do you do,
Mr. Smith?
And now you've met the entire household.
Unless you're kind enough to let me join it, Mr. Smalley.
What makes you think we'd allow you to join it?
Oh, I don't know. I have a hunch we'd all get on together.
You're not exactly shy, are you?
Mr. Smith.
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
I've always been extremely curious about forgers, how they work. Could you give us an example of your craft?
That's an idea, Claude. How about it, Mr. Smith?
You have something handy with your signature, Mr. Smalley?
Yes, right here. I just made out a check to the hotel.
I'll get you some paper.
No, I have some right here, thanks. I always carry a little pad around in my pocket. Prefer to use my own pen than I'm used to.
Well, I suppose that does make a difference.
Yes, indeed. All right, here we go. Henry, please don't stand over me. Can't work if you do.
Why not?
Come on, Claude. He's quite right. He's an artist. No artist likes to work with people watching him. Oh, shall I answer that, Henry?
No, I'll take it, dear.
Why? And J is very tricky.
Too tricky?
Shh, please. S. M. A. L.
I never saw such concentration.
Please be quiet.
Catherine, Claude, what do you think that was?
Henry, No noise, please.
It's all right. I finished. Here you are, Mr. Smalley. What do you think of that? Imitation of your signature.
That's amazing. I couldn't tell the difference between this and my own signature.
Neither could I. You are an artist, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there's no market for my art. That's why I'm still hoping that you can give me a job.
Mr. Smith, I must tell you something. That phone call just now was from the police.
Police?
What? Yes. I have a shock for you. The body of Willis Evans, that's my former secretary, was found this morning on the waterfront. He'd been bludgeoned to death. So, you see, Mr. Smith, this job may mean bad luck. But if you want it, it's yours.
I'll take it.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of the game of death continues in just a moment. Whenever you want really quick relief from an ordinary headache or the pains of neuritis or neuralgia, get Bayer aspirin at any drugstore and take 2 tablets with a full glass of water at once. You'll be surprised how fast your suffering is relieved. Results with Bayer aspirin are quick because of its 2-second disintegrating action, an action so fast that Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work almost the instant you take it. You can actually see this by dropping a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water. Before it reaches the bottom of the glass, it begins to disintegrate. It does the same in your stomach, hence relief comes with amazing speed. Another point to remember about Bayer aspirin is this. Bayer aspirin has been used without ill effect by millions of normal people. So for 2 reasons, for amazingly fast and reliable relief, be sure to ask for Bayer aspirin by its full name, not by the name aspirin alone when you buy. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of the game of death. It is a week later, and we find Mr. Chameleon at Central Headquarters in the office of the police commissioner with Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold. As Dave says,
And that's all I could dig up on the Smalleys. Their source of income is certainly dubious. None of them worked, not even Mrs. Smalley's brother, Claude Taylor, and Mr. Smalley's small inheritance couldn't possibly take care of them. Not at the Coronet Hotel, it couldn't. What do you say, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, no, hardly. I've been working for the Smalleys for a week now as their secretary. There's no question in my mind as to their source of income. And there is also no question as to who shot Helene Cunningham.
The former secretary?
Mm-hmm. Certainly, Commissioner. Then possibly he blackmailed them, or they felt that they couldn't trust him. So he was killed.
And who do you think did that, Mr. Chameleon?
I don't know, Dave. My guess is the brains of the whole outfit. That could be Smalley, or his wife, or her brother, Claude Taylor. Whoever it is, my personal ambition is to put them behind bars and keep them there.
You feel very strongly on the subject, don't you, Chameleon?
You know my motto, Commissioner. The innocent must be protected, the guilty must be punished. A vicious organization like this poisons innocent lives like Lois Cunningham's. And
what about her?
Well, I was in the kitchen last night mixing drinks in my role of Otis Smith's secretary. The Smalleys were having one of their parties. And suddenly I heard someone come into the pantry. Lois and her boyfriend, Edgar Williams. Lois was saying...
I can't stand it, Edgar. I've got to get out of here.
But, Lois, darling, what is it?
There's something terrible going on here. I'm sure of it now. These card games. Edgar, they're crooked.
Lois, are you out of your mind?
No. Oh, I didn't want to believe it. The Smalleys were so kind to me after Helene's death. But it's true just the same.
But, sweetheart, how do you know? I've never lost much money to the Smalleys. I've won as much as I've lost.
Well, so have I. But other people have lost tremendous sums. The Carters, for instance, and Babette Dixon, and... Edgar, I introduced all those people to the Smalleys.
Sweetheart.
Oh, Edgar, I'm afraid.
Lois, the trouble with you is you need someone to look after you. You've had the jitters ever since your sister's death.
I haven't told you, but someone's been following me every time I've gone out.
What? Well, there's something I haven't told you. Right after Helene's death, I got a permit to carry a gun. I've got it right here with me. If anyone tries to harm
Edgar,
you, I'll...
put that gun away.
All right. But at least you know now I'm able to protect you.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful. Really, you are. You're the sweetest, the most naive.
Naive?
Yes, naive. Especially about the Smalleys. Oh, Edgar, I do love you so much. I'm so terribly afraid.
Lois. Who was that? Is there someone in the kitchen?
I'm sorry, sir. It's only me. I'm Otis Smith, Mr. Smalley's secretary.
What the devil were you doing there? Eavesdropping?
No, sir.
Well, I hope you got an earful. I hope I made it clear that I love Miss Cunningham, and I intend to protect her.
And Lois Cunningham needs protection, Commissioner. Right now, she's in just as much danger as her sister was.
What are you going to do about it, Mr. Chameleon?
Dave, I have one little chore I want you to take care of, and then I'd better get back on the job as Smalley's secretary. They're giving another party next week.
Well, Chameleon, does it occur to you that you may be in danger, too?
Is that something new? Commissioner, I am determined to smash that outfit. I want to get them all. Not just the cogs in the wheel or the spokes, but the hub. The very heart and center of the group. The one who holds them together and makes them go round.
I'm telling you, Henry. She told me she was finally convinced we were crooked. Even if she can't prove it, she can warn her friends against us. She'll frighten everyone away. What's that?
Someone close the door. Who is it?
Aye, Mr. Smalley. Otis Smith. Sorry I'm late.
Well, we were beginning to worry about you, Otis. Weren't we, Catherine?
Yes, we were. Where were you all afternoon?
I had some shopping to do.
You were gone a long time. Just where were you shopping?
Oh, what's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Otis, we've had an extremely disturbing afternoon. First, Catherine had an unhappy scene with Lois Cunningham, and then Claude comes home with news about you.
About me?
Claude, come in here, will you?
Yes? Oh, he's back.
Yes. Tell him what you found out.
I found out that you've been lying to us.
Lying?
Of course you've been lying, and you didn't get away with it.
Mrs. Smalley, Mr. Taylor, in what way have I been lying?
You lied about your prison record. My brother-in-law checked on it, and you're a second offender.
Oh, that...
Do you mean to say you don't realize how very serious that can be? If you're sent up once more, you may be in for life.
That's why you should have thought twice before you forged my name on a check.
You kidding? I never forged your name, Mr. Taylor.
I have the check right here. I'll swear I never made it out. I'll swear to it in court. And you'll go up for life.
No, I couldn't stand that. 5 years of it nearly finished me, nearly went nuts.
In that case, maybe you'd be interested in a proposition.
Okay, what's the deal? Anything but go back to prison.
Do you carry a gun, Otis?
Well, sure I carry a gun. Oh, I get it. Lois Cunningham, huh? Been wondering about that babe. Thought you were taking an awful chance letting her run around loose.
Well?
All right. Don't like that kind of job, but what the heck, we all gotta do things we don't like occasionally. Now, look, Dave. You stay out here by the stairs. Don't come crashing in unless you hit a shot.
Mr. Chameleon, I feel so blasted useless.
You have been anything but useless. That last bit of information you dug up was priceless. May turn the trick.
You think they'll all be there?
They'll be right at my heels. They're going to make sure I pull off this job, that I kill Lois Cunningham. And if I don't, then they'll try to kill me. Or at least one of them will. And whoever does that is the one that we're looking for. Now, here is Lois Cunningham's apartment. See you later, Dave. I hope.
Good luck, Otis Smith.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Smith.
Let me in, quick. Thank heavens you're here, Mr. Williams.
Did you think I wouldn't be when you phoned me and said Lois was in danger? I came immediately.
Good boy. Shut the door, will you? But don't lock it. I may want to get out in a hurry.
Edgar? Oh, Mr. Smith, it's you. Why did you call Edgar and say I was in danger?
Because you are, Miss Cunningham.
Edgar.
It's all right, sweetheart. I'm here. I won't let him hurt you.
Oh, I don't intend to hurt him, Mr. Williams. See, that's the point. Got quite a story to tell you, kid. But first, I got a favor to ask you, Mr. Williams. I know you have a gun. We should put it on the table.
What do you think? I'm crazy?
No, I'm willing to lay mine on the table. Now, there you are. There's mine. Please, Mr. Williams, I feel much safer. A kid like you isn't used to handling guns.
Go ahead, darling. I want to hear what he has to say.
Very well, Lois. There. Now, Smith, tell us about the Smalleys.
Well, as you know, I've been working as their secretary. This afternoon, they gave me orders to bump off Miss Cunningham.
What?
Then they were responsible for Helene's death, too.
Sure they were responsible. Someone closed the outside door. The Smalleys.
Edgar.
Here, Mr. Williams, here's your gun. Now we're ready for him. Come on out. We know you're there. No funny business either. Mr. Williams and I both got guns.
So you went back on us, did you, Smith, you dirty little punk?
We should have known you would.
We never should have trusted you. Never trust a forger.
You mean never trust a card sharp, Smalley? That's the way I've always heard it.
Be careful, my friend. If you go to the police...
Don't move. You stay right where you are, all three of you. You got him covered, Mr. Williams?
You bet I have.
Good. Because I want them to stand there and listen. Want them to listen carefully, not miss a word. I not only have enough on you to send you to jail, I know which one of you is the head of the whole gambling ring.
What?
You heard me. The party in question is a cold-blooded individual without nerves or heart. Plays a fine game of bridge. Started playing young. Expelled from school at 16 for cheating at cards. Thrown out again during the first year of college. The name, as you know...
Edgar! What are you doing?
Shut up, Lois! What's the matter with this gun? What's the matter with it?
It's empty, Mr. Williams. I switched guns on you. I gave you mine. They're just alike, as you can see now.
Why, you...
Put it down! That's the time you played the wrong card. You shouldn't have tried to kill me. I was pretty sure you would.
Edgar!
Are you accusing me of being head of this ratty outfit? Me?
Yeah, you, Mr. Williams. You with your boyish face and your naive charm. Served you well, too, haven't they? Even fooled this poor girl, Lois. Well, I've had my eye on you ever since Detective Sergeant Arnold dug up your school record.
But I don't understand. What has Detective Sergeant Arnold to do with you? Are you a stool pigeon?
No, just a detective. You know, that, monster that some of your jailbird friends told you about.
Chameleon.
Yes, I'm Chameleon of the cops.
Doing the perfect impersonation of Otis Smith, forger.
Well, thank you, Smalley.
Then the whole thing is over with, Mr. Chameleon. Edgar confessed.
Yes, Lois, they all confessed. Or rather, they all accused each other.
And Edgar. He even planned my sister Helene's death.
Yes.
Oh.
I know it's a difficult thing to face, but it's better this way. You're young, Lois. You'll fall in love again.
Oh, no, never.
Yes, you will, my dear. Take my word for it. And don't hate me too much.
I don't hate you, Mr. Chameleon. I'm very grateful. If I'd ever married Edgar...
Exactly. And I had to get him, too. You see, I couldn't let him go free to continue his criminal activities. I could have run in the others in the gang long before I did. I wanted to wait and get the top card in the pack.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Here's something it will pay you to keep in mind whenever you're suffering from an ordinary headache and want really fast relief. Because genuine Bayer aspirin starts disintegrating in your stomach within 2 seconds after you take it, It quickly relieves the pain. Actually, this remarkable 2-second disintegrating action means that Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work almost instantly. And that's important, for when you're suffering, you want fast relief, very fast relief. And you also want relief you can depend upon. And here again, that means Bayer aspirin. For of all pain relievers, none can match Bayer aspirin's record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. So when you buy, do as millions do. Ask for genuine Bayer aspirin. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in the case of the Jewels of Death. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer, from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummard. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Dan Seymour.
New Lion's toothpaste does what no other toothpaste can. Thousands of laboratory tests on scores of individual teeth reveal that New Lion's toothpaste actually gets teeth 2.5 to 5.5 times brighter than any of the 5 leading brands, brighter by far, in fact, than any toothpaste on the market. Remember, it's not just another toothpaste, not just another old toothpaste with an added ingredient. Lion's toothpaste is utterly new, radically different. It cleans without soap, polishes without chalk. Lion's toothpaste.
Listen for Mr. Chameleon, the new mystery drama in the case of the Jewels of Death, next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a stay of execution and ended with a doomed man finding salvation and a hunter becoming the hunted.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
There's an old bromide about nothing being deader than yesterday's news. But what about the people who made that news? The couple who were divorced, they've still got their tangled lives to live. The hit-and-run driver, he's still got his conscience to keep step with him wherever he walks. And the murderer on his way to the death house, his story is still with him, even though yesterday's newsprint lines the inside of today's garbage cans and provides wrapping in the fish markets. There's another old bromide the best of us have a hard time learning. It has to do with taking things for granted. And I was the wide-eyed innocent in kindergarten, my education beginning a little past midnight as I stepped out into the deserted sidewalk in front of the newspaper building.
All right, Stone.
Huh?
Don't turn around. Don't move.
Well, if this is a stick-up, you're out of luck. Payday's tomorrow.
It's John Galt, Mr. Stone.
Galt?
I said don't turn around. I escaped, Stone. I got away. Let's find your car.
How did you escape?
On the train, on the way to the death house. The guard got careless.
Had his gun?
Yes.
You kill him?
No.
It's probably an alarm out for you.
Maybe they won't catch me before I do what I have to do.
And what's that?
I kept saying I was innocent, Mr. Stone. You kept saying I was guilty. The newspaper's a powerful thing. What I said, only a few people heard. What you said in your column, 1 million people heard. Come on, let's go.
I work for a newspaper, Galt. We deal in facts. Facts like a jealous husband shooting an unarmed man on the back.
Facts. When it's printed, people believe it. Even if it's a bunch of trumped-up lies.
I didn't convict you, Galt. The evidence did.
You helped. Here we are. Get in. You can drive. And no tricks. I've got nothing to lose. Nothing.
Where are we going?
To the assistant district attorney's home. He lives on Fowler between Oak and Euclid.
What do you want with him, Galt? He's just a guy doing his job, and it's a tough one.
He's figuring on getting married soon. Planning on a nice, comfortable life.
What's wrong with that?
Why don't you ask my wife? Come on, get moving.
The assistant district attorney, Philip Holmes. He conducted a brilliant prosecution of Galt, developed an airtight case. And now Holmes was preparing to taste the fruits of victory. His fiancée, the girl he'd wanted to marry for a year, had finally set the date. The wedding was scheduled for next Sunday. And now this. I looked over at Galt. His fingers clutched the gun like a child clutches her favorite doll. I'd have to wait, sweat it out for a while, find out what he was after, and pray for an opening. Maybe he isn't home, Galt. Maybe he's still out with his fiancée.
Shut up.
Yes?
Inside. What do you think? Get back in. You too, Stone.
Galt. Now, look here.
Ready for bed, Mr. District Attorney?
Yes. I heard from the police about your escape. They're looking for you, Galt.
Get dressed.
What do you expect to accomplish? You can't...
You better do as he says, Holmes.
What is this, Randy? What are you doing here?
I'm just along for the ride. This is his show.
All right, answer it. Be careful what you say, Mr. D.A.
Hello?
Philip, I just heard it on the radio. John Galt escaped.
Yes.
Oh, they called you.
Yes.
Darling, do be careful. He might come for you. He swore he'd get even with you.
There's nothing to worry about, dear.
Phil, he's crazy.
Say goodbye.
Huh? What's that, Phil?
Louise, he wouldn't come here, Louise. This would be the last place he'd come to.
But you should have protection, Phil. Darling, if
Hello,
you call the
good
police,
night.
Yes. It's all right. Good night, dear.
Phil.
Good night.
Now get dressed.
What do you want?
I just told you. I want you to get dressed and hurry. Hurry. Like you hurried me through my trial. Get away from that drawer.
Want me to get dressed? I just want a pair.
I told you to get up. Don't break my hand, you...
Now his back was to me, concerned with Holmes, and for a moment he'd forgotten me. I had 3 fast steps to take, and then I grabbed his arm. Drop it. Drop that gun. Holmes, get the gun.
No, you don't. I got it. I ought to shoot now. I ought to shoot both of you now. Get back, Stone.
You can't blame me for trying, Galt. You're not acting very much like an innocent man.
Yeah, what do you expect me to do? Go quietly to the death cell and wait for a miracle? Keep on waiting for it while they shave my head and slit my trousers?
You should have thought of that before you got involved with a character like Cutler.
You were given a fair trial, Galt.
Fair trial? There was a time I had a lot of respect for law and courts and justice, but not now. From here on in, I haven't got anything to lose. But you have, Holmes, and so have you, Stone. Try it again. Try another trick. If you miss a gun, I'll kill you.
You'll kill us anyway, Galt, won't you?
I know I can't escape. I know I'll be caught. But when they finally catch up to me, 1 second before they kill me, I'm going to kill you.
And in the meantime?
I'm going to show you things that never got into the court. Things that'll prove that I didn't kill Monty Cutler. Then your dying will be bitter and pointless like mine is. We'll see how you like it. Ready, Mr. D.A.? We'll use your car. The police respect it.
Is this where you used to live, Galt?
That's right. Where I used to live.
What's here?
My wife. Wait.
You sure this is how you want it, Galt?
Just don't try anything foolish.
It's your play.
John. Oh.
Ev, you know Randy Stone, Evelyn? The one who wrote those stories about me, about us.
You're still mixed up, Galt. I'm a reporter. I don't take sides.
What is it, John? What happened?
And the district attorney, Ev.
John, what's wrong?
Get in, both of you.
You're an awfully determined host, Galt.
Over there where I can watch you.
Why are you doing this, Galt? You can't do yourself any good, and you're only making things worse for your wife.
Motive. You kept saying motive, Mr. D.A. Your whole case against me was built on what you said was my motive for killing Cutler.
I heard everything you had to say in court.
This isn't court now. There's no judge, no jury, just us. Ev, we've been in love for a long time, haven't we?
Yes, John.
Ev, you worked for Monty Cutler for years. Was there ever anything between you and him?
No.
I was never jealous of him. I had no reason.
No.
Was there any reason I'd want to kill him?
No, John.
I heard all this before.
No matter what my wife says, Mr. D.A., I'm going to die tonight. I'm going to run, and they're going to catch me. This is the last time I'll see my wife. But you'll never live to have a wife. You're going to be running with me. You're going to know how it feels to be hunted. How it is to know that this is your last night to live.
Go on, Galt.
Ev, the night I called for you at Cutler's place, the night he was shot, you'd already gone home. You said you saw a woman there earlier.
Yes, Mr. Cutler's wife.
He hadn't been living with her.
Not for years.
And just a second. The police tried to find this wife. They never found any evidence he'd been married?
No, he never was. Never found any supporting evidence that a woman was there the night of the murder.
I asked for time. Why'd you rush the trial right through, Holmes? Maybe I could have found her.
John.
Yes, I've got to go.
John, what's going to happen?
Come on, you two. Goodbye, Ed.
Where now?
Maybe some more evidence that never got into court. Keep your eye on the road, Stone. I'll tell you where to go.
I never heard a convicted killer say he wasn't framed or up on a bum rap or he never did it. I've heard it hundreds of times, and no matter how good they make it sound, they've always got an angle. And I'd find out what Galt's was before long, too. I kept driving downtown to the west side into the manufacturing district.
Turn right at the corner, Stone.
Monty Cutler's place?
No, across the street from Cutler's, the warehouse.
And what's there?
A missing witness. Maybe he's back in town now.
Who is it?
The night watchman. Come on. Out. He was there when I came to pick Evelyn up that night. I said hello to him. But nobody could find him during the trial.
Seems like a silly waste of time to me.
Time is all you have left, Holmes. You better keep hoping I manage to waste a lot of it before they close in on us.
Hey, you fellas. What do you want there? Hold on there. What is it you want?
Yeah. It's me, Charlie. Johnny Galt. And this is Randy Stone of the Star. And maybe you know our assistant district attorney, Mr. Holmes.
What do you want?
The answer to some questions, Charlie.
What about? What for?
About Monty Cutler's murder. And because you skipped town during my trial.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you know anything, Charlie, tell us about it.
What could I know?
Why'd you leave town, Charlie?
I went on my vacation.
More than 4 weeks?
Yeah, sure.
Who paid for your vacation?
Nobody. What do you mean?
Tell him what he wants to know, Charlie.
Mr. District Attorney,
Go ahead, Charlie.
You want me to tell everything that happened that night, Mr. Holmes?
Why not? What difference does it make?
What difference? Well, maybe so. Well, I I said hello to you, Mr. Gold. You remember that?
Sure.
And before that...
What?
Well, before that, this woman come around.
Which woman, Charlie?
Well, I've been a watchman here a long time. I see her a few times, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. She used to come around.
Cutler's wife.
I don't know whether she was or not.
How long before I got there, Charlie?
Maybe half hour, I guess.
How long did she stay there?
I don't know. Mr. District Attorney, you sure you want me to spill this?
Oh, yes. Yes, Charlie. There's no mystery, is there?
Well, there was a car there, too.
What car?
Big limousine.
Go on, Charlie. Which big limousine?
The District Attorney's car.
My car?
The DA's car?
Yes.
Were you raiding Cutler's roulette wheel, Holmes?
No.
That's it. That's it. That explains everything. You were there. That's why you refused me a delay to uncover the truth.
No, don't jump to conclusions.
How does it feel, Holmes? Why not jump to conclusions? You've been doing it a long time. It all falls into place, the whole pattern. You're rushing me through the trial, not giving me a chance. Piling up circumstantial evidence.
Could it have been your car, Holmes?
No. That's... A lot of people have access to it.
That'll be worth finding out about, Holmes.
Yes. Yes, I'll look into it.
Oh, yeah, I can just believe that. I can just see you putting your neck in a noose for me.
Galt, you said it before. A newspaper's a pretty powerful thing. With this evidence, we
You
can...
expect me to trust you after all those stories about how guilty I was?
Well, this would make a better story.
Sure. The story of Randy Stone bringing in an escaped murderer would be swell for you.
Look, you've established enough doubt so that we can...
You'd say anything to save your skin. You'd promise anything. We'll save it for your readers. They believe what you say.
The streets are honeycombed with police. How far do you expect to get?
At least one more place before they catch up.
Where goes?
A woman, Mr. District Attorney. Cutler's wife, the one you said doesn't exist. But does it matter? Wherever we go, you'd better keep hoping nobody stops us. Us. Because as soon as they do, it'll be the end of the line for all of us.
Well, Randy, you're a fast guy with an answer, so answer this one. Or are you looking for an angle? You've heard 100 convicted killers say they're innocent. You're tired of listening. You know they're lying. But here's the 101st, Randy. Maybe he hasn't got any angle. Maybe he's telling the truth. And if he is, it makes sense for him to feel that there's no answer. And he's got to keep running with the cops and everybody waiting for him with guns and with cars. Because he can shout his lungs out and nobody will listen. He can yell and cry and scream that he's not guilty. And they'll still drag him down the long corridor and make him step over the next to last threshold. What would you do if you were him, Randy? And the DA's car, how does that figure? Galt wasn't taking any chances now. He forced Holmes and me to burrow into the well below the dashboard. He got behind the wheel, driving with one hand, his other hand gripping his gun. The DA's car was slush, but it wasn't designed to make a passenger comfortable, doubled up. If I was subject to claustrophobia, there was never a better time for it to come out.
Hang on. There's a barricade ahead. We're going through it. I'll be a fool, though.
About the only thing I could see was the gas accelerator and Galt's foot, and suddenly the foot went way down, jamming the pedal against the floor.
Here it comes. This is how it feels.
I remember something about letting your body relax when you're heading for a smash-up. But how can you relax with your knee propped against your chin? I clamped my jaw tight and said a fast prayer.
Like this, Stone, like this.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This Wednesday marks the return to the air of Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman in their popular roles as the Halls of Ivy. The delightful adventures of Professor Hall and his wife Vicky mean 30 minutes of top listening for the entire family. And on Wednesday, October 4th, that remarkable mustache that walks like a man, Groucho Marx, will be on NBC with his hilarious quiz game, You Bet Your Life. It's 30 minutes of fun and prizes, the biggest prize of all being Groucho, of course. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
wasn't particularly comfortable under the dashboard of the car, but it was a good place to be with bullets on the loose and an escaped murderer at the wheel. The car skidded and danced through the barricade and then gave a surge and swept on.
How does it feel, you guys? How's it feel to be the fox for a change?
Let us get out of here and I'll tell you. What's that?
I don't know. Gas. They hit the gas tank. I'm out of gas. All right, get out.
Now, wait, hold on a minute. There's no sense in this, Galt.
Get moving. I'm out of gas, but not out of bullets.
Before you do something that can't be undone, Galt, think a minute. There'll be a real investigation. We'll go...
We gotta make those woods.
Holmes, what about it? If he's innocent,
I'll give you my word.
Come on. Faster. They'll be here in a minute. Faster.
Oh, listen. I thought I was being fair. The trial, I believe there wasn't any valid reason for a postponement. I've always conducted myself according to strict letter of the law. Now if I make a mistake...
Save it, Holmes. All right. Hold it. You get behind that tree, Holmes. Stone, behind that bush. It's not too dark for me to see you. One move and I shoot.
We know you're there. Come out with your hands up.
The two cops from the patrol car were sitting ducks with the moon behind them. They were coming slowly, their guns drawn. If Galt wanted to shoot, he couldn't have a better target.
Stay back. Stay back.
But they kept coming, not seeing any of us, straight for the bush behind which I stood.
Mr. Holmes, are you there?
Yes. Yes, don't shoot.
Don't come any closer. I'm warning you.
We're coming in.
I said stay back. I'll shoot.
Galt fired from less than 15 feet, but if the shot hit one of them, it didn't stop him. They both came on. I counted 1, 2, and then the cop in front was close enough. I braced myself and I let him have it. Sometimes you have to do the darndest things to help a guy. My haymaker hurt the cop, but not as much as Galt's bullet would have. The other cop was on me now. I twisted, I rolled away. He sent a whistling blow past my ear. He was a heavy guy, real heavy as he landed on my kidney, and I tried to squirm away, and then suddenly the cop's weight slid off my back. I turned, and Galt's face, twisted and maniacal, looked down at me, his gun raised.
Get up, Stone. You two Holmes. They're out cold. Cops will be swarming all over here in a few minutes.
Wherever we go, they'll...
Now you know how it is. To be the hunted instead of the hunter.
How long do you think we'll last in these woods?
The freight yards are close by. I said, come on, both of you. Run! Come on, run!
You can read about it. You can see it in the movie. But you never really know how it feels to be the quarry in an honest-to-death game of fox and hounds until you've had it. We were running, but there'd have to be a dead end, and soon. And that'd be the time that Galt, half crazy with bitterness and hate, would turn his gun on us to make sure that he took us with him. We made it to the freight yards, and Galt steered us to one of a long line of boxcars.
Okay, here's an empty freight. Get in. In that corner. Sit down.
Now, for a little while, I thought maybe you were innocent, Galt.
Ask Holmes whether I am or not. Ask him what his car was doing to Monte Cutler's. Maybe he lost too much at the roulette wheel in the upstairs room.
You didn't like it when they used that kind of thinking in court.
When the cops came after us, what did Holmes do? He just stood there waiting.
What did you expect me to do?
Maybe what Stone did. He didn't just stand there hoping the cops would kill me like you were hoping. That would have fixed it up fine for you, wouldn't it, Holmes?
You're all crossed up, Galt. I helped knock them out because I didn't want them killed.
They're coming, Galt. Galt, well, you still have time. If you give yourself up, I'll make every effort to get at the truth.
I know the truth. You killed Cutler.
You talked about motive, Galt. What's my motive? Why would I kill him?
There's something beyond that, too. A man either has it in him to kill or he hasn't, Galt. When you shot at the cops back there, it proved something.
I didn't shoot at them. How could I have missed them so close? I shot in the air to scare them off.
You're going to scare them off now? They're pretty close. They'll be here next.
All right, you tell me. It's up to both of you. When that door opens, I'm going to shoot. We'll find out who's the murderer. All right, Holmes. Tell me what to do. Shall I shoot them or you? Them or you?
Listen, they're still away. You can hide. I'll tell them you ran away. They'll believe me.
You must think I'm an idiot. Well, Stone, you said a man is either a murderer or he isn't. How about you? Are you a murderer? They're hunting you now, too. They'll be here in a second. If I shoot, then we can still have a little time. How about it, Stone?
You'll do what's in you to do, Galt.
Let's try this.
Quick. Holmes, quick. What'll it be?
Oh, you crazy fool. I didn't kill Cutler. I swear to you I didn't. All right. All right, come on out of there.
The cop's flashlight played around. Galt got to his feet. I could see his gun raised, but he was standing stock still, frozen. I jumped to my feet, but not as quickly as Holmes.
Don't shoot. It's me, the district attorney. Don't, for heaven's sake.
And then he stopped. Galt still stood there. The cops moved in, their flashlight beams steady on Galt's tortured face. And then the tenseness went out of his features. He turned to the district attorney, dropping his gun on.
I can't shoot.
Maybe you did prove something, Galt, right now.
What was your motive, Holmes? Doesn't matter now, does it? You gotta have a motive to kill somebody. It has to be a pretty good motive, too. Because even with what I have against you, I still can't kill you.
Everything all right, Mr. Holmes? Yes. Yes. Okay, Galt. Come along.
He didn't kill Monty Cutler.
No.
You didn't either.
No.
It was your car.
I don't know. I suppose maybe it was.
Galt wanted to take us to one more place, Holmes.
Cutler's wife.
Yeah, we'll have to find out where she lives.
Yes, I'd like to stop off at Louise's first, Randy. She's probably worried about me. It's close by.
Sure. We drove back away with the patrol car, and then Holmes and I caught a cab. It was only a 10-minute drive to his fiancée's place. The DA was quiet. I didn't feel like talking either. They were awful close to eternal silence back there in the freight car. Maybe that was in Holmes's mind, too. Or maybe he was thinking about the woman he was going to marry. A uniformed elevator operator took us up to the 4th floor. The swank apartment house was good for my jumping nerves after the rough night. Deep carpets and subdued lights everywhere. I began to feel myself unwinding.
Darling. Oh, darling, thank heaven you're all right.
Louise, this is Randy Stone.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you. At 3 in the morning is a pretty weird hour to come calling.
I couldn't sleep anyhow. I've been glued to the radio. Must have been terrible for you. For both of you.
Louise.
Would you like some hot coffee?
Louise, there was a moment when...
Darling, you mustn't think about it anymore. I know it was horrible. Mr. Stone, wouldn't you like some coffee?
No, thank you.
Promised to kill us, Louise. There was that moment when he could have. What stopped him, Randy?
I think it was because he wasn't sure you killed Cutler.
Yes. Yes, he couldn't figure a motive for me. Isn't that a peculiar little thing, Louise?
Let's not think about it
If he'd
anymore.
known I did have a motive, if he'd known the woman I wanted to marry was Monty Cutler's wife, he wouldn't have hesitated. The rest of the evidence was all there.
Phil.
He could have killed us. And he didn't. He's an honest man. Far more honest than I was. Because all along I kept pushing the thought out of my mind. I didn't want to let myself think that John Galt might not be guilty.
Phil, it's all over now. It's finished.
Louise, why didn't you tell me you were Cutler's wife? Because Cutler was a gambler and a racketeer?
Phil, Mr. Stone is here.
Maybe I ought to let you handle this alone.
No. Oh, Randy, I want you to hear this. You see, it's understandable that we couldn't find Cutler's wife. Louise was out of town, weren't you, Louise?
Phil.
I'd loaned the car to you, Louise. You were using the car that night.
I didn't know that Galt would be there. I didn't want to implicate anybody.
Kind of makes me an accomplice, doesn't it?
No. I did it for us. You've got no part in it. I did it. Because I love you, Phil.
Randy?
Yeah, Holmes.
You come with us? Down to headquarters.
Yeah, I've got an apology to make down there, too. was talking about, it's don't jump to conclusions. It's an easy habit to get into. At work, at home, with the people we know and love. I got my education all over again with Johnny Galt, and I didn't learn with books. Playing for keeps is a tough way to learn, but maybe it lasts longer that way. I hope so. Copy boy. Where is that copy boy? Probably sneaking a beer at the corner. Oh, there I go, jumping to conclusions again. Copy boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Thelig Lester and Merwin Gerard, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Galt was played by Jeff Corey. Others in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Francis Cheney, Eddie Fields, Hal Gerard, and John Stevenson. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you.
Now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. How would you like to be driving down a city street in this year of the atom bomb and the flying saucer and suddenly find yourself transported over 2 decades back in time, smack in the middle of a gangland war? Well, tonight, that's what happened to me. In one moment, it seemed as if I had left this year of grace, 1952, and was back in the torrid 20s. My life threatened by the ghosts of gunmen long since dead. It was one of those quiet, dull nights with the fog rolling in and nothing of interest for it to hide. I just stopped for a red light, and that's when it happened. A man jerked open the door and piled in beside me.
Get going. Please, they're after me.
Who's after you?
Shiv's healed. He's got a gun. Get going, I tell you.
Friends of yours?
Huh? What?
Are these people that are after you? Who are they?
Abby and Shiv are trying to kill me. Yeah, but they won't get it. Never.
Get what? What do they want?
This is what they wanted.
He opened a fist and showed me. The dashboard light shone on a figure of dark blue wax lying in the palm of his hand. A crude image less than 3 inches long. As crude as though molded by a child. It began to dawn on me that this Sid Row character was as crazy as a pink hearse. I pulled up at the curb. So they wanted that, eh? What is it?
Their lives. Their lives in the palm of my hand. They know that as long as I have it, they'll never get away with it. Oh, no, sir. It'd kill them. It's very useful.
Yeah, sure, Pop. Like a glass eye at a keyhole. They must be a pretty crummy pair to be picking on an old guy like you. We'll find a cop.
No. No cops. I don't need favors from no cops.
But if...
I ain't talking to them. No cops, you understand?
Okay.
Cops. They ain't gonna make no deals with Jake Strand. No, sir.
Deals? What kind of deals?
20 years I did for it, and it's mine. Mine.
Jake, he'd called himself. The name, the face now rang a clearer bell in my memory. 20 years, of course. Jake Strand. A news item only a few weeks ago with a picture, Jake Strand, kingpin hoodlum of the thirsty 30s, now free. The story had said something about him being released following a nervous breakdown after serving 20 years for murder. Well, the part about the breakdown was obvious. Jake Strand, kingpin hoodlum, was now playing with little wax dolls.
They get near my door, it'll kill him. See, it'll kill him.
It? Oh, you mean that hunk of, what's that made of anyway? Sealing wax?
You don't believe me, do you? Well, you think I ain't got no dough, huh? Just 'cause I need a shave, maybe, or my pants ain't. But you think I'm a bum, huh? Well, I got it, see? $100,000. You hear me? Listen.
Sure, Pop. When money talks, everybody listens.
You think I'm nuts, don't you?
Well, of course not. Perish the thought.
Yeah, that's what you think. You and them sky pilots who run the mission. Gave me a job sweeping up, and they think they're doing me a favor. Me, Jake Strand. I could buy him and sell him.
Oh, you live at the mission?
Yeah. Where are we going?
Oh, I'm taking you back there. It's late.
No, please don't take me back. They'll get me.
Who will get you?
Shiv and that big gorilla.
What gorilla?
Gabby.
Now, Jake, when you jumped into the car, I looked back. There was no one following you.
There was. I tell you, there was.
Okay. Have it your own way. I'll say that you get inside the mission house safe.
No. They sleep there. Don't you understand? They sleep there. They'll get me.
Now, Jake, here's the mission.
Don't leave me, mister, please.
Oh, Jake, now I've got work.
Look, buy me a drink, will you?
But
There's Lippy's place across the street. Come on, set me up, will you? I'm busted.
Oh, yeah? Well, what about all that dough, that $100,000 that you were talking about?
What $100,000?
Oh, fine. Come on. Lippy's is one of those low-rent joints with sawdust on the floor, a piano player banging out ragtime, and unwashed clientele. Jake pressed the front of his dirty shirt against the bar while I strolled over to a phone booth near the door. I called the Star, got the librarian, had him check on the files of the case that had sent Jake Strand to Joliet.
Yeah, here it is. I got the story right here before me, Randy. He was convicted of the murder of Tank Daniels and Ed Morelli. Sentenced 20 to life.
A double murder, and he got off with 20 years?
One moment more. It says here, he claimed Morelli tried to take him for a ride in one of his trucks. He broke away, grabbed Morelli's gun.
Strand must have hired a high-priced magician to make a jury believe that.
Not according to this. The court had appointed a public defender to handle Strand's case.
What?
That's right, Randy. Strand took a pauper's oath. He was dead broke. The case goes back quite a few issues. Shall I look?
No, that's all I want to know. Thanks, Mickey. What kind of a guy had I gotten myself mixed up with? The poor devil was riding a dreamboat loaded with a mixed cargo of rainbows and nightmares. The convoy he needed was a man in a hood coat, not me. I walked out of the joint. Strand followed me.
Listen to me. You gotta help me.
All right, Jake. I'll see you home.
No, you don't understand. I can't find it. I've been looking and looking.
For what?
My dough. My $100,000.
Oh, yeah, I know. You told me.
I've been going crazy. Every chance I get, I've been riding the bus looking up and down Lakeshore Drive. It's changed, Randy. Everything's changed.
Well, streets are like opinions, Jake. In 20 years, they're liable to change, too.
Oh, you don't understand. It's disappeared. The houses, the trees, the road, the whole place.
What place? What place, Jake?
Caliban.
Caliban?
Yeah. You know where it is. You know, eh? You know? Now, come on, tell me.
Jake, you're wrinkling the suit. Now, let go my lapel. Relax, will you? Now, come on, let's walk. I never heard of any place called Caliban.
There isn't any such place.
You're lying. I went back there. I know I did. After we ditched Morelli's truck, I had the case, a leather briefcase with $100,000 inside. Callaway, it was there. I know it was there. I went back.
Come on. Let's cross the street. Of course, in 20 years, the name could have been changed. What sort of place was it?
Oh, quiet. Trees. It was down there mixing the cement.
Cement?
I went there by myself, see. I didn't want the others to know.
To know what? Watch the curb, Jake.
And the smell of peaches.
Peaches? Well, that figures. But just where, I don't know.
Peaches.
No question about it. Jake Strand had spent too many years behind bars. He'd lost his buttons, but completely. I got him to the door of the midnight mission and pushed him toward it. Go on in, Jake.
Oh, Randy, please. I don't want it. They're laying for me.
Okay, Jake. Okay, I'll go in first. One side, The place had been a store, now converted into a dingy chapel with a few crude benches and a section of counter used as an altar. A bare bulb hanging from an overhead cord shed a sickly light. I looked around. I was hardly surprised to see what I did see, which was nobody. The chapel was empty. I stepped back into the street to get Jake, and he was gone. And the street was empty, too. And that sound was coming from the alley alongside the mission. Jake! That you? Halfway down the alley, light glimmered dimly from the frosted glass of a side door, but it revealed nothing. I walked into the alley, peering into the darkness. Jake! Where are you, Jake?
Don't get me.
There were two of them struggling with Jake.
All right, pal. Get him up.
As I raised my hands, it became frighteningly clear that Jake Strand's fear had been based on more than just a sick imagination. These two goons were real enough. And so was that gun pointed at my head.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. A warm summer evening, a pleasant breeze, you and your friends enjoying yourselves out on the porch with snacks and Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. There's a summer scene played many times, in your home and many homes all over America. Smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon is your hospitality carried on a tray, your friendliness brimming in a glass. Yes, for summer indoor and outdoor fun, you'll always want to include Pabst Blue Ribbon. And by the way, for some wonderful food ideas to go along with friendly, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon, listen to this.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's pork and beans, Armour's treat,
Borden's cheese,
Ritz crackers with Frankfurters, and of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that foods taste better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother flavor, finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons, packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you enjoy it, it's the same famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification.
to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Experience, they say, is what you have left when everything else is gone. And Shiv's gun staring me in the face was an experience that convinced me that whatever delusions Jake Strand may have had, the two Skid Row bums who were after him was certainly real enough. I stood in the alley, my hands raised, while Jake struggled against Gabby's arm around his face. Oh, for the love of Pete, let him go. Can't you see he's smothering?
All right, Gabby, ease up. I want him live, you dope.
Okay.
All right, boys, all right. Take the $6 in my wallet and let us go. You needn't waste time on him. He hasn't got a dime, I can tell you that now.
He hasn't, huh? $6.
Honest, Shiv, I told you before, I don't know where the dough is. I don't remember. Honest, I just don't remember.
Oh, sure, it's just $100,000. You stuck it someplace and forgot about it. Could happen to anybody.
If you mugs believe that pipe dream about $100,000, you're nuttier than he is.
Ah, so you know about it, huh? He told you, huh? Real kibitzer, ain't you, pal?
Shiv, I didn't tell him nothing.
Shut up! All right, kibitzer. Turn around. Yeah, that's it. Just keep those mitts high.
All right. The only deadly weapon I'm carrying is a fountain pen.
I'll take it. And your wallet. All right, you can let him down. Turn around.
Thanks.
$6 lousy bucks.
Well, that's what I said.
What's this? Randy's...
It's my press card. Don't strain your eyes. I'm with the Star.
Reporter?
I didn't know it, Shiv, honest. He just gave me a ride. I didn't know he was...
Keep your mouth shut, big shot. You'll talk when I tell you to, not before. I'm giving the orders now. You ain't nobody. You understand? Shut up! You, newsboy. That's your car out in front.
It's an old model. You can do lots better.
I ain't fussy. All right, both of you, get moving. To the car. And don't try to be no hero.
Jake sat beside me as I followed orders, driving past Lincoln Park and cutting through a wooded section for several miles. Finally wound up near a clearing used as a Boy Scout campsite, now abandoned.
This'll do. Pull up.
What are we going to do here? Get our merit badges?
Real funny boy, ain't you? All right, spill it.
Do you mean to say you believe any old guy who comes along babbling about millions and living on handouts?
No, pal, I don't. But this ain't any old guy. This is Jake Strand.
I bet you told him. I bet you Jake told him.
Will you shut up? Look, newsboy. Maybe you don't know who Jake Strand is. Maybe you're too young, huh? Maybe you wasn't old enough to read. What are you trying to hand me, anyway?
I'm trying to smarten you up, that's all.
Oh, you are?
This stuff about $100,000. I don't care who Jake used to be, but right now he's living in a dream world. That money never existed.
Yeah, it's funny how everybody in stir knew about that dough Jake hijacked off of Morelli. They were talking about it when I was there. I bet they're still talking about it.
I see. You and Jake did time together.
For a little while, pal. A long time ago. How about it, Jake? Did you give any of the boys a tip before you left, huh? I'm your pal, too, Jake. Remember me? I used to keep bar for you. Remember?
Yeah.
You remember, huh? Then you remember where you stashed Morelli's dough.
No, I don't, Shiv. Honest, I don't. I can't.
You sure you can? Try. Think hard.
We'll give him a share, won't we, Shiv?
You bet we will. Fair and square. We'll divvy it 4 ways.
4? Well, thanks for cutting me in.
Why not? We ain't hogs.
Yeah, with all that loot, we won't have to work no more, huh, Shiv? We'll sleep in flop houses.
You bet we won't, Gabby. Nothing but the best. Swell hotels, fancy restaurants. How about it, Jake? Remember them nightclubs you used to own, them $200 suits you used to wear? We can all wear them. Where'd you hide it, Jake, huh? Where, huh? Tell me, go on, where is it?
I don't know.
There never was any $100,000. He was bankrupt before he went to trial. He didn't have a dime.
So you know about that, huh, newsboy? What else do you know?
That you're wasting your time.
You don't say. Smart operator, this Jake Strand, wasn't he? He knows he can't beat the rep, so he doesn't tell nobody about Morelli's dough. Nobody knows, except all his pals. Look at him. You'd think he'd appreciate having pals, that he'd be willing to share. All right, Jake, out of the car.
What do you want? Shiv, please.
You heard me, didn't you?
I don't know where it is, so help me.
I said get out!
Don't hit me, Shiv. Don't hit me.
Why, don't you move, Stone.
to play for time, for that one unguarded moment when I could make a break. I know that if I didn't, I had a shorter life expectancy than a balloon in a baby's hand.
Jake, listen. Listen close. Let's go back. It's 1932. You're waiting for Morelli to come along in his truck. You fix the gate at the railroad track so it's down when he comes around the curve. He stops, you blast him.
Yeah, I know, huh? I know, but I don't know what I did with the money, Shiv. It's no use. I can't remember.
You can, eh?
Wait a minute, will you? You ever hear anything about peach trees growing around here?
Peach trees?
He said something to me once about peaches. A place called Callaway.
Callaway?
Yeah.
What is it, Chip? Huh? What is it?
The club. Club Callaway.
Club Callaway.
Jake, is that where you hid the dough? The Caliban?
But it ain't there no more, Shiv. The club is gone. I can't find it anymore.
You can't find it. You can't find it.
What is it, Chip? Huh? What is it?
Jake's old headquarters. He lost it.
Well, it sounds hilarious. I never heard of the place.
No. All right, newsboy. Back in the car. We're taking a little ride up Lakeshore Drive.
I headed northwest, putting the miles behind us. At one point along the way, Shiv made me stop where the road was being repaired while Gabby got out and stole a couple of oil lanterns hanging there. We continued on. Just where is this Club Caliban?
Just shut up and keep driving.
I looked all over for it.
I'll find it, Jake. Don't worry. You see, they moved the road.
Huh?
A couple of years after you were sent up to Joliet, Caliban was on that big curve, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Curve ain't there no more. They straightened the highway and left your joint a mile out in the woods.
Are you sure we turned off at the right spot? This road doesn't look like it was...
You talk too much, Stone.
There. Over there, between those trees. The Caliban.
Yeah. That's it, Jake. Many a drink I mixed there. Looks good, don't it?
Why ain't there no lights? I never closed. Those new neons I bought. What happened to them? Where's the sign?
All right, Jake. You and the newsboy. Out. Light those lanterns, Gabby. Give me one. We're going in.
We crossed the rickety veranda. The door was gone, the windows broken, the building a shambles. We paused a moment inside while Gabby held his lantern high and we looked around. And suddenly Jake sprang forward, bounding into the darkness of the building. Gabby went after him and I followed down the cellar stairs with Shiv behind me pointing his gun at the middle of my back. Shiv raised his lantern and there, cowering in a corner, was Jake.
Oh, Gabby, please, Dawn, please.
All right. Where is it, Jake? Spill it or so help me.
There. Yeah, over there.
He was pointing at nothing at all. Nothing but a concrete wall.
Where? I'll kill you.
Let him alone. Jake, the cement. The cement you said you mixed down here. Jake, do you remember?
What is this?
Was it the wall, Jake? Was it the wall?
What?
He means the wall. The cracks, look. You can put your fingers through them.
It's hollow, Gabby. Kick it in.
A small area of the wall disintegrated, revealing an opening about 5 feet square and 2 feet deep. And in it, 4 cases of liquor piled on top of each other. The topmost case had been opened, the broken boards lying across it. And beside them, eaten with decay, was a bulging briefcase. Gabby snatched it, knocking the loose boards out of the way, and handed it to Shiv.
The dough, huh? The dough.
Yeah. Bundles of 20s, 50s, and 100s.
All there, huh, Shiv? 100 grand, huh?
Yeah, more maybe. Yeah, keep your eye on them.
You betcha.
This looks like stuff you added to the Morelli loot, Jake. Yeah, a nice little nest egg, eh, boy? Take a look at it, newsboy. So it was a pipe dream, was it?
Well, it's going to be a little embarrassing when those old-fashioned gold reserve notes start hitting the banks and they ask you where you got so many of them.
I wouldn't worry about it, pal. Because I don't think you're going to be around when that happens.
Shiv, you got a corkscrew, huh? You got a corkscrew?
What?
It's scotch, Shiv. A case of scotch open on top. It says here on this box.
Give me that. You don't need a corkscrew. Just knock off the neck. Just like this.
They drank from the broken bottles, the liquor running down their chins. Jake sidled over to where I stood and squatted down beside the lantern. One of the bottlenecks had fallen near the light. Jake reached out a finger and touched the hard smears of wax that had sealed the cork and ran down the lip of the bottle. I stared at it. The wax was deep blue.
Real smooth, eh, Shiv? Real smooth.
Yeah, it's lousy.
It don't taste too bad.
Can't you smell it?
Yeah. Kind of smells pretty, like peaches.
Peaches. The vague, almost imperceptible fragrance of peaches. It began to add up as I remembered something I'd once read. I stepped backwards, dragging Jake with me. Invisible centipedes crawling up and down my spine.
Don't try it, Stone. Where do you think you're going, pal?
They want a drink. Give him a drink. Here, take my bottle. Go on, take.
What's the matter, Gabby? Look at him. Couple of drinks in the big box.
Jake, stop it.
You see what it can do?
What?
This.
Yes, it was that crude voodoo image, the doll of wax. The same blue wax Jake Strand had used 20 years ago when he'd opened and then resealed every bottle in that top case. I dragged him up the cellar stairs, away from the fragrance of peaches and out into the open air. There's only one poison that smells like the stuff you put in those bottles, Jake. The stuff they use in the gas chamber at San Quentin. Where'd you get it, Jake? Where'd you get it? In an hour or so, the sun will rise, alarm clocks will ring, and dreams will end. But for Jake Strand, life is now one endless dream, a fantasy to be lived to the end of his days in a padded cell. As for Gabby and Shiv, their dreams are over. The $200 suits, the fancy restaurants are canceled out in an endless sleep. Their last testament, a coroner's report, and their final honors, a prison autopsy. Well, life rarely uses rose-colored ribbons to tie up a story about people like Jake and Shiv and Gabby. Too often the loose ends are just left dangling. So let's tie it up. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Jake was played by Don Diamond. Others featured were Shepard Menken and Raymond Burr. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring in Warner Brothers' The Winning Team. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Every 20 seconds through the year, a fire breaks out in the United States. Fires in the home, your home, can and must be prevented. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. Attend the Democratic Convention on NBC.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories begin in many different ways. This one began and ended with a confession. A confession to the crime of murder.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
I have a little boy 3 years old, and he eats Wheaties without any sugar or cream on them. Just plain, like peanuts. Now, this isn't necessary for you, of course. You can put sugar and milk and fruit on your Wheaties if you want to. But they are good enough to eat plain. They're crisp, they have a nut-like taste. They're all by themselves for flavor. And they give you all their whole wheat goodness in every crispy bite. So if you choose to sit on the back steps eating Wheaties out of the box, it's your very own business. We won't complain. You'll still get that whole wheat and all the nourishment in it. Eat Wheaties any way you like it. But eat them often. So good. Wheaties. Breakfast of champions, that is.
You can't keep a finger on a city's pulse without having some of its sweat and tears rub off on you. But sometimes the difference between turning a corner or going straight ahead, opening a door or passing it by, is all that separates safety from danger, horror from happiness, or life from death. Tonight, the difference lay in whether I should or should not get a shave before starting on my nightly tour of duty. I decided on the shave. Usually I go to a barber shop on the 5th floor of the Conway building in the heart of the Loop. By the time I got there, however, it was after 6 and the elevator operators had all gone. 2 of the lifts were still operating on a self-service basis, so I got in one and pushed the button for the 5th floor. The elevator was almost to the 4th floor level when a sudden yelling drew my attention to the little window in the elevator door. I pressed the emergency stop. A tall, thin-faced man had been lunging at someone out of vision. If there was ever murder on a man's face, it was on his.
I saw you talking to the FBI. You told them. I didn't. I was only trying to help you.
I brought the elevator down to the floor level without stopping to think what I might be getting myself into. When the doors opened, I saw them rolling around the corridor ahead in a desperate struggle. The tall man was on top, his left hand flailing at the other's face with a briefcase, while with his right he was trying to drive a long, thin blade into the other's chest.
Help! Don't! Harlan, please!
Hey, drop that knife! The human beanpole saw me coming and scrambled to his feet.
So he told you, too, huh? He told you.
Look, pal.
I'll kill him.
Take it easy.
Take your hands off me. I'll kill you!
He slashed at my face. As I threw up my arm, the point of his blade snagged in my sleeve and jerked out of his hands. He darted for the elevator, and I ran after him in the best tradition of Frank Merriwell saving the game for dear old Yale. My form may have been all-American, but my flying tackle was all wet. His heel caught me in the head, and I fell on my face, lost in the stars.
Are you hurt?
Oh, no, I'm just stupid. Every time I try to borrow trouble, I always find my credit screwed.
Here, let me help you up. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, thank you. I'm all right. How about you?
No, he didn't hurt me.
Well, he was sure trying. He a friend of yours?
Will you come into my office and let me dress that bruise on your cheek? I'm Dr. Reichel.
Well, I'm Randy Stone. You better give the police a ring right away. That fella's a maniac. Who is he, anyway?
Oh, he's one of my patients. That's my office over there.
One moment. Let's not forget our evidence. This knife he dropped.
Well, it isn't a knife. It's a letter opener. He took it off my desk.
A letter opener?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's different. What was he trying to do? Open you with it?
Oh, now, please, come in. I'll put something on that bruise and try to explain.
Thank you.
Let's see, a little methyl. Should pick that up.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how deeply I appreciate what you did.
Oh, it was nothing. He was only trying to kill you.
Will you hold still a moment? There. You see, The man is my patient. A disordered personality.
Are you an alienist, Doctor?
Yes, my field is psychiatry.
Well, from what I saw, your patient is more than a disordered personality. He's a homicidal maniac.
And I'm Mr. Stone.
Well, aren't you going to call the police? Or do I have to?
Oh, please. No, what happened was just an accident.
An accident? This hole in my sleeve wasn't made by Moz, Doctor. He tried to knife me, too, remember?
Well, only because he identified you with me. Now, it's not too unusual in a case of this sort for a patient to transfer his persecution complexes against the doctor who is treating him.
Oh, yes, but...
But what happened tonight is entirely my fault. I was so encouraged over certain other developments that I overlooked the extent of his immediate hysteria.
So, what happens if he comes back and kills you? Do you get a medal?
No, he won't try. Not again. I can assure you. But all I ask is that you don't report this incident. To have him arrested would destroy my chances of curing the poor fellow. Now, you won't, will you?
Well, okay, Doc. You probably know what you're doing, I hope. Who is he, anyway? What's his name?
Now, Mr. Stone. Please. I'm sorry.
Okay, Doc. They say a guy is only as big as the things that annoy him. And he's kind of tough when the annoyance is 6'4" and has a knife that makes him even bigger. Well, it just goes to show you. A few seconds earlier, a few seconds later, I'd have gone right up and had a shave from a barber. As it was, I arrived just in time for a close shave at the hands of fate. She was at my elbow again, I guess, when I took the elevator back down into the lobby. Only this time, fate was in the flesh, and a lot of it.
Oh, excuse me. Hey, you dropped this, yes?
What?
This briefcase. I was cleaning him back when I see you come in. When I come out, this briefcase is lying by the elevator. I just finished cleaning, so I know it's not here before. It's yours?
Harlan Matthews.
Huh?
I'm just looking at the name stamped on the leather. No, it isn't mine, but I know whose it is. It's one of Dr. Reichel's patients upstairs. I'll be glad to go up again and bring it to him.
Oh, thank you. I'm late finishing here already.
Harlan Matthews. I'd heard the doctor call him Harlan. It was the same man and the same briefcase he'd been using to bash Dr. Reichel over the head. As the elevator doors opened on the 4th floor, the doors of another elevator slammed shut and started down. I found Dr. Reichel's office locked and the light out. Obviously, he'd just left. I went down to the street level again, but the city had swallowed him up. I looked inside the briefcase. It contained a heavy album of foreign stamps belonging to Harlan Matthews. A phone book in the corner drugstore showed 2 numbers for Matthews, his home and his business. I tried his home.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Harlan Matthews.
Oh, he's not in. Is there any message?
Is this Mrs. Matthews?
Yes.
Your husband left a briefcase in the Conway building
The
and
Conway building? Have you seen him there? This isn't Dr. Reichel, is it?
No, Mrs. Matthews. My name is Stone. However, I did see your husband at Dr. Reichel's office just a little while
Well,
ago.
I just phoned there.
Well, you must have just missed him.
Well, where is Harlan now? He's coming home, isn't he?
Have you tried his office?
There's no answer. Isn't he coming home?
Well, that I don't know. Dr. Reichel may be able to tell you.
Oh, I've been trying to get him at his home for the last 2 hours. He never keeps his office open this late. I just called him on the bare chance that he might be there.
Mrs. Matthews, why does your husband hate Dr. Reichel?
Oh, well, Harlan is sick. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Well, then, what does he imagine?
I don't know. He won't tell me. It's since the war. It's something to do with the war, something that happened. I don't know what it is. He's sick.
Yes, of course, Mrs. Matthews. Well, I'll drive over with the briefcase. I just called to be sure that somebody'd be home. The Matthews lived in a small apartment on the north side. I'd barely touched the doorbell before I heard her footsteps almost running to open it.
Oh.
She was a faded little woman just this side of middle age. Behind her in a crib, a baby was crying. Mrs. Matthews, I'm Randy Stone. The briefcase...
Mr. Stone, I need help.
What's wrong, the baby?
No, it's Harlan. He just phoned. He's at his office. The way he talks, I think he's going to kill himself. Please, you're a friend of his, aren't you? You've just got to stop him.
All right, where's your telephone?
Why?
Well, the police can get to him a lot quicker than we can.
No. No, he warned me that if I sent Dr. Reichel to the police, he'd kill them and himself.
Well, okay, then, let's go.
Oh, my baby.
If we're not too late already.
Oh, I can't. My baby is so sick. I just can't leave her. I can't.
All right, Mrs. Matthews, it's all right. You stick here. I'll handle it.
Harlan Matthews' business address was a third-floor shop in a third-class shopping district. The dry goods store on the street level was still open for business. Its long awning still hung over the sidewalk in memory of the recent May Day sunshine. The windows above it were all dark, except one on the third floor. The lettering on it read, H. Matthews, Stamps Bought and Sold. I climbed 2 flights to the third-floor landing. The doors of the stamp emporium were half open. Inside, Harlan Matthews was seated at a desk, his thin, bloodless face seeming to stare straight at me. But the light was in his eyes, and I knew he couldn't see too much. Not until I got inside, anyway. Hello, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, what is it?
I found a briefcase with your name on it.
Huh? Well, where is it?
Your wife has it. I gave it to her.
You came here just to tell me that?
Well, not entirely.
Oh, I see. She sent you here.
Well, look, Mr. Matthews, you have a... Keep your hands on the desk. Don't do it. Drop it. Drop that gun.
Let go, you fool. I'm using the gun on myself.
You're not using it on anybody. Drop it. Drop it. I'll take that. Sorry I had to hurt you, Matthews, but you're a lot better off alive than dead, believe me.
Why, so you can arrest me?
Arrest you? What makes you think I'm a cop?
Don't think I'm so blind that I didn't recognize you when you came in here. You tried to jump me at Reichel's office tonight. Waiting out in the corridor. You think I didn't know what was going on? That Reichel had ratted on me.
You've got the doc all wrong.
Oh, I have I? As if I couldn't see through this stupid act of yours. You and Dr. Reichel trying to help me, too, aren't you? All I have to do is talk, don't I? Just relax and talk. Well, what would you like to hear?
Look, friend, you don't have to tell me a thing.
Yes, why repeat what you know already? Dr. Reichel's already told you everything I ever confided in him. What do you want, a written confession that I shot Captain Claney in the back? Well, I did. Write it down. I'll sign it. Is that what you want?
If you don't mind...
Details? You like details?
Look,
May 6, 1943, 2 days before we took Tunis, out in patrol. Write it down. I hated him. He was a lousy dog, arrogant, insulting. All right, there it is. Motive, time, place, everything. You satisfied?
No, I'm just tired. If you feel like talking, talk to the police, not me. I never saw either you or Dr. Reichel before tonight. My name is Stone. I'm with the Star. If you doubt it, pick up the phone and find out.
The papers? Reichel told the papers?
Well, you get this into your head and you'll have it in a nutshell. Reichel never told anybody. All I know is what you've just spouted. You sit here like a broken-down ham, dramatizing yourself, dreaming up things that never happened, making like a martyr, feeling sorry for yourself, leaving your wife at home worried sick about you. You got a family to think of. Now, go on and get your coat. I'm taking you home.
I guess maybe you're right. I've been acting like a fool, haven't I? I'm sorry.
You'll feel lots better in the morning, Mr. Matthews. Now, come on, let's go.
Yeah. I'll put things away first. May I have my gun?
You better let me keep it for a while.
Oh, you don't have to worry, Mr. Stone. Not anymore. This note on the table, I was writing it to my wife when you arrived, telling her goodbye. Well, I've changed my mind about dying.
Well, we all have our bad days. Shall we go?
Yeah. My gun, please. Oh, it's all right, really.
Well, okay. Here, I've taken out the cartridges. Souvenirs, you know.
Thank you. I'll put away these catalogs. Would you mind closing that window for me?
I walked over to the big window facing the street. It was wide open from the bottom. I reached up to close it just as a soft footstep sounded close behind me.
Try to
and Matthews pushed me over the sill toward the street below.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You know, this talk about breakfast of champions is the real thing. Jackie Robinson does eat Wheaties. So does Tommy Henrik. So does Mel Parnell. So does Bob Feller. And so does a gentleman named of Mr. V.O. Hill, 1445 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest in Washington, D.C. Now, Mr. Hill is not a nationally famous figure, but he is a champion just the same. On January 7th of this year, he was playing golf at the Rock Creek course. At the 11th hole, Mr. Hill made a 148-yard drive against a pretty stiff wind and made a hole-in-one. You think he wasn't a champion for a while there? Brother. And I'm standing here telling you Mr. Hill eats Wheaties. He does. Says he eats them regularly. They're whole wheat, you know. There's a lot of energy in whole wheat. It's the kind of energy you need, whether you're dealing with a baseball bat or a golf club or a vacuum cleaner. Get your Wheaties come breakfast time and see if you don't have a better morning. Wheaties, milk, fruit. Breakfast of champions.
It's for you, too.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Life, they say, is a continual process of getting used to things we hadn't expected. Like, for instance, getting pushed out of a guy's office window. I hadn't figured Harlan Matthews was that far off the beam, but that, of course, was my fault. From a character as neurotic as Matthews, I should have expected anything. I guess I was out more than a couple of minutes because when I came to, a cop had evidently just arrived on the scene. Voices crowded through my head against a backdrop of pain. I stared up at the moon shining brightly through a huge rip in the awning, and I tried to push myself up to a sitting position. The cop bent over me.
Easy now, easy. I'll call an ambulance.
Wait a minute. Get Matthews.
Who?
Harlan Matthews, stamp dealer, 3rd floor. He pushed me.
Matthews, eh? Just wait here.
I took inventory of my legs and arms and found them in usable condition. I climbed to my feet. People crowded around, their voices blending in an unintelligible jumble of questions. I staggered through them toward the cab. Their faces swarmed about me, white and staring like faces in a nightmare. I reached out, found the door handle of my car. I opened it and got in. I sat there for a while, trying to reassemble my wits. My head throbbed with pain and my mouth was dry. I wanted a cold drink more than anything I could think of. So I found my keys and drove to the first drugstore I came to. It was the sight of the phone that made me remember Mrs. Matthews. She'd be anxious to know what happened. I had to tell her something. I rang her number.
Hello?
Mrs. Matthews, it's Randy Stone.
What happened? He didn't...
No, I got there in time.
Oh, thank God. Where is he?
Well, I thought he'd be home by now.
But he isn't. When did he leave?
Not long ago.
Well, when you left him, was he all right?
Oh, yeah, he was just swell. You ought to see me.
What?
I'll tell you what. I'll call Dr. Reichel right now and tell him the situation. He should be...
Oh, I got a call from Dr. Reichel just a little while ago.
Yeah?
That is, it came through a message service. They want Harlan to call Dr. Reichel right away. I called the doctor's office to find out why, but the doctor's not there. He's not at home either.
Well, why does Reichel want to see him? Didn't they tell you?
No. The message just said that it was very important.
I invested another nickel in the call to Dr. Reichel's office. There was no answer, so I sat down at the counter and had a cup of coffee. I felt somewhat better by now, although my head still throbbed, and I still found it hard to unscramble my thoughts. I went back to the phone booth and called Dr. Reichel's home. Perhaps he'd returned by now.
Oh, what is it, please? Dr. Reichel residence?
Has Dr. Reichel come in yet?
No, Dr. Reichel, not here now.
Look, has there been anybody at the house to see him within the last hour or so?
No visitor. Too late. You call tomorrow, maybe. Yes? Goodbye.
I checked with Mrs. Matthews once again to see if Matthews had returned yet. He was still missing. However, since my last call, the police had dropped in. They wanted to talk to him about pushing someone out of a window. Someone who'd driven away from the scene without leaving his name, address, or license number.
You were with him, Mr. Stone. He couldn't have done it.
Oh, yes. Utterly fantastic. You'd better try to get some sleep, Mrs. Matthews. I'll ring you if I locate him. Good night. I headed out toward Dr. Reichel's residence on the northwest side, wondering just how foolish I was not to send the police out instead. Matthews did more than just pass from mania to depression. He'd made the round trip. The doc had been looking for him, but now he could be looking for the doc. I stepped on the gas. It was quite a drive to Dr. Reichel's home. When I got there, it turned out to be a sizable estate with an impressive driveway curving through the moonlit grounds. The dark hulk of a battered sedan stood parked near the head of the walk that led to the veranda steps. I pulled up behind it. I got out, and I gave it the once-over. I touched the top of the radiator. It was still warm. A parade of maples lined the paved walk. Ahead, the house stood dark and still. I lifted my hand to the doorbell.
Don't.
Well, hello, Matthews.
Kind of thought you might be around.
What are you doing here, Mr. Stone?
When I hit the pavement, I kept bouncing until I finally landed out here.
I hardly expected to find you quite the same as when I left you.
Oh, I'm not. I'm smarter. Next time I get that gun you're holding, I'll know enough not to give it back to you.
Next time? There isn't going to be a next time, Mr. Stone. Not for you or for your Confederate, the doctor.
Oh, yeah, of course, you could be faking. I took the cartridges out of that thing once.
Yeah, so you did. I might have forgotten to reload it. Why don't you try to take it away from me and find out? Well, come on. Is it loaded or isn't it? Make me show you.
Well, if I did, it might arouse the neighborhood, don't you think? You might not be able to hang around here waiting for Dr. Reichel.
Yes, Mr. Stone, I've already thought of that, or you'd been dead by now. Unless, of course, the gun isn't loaded. I'm willing to let you force me to show you. All you have to do is take one step toward me. Just one step, Mr. Stone. One single step. And you'll know the answer.
Before I do, maybe you could give me some other answers. Answers to a few things I still don't understand.
Indeed? What, for instance?
Well, for one thing, I still don't understand just what good it'll do you to kill either Dr. Reichel or me.
You know the answer to that, you and him both.
I wish I did.
He said he was my friend. It would help me if I talked, so I told him. Then I saw him talking to the FBI man at the Federal Building, and I knew I'd made a mistake, that he betrayed me.
If he had, would you be free now? Figure it out.
I have. They're just waiting to round up some witnesses who saw me shoot Captain Claney.
You're wrong, Matthews. You're dead wrong. Reichel hasn't told anyone at all, and he never will. Same goes for me.
I only wish to heaven that were true, because if it were, I'd never have a better reason for killing you than now, before you do have a chance to talk. But unfortunately, I'll never be sure that you haven't talked.
Well, kill me. There's one thing you can be sure of. Star billing in an execution party.
Really? But right now, it's you who are the star, Mr. Stone. Or maybe this gun isn't really loaded after all. Come on, find out. Give me an excuse for pulling the trigger. There he comes. Back. Against the wall. Stay where you are. Right there.
A cold wind rustled the maples as the big car came to a halt at the head of the drive. Hidden by the trees, its lights blinked out. By the veranda rail, a dozen feet away, Matthews crouched, gun raised. The trees hid whoever it was coming up the walk as the moonlight and shadow danced among the leaves.
Come on, Reichel, come on. Keep coming, come on.
Matthews.
A little closer, a little closer.
In another moment or two, his target would be out of the shadow of the trees into the bright moonlight. Matthews!
Huh?
Those men with him.
Oh,
hiding among the trees, see? They're moving.
Where?
There. That shadow there, and over there, and over there. Can't you see them?
Yes, yeah.
They're covering him. He knows you're here.
I'll kill him.
They'll get you first. You haven't a chance.
No.
Drop that gun. Drop it.
They'll never get me. Never.
He thrust the gun to his own head and pulled the trigger 6 times before he ever got to it.
They'll never get me. Nobody.
But, Mr. Stone, you mean he was trying to ambush me with an empty gun?
Yes, Doctor. Then he tried to blow out his brains with it.
Oh, poor fellow.
Looks to me like he's gone off his trolley, but for good. Look at him lying there, groveling in the dirt as though he were trying to hide.
Or dig himself in. Yes, he's living a moment of the war all over again. Harlan, stop it. Stop it.
Genusia, May 6, 1943.
Well, how did you know?
He told me. I guess Captain Claney got his revenge after all.
What do you mean?
Well, he shot Claney in the back and thought he got away with it, but look at him now.
Oh, Mr. Stone. This whole nightmare in the poor fellow's mind started when he observed me making an inquiry at Army Information Headquarters here. I was trying to locate the one man who could cure him.
Who?
Why, Captain Willard Claney, of course.
What's that?
But the reason I arrived here so late is that I've been wandering about looking for Matthews. I wanted to tell him that I finally succeeded. I've found Claney.
You mean that...
The man's alive and well, working in a bank in Spokane. I spoke to him tonight on long distance.
Well, that's one for the book. Matthews must have just wounded him and then thought that he...
Matthews didn't even hit him.
He didn't hit him?
Doctor.
Wait a minute. Harlan.
Yeah?
I think he's aware. Harlan, do you hear me?
Dr. Reichel.
Did you hear what I said? Captain Claney is alive. You didn't kill him. Do you understand? You did not kill him.
You're lying.
No, I can prove it to you. Now, we can call him up. You can speak to him yourself. He's alive.
No, I shot him.
You thought you shot him, Harlan, but you missed. You missed.
No, I saw him drop. I saw him, and he dropped.
Oh, yes. Plainly dropped all right. But not from your bullet. No. When I spoke to him on the phone tonight, he said that the only wound he received was a shell splinter in the chest. Why, he doesn't even remember a sergeant named Harlan Matthews.
What? You're joking.
No, Harlan, it's the truth.
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him.
Know the truth, and the truth shall set you free, huh, Doc?
Well, for him, there's still a long, hard road ahead and plenty of work to do. But at least, Mr. Stone, we've reached the beginning.
Well, dawn is just around the corner, and the city lights are going out street by street, like the lights in some people's minds. Yes, they say the truth is a great mental healer. And I guess it is, if you can bear to face it. Okay, so let's face it. Copy, boy.
You are listening to Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
Whole wheat. Flakes of golden whole wheat. Sounds pretty good just like that, doesn't it? Everybody knows you need whole wheat, and Wheaties make a very nice way to get it. Breakfast time, lunchtime, any time's the time for Wheaties. Easy, too. Just open the package, pour those flaky little flakes into a bowl, sugar 'em, cream 'em, and be happy. That's Wheaties you're eating. Breakfast of champions. Wheaties. Get some.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irwin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Harlan Matthews was played by Jeff Corey. Jeanette Nolan was Mrs. Matthews, and the doctor, Ben Wright. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also on Tuesday, that's tomorrow night, to the premiere of the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know, it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Stay tuned for Christopher London over most NBC stations.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters and his most famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of Bayer Aspirin. Now let me tell you just who Mr. Chameleon is. Born of a well-to-do family and a college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon, by taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself, finally entering the police force where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. Throughout this series, the listener invariably knows who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter in which disguise he appears. But the criminal he's tracking sometimes does and sometimes doesn't. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon in Mr. Chameleon's Pet Murder Case. Our story opens in the criminal courts, during that solemn moment when sentence of death is about to be pronounced. The room is very still. all eyes are fastened on the thin, cruel face of Serrato, the gangster. For the notorious Serrato has at last met his Waterloo.
Will the prisoner now rise? Have you anything to say before this court pronounces sentence on you? Then I hereby sentence you to die in the electric chair during the week of...
No! No, you won't do it!
Silence!
You'll never burn me! I'll never see the death house! I'll break jail! And when I do, I'll get Chameleon for his lying evidence that sent me here! So help me, I'll kill Chameleon!
Silence! Silence!
You hear me, Chameleon? I see you back there! I'm gonna get out! And when I do, I'm gonna kill you!
Well, I'm a policewoman, Mr. Chameleon, but I never heard anything like the voice of that man Serrato in the courtroom. He means to kill you. You're in dreadful danger.
Oh, there are a lot of them in prison who've said they're going to kill me, Madeline. No, I feel very good. When you put an end to the career of a mad dog like Serrato, well, it makes you pretty proud to be a cop.
But suppose he did get out.
Maybe that's just a woman's way of looking at it. Let's go out to dinner tonight. And, incidentally, I've always wanted to ask why a beautiful girl like you ever got the idea of being a copper.
My father was on the police force. He was killed by a hoodlum just like Serrato.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Very few people know. But I adored my father.
Madeline, look, about dinner.
Dinner?
Would it spoil your appetite to dine with me?
Oh, don't be silly, Mr. Chameleon. I'd love it.
Good. That's a date.
Are you going to come as Mr. Chameleon or in one of your impersonations? I just want to be sure I'd recognize you.
Just Chameleon. I'll go home and dress and pick you up at 7:30. You and I are going to celebrate Serrato's conviction. Hello?
Chameleon?
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
Chameleon, the impossible has happened. Serrato has escaped.
What?
Yes, someone smuggled a knife to him, and he stabbed the guard and made a break for it. He managed to get away.
No.
You stay at your apartment. I'm sending over a police guard. Don't set foot out of the door.
No, listen, Commissioner.
You know where that puts you, don't you? Right behind the 8-ball. He and his whole gang are out to get you. I'm sending over 2 men.
I don't need them, Commissioner. I'll take care of myself.
Are you crazy? You heard Serrato and caught this afternoon. He threatened to kill you on sight.
I heard him, but I'm coming right down to headquarters and no guard. This one is between Serrato and me, and I think I'm quicker than he is. See you later, Commissioner. This should be interesting. Serrato is hunting me, and I'm hunting him. Makes us even. Well, I'd better change. Better call Madeline, too. What the devil? Hello?
Is this Mr. Chameleon?
Yes?
Is this Mr. Chameleon the detective who goes around making like he's somebody else?
What do you want? Who is this?
Never mind who this is. I just thought you'd like to know we've got Madeline Evans. You don't need to look for her. You can't find her. Maybe nobody will ever find her. Unless you're willing to play ball.
What do you want me to do?
Take back the evidence you gave at Serrato's trial. Say that you lied, that the whole thing was a frame-up.
Give me 24 hours to think it over, Marty.
Marty?
You think I didn't know that voice? Marty the moron, as Serrato calls you.
You never called me that.
Tell him for me to take it easy with Madeline and give me a little time. I'll think it over. And tell Serrato if he doesn't take it easy with Madeline, ask him how he'd like to digest a slug in the stomach.
Chameleon, I'm telling you, your life isn't worth a nickel. Madeline Evans is in terrible danger. Not only is Serrato himself after you, but you know as well as I do, his gang is organized.
We're organized, Commissioner.
Yes, but he has the advantage. You're out in the open. You can't see him, but he can see you. Now, if they could kidnap Madeline when she was on her way home...
They won't try that with me. Not yet, Commissioner. Not as long as Serrato thinks he can make a deal with me. Who is it?
Tom Smith.
Come in, Tom. Commissioner, you know Tom Smith, the Daily Chronicle.
Oh, yes.
I told him to come over here. I have a favor to ask of him.
Anything you say, Mr. Chameleon. Is there a story in it?
Yes. Big one, eventually. Right now, Tom, I wish you'd do me a favor.
Yeah?
Write a story saying that there are rumors that new evidence has been unearthed in the Serrato case.
Say, is this on the level?
You just write the story, Tom. You can quote me. I'm not sure that the evidence which convicted Serrato was correct. I am working on new evidence, unquote.
Hallelujah, this really will hit the headlines. What with Serrato on the loose?
Also, Commissioner, I'd like to have the boys bring in Jake Mallory for questioning.
Mallory?
You mean Serrato's right-hand man?
That's right. Commissioner?
Okay, Chameleon. Tell the boys to pick up Mallory.
That's another story for you, Tom. I have reason to believe that Jake Mallory is the man who really committed the murder for which Serrato was convicted.
Read all about it. New turn in Serrato case. Rumors a new trial. Read all about... Paper, mister?
No, thank you. I'll borrow my friend's.
All about the Serrato case. Read all about
Well, how about it, Detective Sergeant Arnold? Can I look at the headlines?
Mr. Chameleon, what is this? You don't think Jake Mallory committed that murder, do you?
That, my dear Dave, is a leading question. I refuse to answer.
But we had to let Jake go this afternoon. We couldn't hold him.
I expected you to let him go. Dave, you know Lily McCarty when you see her, don't you? Serrato's girlfriend.
Oh, yeah, sure. She lives right in this block. But listen, Mr. Chameleon...
I think I'll go and pay a call on her.
And I'll go with you.
No. No, Dave. Now, don't worry about me. Until Madeline is safe, I have to move in a certain way. I know exactly what I'm doing.
You know, Mr. Chameleon, there's something about you that always gets me.
What do you mean, Dave?
The way you change. Ordinarily, you're an easygoing guy with a fancy education who's just as much at home on Park Avenue as at Central Headquarters. And then, like that, you're as hard and ruthless as Serrato.
These gangsters are completely without mercy, Dave. They are enemies of society. They respect nothing and they trust no one. They trust no one. That is the thing that you must always remember.
Hey, Mr. Chameleon, there she goes.
Mm-hmm.
Lily, Serrato's girl. You gonna question her?
No. No, Dave, believe it or not, I'm going to invite the young lady to dinner.
What do you mean you and me should have dinner tonight? You think I'd be seen having dinner with a copper?
Why, Lily, I thought you might enjoy having an evening out.
No, not with you I wouldn't, Chameleon. I wouldn't go with you if you'd take me to the St. Regis.
Funny you should happen to mention the St. Regis. That's what I was going with Madeline Evans. Where is she, Lily?
I don't know where she is. I don't know where Serrato is either, so help me.
I'll meet you at the Montmartre restaurant at 8.
I won't be there.
Oh, yes, you will. I have enough on you to send you up for life. I know perfectly well that you were mixed up in the Rockman killing and the Millerstown holdup. I have got plenty of leads if I want to follow them up.
Then why don't you, Chameleon?
You meet me at dinner tonight, or something very strange may happen to you.
I got no business to be seen in a place like this with you, Chameleon. They'll think I'm leading you to Serrato. I don't even know where he is.
You know where Madeline Evans is? That sort of kidnapping is right up your alley, Lily. You've managed them before.
I never even seen her.
Well, in that case, we'll go for a little drive tomorrow. The country is so beautiful this time of year.
No, I can't meet you again. I wouldn't dare.
Do you mean that your pals don't trust you, Serrato and Jake Mallory?
Jake Mallory? Say, listen, he's fit to be tied. He thinks you and Serrato have made a deal between you to railroad him to the chair in Serrato's place.
Dear me, what suspicious minds.
Oh, why don't you lay off me, Mr. Chameleon? Leave me alone.
Oh, I'm not hurting you. I'm simply giving you the pleasure of my company.
Yeah, that's enough to make 'em kill me.
You know, I might be more touched if I didn't know you for a thoroughly brutal murderess. The complete sadist.
What's that? Something Serrato called me? Marty Lewis went in one of his rages the other night because he says that Serrato called him a moron. He says that's an insult, is it?
A sadist is much worse. Come on, Lily, where's Madeline Evans? Or must you and I have another date tomorrow? I'm beginning to believe that the boys will get you if we do.
Mr. Chameleon, there's a car behind us. I'm sure it's following us.
Relax, Lily, and enjoy the countryside.
Oh, I shouldn't have come with you today. Now they'll be sure I'm talking.
Tell me where they've taken Madeline Evans, and I'll turn the car around and take you right back to the city. Otherwise, you won't be able to get rid of me, Lily.
Okay. They got her in a little house over in Long Island City. I'll give you the address. And then let me go and don't come near me again, you dirty cop.
This is the place, Dave. You all set?
Yeah, Mr. Chameleon. We've got men posted at either end of the street. These crooks won't get away.
If they're still here. Open up in there, open up. We have to break it down, Dave.
Okay, here goes. Madeline? Madeline!
Here she is, in here, Dave, bound and gagged. Get this gag out of her mouth. There, you all right, Madeline?
Yes, I'm all right, but thank heaven you got here.
Where are they?
They've gone less than an hour ago. Oh, am I glad to see you.
They didn't hurt you?
Not much, Dave.
Who were the men? Anyone you recognized?
Oh, no, just a couple of strong-arm boys.
That's what I thought. The big boys kept clear. They were at Serato, wherever he is.
Mr. Chameleon, before they left, a car drove up and some men carried something into the other room and left it there.
What? Was it?
Yes, it sounded almost like something heavy.
Dave.
Yes?
Come here.
What is it?
That's Lily. They killed her and dumped her body.
Mr. Chameleon?
No, don't feel sorry for her, Madeline. She'd have done the same to you and enjoyed it. Well, that's one of them gone. Now, with you safe, Madeline, I don't have to consider anyone.
What are you going to do, Mr. Chameleon?
Serato and I can really have it out. Just the two of us.
But it isn't just the two of you. He still has his gang.
-1.
Mr. Chameleon, what are you going to do now?
Oh, the usual. I have a pretty strong hunch that Serato is hiding out down near Chatham Square. Think I'll hang out there for a couple of days.
But not out in the open. You mean you'll put on a disguise?
Oh, yes.
That better be a good one.
No, on the contrary, Dave. This time my disguise is going to be so transparent that anyone, even Serato, will recognize me instantly.
Mr. Chameleon will return in Mr. Chameleon's Pet Murder Case in just a moment. If you've never tried real Bayer aspirin, join the millions who use it for fast, reliable relief from ordinary headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain. Once you've experienced its amazingly fast yet gentle relief, you'll likely never again use anything except Bayer aspirin. You can actually see why Bayer aspirin gives such fast relief by doing this. Drop a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water and watch what happens. You'll see it start to disintegrate within 2 seconds. What it does in that glass, it does in your stomach. And because of this amazing 2-second disintegrating action, Bayer aspirin relieves pain with astonishing speed. So next time you have a headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain and want relief, really fast relief, remember that Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work almost instantly you take it. And also remember that Bayer aspirin has been used for years without ill effect by millions of normal people. When you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, never by the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now we return to Mr. Chameleon and his pet murder case. It is the following morning, and in the office of the police commissioner, we find Mr. Chameleon dressed in the shabby clothes of a man from the tenement district.
I thought I'd patrol that neighborhood. You know those tenements, Commissioner, they're like rabbit warrens. The only thing to do is to smoke Serato out.
Chameleon, I still say you're out of your mind. Serato's gunning for you, and if you show up down there, Come in.
Commissioner, have you seen Mr. Chameleon? Oh, there you are.
You mean you recognized him that quickly?
Well, of course I did. He needs a shave, and his clothes are strictly Bowery, but he hasn't really changed.
You hear that, Chameleon?
Yes, I hear it, Commissioner, and it's just exactly what I want to hear. Give me a dime for a cup of coffee, mister.
No.
Oh, please, mister, I'm kind of down on my luck.
Beat it. Did you hear me? Beat it. Hey, who are you?
Oh, me?
I know you. You're Chameleon. What are you doing down here dressed like a bum? You can't fool me. I know you're Chameleon.
Well, good for you, Marty. So you're not a moron after all.
Well, don't call me that. I'm as smart as anybody. Too smart to let anybody see me talking to you.
What's the matter, Marty? Serrato watching you from the window? Which one's he watching from?
Get away from me. There's been too much talk that Serrato's crowd is running out on him. If they see me with you, Chameleon, they'll...
Marty, don't you try anything. If I'm found dead, the police have orders to bring you in.
Me? Why me?
We've got plenty on you, Marty, so it's healthier for you if I stay alive.
Okay. But keep away from me.
Well, all I want to do is walk along a ways with you. I always enjoy talking to you. Mister, can you give me a dime for a cup of coffee?
What?
Do you mind if I sit down at this table and join you?
Chameleon, I told you to keep away. Everywhere I go, you turn up.
Where's Serrato?
Hey, listen. Serrato don't want nothing in this world except to kill you. You're nuts to go chasing after him.
Marty, I have found that when anyone wants to kill you, it's better to show them your face than your back.
Well, leave me out of it. And get out of here, will you, Chameleon?
Not until I have had my coffee, Marty. Give me a dime for a cup of coffee, mister.
Huh? Oh, no, not you again, Chameleon. Yes, you leave me alone.
Why, Marty, have you been drinking? You know Serrato doesn't like that.
They've been tailing me. They think I'm singing to you.
Save your tears, Marty. When Rockman was murdered, he cried and pleaded too, and you just sat there and laughed. Where's Serrato?
I won't tell you, Chameleon. Everybody's run out on him except me and Jake Mallory. But I ain't going to squeal. Not even if Serrato is a dirty so-and-so. I told him that to his face.
My, you're getting reckless, Marty. Well, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Come in.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Oh, well, there's one thing I'll say, Chameleon. That disguise of yours gets better, or worse. You're beginning to look like a real Bowery bum.
I'm beginning to feel like one, too, Commissioner. If this keeps on much longer, You know, I often think that the first requisite for a detective is patience, not courage.
You'll need plenty of courage today.
What do you mean?
They got Marty last night.
What?
Yeah, his body was found on the waterfront riddled with bullets. You did your work well, Chameleon.
Good. I've no pity for the martyrs of this world. They live by the gun and they die by the gun. Well, that leaves Serrato.
And Jake Mallory. That's two of them. 2 against 1 is still an uneven match, Chameleon. Let me send Dave Arnold with you today.
Nope.
Serrato must be frothing at the mouth by now.
Yes, I'm counting on that. No, Commissioner, I've got to go after Serrato alone, and I'm going to patrol that neighborhood until he can't stand it. Until he has to come out and get me.
Look at him, Jake. The nerve of the guy. Who's he think he's fooling with that phony disguise?
Nobody, Serrato.
Nobody? He thinks he's fooling me.
No.
Are you screwy? Of course he thinks he's fooling me.
No.
Just stop saying no.
Your yes men are gone, Serrato. I took care of the last one last night. Remember?
Are you trying to tell me that Marty didn't have to go, the rotten little squealer?
Well, anyway, he's gone, along with Lily. Now I'm going to speak my little piece, Serrato.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. I don't like what's going on. I don't like you blowing your top over Chameleon. If you're going to sense you, let him walk up and down out there till he drops.
I'm going to kill that guy. I said I was going to kill him, and I never go back on what I say.
Okay, but later, Serrato.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Jake? You giving him protection? Maybe you're making a deal with him, too.
Well, that's a hot one coming from you, Serrato. Remember, they were after me. I was suspected of the murder that you were convicted for.
I told you, Jake, I had nothing to do with
but
it.
I ain't so sure.
Maybe it was you who made a deal with Chameleon, and you're anxious to go out there because you know that he won't touch you.
That's a lie.
Oh, is it? So what are you going to do, Serrato? Shoot him down while he's walking up and down the street? Why, the cops would be on our necks in a minute. We'd never get out of here.
So you're the one that's yellow. I thought that was it. You know something else, Jake? I think you told him I was holed up here. Hey, where do you think you're going?
I'm getting out of here. I had enough.
Oh, no, you're not. You're not going no place.
Try and stop me.
You think I won't? I don't take the double cross from anyone, Jake. Not from Marty or Lily or you. Jake, you blasted fool. I didn't want to do that. Not to you. Now there's nobody except Chameleon out there. Except Chameleon. And I'm going down and get him right now. There he is, Chameleon. Thinks he's fooling everybody. Thinks he's fooling me. If I can only get him to come into this hallway, and he'll do it, because he thinks I don't know him on account of his disguise. Once I get him in here where it's dark and quiet, I'll... Hey, you! You there.
Did somebody call me?
Yeah. Come in here a minute, will you?
What for, mister?
You want to make a buck?
Do I? Just ask me.
I have asked you.
Sure I want to earn a buck. What do you want me to do? I wouldn't kill nobody. Not for a buck.
Quite a comic, ain't you? I want you to run an errand. Take a message someplace. Is that worth a buck to you?
Yeah, it sure is.
Then, come on in here. Well, come on, why don't you?
I don't know, mister. Couldn't you give it to me out here?
No, I couldn't. I gotta write the note out first.
Oh, then go ahead and do it. I'll wait.
Don't you want your buck?
Yeah, sure I do. I ain't eating 24 hours.
Okay, come and get it. You can go and eat while I'm writing the note.
You mean you trust me to come back?
Sure. I trust you, and you'll trust me.
I wish everybody was like that. You know, I can't see you in there. It's so dark. Where are you?
Right here.
Oh. Yeah, now I see you.
Well, take a good look. It's the last thing you'll ever see, Chameleon, you dumb copper. Do you think you fooled me with that phony disguise?
No, I didn't think I'd fooled you, Serrato. You should have known that you couldn't play cat and mouse with me, that once I got a line on you, I'd shoot first.
I'm dying. You shot me like a dog.
Yes, you're dying, Serrato, but before you do, I have a little message for you to take along with you. Your girlfriend, Lily, did not squeal on you. I forced her to talk to me in the same way with Marty. He was loyal to you, too.
No.
And
no.
Jake. Where's Jake Mallory?
I killed him.
I thought that would happen, because that bird brain of yours, Serrato, couldn't conceive of anyone being loyal. Not even your pals.
You're a murderer, Chameleon.
Well, you can argue that out with St. Peter when he turns you away from the gates. I simply went on the principle, if I can't get all the crooks myself, I let them kill each other off.
Are you busy, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, hello, Madeline. No, I was just looking over the records of these criminals that I murdered, according to Serrato. Lily, petty larceny, grand larceny, murder. Marty Lewis, assault and battery, arson, murder. Jake Mallory, he really had brains, which made him the most corrupt of the lot. And as for the late Serrato, well...
Mr. Chameleon, you put yourself in such terrible danger. What sort of man are you to go into that alone?
I didn't do it alone. They helped, every one of them. You know something, Madeline? I thought of your father. That helped, too.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Now, how about that dinner that was so rudely interrupted? 8 o'clock tonight at... Oh, wait a second. I want to call the commissioner.
Hello?
Commissioner Chameleon.
Yes?
What is the fee the public executioner gets up at Ossining?
I don't know, $100 maybe. Why do you ask?
I want to send him my check. You see, I'm afraid that I did him out of his money. 8 o'clock, Madeline. 8 o'clock at the St. Regis for dinner.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. The next time an ordinary headache threatens to spoil your day, get fast relief by taking genuine Bayer aspirin. You'll be amazed at how quickly Bayer aspirin works, and the reason is that it starts to disintegrate within 2 seconds after you take it. To see for yourself that this is true, just drop a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water and watch what happens. Before it reaches the bottom of the glass, the tablet will begin to disintegrate. It does the same in your stomach, hence brings relief with astonishing speed. So the very next headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain you have, use Bayer aspirin for really quick relief. And when you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, not by the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Case of Murder and the Man Who Saw Too Much. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
After years of work, a revolutionary new toothpaste has been developed called Lion's Toothpaste. By actual laboratory tests on scores of individual teeth, it gives teeth 2.5 to 5.5 times brighter than any of the 5 leading brands, brighter by far than any other toothpaste. New Lion's Toothpaste does this because it's a new kind of toothpaste with a formula that's completely new and radically different. A remarkable toothpaste that cleans without soap and polishes without chalk. Try it. Ask for Lion's Toothpaste.
Mr. Chameleon, the new mystery drama, will be heard in another performance next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, here we are again visiting the genial Dr. Watson in his cheerful study. We sit back in our comfortable chair and wait to hear another exciting story. What could be pleasanter?
You go again, Mr. Bell. Flattering me again?
If only Sherlock Holmes were here to make the picture complete.
No, Mr. Bell, you know that's impossible. He retired to Sussex years ago and took up bee farming.
I suppose you visited him there.
Naturally. As a matter of fact, I remember one Saturday towards the end of July in 1907 that
Is this the beginning of a story, Dr. Watson?
I shouldn't be surprised. But hadn't you better have your word with our listeners first?
Yes, Dr. Watson, I had. Men, I'm sure you'll be interested to learn that a recent survey showed that Kreml Hair Tonic is preferred among America's top-flight executives and most successful men. But after all, why shouldn't it be? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look, such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. Kreml always keeps the hair neatly in place longer with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet it never leaves your hair looking or feeling greasy, sticky, or dirty. After you apply Kreml, you can rub your hand over your hair, and your hair always feels so delightfully clean. Notice, too, how no greasy film comes off on your hand or hat band. Just use a little Kreml on your hair in the morning, and at night your hair looks as neatly groomed as when you first combed it in the morning. Remember, no other hair tonic keeps your hair more handsomely groomed. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, I'm all ears.
Well, I was paying Holmes one of my frequent visits. His cottage is situated on the southern slope of the Sussex Downs, commanding an excellent view of the English Channel. At this point, the coast is made up of chalk cliffs, which can only be descended by a single tortuous path, which is steep and slippery. At the bottom of the path, there are curves and hollows, which make splendid swimming pools and are filled afresh with each flow of the tide and warmed by the sun.
What town is Mr. Holmes' place near?
A village called Falworth. But even that is at a distance, and the house is quite lonely. Half a mile away is Holmes's only neighbor.
And who is that?
Harold Stackhurst, who's a headmaster of the well-known preparatory school, the Gables. A private school, I suppose you would call it. It was summer, and most of the boys were away on holiday, except a few who were catching up. The teaching staff was reduced to 3. First of all, there was Harold Stackhurst himself, who was an old pal of mine. We went to school together. He was a splendid fellow and a well-known blue for rowing in his day. Assisting him were 2 younger men, Fitzroy McPherson, red-headed and cheerful. In summer and winter, he went for his morning swim.
Winter swimming, quite a Spartan.
Yes, indeed. The other schoolmaster was Ian Murdoch, a tall, dark man, taciturn and aloof, with occasional outbursts of temper.
The villain of the piece,
There you go, anticipating again.
Oh, sorry.
Stop this. Well, it was early one morning, just after sunrise. There'd been a severe gale the day before, but the wind and the waves had finally abated and everything looked newly washed and fresh. The air had a decided nip to it, and Holmes and I were on our way down to the beach for our morning plunge. I say, Holmes, that water's blue this morning, isn't it? Rather cold-looking, if you ask me.
Do you good, Watson. Your circulation needs toning up. You can run all the way home.
Run up the cliff path? Oh, it's bad for the heart.
Rubbish. The boys do it.
Well, I'm not under the delusion that I'm still in my first youth.
Hello. Isn't that Stackhurst coming along the cliff? He's got a towel over his arm, obviously going down to the beach. He's not afraid of a little cold water, and he's almost as old as you are.
He's older.
Oh?
Oh, a great deal older. He was 2 forms above me at school.
Dear, dear, quite an old man. I had no idea that...
Stop ragging me, Holmes.
Hello there, Stackhurst. Hello.
Hello. Going swimming?
Yes, wait for us. Come on, Watson.
Oh, bless my soul if it isn't Watson. Delighted to see you, old chap. I thought you weren't coming down for another month.
Well, I just couldn't stay away any longer. I'm so fond of the swimming here.
Yes, Watson has just been saying that there's nothing like a good dip before breakfast to tone up the system. What did you say, Watson?
Oh, I think so.
Stackhurst, where are your 2 young assistants, McPherson and Murdoch, the gloomy Scot? I've never known them to miss their matutinal plunge.
Oh, well, Murdoch has had to keep some of the boys at their algebra. He'll be along later. McPherson has gone on ahead. I expect he's in the water now.
Any more outbursts of temper on Murdoch's part lately?
No, not since last week, when he found a boy putting toads in his bed. His temper is ferocious, Holmes. I suppose I should give him dismissal, but he's such a confoundedly good teacher.
A little bit of temper won't harm the boys now and then. Help to keep them in line.
Yes, I'll wait till the next fellow who wants to put extraneous objects in Murdoch's bed will think twice about it.
Look, there's someone staggering up the edge of the cliffs.
Yes, he's in bathing trunks and an overcoat flapping in the wind.
What's the matter with him?
Drunk, probably. Look at him reel. A fine example for my boys. And who the devil can it be?
Yes, it's McPherson. I could tell that red hair anywhere. He's trying to wave to us.
I've never known him to behave